Others ride shared bicycles to school, but you ride a Ferrari. Because you got admitted to college and the system gave you 1 billion. You drove a Ferrari to school and happened to see a wealthy second generation with blonde hair bullying the poor school beauty. I didn't mean it. I will compensate you for the repair costs. Compensation? This is a Porsche 718. Even the base model costs over 700,000 RMB. With all the optional extras, it's almost reaching $1 million. Can a poor out-of-towner like you afford to compensate? Li Yuangui angrily shouted, and Yunxi felt like her head was being pounded by a hammer, as if the sky was about to collapse. She ranked first in the county's college entrance examination and was rewarded with 10,000 yuan by the government. After deducting the tuition fees, she should still have a few thousand yuan left. Millions of cars, how can I afford to compensate? Yunxi stood helplessly in place, feeling dizzy and feeling like she was doomed. Hearing this, some parents who were registering their children also felt sorry for this unlucky girl. Someone said, "Isn't it just a slight collision with a suitcase? You can't just demand a huge compensation every time. Shouldn't you go to the 4S store to assess the damage first?" "Yeah, I don't think the accident is a big deal. Just a dent. Nothing serious." Li Yuangui got even angrier when he heard this and blurted out, "You guys don't know anything. This is a brand new car I just bought a month ago. Do I need to be compensated for the depreciation of the car, the cost of my transportation being affected, the cost of my mental distress, and so on? I'm telling you, you have to compensate me 100,000 yuan at least." Yunxi doesn't understand car insurance claims, so when she heard that she had to pay 100,000 yuan, she became even more downcast. She tried hard to hold back, but tears still stubbornly overflowed from her eyes. Can I first compensate you with over 10,000 yuan, and then slowly repay the rest by working? 10,000 yuan. Not even enough for the small change. Call your parents to raise money, Li Yuangui said sternly, feeling inexplicably delighted. It seems that he can make a lot of money from her, and this money can also serve as his starting capital for picking up girls in college. Li Yuangui looked at Yunxi, who was burying her head and not saying a word. He shouted loudly, "Did you hear me? Make your parents compensate." Cloud Shi, with lowered head, trembling slightly in the shoulders. No words spoken. Calling your parents and asking them to come, pretending to be pitiful. Yunxi's body sank lower, feeling inferior to the point of being in the dust. She really wanted to say that she had no parents anymore, but she couldn't bring herself to speak. She didn't want to play the victim. A burst of mechanical raptors' roar came closer and closer, a red supercar shining even more brightly under the sun's rays. You sit in the car. Everyone's attention is focused on this fiery red supercar. Li Yuangui, with his head held high, is also attracted by the cool and prestigious Ferrari, his eyes revealing envy. This is the luxury car he longs for. In comparison, his own Porsche, with 8 previous owners, is truly industrial scrap. Ferraris from far to near. Soon someone noticed the differences of Ferraris. I went and saw what I saw. A fleet of luxury cars. The top 10 divine cars. The aristocracy within Ferraris. Everyone's envious gaze followed the Ferrari sports car. Like a giant shark, the Ferrari parked at the entrance of the magic gate, and the butterfly doors of the driver's cabin slowly opened. You walked out and saw Li Yuangui with an angry face, as well as Yunxi, whose face turned pale with fear. In your heart, you roughly understood the ins and outs of the matter. I heard people around saying that the Porsche owner is demanding a compensation of 100,000 yuan. I took a glance and saw that it's an old model from 4 or 5 years ago, and the Porsche is just slightly dented with a little bit of paint scratched off. That's it. You haven't spoken yet. But Yunxi, who was bowing his head, gathered the courage to speak up. Don't ask my parents for money. I can work and pay you back myself. Hearing this, Li Yuangui's anger came from all directions. He felt an inexplicable jealousy in his heart. Watching you driving a Ferrari, feeling that all his limelight had been stolen by you. Not only that, you are also so rich and good-looking. Thinking about all this, Li Yuangui became even more furious. Working to pay off debts. You poor bastard. How long do you expect me to wait? 3 years? 5 years? Or 10 years? Li Yuangui said loudly, causing dissatisfaction among many people around him. Calling someone a poor bastard, he almost provoked public anger. Many classmates' parents also frowned, thinking that Li Yuangui was spewing nonsense. Do you feel like you're on top of the world driving a Porsche? After thinking for a week, you slowly asked Li Yuangui, "Is this car yours? What's your business?" Li Yuangui weakly responded with a sentence, and then he looked at the timid Yunxi. He vented all his anger on her, saying fiercely, "What are you hiding for? Many pairs of eyes saw that you damaged the car. Why pretend to be innocent? Quickly compensate me. My time is precious." After saying that, Li Yuangui was about to go and confront Yunxi. He wanted to teach the stubborn person a lesson. You pushed away Li Yuangui's hand and said coldly, "An old model Porsche 718, and you're asking for 100,000 right off the bat. Aren't you afraid of getting caught in a lie?" Li Yuangui, like a wolf with its tail stepped on, exclaimed, "Who told you this is an old model? I just got this new car a month ago. Since you're my brother, I won't make things difficult for her. Help her give me 150,000, and we'll consider this matter settled." Li Yuangui felt secretly pleased, thinking he had encountered a naive person. As the owner of a multi-million-dollar luxury car, he decided to add an extra 50,000 to the compensation amount. Sure, but with this minor collision on your 5 to 6-year-old Porsche, it can't afford the cost of repairs. You casually pick up a brick and forcefully smash the front bumper of the Porsche, leaving it in ruins. Then, you look at your masterpiece and laugh, saying, "This is what a 150,000 price tag looks like." You bully too much. That's right, I bullied you. So what? Joke, are you the only one allowed to bully others? Wait for it, I will report. If you have any questions, speak directly to my lawyer. Without waiting for Li Yuangui to finish speaking, you interrupted him and waved your hand, slapping the lawyer's business card onto his body, leaving the rest of the matter to your own lawyer. Having money gives you confidence. With billions of assets lying in your bank account, you wouldn't be afraid of owning not just one, but even 10 or 100 used Porsche sports cars. So cool, my boyfriend is bursting with charm. It feels so secure. Oh my goodness, I think I'm in love. The girls around me are all developing strong feelings for you. Who would refuse a righteous, kind, and wealthy handsome guy? Li Wenxian's beautiful eyes also frequently scrutinize you. The white shirt paired with black casual pants gives off an understated elegance, but the material is definitely not ordinary. It is undoubtedly a privately tailored luxury brand. With the combination of the white shirt and her delicate appearance, she exudes a youthful charm. It's a pity she doesn't play the role of the school heartthrob in movies. Wenxian silently sighed in her heart. Qian, my Prince Charming has appeared. I am going to fall in love, said the girl next to her. Haisai, a senior student. Li Wenxian had a black line on her forehead and said, "You're moving too fast with this relationship." Humph, mind your own business. I think this junior high school student suits my taste. He's domineering and just like a real-life CEO. Classmate, what major are you in? Our school is hard to find, so I'll take you to the dormitory after you register. She has a small chest. Don't listen to her. It's right for me to take the junior. I'll take. Countless male students holding acceptance letters were speechless and wanted to cry. Why were they being received by men, while the beautiful senior sisters were competing to receive you in a Ferrari? At this moment, Li Yuangui looked at the lawyer's business card in Zhou Zhong's hand. It was impossible to deceive anyone for more. Everyone was laughing at him. This matter was not over. He glared fiercely at Yun Shi. Watching you being warmly received by the student in black stockings, not only did she take the initiative to carry your luggage, she also bought you a bottle of sparkling water nearby. At this moment, all the male students who signed up at the entrance were extremely envious of you. The gap was too big. On the first day of entering university, everyone felt the gap between you and them. Although you didn't care about the senior student, it must be said that the service of the student in black stockings was really thoughtful. When you arrived at the dormitory, she laid out your bed in front of the other 3 male freshmen in the same room. After the bed was made, she took out the clothes from his suitcase one by one. Seeing your wrinkled clothes, she carefully smoothed them out and neatly folded them all into the wardrobe. You stood behind her, admiring the curves of the student in black stockings. You were very clear about what she wanted from you. In the past, when you were a poor student, you definitely hated girls like her. But now that you have billions of assets, you can't say you dislike these materialistic girls, nor can you say you like them. Anyway, you give and take, as long as no one loses out. The young man who used to slay dragons has finally become a villain. In the bedroom, the other 3 roommates were dumbfounded, their worldviews shattered. The goddess-like girl was making the bed and tidying up clothes for the guy, something they never even dared to dream of. Now it was happening right in front of them. Completely unbelievable. The studious senior sister, with sweat glistening on her forehead, had a small anticipation in her heart. She thought that if she worked so hard to tidy up, the junior brother would surely praise her and then ask for her contact information. At the staircase, Wang Yanyan looked up at you, who stood at 183 centimeters tall, with anticipation in her eyes. You just smiled faintly and said, "Thank you, senior sister. Next time, I'll treat you to a meal if I have the chance." After saying that, you turned around and went back to get to know your new roommate. Ah, is that it? Wang Yanyan's face was filled with disappointment, feeling no sincerity at all. You said you would treat me to a meal. But you didn't even ask for my contact information. What a joke. Junior brother, add me on WeChat. I can be your tour guide in the city of magic. Wang Yanyan said. The corners of your mouth lifted. Little one, you still want to play hard to get with me. As soon as they entered the dormitory door, 3 pairs of eyes looked straight at Gu Wenqing. Good guy, they want to learn from a master? 4 people in a dormitory, with a bed and table configuration. Each of the 3 were at their own bedside, organizing their belongings. One was a dark-skinned, long and tall boy. There was another with glasses, a thin body, and a smile at the corner of his mouth. Ungainly, his smile always revealed a hint of flirtation. The last one was a foreign boy. His hair was done only after the high school entrance exam. A head of yellow hair, together with fluffy hair, a famous brand, was holding the latest model of Apple's cell phone to report safety to his family. Kana brother, without saying a word, took down the beautiful beauty sister. And also tunes so obedient. Teach us, the dark and tall boy said in a mouthful of old family-flavored Mandarin. Can't teach us, we're just ordinary friends. Gu Qingwen answered truthfully. How can you teach? Unless you can also drive a Ferrari with one hand. Modest brother, school sister has been busy for you for so long, she must be interested in you. In a few days, you two might become boyfriend and girlfriend. The 4 of them exchanged pleasantries with each other. The fashionable boy was called Huang Zicheng, a local of Magic City. The dark and tall Zhou Tao, from the countryside, always spoke with a slight accent. The other thin man who wore glasses and showed a sao when he smiled was called Zhang Xiaohong. Zhou Tao grinned when he heard the name. Why is this name like a pussy? Huang Zicheng also laughed out loud. Zhang Xiaohong didn't care and instead said it was called being different. Everyone introduced themselves, and the 4 of them were considered to really know each other. As the 3 chatted, Huang Zicheng, who was holding a cell phone, suddenly cursed. Bah! This scum really disgraced the face of the man's all over, said the cell phone to the 3 people to see. Magic City University on-campus forum. There are onlookers students to Porsche Claims event released on the campus network. Porsche 718 schoolboy arrogant remarks, the poor is the matter of more. Shouting girls to claim a sky-high price. Porsche 718 car arrogant and domineering. Let the girl sell her house to lose money. Amazing. Freshman driving a $10 million Ferrari sports car. Hero to save the girl. Smashing is good. If the whole Porsche is smashed to pieces, it's even more frustrating. Information on the owner of the Porsche 718, Li Yuan Gue. I'm looking for the contact information of my Ferrari man. About the incident that happened at the school gate today. It exploded on the school's intranet. With that, the parties involved, Gu Wenqing and Li Yuan Gue, also have popularity in the school. The difference was that Li Yuan Gue was all cursed and the internet was full of people spraying him. Crap, a $10 million Ferrari sports car. This is too bullish, Zhou Tao said with a shocked face. If I were to drive this kind of sports car, picking up girls wouldn't be easy. Zhang Xiaohong obscenely lamented. Huang Zicheng, a local of Magic City, was also envious, although his family was in good condition, but not to mention a $10 million sports car. $1 million limousine house wouldn't have bought him. This is the gap. Can open up more than $20 million Ferrari rich second generation. His family must have at least more than $1 billion assets. It smaller pattern. Maybe 10 billion. People are more angry than people. So rich, his family must be doing real estate, medical or something like that. Everyone enviously lamented for a while, suddenly realized that just Gu Wenqing sitting on the bed did not produce in. Zhou Tao grinned and said, Old Gu, what do you think a rich second generation who drives a $10 million sports car's family does? Maybe it's an ordinary person. Gu Wenqing replied. Before he got the system, his family was indeed from the county, a very ordinary family. Ha ha, old Gu was really humorous. Everyone laughed, not realizing that the owner of the Ferrari Rafa they were discussing was right in front of them. Gu Wenqing was also too lazy to identify himself. They would know it themselves later. Gu Wenqing also wasn't going to stay in the dormitory for too long, although the house prices in Magic City were desperate. For Gu Wenqing, who was worth $10 billion, there was no neighborhood he couldn't afford as long as he liked it. Magic City, known as the first mansion of the Townsend. He wanted to buy a set, not enough on 10 sets. Anyway, he is not the most lack of money. When he buys a house, Gu Wenqing is going to move out. 302 girls dormitory. The only people in the 4-person dorm room were Wen Qian and Wang Yanran. The two had received the new students for half a day and had sweated a lot. They were tired. At this time, they had both taken a bath and were lying on their respective beds. Wen Qian wanted to speak for a long time, and finally gathered the courage to open the mouth to ask, You added to the school brother WeChat? Humph. When my mother's beauty plan came out. Of course he obediently obeyed. Wang Yanyan wrinkled her small nose and said proudly, That. Hey, forget it. When Qian originally wanted to ask Wang Yanyan for her schoolmate's V letter, but she felt that it was not a good practice, so she had to give up. 10 days, I will definitely take down my schoolmate within 10 days. Wang Yanyan kicked her long white legs and said, can't hang on to Gu Pingyi's appetite. Time waits for no one. Her schoolmate wasn't bad looking and was extremely rich, so she was afraid that things would change over time. In case she gets cheaper than the other sexy girls, she will have no place to cry. When Qian reminded her, don't eat the chicken without eating the rice. Wang Yanyan, however, does not care. She is not stupid. How can she lose? She opened Vmail, took a picture, edited the words and sent it to her schoolmate. Gu Wenqing is discussing with the 3 dormitory roommates where to go to get together in the evening. We all get together in the south and north of the sky. This night is definitely not less drinking. Gu Wenqing's cell phone rang. He did not care, and continued to brag with Zhou Tao and their farting. Huang Zicheng suddenly said, you can bring your family to the dinner tonight, right? I'll bring my girlfriend if I can. Crap, it's hard to tell. Huang Zicheng, your thick eyebrows betrayed us too. How can you let me in glasses? The 2 single dogs. Be embarrassed, Zhou Tao yelled. Low key. If the conditions allow, let her call her dorm roommates as well. The opportunity is yours to grasp. Huang Zicheng laughed. Gu Wenqing listened to them bragging for a while and remembered that her Ferrari was still parked at the entrance of the school. To drive a car into the school grounds, one must go to the security office to register with this school. Gu Wenqing said hello to the 3 of them and left the dormitory. Hot summer day. The cicadas in the trees screamed summer. Gu Wenqing's favorite thing about summer. There was less fabric in the summer. All kinds. Short skirts, long legs, dazzling people. Without the attributes of the Ferrari. The small handsome Gu Wenqing walking on the university campus also still attracted many female students to look back. Bang! Ouch! There was a shout of surprise from the girls. Gu Wenqing only felt that he was hit by a soft bump. A fresh fragrance. Before he could react, the girl who had accidentally bumped into him ran out of the embrace. Ha! Chen Yunxue, you also took the Magic City University? Gu Wenqing was a bit surprised. It was unimaginable that after studying in a university thousands of miles away from home, he could still meet an acquaintance. Chen Yunxue in a JK outfit, white shirt sailor suit, wearing a light blue bow tie at the collar, bulging in front, the lower body light blue plaid skirt, to the calves of the white short silk set off the legs white and tender. How do you recognize me? May I ask who you are? Chen Yunxue asked suspiciously. She had no memory of the somewhat handsome boy in front of her. I'm also from Yeyang First Middle School. Gu Wenqing smiled bashfully. The other party was the recognized school flower of Yeyang No. 1 middle school and high school, and there were countless boys inside and outside the school who liked her. While he was just a mediocre poor student in high school, it was normal for Chen Yunxue not to recognize him. Their only previous encounter, or 2 classes in the same section of the physical education class, the 2 played badminton together. Gu Wenqing thought that the schoolgirl would have some impression of him. It seemed that he had overthought it. Gu Wenqing said no more and left directly. So what if it was a schoolgirl? There was no way he, who was worth tens of billions of dollars, would be a licking dog. Yunxue? Who was that guy just now? Behind the school flower, a boy with lighter skin and a Korean white boy type walked up and asked. This boy was called Chu Bo Trace. He was classmates with Chen School Flower in high school, and was also a famous rich second generation in Yeyang First Middle School. He pursued Chen School Flower for 3 whole years, learned that Chen School Flower to take the Magic City University. He will be the butt of the volunteer into the Magic City University. As soon as he came out, he met a man taller than himself hitting on his goddess, and he was a little jealous in his heart. High school alumni, Chen Yunxue said. At the sound of the voice, a trace of darkness flashed in Chu Bo Trace's eyes. The first thought was that someone was also like him, enrolling in the same university to continue pursuing schoolgirl Chen. What a big nerve! Who in Yeyang First Middle School didn't know that Chen Yunxue was his hand-picked girlfriend? Chu Bo Trace thought to himself, I must give that kid a little color when I have the chance. Chen Yunxue did not want to agree to eat with him. However, Chen Yunxue and Chu Bochuan's parents were friends. It was not good to keep rejecting him, so she agreed to Chu Bochuan's softening. Inside her heart is very hate Chu Bo Trace. Just in the way of sentiment did not show too obvious. The 2 of them walked out of the school gate one after the other. Chu Bochuan recognized Gu Wenqing at a glance. It was him just now. Chu Bo Trace sneered in his heart, but pretended to be a gentleman in front of schoolmarm Chen. Classmate, Yunxue said that you're also from Yeyang First Middle School? He didn't notice that school flower Chen's face was disgusted when she heard him call herself Yunxue. Yes, Gu Wenqing said. Are you waiting for a car here? It just so happens that I have a BMW 5 Series. So if it's on the way, I can give you a ride. Chu Bo Trace said in a pretentious manner. Especially the 6 words "I have a BMW 5 Series" were said so loudly that everyone not far around could hear them. Feeling everyone's shock, his expression gradually dejected, continued to say, "Don't be embarrassed, we are all from the same hometown. To help each other, sitting in a BMW is always more comfortable than squeezing the bus and subway." After the words, Chu Bo-tre's face, written with complacency and show-off color, took out the BMW Kia press, the roadside BMW 5 Series lights flashing. "I go." The surrounding college students were shocked. University can open up the BMW 5 Series, although not compared to Ferrari, but for ordinary people is also very hanging. They looked at Chu Bo-tre's, their faces full of envy. No wonder he was average looking, but the girl beside him was of national color. Enjoying everyone's envious and jealous expressions, Chu Bo-tre's heart was very pleased. Finding the thrill of once pretending in high school. Pretending on the first day of college is really cool. "Oh, no need." Gu Wenqing shook his head and refused. The other side of the words are hidden mystery. The surface is a good intention to send their own. Behind the scenes is in the face of pretending to be a pussy. The Gu Wenqing as a background wall. Using Gu Wenqing as a backdrop. As a stepping stone to his pussyfooting around. "My BMW 5 Series was bought for over $500,000. You shouldn't have sat in such an expensive car yet. You can experience it." Chu Bo-tre's face is written with arrogance. "Kid, you and us are not in the same world at all. Still want to pursue Chen Yunxue? Simply Toad wants to eat swan meat. I have my own car." "What car? Riding a shared bicycle in such a hot day, you're not afraid of heatstroke?" Chu Bo-tre sneered slightly. Gu Qingwen strides forward. The fire-red Ferrari vehicle dazzlingly lit up. Not far from the crowd of millions of sports cars surrounded by people who know that the owner has come. Had to disperse to make a road. "I haven't sat in a BMW 5 Series car. I never sit in a car that costs less than $5 million, Gu Wenqing said as she walked. Gu Wenqing opened the butterfly door and leaned over to sit in it. And with a roar, the beastly roar of the engine rang out, telling that it had top-of-the-line power. In an instant, the air turned quiet. 3 seconds later, a cacophony of voices rang out. "Crap, the Ferrari owner is so young. Over $20 million of Ferrari Rafa. So enviable. He is simply the peak of his life." The crowd looked at the dazzling Ferrari Rafa. Everyone was envious and couldn't wait to replace Gu Wenqing's identity to try the charm of driving a $10 million supercar. Witnessing his love rival driving a Ferrari sports car, Chu Bo-tre seemed to have eaten a rat turd. His face was hard to see. He himself was ruthlessly crushed. Just now, he had been pretending to be a bully in front of Gu Wenqing, vigorously showing off that he owned a 500,000 plus BMW, belittling Gu Wenqing for not being able to afford a $500,000 BMW. He had never thought that the slap in the face would come so quickly, but Gu Wenqing was driving a $20 million Ferrari supercar, in front of the $10 million Ferrari. The $500,000 BMW 5 Series can't even compare to one of the Ferrari's wheels. Gu Wenqing, which is not able to afford to sit in a 500,000 yuan BMW. It was that others simply couldn't look at this kind of low-end car. At this instant, Chu Bo-tre was embarrassed to the extreme. He lost his face in front of Chen Schoolflower. It was so hard for him to ask Chen Schoolflower out, but unfortunately this meal is not going to be eaten. He took advantage of everyone's attention is still on the Ferrari Grey and ran away. In the car, Gu Wenqing was originally registering his vehicle to enter the school, but he never thought that he would half-heartedly pretend to be a pussy. In that case, why not just take a turn around Magic City to familiarize himself with the new environment? Boom! The engine erupted, and the car rushed into the traffic like lightning. On the road, seeing this brand new Ferrari without a license plate, the old drivers were all free of road rage, lest they accidentally hit a luxury Ferrari. On the way, Gu Wenqing received a call from his mom, and after asking him about some enrollment things, he told Gu Wenqing to go to his uncle's house sometime. Gu Wenqing's relatives, the most successful career belongs to the pro-uncle. The uncle's career was flourishing, and he married a local woman from Magic City and had a daughter. These 10 years, the uncle's family New Year's Day also occasionally back to Yeyang. The impression that every year aunt and cousin is a face of arrogance. They from the bottom of their hearts look down on Gu Wenqing family. Mother does not call. Gu Wenqing is absolutely not go to the uncle's house. He remembered that the mother and daughter's blank stare and dislike is annoying. Worship my ass. Now that there's money, it's all about living recklessly, Gu Wenqing said in his heart. Magic City University. Female student 302 dormitory room. Wang Yanyan waited for a reply so long that she almost fell asleep, but she didn't see her schoolmate pay attention to her. She was aggrieved in her heart. This was different from before. In the past, those rich second generation, or boys are message seconds back to their own, but she is still ignored. Often she sent a sentence. The opposite boy-licking dog will return a large series of chat records. The result, today in front of the school brother but failed. The picture was reversed. She had already sent a whole 20 to 30 messages, and her schoolmate hadn't replied a single one. Most importantly, she also sacrificed her color and took a few photos. Photos that she herself looked at and felt so rubbed off in hormonal outbursts. Could it be that schoolmate is with other women? A sense of crisis surged to her heart. No, she cannot sit and wait for death. Wang Yanran gently bit her shell teeth. Her heart crossed, and she clicked on the voice call. On the other side, Gu Wenqing was comfortably enjoying the pleasure brought by the supercar when the cell phone rang. Gu Wenqing, hey, what's up? Facing the tea ceremony girl, one had to have the upper hand. Otherwise the other party would get more and more pretentious. School brother, I know there is a super delicious restaurant in Magic City. Let's go eat together. Okay. Wang Yanran's gentle voice came from the cell phone. Okay, you wait for me at the school entrance. Gu Wenqing just didn't have a noon meal, and when she said that, she was indeed a little hungry, so she agreed. Yay! Not being rejected by Gu Wenqing, Wang Yanyan was elated in her heart. Her fair face was covered in smiles. That smile was the same as the one those dog-licking boys had after they got her reply, commonly known as dog-licking fascinated smile. The people in the bureau couldn't experience it. Wen Qian in the same dormitory, however, saw it clearly, and she sighed in her heart to degree even the department flower Wang Yanyan can't escape becoming a dog licker. If those boys who are pursuing her see the scene, I'm afraid that the boys will go crazy. Wen Qian and Wang Yanran are known as the two golden flowers of the dance department of the Magic University, and are called the dance department flower by the boys in the forums. Their soft body posture and long legs, I don't know how many male compatriots they have charmed. After Gu Wenqing answered the voice, he found that there were dozens of unread messages on Vmail. Do schoolmates like it? Figure. Today this original flavor. School brother can take to collect. School sister, I have a good variety of styles of socks. You can give school brother to see. Picture, a dozen or so assorted selfies. Various colors of silk. Goblin. Damn, how can I top this? Gu Wenqing heart a burst of fire. This is the most energetic age group. It is the opposite sex curiosity. Like to explore new things. Encountered these rubbing seductive selfie pictures. Who tops? Let you fool around first. There will be a time for you to cry later. Gu Wenqing suppressed his desire and stepped on the gas. The Ferrari rushed in the direction of Magic City University. For the beautiful women that were sent to his door, Gu Wenqing said he wouldn't refuse. Now that he had $11 billion in savings on his card, living recklessly was what he was meant to do, and being happy was the most important thing. What is a man's happiness? A lot of money, the success of the cause, with the beautiful woman's throw. Gu Wenqing direct reply, where? Magic City University main gate entrance. The coming and going of the car stream. At this time, Wang Yanyan is carrying a bag standing at the intersection of the main road. A head of long, slightly curly hair draped, already correct features with exquisite makeup, with a little light pink eyeshadow and lipstick, plus a little bit of blush, so that she looks very pure desire. Light brown slimming small short clothes highlight the upper body amplitude, revealing the enchanting small waist. Slender long legs wearing a light-colored mini skirt. White long legs are also affixed with plaid net stockings. Her sexy dress, let the opposite sex that passed by, couldn't help but watch her. Worthy of being a dance student. Wang Yanyan's body and looks were definitely considered to be the top group. Wang Yanyan was very precocious, knowing that her face value was high, and also knowing what she wanted. She never hid her desire for money, but her requirements are also surprisingly high. She added a lot of rich second-generation V-letter, but did not in any of the rich second-generation love scandal. At this time, a Maserati pulled up next to Wang Yanyan. Wang Yanyan, the weather is so hot. Don't stand there. Come to my car and sit for a while. Where are you going? I'll send you there. The boy who drove the Maserati was called Du Ziteng, a senior student in Magic City and a relatively famous rich second generation. Du Ziteng is most keen on picking up girls. With the Maserati, he has dated many girlfriends, and only recently broke up. Just when he was single, he looked at Wang Yanyan more and more beautiful. Discovering that the visitor was Du Ziteng, Wang Yanyan's calm face changed slightly. She had a very bad impression of Du Ziteng, who was showing mercy everywhere. She didn't say anything and directly changed to the side to wait. Du Ziteng wasn't annoyed. Instead he hemmed and hawed and drove the car to Wang Yanyan's front again. My family opened a high-end restaurant in the neighborhood. Today have the time to reward your face and have a meal together? Du Ziteng said with a bit of bragging. He flashed his financial power and fought to take down Wang Yanyan today, and it was enough for him to blow countless bulls in school. Sorry, I have an appointment. And, I'm not free today. I'm not free tomorrow, and I won't be free in the future, so find someone else. Wang Yanyan's face was ice cold and ruthlessly rejected. Being rejected twice, Du Ziting was furious in his heart. He cursed in his heart. The whole school knows that you are a gold-worshipping woman. What pure pretending is it? Got a date? I know all the rich second generation with money in Magic City University. Which one is the one you are dating? Du Ziting's tone carries a bit of envy. Martyr. This kind of special thing was even shortchanged by others. Wang Yanyan had a cold face and didn't want to care about him. Why don't you dare to say his name? Is it because he is not as rich as me and his car is not as good as mine? So you are embarrassed to say it? Du Ziting got the wrong idea and thought that Wang Yanyan was having trouble saying it because her date's condition was not as good as his. He said with a smug look on his face, it's okay that the dating partner's condition is almost better. After all, students like me who drive a million Maserati sports car in college are few and far between. There's no need to compare others with me. Wang Yanyan mouth. Feel this around the side of the buzzing fly annoyed to death. Why hasn't brother White Horse come yet? I purposely wore his favorite. A red Ferrari drove quickly from the distance. Holy shit. Ferrari Rafa. Du Ziting was in the car, and upon seeing the Ferrari, he was incredibly excited and instantly screamed out. It was dangling and super cool. Du Ziting was originally a car lover, and his favorite supercar brand was Ferrari. At this moment, Du Ziting, who was driving a million Maserati, had envy in his eyes, and was envious of the owner who was driving the Ferrari Rafa. And then he froze and watched. As Wang Yanyan got into the passenger side of the Ferrari, he was stunned, especially when he thought of pretending in front of Wang Yanyan before. Is it that he's not as rich as me? And his car is not as good as mine? Now remembering these two sentences, Du Ziting couldn't wait to give himself 2 slaps. Martyr. Himself. A person who drives a starter sports car, even wants to compare his money with someone else who drives a 10 million top supercar. He wants to compete with someone who has a top $10 million supercar for more money. What's wrong with your head? In this instant, Du Ziting was enlightened. No wonder Wang Yanyan didn't even look at him. So he found a super rich nobleman. The woman he had his eye on got into someone else's car. Du Ziting's face was like ashes as he looked at the shadow of the faraway Ferrari. Ding! Host unlocked the new title, Taking People's Favor. Rewarded with a high-grade Western restaurant. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, One-Handed Supercar. One-Handed Ultra Running, greatly improves the host's ability to drive a supercar. Track experience, and equips the host with the qualities of a racing athlete. Blitz reward, 1 Magic A license plate special leopard license plate. The items rewarded by the system will be delivered to the host in a reasonable manner. The host can use them with confidence. As soon as the system's beep finished, Gu Wenqing froze. It turns out that unlocking the title doesn't just reward money and skills, it also rewards stores, license plates and all that? There might be more unexpected rewards in the future. One-handed supercar was a tawdry skill that was more suitable for pretending, especially for flirting with girls. Imagine, one-handed drift, high-speed driving under the S-corner. Think of all feel exciting. This skill with the supercar, I'm afraid that the girl can be stimulated to the peak of the guaranteed to make people want to die. Gu Wenqing's driving level was very much improved as he had a big extra driving experience in his mind. Unfortunately, it was now in the city and the speed limit was very serious. He had nowhere to utilize his empty skills. Ugh, Gu Wenqing sighed, and his lost hand slapped on the long rounded net stocking legs of his co-pilot Wang Yanyan. It's really worthy of practicing dance. This hand feels really great. You're bad. Wang Yanyan's face flushed red as she reached out and smacked away the salty pig hand. What? Just now on the internet was the king of oral sex, teasing my blood. How come you wimped out as soon as you met? Gu Wenqing said while driving. It's developing too fast. I'm afraid. Wang Yanyan said weakly. Gu Wenqing frowned. If you're afraid, just do as you're told. And send me less of those rubbing photos a day. Just build the fire and not care about extinguishing it. He. I don't care. Wang Yanyan stretched out her long legs and continued. Dang. Am I pretty in net stockings? Wang Yanyan's leg length is really long. The leg type is not like a bamboo pole kind of. Her type of leg round and show straight. Belong to the kind of not thin and not fat type. This leg plus the fishing net stockings. There is a different flavor. I have to say that her leg type was the best Gu Wenqing had ever seen. Why are your legs so long? It's all the way to my side. If you want me to touch your leg, just say so. Gu Wenqing shamelessly touched a few more times to get over his addiction. Wang Yanyan's red face, humph. Don't you just want to see the net stockings? I'm so obedient you not only don't praise people, but also take advantage of me. So bad. Hungry, right? Seeing as you're so obedient, I'll treat you to a big meal. Gu Wenqing laughed. He just happened to pass by a 5-star hotel. There were many luxury cars parked in front of the hotel. Bentley, Rolls-Royce, and a few sports cars. This kind of 5-star hotel entrance only allowed ultra-luxury level vehicles to be parked on the ground. and vehicles that were not qualified could only be parked in the underground parking garage. Gu Wenqing drove more than $20 million of Ferrari Laffa straight to the door of the hotel. The porter looked at the Ferrari and hurriedly took the empty parking space on the no parking barricade. Arriving at the five-star hotel, Wang Yanyan's heart is apprehensive. What is the school brother going to do? Opening a room? Although she acquiesced that with the passage of time the two would sooner or later come to this step. But today open? This development progress is also too fast, right? Wang Yanyan hardened her head and found a lousy reason. Stammered and said, school brother, my great-aunt is still not finished. What is your head thinking about all day? Gu Wenqing felt angry and amused, directly giving her little head a finger snap. Who says coming to a hotel has to be a room? There are private kitchens here, okay? We're only eating in peace today, not talking about non-vegetarian matters. Oh, okay. Wang Yanyan nodded her head obediently. Although she is a materialistic girl, she is a good girl, usually like to post some rubbing photos. In fact, she even still has her first love. The two came to the restaurant and Gu Wenqing handed her the menu. Wang Yanyan took a look at it and exclaimed that it was really expensive. She looked at the price of the dishes on the menu that could easily cost hundreds or thousands, and just felt her head spinning. She is just a student from an ordinary family. The back Hermes bag on her body is she saved for 1 or 2 years before she bought. Whichever thought of 5-star hotels randomly a private chef specialty's signature dishes are fast top her a bag of money. It's a pity that you don't eat signature dishes here. Price is not a problem, as long as the flavor is good. Gu Wenqing see her delay. He directly ordered 5 or 6 special signature dishes. Wang Yanyan only saw her schoolmate, hooked a few dishes in the most expensive dishes, and finally hooked 2 bottles of red wine. On the price list, the price of the red wine startled her. The unit price of 1 bottle was $88,888. 2 bottles is close to $180,000. Wang Yanyan felt that her eyes were spent, and she repeatedly looked at it for a while before she dared to believe that it was true. The schoolmate had spent nearly $180,000 to order 2 bottles of red wine, together with those signature dishes. Wouldn't this meal cost more than $200,000? Schoolmate spent a year's worth of hard work or years of savings on one meal. Is this the life of the rich? Spending money like dirt. School brother is also too handsome. Wang Yanyan's little head was even more dizzy, and her face was flushed like she had just drunk red wine. Wang Yanyan felt like she was living in a dream. This kind of high-quality life is something she didn't dare to think about before. After ordering the dishes, the two sat together and chatted pleasantly about interesting things. After a while, the waiter pushed the food cart and served all the dishes. Gu Wenqing asked the waiter to open a bottle of red wine, another bottle he was going to bring back to occasionally taste when he couldn't sleep. Gu Wenqing asked, "It's said that those who study dance have soft bodies." Hearing his schoolmate ask this question, Wang Yanyan's first thought was a degree more poses can be unlocked. Feeling Wang Yanyan's odd look, Gu Wenqing frowned. "What did you think of again? This is a serious question from me." Wang Yanyan skimmed her mouth. "Then can you take your hand off my leg?" "Can't help it." Wang Yanyan shy, bad egg. A meal 2 people eat very satisfied. Gu Wenqing took advantage of some hand. Intention is not yet finished. Ding dong. Gu Wenqing Apple's cell phone rang. At this time, the good people on the side of his hand is not empty. Then let Wang Yanyan open the speakerphone. A nice female voice came from the phone. "May I ask, is Gu Wenqing?" "Mr. Gu," getting an affirmative response. She continued, "Hello Mr. Gu, I'm the staff of the Magic City license plate auction. Your 20 million premium auction license plate Shanghai A11111. After the transfer and licensing are by the auction house for your service. The system rewards the special license plate." Gu Wenqing is very satisfied with this cowhide license plate number. If there is no system operation, this kind of leopard license plate of Mordor out of more money also have no chance to buy. Mordor is one of China's 4 first-tier cities, but also the economic center of China. Mordor's local license plate is very difficult to shake. Shaking the license plate number of the winning rate than the capital of China is still difficult. In the Magic City has a local license plate is far more difficult to realize than to buy a car. How many Mordor locals shaking a number is to years as a unit? And finally really cannot shake only the second to buy new energy vehicles. After all, buy new energy vehicles do not need to shake. As you can imagine, the ordinary license plate in Mordor is so difficult to shake. Not to mention the Shanghai A11111 this kind of cowhide license plate. This is how many rich and powerful people can't wait to get the chance to pretend to be the best. Open the speakerphone. Wang Yanyan heard clearly. She opened her mouth. The whole person is stunned. What did she hear? Schoolmate bought a license plate at a premium of 20 million. And that's just a 20 million premium. The total transaction price must be in billions? The premium of $20 million alone can buy a large apartment in the busiest part of Magic City. I'm not sure how much money I have, but I'm not sure how much money I have. so I'm not sure how much money I have. Wang Yinyan felt that her imagination is not enough. Before she just thought that the rich people is only food, clothing, housing and transportation luxury some, but would not have thought at all that there would be someone who would buy a license plate with hundreds of millions of dollars. This world is too crazy. The life of a rich person is completely unimaginable to her. She was still in amazement and didn't realize that someone had already touched the soft. The call was still going on. Mr. Gu, are you still there? I'm in. Our auction house still has a celebrity license plate Luazi 8888 up for auction. May I ask if Mr. Gu is interested? The staff of the auction house was afraid that Gu Wenqing wouldn't understand, and explained, there are only 2,000 Shanghai AZ license plates, and in the 1990s a Shanghai AZ license plate was auctioned for 300,000 yuan. In addition to its economic value, the Shanghai AZ license plate also has a historical value. Gu Wenqing heard that the license plate is so rare, and with his financial strength will buy more luxury cars in the future. There is no reason not to buy. Gu Wenqing did not hesitate to directly say the price. The price of Shanghai AZ 8888 license plate is 5 million. Gu Wenqing said directly, so cheap? Buy it. I'm at the Zilela 5-star hotel. Come over directly. The staff of the auction house, after hanging up the phone, was filled with respect for Gu Wenqing. A $5 million license plate is still cheap? Shanghai AZ 8888 compared to his premium 20 million to buy the license plate is indeed not worth mentioning. To 5 million is not a small amount. How many families' poor life cannot earn 5 million? And Mr. Gu was quick to spend 5 million to buy a license plate of little use. She thought quietly, if I had $5 million I would definitely buy a house. In this instant, she was curious about Mr. Gu Wenqing. Listening to the voice on the phone, Mr. Gu should be relatively young. She picked up the mirror and started to make up, but she was going to meet Mr. Gu later. She had to dress herself to perfection. Zilela 5-star hotel. Wang Yanyan had not yet got over it. When she heard that her schoolmate had bought another license plate for $5 million, with the $1 billion license plate in front of her, buying another license plate for $5 million didn't surprise her too much. She came back to her senses, only to realize that her body was tingling. Gently slapped off the soft massage hand. She blushed, don't move around. Gu Wenqing laughed, I'll just put it on top. Don't move. Bah, shameless. The two flirted, and the middle-aged men who heard the call not far from the side spoke with sarcasm. Ha ha, but also a premium of 20 million yuan bought Shanghai a 11111 license plate. Put here to sing a duet? Nowadays, young people are too impatient, daydreaming all day long, not doing anything practical. One of the men shook on the Bentley key people, body with the smell of alcohol, said, little girl, don't get caught up in the Bentley. Little girl, don't be fooled by this kid. Shanghai a 11111 license plate is simply impossible to auction. The person who owns this license plate in the Magic City business community is a dignified figure. He is not bad at all. So this is in front of you to make a show of it. The Bentley man finished, but also intentionally or unintentionally revealed his Bentley keys hanging on his pants. A few of them drank some white wine. There are a few drunkenness. Wine is a knife in the head of the word color. Found Wang Yanyan so beautiful, more or less have some other thoughts, and saw Gu Wenqing there blindly pretending. They directly went up to poke the lie. It is best to make the girls have a distaste for the male. Then they'll have a chance. Young man, see, you are so young. I as a person who has come before remind you that you still need to walk the right path. You need to be down to earth and do things. The Bentley man said in the tone of an elder, but his eyes kept staring at Wang Yanyan's long legs. You see, I do things diligently. Now I have 3 suites in Magic City, multiple cars under my name, and a few days ago, I also brought up a new Bentley car. The Bentley man was pretending to be happy, but Wang Yanyan was shocked by his lewd expression, and was very disgusted with him. She thought to herself, it's still good to be a schoolmate, unlike him who is such a colorful lot. Gu Wenqing sat calmly, quietly listening to the Bentley man pretending in front of him. Yeah, my big brother is cowhide. Big Brother's company makes more than $10 million profit a year. Big Brother is worth hundreds of millions. Young man, you should learn more from our big brother. A few people who ate together next to him were also patting the Bentley man's rainbow farts. The Bentley man smiled arrogantly. He was just rich and powerful. Wang Yanyan wanted to fight back, but was stopped by Gu Wenqing. Gu Wenqing slowly said, have you guys said enough? Are you done pretending? You're worth hundreds of millions? You earn $10 million a year? Is this achievement worth bragging about? Gu Wenqing said with disdain. Gu Wenqing threw the Ferrari keys onto the table and opened his cell phone bank balance, smiley face. The interest on my deposit for a year is higher than your company's profit for a year. At the sound of the voice, several men were dumbfounded. When they saw the series of numbers on the bank card, the Bentley man couldn't believe it was real. 1, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 10 million, 100 million, 1 billion, 10 billion inch, 1, 10, 100, 1000, 100,000, 100,000, 100,000, 100 million, 100 million, 100 million, 100 million, 100 million, individual, 10, 100, 1000, million, 100,000, million, million, billion, billion, 10 billion inch. He counted the whole thing 3 times and it really was an 11-digit deposit. What did they see? A young man with tens of billions of deposits on his bank card. My goodness. All of them were scared enough. They simply couldn't imagine that by casually pretending to be a pussy, they had actually pretended to be on the head of a big brother, caked on a steel plate. At this moment, they only felt their bodies soften, and their alcohol woke up, and they collapsed to the ground in a state of disorientation. They kept saying, $10 billion. The vignette ended. Due to drinking some red wine, the Ferrari could not be driven. Gu Wenqing took a taxi and let Yan Yanhuang go back to school by herself. He had to deal with the licensing next. In front of the Ferrari, the beautiful woman from the auction house wearing a professional outfit and black silk high heels was waiting for Gu Wenqing with information clutched to her chest. Inside the cab, Wang Yanyan was deeply shocked again. Tens of billions of 11-bit deposits. Although she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she had heard it all from those men. He really has tens of billions? Wang Yanyan believed and didn't believe. Believe because Gu Wenqing drove a supercar of more than $10 million and spent more than $200,000 on a simple meal, purchasing a license plate at a premium of $20 million. All these are enough to show that the schoolmate's family is not normally rich. Don't believe it because an 18-year-old freshman student with tens of billions of deposits in his card. How absurd is this? Even if the family is very rich, it's impossible to give the child tens of billions of pocket money. How did I become hesitant? She used to be a character who dared to love and hate. Wang Yanyan laughed. What is there to guess? Directly asked the schoolmate. Wang Yanyan took her cell phone and directly typed, what those old colorful batch said just now is true. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands dirty. Natu. Receiving the message, Wang Yanyan breathed a sigh of relief. Her whole person became relaxed. After learning that her schoolmate didn't have a $10 billion deposit, not only did she not lose heart, but her mood turned pleasant. It's good that it's fake. I'm afraid I'm even more unworthy of you, Wang Yanyan said silently in her heart. Nothing she, only beauty to take the hand. In front of the schoolmate's heart she will always bring a little inferiority. Shilai Lu 5-star hotel. Yang Yamo waited quietly. She saw a handsome young boy, walking towards himself. The boy himself clean and full of youthful wear, with a height of 180, juvenile sense, very handsome. She could not help but look at 2 more eyes. However, the more the handsome boy walked closer and closer, Yang Mo's little heart also could not help but beat fiercely. He can't be Gu Wenqing. Mr. Gu, right? Yang Mo couldn't help but ask in his heart. A person who casually paid a premium of 2,000 to purchase a license plate, and then like a sprinkle of 5 million to get his hands on another license plate. It shouldn't be possible to be so handsome, right? In people's deep-rooted hearts, they always think that people can't be perfect, and there should be very few people in the world, rich and handsome, long and tall, perfect people, right? But when the boy walked up to him and said, how did you guess my car is a Ferrari? She got excited. Mr. Gu is so young and handsome. It was simply the prototype of the overbearing president in the novel. Yang Yamo reacted sluggishly for a moment, her tone with a bit of stuttering. Gu. Mr. Gu? Gu Wenqing nodded. You haven't answered my question yet. Yang Yamo smiled because Ferrari isn't licensed as far as this place is concerned. Gu Wenqing felt stupid to have asked such an idiotic question. It was his own fault for forgetting that the Ferrari Lafa didn't have a license plate. I drank some wine. You drive. Gu Wenqing threw the car keys to her. Ah. I didn't bring any flats. Yang Mo was dumbfounded. Black stockings plus high heels made Yang Mo's figure plus tall and sexy. Her features were not as good as Wang Yanran's, but she was still a rare beauty. Gu Wenqing frowned. The supercar was a 2-seater, and it was simply impossible to call a valet. It seems that the only way is to buy a pair of shoes. Gu Wenqing Wenjun, what size shoes do you wear? Size 38. Okay, wait for me here. I'll go buy you a pair of shoes. Gu Wenqing said and went to find a shoe store. Yang Mo was touched. Mr. Gu was really a gentleman, seeing the high heels he was wearing, so he let her wait in place. Instead he went to buy shoes for himself. If you do other rich second generation, you definitely won't do this. Yang Mo, who works in the auction house, can't help but come into contact with some rich people. And a lot of rich people just use women as a tool to show off and vent. Soon, Gu Wenqing bought shoes and came back. Yang Mo sat in the Ferrari, put his legs out of the other side, lowered his head and prepared to change. Yang Mo covered her shirt with both hands and removed the high heels from her feet. Gu Wenqing deliberately said, "Hurry up. It's not like I mind that your feet stink. I don't. My feet don't stink. Don't believe you smell it." Yang Mo was ashamed and angry. Facing the $10 million Ferrari sports car, sitting in the driver's seat, Yang Mo could not make a move. She has driven a lot of cars. Ferrari sports car. Still, sitting in the Ferrari, her hands were busy and she didn't know how to drive. Gu Wenqing was watching from the sidelines and was straight up happy. Yang Mo's silly look was quite cute. First turn on the ignition like this, then the handbrake here, and then, Gu Wenqing had to be next to Yang Mo, hand in hand to teach her. On the way will not inevitably have some physical contact. Yang Mo and made a few big red face. Navigation as long as half an hour away. Yang Mo hard to drive close to an hour before arriving. I don't know how many car owners on the road cursing. Ferrari sports car driving at turtle speed. Really blind such a good sports car. On the road, Gu Wenqing shouted at her to accelerate and asked her to step on the gas. Yang Mo directly said, "I'm afraid. I can't afford to pay in case of a crash." Gu Wenqing joked, "If you can't afford it, you can give me the car." Yang Mo, you don't mind that I'm old. A woman is old enough to hold a golden brick. Not to mention that this society is now popular with the imperial sister. Humph. Men's mouth lying ghost. Yang Mo beamed. Saying this on her mouth, her heart is happy. Rich, beautiful and tall, with such a sweet mouth. It's over. It's over. Which woman can top that? Time passed. Gu Wenqing drank a cup of tea, the license plate on the good Ferrari Rafa on the Shanghai A11111. The other Luazi 8888 stay first. Next time to buy a car and then on. Bah, the tea is still so bad. Gu Wenqing said, "It seems that my age is only suitable for drinking some fatty water or something like that. I can't believe you're only 18. Yang Mo knew Gu Wenqing's real age when he was on the license plate. Yeah, strange? I'm just asking. I thought you weren't very old before, but I didn't realize that you weren't even 20 years old. Alas, seeing your age, I feel like I'm really old." Yang Mo was a little emotional. "How old are you?" Gu Wenqing asked back. 24 years old. Gu Wenqing smiled and said, 6 years older than me. Won't I earn a lot to hold Diamond Mountain? You're annoying. Everything was busy. The two added V-mail to each other. Yang Mo had to go to work and left. Gu Wenqing's alcohol had also sobered up, so he drove the Ferrari back to Magic City University. At the entrance of the school, the Ferrari was again greeted with many gasps of surprise. After Gu Wenqing got out of the car and registered the vehicle, the Ferrari roared as it traveled the campus. Before parking the car and entering the door, he heard the sound of ghosts and wolves in the dormitory. As soon as Gu Wenqing entered, Zhou Tao walked up and said loudly, "Old Gu, you found a treasure. Today that good-looking sister in the Magic City University can be famous. She is known as one of the art department's school flower. Grandma's bear. No wonder she looks so pretty. At that time I thought it was because of the high quality of the girls in Mordor University. Whichever thought that the face value of that school sister is the top handful. Good guy. The department flower is chasing after you. Old Gu, this time you can earn a lot." As soon as Gu Wenqing came back, the three people in the dormitory kept talking, their faces full of envy towards Gu Wenqing. Cough, cough. After the envy, Huang Zicheng still had a trace of scruples in his heart. He spoke out to remind, "Many people say that the department flower sister is a bit gold digging. You can take it easy and spend money sensibly." Gu Wenqing smiled and said that he and Wan Yanran were just ordinary friends. Zhou Tao's sharp eye saw Gu Wenqing with red wine. He hemmed and hawed and ran to the toilet, took out the mouthwash cup, the corkscrew to open the red wine. Gulp 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 gulp, a cup full of red wine. Zhou Tao directly bull drink, and burped after drinking. Crap, this red wine taste can be much better than the $35 a bottle in our town. Zhang Xiaohong poured a glass and drank it with style. Seen the world of Huang Zicheng. Fixed eyes. This red wine brand familiar seems to have seen where. It was at my cousin's friend's banquet. Crap, the price of this brand of red wine is at least 20,000 to 30,000 to start. Crap, what a waste. Tens of thousands of dollars of red wine should be savored carefully, which cannot be like drinking Coke vigorously pour. Huang Zicheng looked at the red wine with a small half left. His heart ached to death. What? Tens of thousands of dollars of red wine? Zhou Tao was dumbfounded, shocked and said, "Then wouldn't I have just drunk $5,000 to $6,000 in one sip? I'll go. I drank a semester's living expenses." Zhang Xiaohong was also surprised. "Lao Gu, is this red wine really this expensive? Why didn't you say so earlier?" Gu Wenqing said in a low-key voice, "It's not expensive. Don't worry about drinking it. 80 0008888 of red wine was not expensive at all for him right now. Huang Zicheng's small mouth taste. The taste of this wine is authentic. The taste is even better than the taste in that banquet. Looking at Gu Wenqing, who was full of concern, Huang Zicheng did not say more. The original as a Magic City people. He originally also with a little pride, thought the dormitory a few people should be his family's richest. After this bottle of red wine, he realized he was wrong. The real thigh in this dormitory is Lao Gu. The night came quietly. In the city of lights and wine, the nightlife began. As soon as Gu Wenqing's few people left the dormitory, they saw several sets of girls coming and going. The weather was hot. They were either wearing shorts or short skirts, with their fair legs exposed, and a pair of white shoes or loafers. A pair of white shoes or loafers. Simple dress, but overflowing with the flavor of youth. Zhang Xiaohong looked at the eyes, smiling, whispering that the quality of our Magic City University girls is not bad. Zhou Tao agreed, grinning widely. I've been in my hometown for so long, and I haven't seen as many pretty women as I've seen in one day today. Huang Zicheng bristled. Girls in big cities will dress up a bit, as long as the base is not bad, casually messing around with makeup, surely more attractive than those plain-faced girls in small cities. The four of them walked and talked, and found a barbecue stall not far from the school gate and sat down. Huang Zicheng's girlfriend is also in the Magic City local university. Attending the school is a 2. From the Magic City University distance is not far, more than 10 kilometers. Huang Zicheng and his girlfriend on the phone. They have been on the way. Did her roommate come? Zhou Tao asked hurriedly. Huang Zicheng laughed. Don't worry, are coming. The opportunity to seize it yourself. The four of them first ordered some barbecue, beer and waited. About 20 minutes or so, the four girls got out of the cab. Wenhuan, here. Huang Zicheng shouted excitedly in the direction of the girls. Zhou Tao and the others saw from a long distance away a tall girl with a high face value, followed by 3 girls walking towards them. Zhou Tao's eyes glowed. Lao Gu, beautiful girl. She's too pretty to look at. The one at the front I've got my eye on first. You guys can't grab it. Gu Wenqing followed the direction and looked over. The girl in the lead was really good looking. A head of long brown hair, pink blouse, light gray denim shorts underneath, white straight long legs wrapped in white socks. Her feet stepped on a pair of casual white shoes. The girl's eyes are really good looking. Eyes like they will smile. Let people see these eyes, mood will become a little pleasant. Huang Zicheng said with some resentment. Crap, a friend's wife is not to be bullied. That one is my girlfriend. What? Your girlfriend? Zhou Tao was dumbfounded. Zhang Xiaohong was also a bit dumbfounded. If Gu Wenqing had a girlfriend with this kind of face value, the two wouldn't be surprised. After all, old Gu was a handsome mess. And with Huang Zicheng being so average looking, his girlfriend's face value was surprisingly so high. Li Wenhuan led her 3 roommates to the barbecue stall, and seeing the dirty and messy environment, her brows knit tightly, and her heart was somewhat not very happy. It was hard for her to call out her 3 roommates and ride more than 10 kilometers by car, but as a result, Huang Zicheng chose such a poor store to eat. She inwardly felt that she had lost face in front of her roommates. It was the first time Zhang Xiaohong had come into contact with such a beautiful girl from a distance, and she had wanted to say more, but her tongue ended up swirling and she said dryly, disciple, brother, sister, good. Zhang Xiaohong was the oldest in the dormitory, so she called Huang Zicheng's girlfriend her younger sibling. What did you call me? Li Wenhuan frowned, his tone a bit bad. Huang Zicheng smiled awkwardly, rubbed his nose and said, first, he's older than me. It's right to call you younger sibling. Temporary boyfriend is also boyfriend. Li Wenhuan had a condescending look on his face. You haven't been converted yet. Don't publicize it all day long. Zhou Tao froze. What? City people can really play male and female friends and temporary. Huang Zicheng smiled bitterly. Alas, it's hard to explain. It hasn't been corrected yet. At the sound of the voice, Zhou Tao and Zhang Xiaohong looked at each other and smiled. No wonder it. Not yet a boyfriend and girlfriend. Huang Zicheng dresses up like a non-mainstream one day. Want to chase such a beautiful girl must be a lot of effort to do. The 4 girls sat down next to each other. Li Wenhuan's 3 roommates originally wanted to come to see the Magic University of male growth, handsome or not. If all aspects of the conditions are good, you can first add a contact to each other to talk. As a result, from a distance, people black clothes soil Zhou Tao, and thin as a monkey like Zhang Xiaohong. 3 people are full of disappointment. After sitting down and seeing Gu Wenqing, I go. Long can be really handsome. The gazes of the 3 people frequently looked at Gu Wenqing, who had the highest face value, and Li Wenhuan also followed and looked at him twice more. Li Wenhuan's dormitory. It can be said that the face value is all very good. The 4 people's face value is relatively high, and at a glance they are all city girls. The style of dress, makeup are all dressed up. The style is different. Each has its own style. Su Chocho was wearing a long white dress. Her temperament was very fairy. Mo fell wearing sports tights, plus sports shorts. Usually like to work out. Skin slightly wheat color, but the body and appearance is very positive. The lowest value of the face is Dai Shi, wearing a small white t-shirt. The lower body is a short denim skirt. Her skin white to shiny. That exposed in the air white arms and legs special attract people's attention. Gu Wenqing cannot help but sigh. A white cover 100 ugly. Generation of she's face value compared to the other three slightly lower, but coupled with this white to the luminous skin, but is the most attractive girl in the four people. We all introduced each other and got acquainted initially. The wine was halfway through. Mo Lu suddenly asked, Gu Wenqing, do you work out a lot? Gu Wenqing took a sip of beer and asked rhetorically, why do you ask? After living for 18 years, Gu Wenqing hadn't entered a gym once in these 18 years. Mo Lu's eyes glowed as she said, I've seen the 8-pack abs. Oh, such great muscles that are streamlined. It's impossible for people who don't work out often to have them. Just now when everyone was drinking and chatting, it was a bit hot. Gu Wenqing lifted the corner of his shirt slightly upwards, and was noticed by Mo Lu. Gu Wenqing couldn't say that it was rewarded by the system. Smiled and said, this is all seen by you. I especially like working out. Wow, that's great. I have a fitness companion. Have time to meet together to exercise. I just did the annual fitness card. We can both use it together. Mo Lu said happily. Good. You're too much. You want to tease big handsome Gu so soon? Li Wenhuan giggled. Su Chocho bumped Daishi's arm and whispered, eyes are sticking to someone else. If you like him, chase him before it's too late. Can't you see that Mo Lu has made the first move? Daishi's fair face reddened. Toned softly, no, only met him for the first time. How could I possibly like him? Woman, don't regret it later. 2 dormitories, 8 people were chatting vigorously. Suddenly there was a loud bang. All of the people in the store looked towards the direction of the loud noise. The tables and chairs in front had been overturned to the ground. F***ck. What the F***ck are you pretending to be innocent in front of me? Give face to face right. Several men cursed while the leader slapped the short-haired woman on the head. Gu Wenqing frowned. At this time, the short-haired girl was knocked to the ground. Gu Wenqing's eyes narrowed. The long-haired girl behind her he recognized. Chen Yunxue, the school beauty from her high school days. Just a few minutes ago, a few drunks saw the innocent young girl. One of them reached out and tried to pull Chen Yunxue, smiling lewdly. How much is it to accompany you for one night? This infuriated Chen Yunxue, and Lu Yao, the short-haired girl she was traveling with, cursed. Psycho. The man was directly angered. He directly punched Lu Yao in the head. Then a few other drunks also joined in. Lu Yao endured the pain and blocked Chen Yunxue behind her, so that Chen Yunhua was not affected. The leader of the drunks did not stop, while hitting, yelling, I fucking gave you face. It's a blessing of 8 lifetimes that I've taken a liking to you. The one in the lead yanked Lu Yao's hair hard and dragged him to the side of a few drunks, and he held up the table to smash it hard. The schoolflower who had never been surrounded by people and pleasing them had never encountered such a thing. Chen Schoolflower is very helpless. Desperate. The surrounding people who were eating were also startled. Some took out their cell phones to call the police, and some took cell phones to take pictures and record videos. Too rampant. Simply ignoring the law. Heroes save beauty who do not want to, but the other side of the person more people fighting and strong. Mingzabeo is the right choice. I called the police. Wait for the police to deal with it. They are so hateful. I hope justice comes quickly. Marred. It's all because I'm dizzy from drinking. My body has no strength. Someone said. Some of them were students of Magic University. Directly recognizing one of the girls as the school flower level goddess Chen Yun on the school's online website. The red-haired girl saw many people avoiding them. 1 or 2 dodging their eyes and not even trying to come forward to help. Her eyes were red. There were so many people on the scene. If they all went together, they could definitely stop the drunks from being violent. But this kind of thing everyone chooses to keep their heads above water, and can't blame others. Seeing that the table was about to hit Lu Yao, Gu Wenqing stood up. The 3 roommates shouted, Old Gu, don't go. Already called the police. Don't try to be brave. Gu Wenqing ignored it and rushed directly towards the charge. Don't worry, I've practiced. Gu Wenqing was the one who possessed the skill, invincible. He didn't put these punks in his eyes at all. The hanging hearts of the girls present had the slightest bit of comfort. The red-haired girl saw hope. In this instant, Gu Wenqing he seemed to be the light in the darkness. The girls only had one thought, it really warms the heart. It's hard not to love him. Gu Wenqing had already rushed over. He was very fast. Seeing that the drunkard was about to slam down with the table raised, Gu Wenqing dashed over with a whip kick. Before the drunkard could react, he was kicked in the face and lay on the ground like a dead pig. With this blow from him, the drunks around the beating man also reacted. F***CKU. looking for death. Facing the oncoming and big man, Gu Wenqing advanced instead of retreating, not caring about the countless punches that hit his body. Every punch he swung out hit the drunkard's head hard. Boom! Boom! Huge bangs rang out in bursts. 7 punches passed. Nearly instantly, they all lost consciousness, faces full of blood. This was still Gu Wenqing purposely leaving his hand. Otherwise their jaws would have been dislocated. The drunkard who was first kicked off cleared his head. F***ck. I'm going to chop you to death, said the knife rushing towards Gu Wenqing. Seeing this scene, everyone's heart tightened, praying in their hearts that nothing would happen to him. Gu Wenqing frowned. It seemed that he was still too kind, and his strength was used sparingly. Gu Wenqing instantly rushed up, with the invincible skill, which is the opposite side of this kind of drunken bag can be compared. In an instant, Gu Wenqing threw dozens of punches, beating the drunkard until he vomited blood and fell to the ground. From afar, Huang Zichang was shocked with his mouth hanging open. In just a moment, old Gu had set things right. Crap, this is too bullish. Zhou Tao and Zhang Xiaohong were also shocked with wide eyes and nodded in agreement. Gu Wenqing this moment he was like a god of war. It gave people a feeling that Gu Wenqing was truly like an ancient general who charged into the enemy army invincibly. Gudong! 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 Seeing this scene made many girls resist swallowing their saliva. So manly, so secure. The sound of sirens came from a distance. After understanding what happened, along with the testimony of the crowd, the drunkard's behavior was listed. The righteous Gu Wenqing went to the police station to make a statement, and quickly finished and walked out of the police station. The few people who accompanied Gu Wenqing saw Gu Wenqing walk out. Li Wenhuan's eyes lit up, stepped forward to take a closer look at Gu Wenqing's abs, giggled and said, "Lai Na Yu, surprisingly so powerful, causing us to worry about half a day for nothing." Mo Lu surprised, "Wow, I did not think you actually practiced martial arts. You can teach me later." Dai Shi quietly didn't say anything, but her eyes were full of worry. After this time, several girls were even more impressed with Gu Wenqing. It turned out that the face value was high enough to make them feel good. Coupled with that just now, as opposed to rushing forward, one person bravely faced the abuser, so that Gu Wenqing in the hearts of all the women's image of a higher level. Feeling everyone's concern, Gu Wenqing smiled. "I can't stand by and watch them being beaten." Gu Wenqing was born under the red flag, grew up in the spring breeze, and has justice in his heart. Hey, wait for me. Gu Wenqing and his roommate, with 4 girls, were about to leave. A girl's clear voice came from behind them. A cute-looking red-haired girl, huffing and puffing, ran over. "Phew, I'm exhausted. You're lucky you didn't leave." A head of red hair Lin Yingying, a dress with a high price, dressed in a very hot, black lace side dress, feet stepped on Valentino's high heels, wrapped around the body of the black dress in front of the convex and curved figure bursting good. She was holding a newly bought dress clothes in her hand, smiley face. "Nah, for you." Gu Wenqing didn't refuse, took it and wore it directly on her body. Lin Yingying swept her gaze over the 4 Li Wenhuan girls with a bit of hostility in her eyes. These girls couldn't also be admirers of him. "You were really handsome just now. Can you leave a contact information for me?" Brush. Brush. Zhou Tao, Zhang Xiaohong and Huang Zicheng's eyes were filled with envy. Old Gu was really bullish, and was again being actively asked for V-mail by a beautiful girl. Alas, is this the gap between us and Gu Wenqing? Gu Wenqing has a good figure and high face value, can also do martial arts, and more importantly, has a sense of justice. If I were a girl, I would definitely like him too. They thought so. Okay, Gu Wenqing agreed. Gu Wenqing passed her friend request and went back to her dorm room alone. As for the Zhou Tao trio, they were sending the girls back to school. After the incident that just happened, their temporary boyfriend Huang Zicheng wasn't at ease with Li Wenhuan and the girls going back to school. Zhang Xiaohong and Zhou Tao both locked up their prey, saying that more people are safer, so they cheekily followed to send them. Ding! Host unlocked a new title, Seeing Righteousness and Courage, rewarded with 10 sets of storefronts in Huaxi Commercial Street. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the character attribute enhancement, Gentle and Elegant. Gentle and elegant, temperament and demeanor, enables the host to have the temperament of a young man's winnow and elegance, enabling the host's face value to be improved to a certain extent. Temperament? Gu Wenqing muttered to himself. He thought he wasn't bad looking, with some youthful teenage sense of temperament. Now that he had received the gentle and elegant enhancement, wouldn't that face value be handsome out of the sky? I'll go. How else would this allow the other boys on Earth to survive? According to this continuous unlocking of new titles, in less than 3 years, he's afraid that he'll become a young and golden. Face value and talent coexist on Earth. Ballgrass. Ballgrass, as the name suggests, it is the most beautiful boy on Earth. After a while, Gu Wenqing was able to calm his excitement. Gu Wenqing transferred 5 $000 to Lin Yingying with Vmail. The clothes were a luxury brand. Quite expensive. Remarks, clothes money. Lin Yingying replied in a second. What are you doing? I don't want it. It's just a piece of clothing. This is my reward for your bravery. Gu Wenyi, the clothes are nice, but I don't like to owe people favors. He then thought, the girl is also a good intention. Tone too hard easily hurt her heart. He typed a string of words, free time you ask me to dinner. He then typed in a string of words, if you have time, you can invite me to have a meal. Lin Yingying obediently replied, good. Then dinner you cannot refuse again. Oh, a villa area in Magic City. Lin Yingying collected the money and felt that she had met a treasure boy. In a happy mood, she couldn't help but hum. A Ferrari. Bank card deposits of over $10 billion. 10 sets of storefronts in Huaxi Commercial Street. A high-grade Western restaurant. 2-star license plates worth a lot of money in Magic City. In the short time that he had acquired the system, Gu Wenqing had unknowingly possessed so much property. The things above, individually taking out whichever one at random, were all wealth that could make people envious. And yet, Gu Wenqing owned all of them, and there would be even more wealth in the future. Today's reward of 10 sets of facades on Huaxin Street. Huaxin Street is the most luxurious commercial street near the Magic City University City. Usually the first choice of nearby students shopping will go to Huaxin Street. Therefore, Huaxin Street has a huge flow of people, and the huge flow of people makes the facade of Huaxin Street also rise in value. Ordinary people who have a set of facade in Huaxin Street, as long as the facade rented out, at least a few dozen million a year, a lifetime of what do not have to do only to collect rent, but also enough to spend. And this kind of storefront, Gu Qingwen has 10 sets at once. Tired for a day, Gu Wenqing quickly entered the dreamland. The next day, the counselor had reminded the class group yesterday about today's military training. Gu Wenqing got up early. Hey, old Gu, why do I feel like you've suddenly become handsome? Huang Zicheng, who was tending to his hair, noticed the change in Gu Wenqing. Zhou Tao grinned enviously and said, yeah, oh, I feel the same way. Zheng Xiaohuang yelled with jealousy, Uggo, is there any justice in this? You were already handsome enough, but after sleeping, you've become much more handsome. Does this even let us live anymore? Gu Wenqing laughed, get lost. I've always been this handsome. It's just that you guys didn't notice. After saying that, he went into the toilet to wash up. Gu Wenqing washed his face, and when he looked up, he was shocked to see himself in the mirror as well. Crap, was the makeover so obvious? The 5 features on his face were still the same, but they had been optimized by several levels overall. One glance could tell that it had become super handsome. No wonder those 3 cubs in the dormitory were so surprised. The Gu Wenqing of the past was indeed very handsome, but not so handsome as to be in the realm of human and God's wrath. After the system, gentle and elegant, of an optimization, face value instantly advanced several grades. Before optimization, Gu Wenqing's face value could be equal to that of Bai Gu Tianla, Wu Yanzhu, and Cheng Guanxi. After optimization, sorry, they are all scum, directly killed by Gu Wenqing's existence. The September sun was bright and blazing hot. The playground of Magic City University. Thousands of freshmen stood in military posture wearing camouflage uniforms. The weather was sweltering, and everyone was sweating non-stop. It was as if their bodies had been washed with water. Okay, all of you, rest in place. The instructor looked at his cell phone. Time was up, and blew the whistle for rest. The military training students were all paralyzed on the ground as if their bodies had been emptied. Gu Wenqing removed his hat. His body had been strengthened, he wasn't tired, but the heat was really hot. Gu Wenqing felt that his underwear was wet. Seeing everyone sitting down, Gu Wenqing also obediently sat down. Huang Zicheng ghosted, holy shit, I just blew out my hair in the morning. Gu Wenqing took a look at the hair oiled into a strip, and the hair was also hooped into a tight band by the hat. It looked quite funny. Gu Wenqing was glad that he had cut a dry short hair. After taking off the hat, his hair was unchanged. Wow! There was an exclamation of surprise from the square formation in front of them. The sound was wanting, drawing everyone in the playground to look up. Even the instructors, as well as the schoolmates who were specifically gloating to watch the freshmen's military training, couldn't help but look over. As far as their eyes went, the boys' eyes were all looking straight at this moment. Isn't this the art department's department flower from the posting? Its sister Wang Yanran. Why did she come to the playground? Eyes were in focus. Wang Yanyan was wearing a white strapless t-shirt, a light-colored ultra-short skirt underneath, which was replaced with a pair of fishnet socks and small white shoes. Her long hair was tied into a playful pill head, and her tight makeup was very eye-catching under the brilliant sunlight. She strutted her long black silk legs with a bit of imperial style and a charming smile on her face. Her appearance brightened everyone's eyes. The boys who originally had no spirit and shrugged their heads were like drinking pulsation, instantly energized. Wang Yanyan, sophomore at Magic City University. On the school's intranet, she was known as the only second department flower of the art department. The newly admitted freshman had long seen Wang Yanyan on the internet, and they exclaimed that the real person had more temperament than the photo. Wang Yanyan walked to the front of the playground with her long legs. She was carrying a bottle of sparkling water in her hand. This was the favorite of the schoolmates. Seeing Wang Yanyan carrying the water, all the people on the playground became surprised. The department flower was there to deliver sparkling water to some freshman? It couldn't be, could it? Freshman year had only been here for 1 day, and a freshman had captured the heart of the department flower sister? Sister Wang Yanran, that's so beautiful. Who's so charming that they can make the department flower come to deliver water? Looking at Wang Yanyan, the boys in Gu Wenqing's class excitedly discussed. Hey, you guys don't know yet? Wang Yanyan likes Gu Wenqing from our class. Old Gu, here comes the sweet service from the schoolmate. Hey, old Gu is really enviable. A few people from the same dormitory said in an envious and jealous tone. Wow. What? It's actually for Gu Wenqing? That's impossible. Although I admit that Gu Wenqing is handsome, it's impossible to charm a schoolmate so quickly. I don't believe it either. A few male students from the class in the square said. The boys in the class all revealed impossible expressions, thinking that Zhou Tao's few were bragging. It was rumored all over the internet that Wang Yanyan was more of a gold digger and could not be taken down at all by being good looking. But when Wang Yanyan got closer and closer until she walked in front of Gu Wenqing, they recognized the reality that the pretty and sexy schoolmate was indeed here to look for Gu Wenqing. Their hearts fell empty, with a feeling of lost love. Wang Yanran winked playfully. Schoolmate, your sparkling water. It's so hot, drink ice water to relieve the heat. This scene shocked everyone present. The department flower sister braved the sun to give water to the freshman. Everyone's looked at this in shock and couldn't believe it was true. After Wang Yanyan's vociferous water delivery, the girls on the playground all realized that there were such good-looking boys in Magic University. Mom, yeah, I'm in love. This face value is too high. He looks so handsome. No wonder the pretty schoolmates would take the initiative to send water. Obviously everyone was wearing the same camouflage uniform. The two men next to him, one wears glasses and is as thin as a monkey. The camouflage uniform on him is similar to a pseudo-military. There was another one who dyed his hair yellow and had long hair like a non-mainstreamer. So a comparison. Gu Wenqing's short hair and camouflage clothes are even more dazzling. He looks so good with an inch head. How can this not make girls love it? Most of the post-00s generation are face dogs. The older sisters not far from the stands were sadly remorseful. Why didn't I notice him earlier? That gold-digging girl got him first. I'm so angry. The handsome schoolboy doesn't belong to me anymore. Mom, I'm in love. Mom, I fell out of love again. Someone stole a few photos of him and posted them to the school forum with the caption, the most handsome freshman of this class. There's a candidate for the Magic University school grass. Soon it was on the forum's hot list. Gu Wenqing was now completely on fire. Before the Ferrari incident, Gu Wenqing only shot a blurry side face. On campus the Ferrari owner was on fire, but everyone didn't know who the Ferrari owner was. And in the short video app outside the school, the video of Gu Wenqing's bravery and courage. The video of one person knocking down 8 drunken men has also been uploaded to the internet. And the incident is fermenting. Wang Yanyan noticed the change in him. You've become handsome again. Schoolmate. Right. That handsome man and beautiful woman. We are quite a match, Gu Wenqing said smilingly. Wang Yanyan smiled back. I also think so. Why don't we try? Good. Evening, Shilai Lu, see you there. Wang Yanyan pretended to be angry. Get lost. The two of them chatted together in a whisper. And Wang Yanyan left. The male students in the class were jealous of Gu Wenqing to the extreme at this moment. Same freshman year. Why was Gu Wenqing so outstanding? Military training, all have schoolmates to send drinks to. It looks like Gu Wenqing is still being pursued by the department flower. It seems that in order to live a sexually happy life in college, we also have to work hard. Many boys clenched their fists and cheered themselves up. Suddenly, another pleasant voice came. Gu Wenqing, here's your milk tea. One wave had not yet subsided and another wave had risen. Chen Yunxue was wearing a JK uniform, a white shirt, a light blue skirt, and white stockings that were half the length of her calves, standing in the sunlight with a face of innocence. Because of last night's incident, she was in the hospital taking care of Lu Yao, so she didn't participate in the military training. Another beautiful girl, taking the initiative to send warmth to Gu Wenqing. The boys present, their eyes were red with envy. Damn it, do you still let us live? If it's just a flower girl, we'll just put up with it. Anyway, there are other pretty girls in the school. The result, damn it. This term's so-called most beautiful freshman, Chen Yunxue, also gave Gu Wenqing water. There were only a few girls with top face value, and Gu Wenqing alone had captured the hearts of 2 school flower class beauties. How could this not make everyone angry? Confused. He's a scum. Sister Wang Yanyan gave him water just now. he has his foot in two boats. Don't fall for it. A few boys from Chen Yunshue's class came over and said one by one. At the beginning of the school year, the boys were still very excited to know that the most beautiful freshman was in the same class as them. Some of the boys felt that proximity to water was the first thing to go, and that the most beautiful freshman might just take a liking to them, before they could be happy for long. The goddess of their own class was actually giving water to a boy from another class. They couldn't let the school beauty jump into the fire pit. Chen Yunshue's tone was icy. None of your business. She sends hers. I send mine. It's not a conflict. She handed the milk tea to Gu Wenqing and left. She still had to go to the hospital to take care of Lu Yao. Zhou Tao, Huang Zicheng and Zhang Xiaohong's gazes gathered on Gu Wenqing. Crap, a model of my generation. Bullish. Surprisingly, he had two great beauties delivering water at the same time. Wang Yanyan and Chen Yunxue shouldn't both be competing for Gu Wenqing, right? This student, since you have a schoolmate, please stay away from Chen Yunxue, a small handsome-looking boy said. His name was Wang Songyang and he was in the same class as Chen Yunxue. Wang Songyang was Chen Yunshue's admirer, and from the first moment he saw Chen Yunxue, he fell in love with her at first sight. When he saw that the goddess he adored was giving water to another man, Wang Songyang had a strong animosity towards Gu Wenqing. Do you think you can have 2 feet in 2 boats just because you are handsome? Wang Songyang voiced his question. Gu Wenqing blandly said, sorry, I'm single. How can I have 2 feet in 2 boats? Wang Songyang said in a loud voice, anyway, in the future you can't let Chen Yunxue bring you water anymore. You don't deserve her. Hearing this, Huang Zicheng stepped forward and said, are you fucking sick? First realize that Chen Yunxue took the initiative to send water to Gu Wenqing. If you have the ability to let Chen Yunxue not send off, Wang Songyang also not willing to show weakness. Chen Yunxue is still small, by the surface value of his face to be confused. When she is born into society, she will understand that good looks don't make a meal. Only money is everything. As if Wang Songyang had found great confidence, he said loudly, do you know how much a suite in my house costs? A suite in my house. You guys struggling for a lifetime can't afford a suite in Magic City. Hearing these words, the surrounding students were silent. Although Wang Songyang's words were not nice to listen to, he wasn't talking nonsense. Only after coming to Mordor would you realize how poor your family is. The house price in Magic City can easily be $80,000 to $90,000, hundreds of thousands of dollars a square meter. Slightly buying a 1-bedroom apartment in a busy place would cost at least 3 to 4 million. Not surprisingly, many of them will leave the Magic City where they are struggling because they can't buy a house at all. Even if you bite the bullet and empty the family 4 wallets to review the down payment every month as not low monthly payments can also pressure people cannot breathe. Some students suddenly very envious of Lu Songyang. At least he does not have to be anxious about the exorbitant houses in Mordor. Wang Songyang's tone became very dejected. My family's house is worth $8 million. There are 4 sets of such houses in my family. He sneered and looked at Gu Wenqing. What do you compare with me? After he finished speaking, he stood in a very dignified manner. He was very cool in his heart. What's wrong with being handsome? The most important thing in this world is still financial strength. 4 sets of houses worth $8 million. The total price is $32 million. What kind of concept is this? You can directly buy 30 or 40 high-rise houses in a small city. After hearing about Wang Songyang's family's 4 suites, a few girls secretly made secret glances at Wang Songyang. Even if Wang Songyang looks average, but other people's families have 4 suites in the Magic City. Directly let Wang Songyang in the eyes of some girls into the meat and potatoes. Just when everyone is still shocked at Wang Songyang's words, the school security came to the playground. The uncle of the defense shouted loudly, is Gu Wenqing, the student of economics, here? Gu Wenqing stepped out of the pile of people and replied, it's me. Your Ferrari is parked under the school's trees, obstructing the school's garden pruning. Go move your car. Good, Gu Wenqing said and went to move the car, ignoring Wang Songyang's provocation the entire time. Watching Gu Wenqing pull out the Ferrari key, Wang Songyang was confused. How was this possible? The outsider Gu Wenqing actually drove a Ferrari to school. The lowest priced Ferrari sports car landed at over $4 million. Zhou Tao, Huang Zicheng, Zhang Xiaohong, along with the entirety of the playground, were stunned, completely unable to believe what they heard. Gu Wenqing was driving a Ferrari. Everyone digested for a while before coming back to their senses. Someone sucked in a breath of cool air and said, what kind of standard is it to drive a multi-million-dollar sports car in your freshman year? The ceiling standard. The family has billions of assets at least. Crap, born at the end of the line. Hearing everyone's words, Wang Songyang was embarrassed to the extreme. Not long after, Gu Wenqing moved his car and came back. Zhou Tao went up to ask, old Gu, how much is your Ferrari worth into? Are you asking about the price of the car, or the license plate? Zhou Tao didn't understand. Of course it's the price of the car. What am I asking about the license plate for? The Ferrari Rafa is over $20 million. Wow. More than $20 million would buy 2 suites in a more prosperous part of Magic City. The boys looked at Gu Wenqing sourly, their moods complicated to the extreme. At this time, Wang Songyang could not wait to find a hole in the ground to drill into. He bragged that his family's house was worth $32 million, while the car he drove was worth more than $20 million. The person who can afford to drive a car worth more than $20 million. How can the family's financial strength be comparable to his? Wang Songyang, this is purely his own outstretched face to let Gu Wenqing hit. After being hit, he himself also want to call a good. It is really unlucky mother to unlucky open the door. Unlucky to home. Old Gu, is your Ferrari this one? Huang Zicheng found the picture in the forum. Gu Wenqing replied, yes. Gu Wenqing replied in the affirmative. In the entire Magic City University, or rather the entire university town, he was the only one who drove a Ferrari Rafa. Nima. Huang Zicheng was really admiring Gu Wenqing this time. Crap, the license plate of the Ferrari is Shanghai A11111. Gu Wenqing, you're just too awesome. What did they hear? The Ferrari's license plate is Shanghai A11111? Even girls who didn't know anything about cars knew how expensive this kind of license plate was. License plates were more expensive series than cars. A $20+ million Ferrari Rafa is not as expensive as its license plate. Is this the way rich people play? Look at the news on my cell phone. Some media has reported that Shanghai A11111 was sold at a premium of $20 million. The total sold price is $168 million. This moment, they truly realized what is called the gap between rich and poor. What is meant by society's poisonous beating. A license plate can buy a dozen suites in Magic City. $168 million existed in the bank, and the interest alone for 1 year would allow them to realize wealth freedom. Everyone looked at Gu Wenqing with infinite jealousy. He is the real God's hero, right? Wang Songyang was already desperate. Feeling the strange gazes around him, he was uncomfortable. He even pretended to be in front of the godly Ho. Is a $32 million house awesome? No. A license plate of the godly magnate was worth more than $532 million. Comparing himself with Gu Wenqing is a firefly comparing with the sun. Making a fool of himself. Wang Songyang lowered his head and ran back to his class square in ashes. Gu Wenqing's 3 roommates gathered around, and among the 3, Zhou Tao said, I go. That bottle of red wine I had last night was really worth tens of thousands of dollars. Huang Zicheng, the person who drove the Ferrari to heroically save the beauty when Lao Gu enrolled, was also you, right? I have to say, you really low-key fooled us all. I'm going to show off to my high school classmates. My roommate drove a $10 million Ferrari. Online, the 2 short video platforms, Douyin and Block Hand. The event was extremely hot. Once the video was broadcast, it instantly ignited the anger of the masses. Let the heart of the audience who brushed to this video or pulled up. Once the matter was fermented, it was soon highly regarded by everyone. The full version of the store's surveillance video also quickly broke out. The people in front of the screen all broke out in a cold sweat. The surveillance video continued to play. The young man in the white shirt suddenly got up and flying dash kick to the leader. A flying dash kick saved the day. And then everyone saw that countless punches, slaps, all landed heavily on the body of the white shirt boy. A few big man's pull. His white shirt were torn to pieces. Facing several big men, the boys did not have the slightest bit of cowardice. 1 punch, 3 punches, 5, 7. 1 punch knocks out a drunken man. At this very second, the boy standing naked in the darkness of the night seemed to be the light between heaven and earth. Dude, good for you. Isn't this more worth chasing than some stars? There's no Ultraman in the world. There's no Deja, but there are plain white shirt boys. I'm an old man and I think he's handsome. This dude, so fierce. At the end of the video, the light came. Countless people were touched. The teenagers single-handedly. Justice may be late, but never absent. Things began to fester. Of course Gu Wenqing was unaware of all this. He was still in the middle of his bitter military training. For a while, searching for a white boy spread all over the internet. How hot is it? The top 10 of the microblogging hot search list were all about white boy. The fast hand and Douyin brush 10 video 9 are about the white boy. Countless girls across the country idolize the boy in white. A certain office building in Magic City. At the front of the conference hall, an old man looked at the soldiers under his hand, his tone serious. Luckily, someone stood up. Or else where is the face of Magic City? How would compatriots from all over the country view the people of Mordor? Without this teenager's action, I'm afraid Mordor's image would be in tatters. Give me a strict investigation. The provocateur will be given special treatment and pursued to the end. When the meeting was about to disperse, the old man's tone became slightly calmer. For the righteous and courageous teenagers, we cannot turn a blind eye. The commendation on the commendation. Magic City University playground. The freshmen had just finished their military training and were resting in the shade. Zhou Tao enviously asked, "Old Gu, what is the life of a rich man like?" Gu Wenqing smiled and replied, "The same as you. Eating, drinking, sleeping. Nima, can it be the same? Your tens of thousands of dollars for a bottle of red wine is more expensive than my family's yearly income." Zhou Tao, who came out of the countryside, sighed for a while. People and people can't compare. Huang Zicheng opened his mouth. "You can't even imagine the life of the rich." Zhou Tao, through a day of getting along with the three roommates, did not because of the Gu Wenqing rich have a gap, but instead feel that the old Gu this person is too good. Old Gu Ming's family is so rich, but never show off their wealth in front of everyone, nor did he look down on any of them. Especially Zhou Tao, who came out from the countryside, felt it especially deeply. Coming from a penniless land, he always felt out of place in the big city of Magic City. Walking on the road, he always had the feeling of being pointed at, saying that he was as black as carbon and dressed in dirt and rags. Zhou Tao is usually cheerful on the surface, but in his heart he is very sensitive. He would also be very sad. Some self-righteous city people always discriminate against him. On the contrary, Gu Wenqing could drive a multi-million-dollar luxury car with hundreds of millions of license plates, but old Gu was humble to people and never looked down on him, even when he drank half a bottle of tens of thousands of dollars of red wine in one gulp. Lao Gu said, "It's not expensive. Let him drink whatever he wants. He deserved to be rich, and he deserved to be courted by girls." Suddenly, 5 or 6 uniformed government officials appeared on the playground. Behind them there seemed to be cameras, with interviewers with microphones. "Student, may I ask where Gu Wenqing is?" the uniformed police officer asked. "Oh, their class square is over there. The one with the most handsome face is the one." The boy was a bit timid when he saw the police. Thanks to the blessing of Wang Songyan's pretense just now, he realized who Gu Wenqing was. Looking for Gu Wenqing? What were so many cops looking for Gu Wenqing for? What would a freshman student have to do with the police? Suddenly, someone said, "Crap, Gu Wenqing didn't commit a crime, did he?" The person who said this was Chu Bo Trace. Yesterday, he was swept off his feet by Gu Wenqing. He also lost his solo date with schoolgirl Chen. He was a person who ate soft and feared hard, and just now he quietly watched Wang Songyang provoke Su Wenqing. In his heart, he hated both of them to death, but Chu Bochuan cannot afford to mess with both. One drives a $10 million Ferrari, the other home house $32 million. He can only hold back. Now, Chu Bo Trace finally found a chance to retaliate. When he was in Yeyang First Middle School, Chu Bo Trace is also the school ringing figure. In the school has not heard of Gu Wenqing this number of people. If Gu Wenqing's family is really so rich, it's impossible to be unknown in Yeyang No. 1 Middle School. I'm not sure if this is a good idea. Chu Bo Trace felt that he had caught the truth. There is only one truth: Gu Wenqing's family has no money at all. And now all this money is stolen money from Gu Wenqing's criminal offense. Chu Bo Trace continued to say loudly, "The police are here. Maybe Gu Wenqing has committed something." Boom! These words were like a bomb, exploding in the playground. It seems like the police are really looking for Gu Wenqing. It's not possible that he really made a mistake, right? Some of the students muttered in whispers. The truth was right in front of them. The police were personally looking for him. He had definitely made a mistake. Moreover, the number of people who had been deployed was huge. 5 or 6 police officers, the school leaders of Magic City University, and the reporter staff who videotaped the incident. It was evident that Gu Wenqing had committed no small offense. When the police and other people came to the front of Gu Wenqing, the first 2 police officers had already put their hands on his shoulders, started to arrest. Chu Bo Trace laughed so hard in his heart. "Ha ha, great pleasure. Mud, see what you still pretend. Handsome and blind. No more goddesses will like him." The 2 policemen put their hands on Gu Wenqing's shoulders and gently patted them, then said with a smile on their faces, "The white boy who sees justice. How are you, President of Magic University? You are a good student. Gu Wenqing, you have won honor for our Magic University and are a role model for all of our teachers and students in Magic City." "What? Seeing justice? For the university? Aren't the police here to arrest Gu Wenqing? Didn't Gu Wenqing commit a crime?" Hearing the words of the police, Chu Bo Trace, shocked words cannot say. School leaders, just leave this free time, published a praise speech. Our school freshman economics Gu Wenqing, outside the school to save the 2 girls in the same school, alone without fear of the strong enemy to go up and fight with the abuser, and ultimately succeeded in subduing the abuser, to avoid the deterioration and escalation of the situation. The entire faculty and students of Mordor University should learn from Gu Wenqing's classmates. After unanimous negotiation, our multi-units will jointly contribute money to reward Gu with a bonus of $200,000 as an encouragement. After finishing, Gu Wenqing went to an empty classroom with a reporter to do a separate interview. Magic City upscale villa area. Lin family. Lin Yingying's family of 3 was having dinner, and the television was broadcasting the Magic City TV station. Running around all day after studying in college. Your home is not coming back to your person's shadow. Remember, you can't fall in love before you graduate from college. Stay away from those boys at school. Many boys nowadays like to cheat on simple rich white beauties like you. Lin mom bitterly educated her daughter. In her opinion, her own daughter is very excellent, looks like a fairy, and doesn't have much heart. She's afraid that her baby will be cheated by a man to cheat money and color or something like that. Lin Yingying exasperated. I know. What year is this? How can you stop college students from falling in love freely? And I don't go home when all live in the dormitory. I have to play good relations with the little sisters. Lin's father also smiled. You should keep your eyes peeled when looking for a partner. There are too many unsavory boys in your art department, so make sure you protect yourself. Lin Yingying bristled. Well, I know myself. I have a favorite person, and he is especially handsome and responsible. Even if it is mom, you cannot prevent me from falling in love. Humph. Lin's mother spoke out to combat her daughters. Handsome can be of no use. The most important thing is to look at the character. As long as the character is good, the family is poorer than the daughter. As long as the character is good, the family poor point is okay. Anyway, our family does not lack of money. Is talking. Suddenly, the TV played the video of the security camera footage of the beating. In the TV, only to hear the host said, yesterday, in the food store at the entrance of Mordor University, 7 or 8 big men harassed and beat up 2 female college students. At this moment of crisis, Gu Wenqing, a freshman in economics at Mordor University, stepped forward to see what was right, fought the abusers alone, and successfully subdued the drunken men. I call on this video to awaken more people's hot blood, to help more people in need when they can protect themselves, like the red-haired girl in the video, with the white boy. Inside the villa, Lin's mother recognized her cub at a glance. That red-haired girl is you? The girl was haughty. That must be. Lin dad laughed. Good job. My Lin family just can't do without this sense of justice. Yingying dad is proud of you. Mom is also proud of you. The news continued. Our station's reporter also interviewed the righteous teenager. Here are the interview images. Gu Wenqing appeared in the picture. His fresh and clean inch hair and camouflage uniform brightened up everyone in front of the TV. Mosaic? The reporter thought that this teenager wanted to use this to become famous and show off. So he quickly said no. Oh, then I'll wear a mask. Soon, Gu Wenqing, wearing a mask, reappeared in the picture. The girls in front of the TV, their mood changed for the worse. How come? Wannabe mask. I don't share the same fate as you. Watching the news, Lin's mom exclaimed. Not only is this teenager responsible, he's also quite good looking. Hearing Gu Wenqing being praised, Lin Yingying's eyes curved into a crescent moon in happiness. Right, he's super handsome. Lin father looked meaningfully at his giggling daughter. Gu Wenqing in camouflage uniform was in a vibrant chun-chun temperament, and although he had put on a mask, his stunning face value that appeared in a flash was deeply imprinted in the hearts of countless viewers. But do good deeds. Don't ask about your future. Even if there's no me, I'm sure there will be countless others who will come forward to see justice done. Gu Wenqing was very humble and spoke with positive energy. It made the people in front of the TV set watch with fervor, and they couldn't wait to do a good deed of bravery on the spot. At the end of the news, the reporter asked a question. $200,000 of bravery bonus. Gu students intend to use how? The young people in front of the TV were very envious when they heard about the $200,000 prize for bravery. Especially those young people who had dropped out of school to work were shocked beyond words. They had worked their asses off for 4 or 5 years without saving $200,000. An 18-year-old teenager's prize for bravery was $200,000. It is really enviable to death. In front of the TV, they thought to themselves, if they were rewarded $200,000, how should they spend it? I'll take it to buy a house. I'll buy a nice car to show those who look down on me that I'm not a bad mixer. I can buy a lot of cosmetics, branded clothes and bags. Everyone unconsciously fantasized about how they would spend the $200,000 when they had it. Gu Wenqing's voice came from the TV. First of all, I thank the government and the school for the award. This $200,000 I am going to give to those in need. The children in the poor mountainous areas need this money the most. Crap. I had a big fuck. Pattern. What is a pattern? This was a person's pattern. At this moment, everyone was impressed by Gu Wenqing's qualities. A true role model for contemporary young people. The young people who fantasized about having $200,000 and how to spend it were also shocked by Gu Wenqing's noble qualities. They blushed in shame. Smaller. Their pattern was small. Tonight, All of the internet's hot searches were dominated by Gu Wenqing. So handsome, so handsome, so handsome. Say the important things 3 times. Mom will never stop me from falling in love again. Gu Wenqing, you wait for me. Stars and whatnot all go away. Gu Wenqing's little brother is the eternal god. Crying. I want to go find brother Gu, but it's so far away. See upstairs. I was wowed and cried. You are farther away, have I far? I am abroad. Gu Wenqing is so handsome in camouflage, used as recruitment material. Wouldn't that make countless women enlist? I'll sign up. Me too. Going with plus 1 million inch. One of the hot searches, we all owe the white boy a shirt, has caused sales of white shirts in Taobao stores to skyrocket this evening. Many stores are said to be sold out of white shirts. The girls purchased white shirts online and couriered them directly to Mordor University, with the recipient being, white boy Gu Wenqing receives, seeing justice, high quality, and outstanding face value. A variety of factors made Gu Wenqing become the idol of countless young people overnight. A middle school. Wang Chong ran to school cheerfully wearing a white shirt. He wanted to announce in front of the whole class that he was also a white boy. As soon as he entered the class, he realized that there were 48 people in the class, all wearing white shirts. Wang Chong was dumbfounded. Are they all Brother Gu's fans? Class. At this time, the homeroom teacher walked onto the podium wearing a white shirt. The whole class. Magic City University. Boys' dormitory. Gu Wenqing lying on the bed. Want to cry. He really do not want to be famous. The reporter, this asshole, said that the front did not wear a mask, that section cut out. Dog reporter. He's not a man of his word. Ding. The host has unlocked a new title, Fame and Fame. Reward parallel space with 10 Chinese-style songs, arranged and written in the host's head. Reward 2 top movie theaters in Magic City. The items rewarded by the system will be delivered to the host in a reasonable manner, and the host can use them without worry. Another new title was unlocked. In just 2 days, Gu Wenqing had already unlocked 4 new titles. Just this time, the rewards are more chicken-assisted. Not only did it not have skills, but it also rewarded songs that had nothing to do with him. Huaxia style? Why haven't I heard of this style of song before? Gu Wenqing searched through his extra memories, and to say the least, it was quite catchy. A song that could kill all the records released by Fresh Meat in the entertainment industry today. He couldn't help but hum softly. The name of the song is Celadone. The blue and white brush strokes of the plain embryo turn from thick to light. The peonies depicted on the bottle are just like the first makeup, rendering a maiden's drawing. The flavor is hidden away, and your sweet smile is like a bud waiting to bloom. Gu Wenqing sighed in admiration in his heart. The lyrics and the mood are really beautiful. Huang Zicheng suddenly voiced, Old Gu, what the hell are you humming? It's really hard to hear. Stop singing. Zhou Tao looked like he had discovered a new continent and said with a bit of ridicule, crap, I can't imagine that such a handsome Lao Gu can sing like this. I'll go. It's awful. No one is perfect. Lao Gu, listen to my brother's advice. Don't sing. You can't grasp it. Zheng Xiaohong also agreed and said, Gu Wenqing, is it really hard for him to sing? Then again, why does he sound so good himself? He went on to try The Sky is Green, Waiting for the Smoke and Rain. The 3 of them covered their ears and shouted, Old Gu, stop what you're doing. You're committing murder. F***ck. Just wait for me. When I have singing skills, I'll definitely let you guys see what it means to be a singing god. The next day after military training, Wan Yanyan, who had been waiting for a long time, said she wanted to go outside the school with Gu Wenqing. In the envious gazes of countless people, Gu Wenqing and the department flower walked side by side towards the Ferrari. Both boys and girls couldn't help but look at Gu Wenqing and the others a few times. The boys were incomparably jealous that Gu Wenqing had a sexy and beautiful schoolmate. The girls, on the other hand, were envious of Wang Yanran, envious that she was so ambiguous with Gu Wenqing, and even more envious that she was able to sit in the co-pilot of Gu Wenqing's Ferrari. Gu Wenqing said, Where to? Wang Yanyan said, Let's go to Huaxi Street. It's quite fun there. Gu Wenqing nodded. Just in time to check out the 10 sets of storefronts on Huaxi Commercial Street. It just so happened that the upscale Western restaurant was also on Huaxi Street. The Ferrari traveled down the road. Gu Wenqing sized up Wang Yanran. Her schoolmate's outfit was really impressive. She wore a white slimming camisole on top, revealing a small waist with no flab, and the short denim skirt she wore underneath, revealing her long round legs wrapped in black half-knee stockings. Sexy school style. The perfect wear. With the pink Pure Desire makeup, let Gu Wenqing look a little hand itch. Gu Wenqing drove with one hand and unintentionally put his hand on Wang Yanyan's long legs. Wang Yanyan looked down at him helplessly. The big cheap has been taken advantage of. Just let him be. After a while, Gu Wenqing is no longer confined to one place. His hand moved a few points. Wang Yanyan was shy. Not now. Gu Wenqing inquired, Then how long can it be? Wang Yanyan humph. Only when I say it's okay. Gu Wenqing did not force the issue. and soon drove to the underground garage on Huaxi Street. "Let's go see my facade first," Gu Wenqing said. Wang Yanyan nodded obediently. It wasn't surprising that Gu Wenqing was so rich to have a storefront on Huaxi Street. According to the system's prompts, Gu Wenqing quickly found his 10 sets of storefronts. The location of the storefronts was very good. In the very center of the commercial street, the location was the best and most expensive location in this commercial street. Each facade is more than 200 square feet. According to the current market price of these facades, average price of 80,000 square feet, a 200 square feet facade is worth $16 million. 10 sets is $160 million. These 10 stores are worth $10 to $20 million a year in rent alone. This kind of storefront in a popular business district is completely priced. After all, who would sell such a lucrative storefront? "Ah, this is your facade?" Wang Yanyan looked at a high-class milk tea store and inquired. "Right," Wang Yanyan said in surprise. "Wow, this facade of yours is also too big. And it's still a prime location. With such a large amount of foot traffic, doing any business is good." Inside the upscale milk tea store, Du Ziteng was blowing the air conditioner and drinking milk tea, when he inadvertently discovered Gu Wenqing and Wang Yanran outside the door. Du Ziteng put on a smile. "Hi, Wang Yanyan, come and I'll treat you guys to milk tea." Although he had given up pursuing Wang Yanyan, he still looked at Gu Wenqing in his heart. Hearing the familiar voice, Wang Yanyan realized it was Du Ziteng and wanted to leave. Gu Wenqing wrapped his arm around her small waist and walked in. Gu Wenqing said, "It's too hot outside." "Right, plus I do have a bit of thirst. Sit down first." Gu Wenqing wore sunglasses and a mask to hide his face, so that he wouldn't be afraid of being recognized by passers-by as a white boy. He was prepared to wait for the heat to pass before showing his full face. After sitting down, Gu Wenqing sent a locator to the agent of the stores with the owner of the original stores. He was free today to sign the 10 sets of facade contracts. "What do you guys drink? No need to be polite with me. I'm the owner of this milk tea store," Du Ziteng said with a smug face. Upon hearing this, the customers of the milk tea store all looked at Tummy Tang in surprise. To be able to open a milk tea store in this prime location store, the rent alone is close to $1 or $2 million a year. Coupled with this high-grade atmospheric decoration, this milk tea store had invested no less than $5 million. A few of the girls drinking milk tea couldn't help but look at Du Ziteng a little more. "The boss is so young? He is really young and talented." The clerk delivering the milk tea, who just happened to pass by, patted Du Ziteng's ass. "Our boss is great. With his business model, our milk tea store has a net profit of more than $4,000 a day. Our boss said that he will open a second branch next year, and within 5 years, he will strive to break through 100 stores nationwide." Hearing the words of the clerk made the young girls drinking milk tea full of admiration for Du Ziteng. "Wow, little brother is so powerful. Look at the boss's appearance is not too big, and we are the same age. We are still asking for money from home when others are earning 4,000 per day and close to 1.5 million per year. So powerful. Good business mind. I so like this kind of career success of the man." The girls praised Du Ziteng without stinting. Du Ziteng was happy in his heart, invisibly pretending. He held back the expression on his face and skimmed his lips. "Starting a business is really hard. We encountered countless troubles in the early stage of opening the store, and the store almost couldn't even be operated. But after I worked hard to find out the problems, I was able to find a way to make it work. Fortunately, after I worked hard to find the problem, I was able to put the milk tea store on the right track and successfully make a profit." After he finished speaking, he glanced at Wang Yanyan, but unfortunately Wang Yanyan's expression remained the same, and she did not show any admiration like other girls did. Du Ziteng glanced at Gu Wenqing again with disdain. "Scum. Good casting. If it wasn't for his family's money, Gu Wenqing would be a good-for-nothing waste. Unlike himself, he has not even graduated from the university and has already started his own business, and has made some achievements." Du Ziteng secretly said in his heart, "Wastes who only rely on their family. Let you know how big a gap we have. Gu Wenqing, I really envy you. Your family is so rich. You can buy whatever you want. You don't have to do anything in this life, just gnaw on your old age." Du Ziteng pretended to be envious. "And I am different from you. My family is not as good as yours, but I will work hard to start my own business. I believe that one day I will become a business tycoon." The two young girls beside him exclaimed, "Boss, you're really outstanding. You're countless times better than those gnawing old people." Du Ziteng said so many things, is to emphasize 2 more points. "You Gu Wenqing are a loser who only nibbles on old people." And he, Du Ziteng, was very motivated and business-minded. Du Ziteng kept belittling Gu Wenqing just to emphasize his own excellence. At this time, an old man walked into the milk tea store, followed by a man in his 30s wearing formal clothes. As soon as Du Ziteng saw the old man, he immediately restrained himself from being smug. He hurriedly got up to greet the old man respectfully. The old man was his landlord. But of course, This was not enough to make Du Ziting so respectful. The reason that could make Du Ziting so respectful was that this row of 10 storefronts, all of which were this old man's, the 10 most prosperous facades on Huaxi Street, with a market value of $160 million. In this money-oriented society, Du Ziting of course takes the old man as his honor. The old man's surname is Lu. A few days ago, his business in a foreign country suffered a devastating blow, almost bankruptcy in one fell swoop. He had no choice but to put up for sale the facade of Huaxi Commercial Street, sold the money with to ease the pressure of foreign people are unlucky to drink water or stuffed teeth. Someone learned that he was in urgent need of money. They press him hard the price of the facade, the market value of $160 million of the facade. Direct ruthless cut $40 million. Want to take over at a low price of $120 million. What's worse, the other party is a bit strong. Used some small means, deterred many people who have the intention to buy. After a period of time, Lu's facade no one asked for. He was in urgent need of money, although the heart of grief and anger, but the other side of the strength of the strong. He was helpless, almost compromised. Just at this time, someone is willing to $160 million direct purchase of his storefront. The whole $160 million of funds directly can revitalize his business overseas. In his most critical moment, the usual business partners all fell into the well. Only Gu Wenqing sent charcoal in the snow to solve Lu's urgent needs. To Gu Wenqing, who had acquired his facade, he was grateful. When I entered the store, I saw Gu Wenqing. Before Lu Lao could go forward to greet him, he saw Du Ziting walking over with a fawning face. Lu Lao frowned, not wanting to pay attention to the groveling Du Ziting. Elder Lu, why did you come personally? This is troublesome for you. How can I waste your time with this small matter of rent? Xiaodu should have delivered the rent you to your hands, Du Ziting said curtly. At this time it was a busy time. There were no empty seats in the store. Customers can't be offended, so he had to let Gu Wenqing make way. He was not used to seeing Gu Wenqing anyway. Solely, Du Ziting walked over with big strides and said, Gu Wenqing, get up and make room for Elder Lu. As a result, Gu Wenqing ignored him. Du Ziting got anxious, but Lu Lao owns 10 of these facades here, and also has hundreds of millions of assets overseas. To be able to give up your seat to someone like Lu Lao who is worth $1 billion, is a blessing that you, Gu Wenqing, have cultivated. If Elder Lu is happy, he might teach you some ways of doing business or introduce you to some contacts, which will be beneficial to your family's business. Quickly get up. Elder Lu has come in front of you. Why are you still sitting? Do you know how to respect your seniors? Du Ziting said anxiously. Lu Lao walked to Gu Wenqing's table and was about to thank Gu Wenqing when he saw and heard Du Ziting's uninformed nonsense. His words filled with contempt for Gu Wenqing. What giving himself a seat was Gu Wenqing's blessing. He also introduced contacts and taught the way of doing business. Lu Lao's fire instantly went up as he listened. What kind of existence was Gu Wenqing? Easily come up with $160 million in cash, but also easily solved the big brother who wants to buy the facade at a low price. It's no exaggeration to say that money and connections. Lu Lao knows that he is inferior to himself. Nonsense. Lu Lao's beard was crooked with anger. A handful like Gu Xiao still needs me to introduce contacts? Du Ziting heard Lu Lao's angry voice and his entire body was confused. Elder Lu addressed Gu Wenqing as Gu Xiao? How was this possible? Gu Wenqing wasn't just a freshman student whose family had some money. This wasn't reasonable at all. It must be that Elder Lu was old and his old eyes had misrecognized the wrong person. Du Ziting kindly reminded him, Lu Lao, are you mistaken? He is a freshman student in Mordor, not Gu Xiao at all. Elder Lu looked around with his eyes, and then said loudly, mistaken person? Old me hasn't gotten Alzheimer's yet. When purchasing the facade, the system implanted Gu Wenqing's information. How could Lu Lao not recognize it? After finishing his words, Lu Lao walked over to Gu Wenqing, his body slightly lowered. Young Gu, thank you, Gu Wenqing said blandly. It's just a mutual benefit. If it wasn't for Gu Xiao buying these 10 storefronts and solving my pressing problem, or else my old Lu's late, my family would have been destroyed. Old Lu sounded very agitated. Old Lu, who even the owner of the milk tea store had to curry favor with, was actually respectfully referring to a young man as Gu Xiao. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. What was this situation? Young Gu. That was what Elder Lu had called the young man just now. What's going on here? Gu Wenqing looked like a college student. How could he have the strength to acquire a $160 million facade? This is too outrageous. There is also $160 million to acquire 10 storefronts. The storefronts on Huaxi Street are so valuable that only a fool would sell the chicken that lays golden eggs. This old man and young man, I'm afraid they're not singing a duet here. At this instant, only Du Ziting, who knew Lu Lao's identity well, was shocked. What? Gu Wenqing $160 million to buy 10 storefronts? It solved Lu Lao's pressing problem and helped Lu Lao's business overseas come to life. That's why Lu Lao calls Gu Wenqing Gu Xiao. $160 million in cash. $160 million is not 6 million, much less 16 million. How terrifying is a person who can easily come up with $160 million in cash? Elder Lu is worth more than $1 billion, and his liquidity is at most more than 100 million. And Gu Wenqing, a freshman, could easily take out $160 million. Du Ziteng was dying of embarrassment. He was playing a big sword in front of Guangong, making a fool of himself. Is this the real rich man? Casually shelling out $160 million to buy 10 storefronts for fun. Du Ziteng knew that he had completely lost, and his face turned pale. At this moment, he finally understood. The world of God's great man. He can't imagine it. Soon, the agent in the suit took out the contract, and Gu Wenqing and Lu Lao took a pen and signed. At this moment, the 10 storefronts on Huaxi Street officially changed ownership. Bang bang bang. The ceremonial flowers fluttered in the sky. The Huaxi Street property staff waiting outside the door pulled the ceremonial flowers in their hands. Congratulations, Mr. Gu has become the owner of Huaxi Street. This is the rich man's row. Huaxi Street side of the capital. 200 million to buy the front of the Gu Wenqing is very important. The scene to engage in the grand atmosphere. Outside the door to beat the gongs and drums. Lion dance and so on. Lively and extraordinary. See Huaxi Street property fanfare to welcome Gu Wenqing. Fanned the face of those people just now. My God. This young man really spent $160 million to buy 10 sets of storefronts. It was really too crazy. For the ordinary people of the milk tea store, the milk tea store owner Du Ziteng was the successful person they envied. Lu Lao was even more of an existence that they looked up to. And Gu Wenqing, who was even more bullish than Lu Lao, made them directly look up to him. So young to have a huge fortune. Noble son. A true godly man. All of the girls in the milk tea store all looked at Gu Wenqing in fascination. He's the prototype of the legendary domineering CEO. The sunglasses can't even cover his handsomeness. The aura is overwhelming. So heartwarming. Many of the boys at the milk tea store were heartbroken. Their girlfriends were looking at Gu Wenqing with adoration in their eyes, which made their moods as cool as the weather in Antarctica. Wang Yanyan was also confused. She thought that it was a set of facades before. How could she think that it was a whole 10 sets of them? Her whole body was shocked. 15 of the busiest storefronts on Huaxi Street, and Gu Wenqing had monopolized 10 of them alone. If the girls at school knew about it, I'm afraid they would all go crazy. They'd be clamoring for Gu Wenqing's attention. Hey, schoolmate is really too good. Can she really catch it? What are you waiting for? Quickly go and collect the rent. Gu Wenqing said. Oh, good. Wang Yanyan casually replied. Until now her head was still confused. All she could think of was why her schoolmate was so outstanding. The time had already arrived at mealtime. Both of them were hungry. Gu Wenqing and Jiareng casually strolled around, and then went straight to their own Western restaurant. The location of the Western restaurant was right across from the only movie theater in the business world. And although the location was not as good as their own 10 storefronts, the location was definitely not bad. Debonair Western Restaurant. With a total of 2 floors and a total area of more than 800 square feet in the store, it was the most well-known Western restaurant in the Magic City University town. Wow, school brother, you are too good. Knowing that I like to eat this Western restaurant. The last time I said delicious restaurant. It's this Western restaurant. It tastes great. The only bad thing is that it's too expensive. I only dare to come here once every semester to eat. Came to as long for Western restaurant. Wang Yanyan was in a happy mood. Her hands embraced her schoolmate's arm, and without paying attention, her entire upper body was attached to Gu Wenqing's body. A burst of softness, with the unique body fragrance of a young girl, mesmerized Gu Wenqing. He suddenly had an urgent expectation of going further. It won't be in the future. You can come if you want to eat. I can afford to feed you even if you eat every day. Gu Wenqing said softly. Humph. Bragging. The business of this store is very hot. If you don't make a reservation in advance, there is only a queue, which is 3 or 4 hours. I don't want to wait so long. Wang Yanran didn't believe it. Gu Wenqing said, don't believe it? Then let's make a bet. You lose and listen to me all day today. Wang Yanyan wrinkled her cherry mouth. Then what if you lose? It's impossible for me to lose. Bullshit. What if you lose? If I lose, I'll treat you to 100 debonair Western food. Wang Yanyan giggled. Deal. He. The schoolmate was still too tender, and when he entered the store he knew he had lost. As soon as the two entered the store, the cool air-conditioned breeze of the Western restaurant swept away the heat from their bodies. Gu Wenqing and Wang Yanyan just entered the store. Behind, another couple followed in. The girl spotted Wang Yanyan. Ha! Wang Yanyan, such a coincidence that you came here to eat as well? The girl's name was Zhu Yu and the boyfriend with him was Yang Kuan. Zhu Yu was also from the art department of Magic City University. Yang Kuan glanced at Gu Wenqing beside Wang Shanhua, then nodded at Wan Yanran as a greeting. The three of them also had a connection. In freshman year, Yang Kuan chased Wan Yanyan for a whole year, and eventually fell in love with her, but could not, and retreated to fall in love with Zhu Yu. Friends around her then often tease her as inferior to Wan Yanyan, is her substitute. For such a long time, Zhu Yu has been harboring a grudge about this matter. Hello, the restaurant is now full. Dining needs to be lined up in order, the waiter said politely. Wan Yanran asked, how much longer do we have to wait? The waiter said gently, there are still 35 tables of guests waiting in front of you. It will probably take about 3 hours. Wan Yanyan said, ah, so long, let's go eat somewhere else. School brother. In her heart, she was overjoyed. Ha ha, this bet is lost by school brother. On the other side, hearing Wan Yanyan he needs to wait for another 3 hours. Zhu Yu's face smiled as she said to the waiter, I'm an acquaintance with your restaurant manager. Tell manager Zhu that her cousin is here and ask him to arrange a meal for me right away. After the words, Zhu Yu gave a very superior look at Wan Yanran. Obediently queue up, while she herself is privileged. No need to queue up to dine right away. The waiter went inside and went to tell manager Zhu. Not long after, another waiter came up and invited Zhu Yu and his boyfriend to dine in. Zhu Yu smiled smugly. Wan Yanran, you guys take your time waiting. I'll go in and dine first. Zhu Yu felt refreshed, being later than Wan Yanyan, yet directly without any wait to dine. Wan Yanyan must be envious of herself. Privilege. This was the benefit of having privilege. Gu Wenqing frowned under his sunglasses. Such a good Western restaurant. Why would there be a fool like manager Zhu? He even dared to open the back door for his own relatives in a dignified manner, directly without queuing. Zhu, when he was just a manager, how did he come to have such great privileges? As far as Gu Wenqing knew, this Western restaurant of his would keep a luxurious private room no matter how busy it was, and this private room would not receive any guests. Only one person has the right to use this room. Is the boss he Gu Wenqing? This manager Zhu is so bold. How dare he use his private room to entertain his relatives? Wait first. You go ahead and get Zhu to come here for me. Gu Wenqing's voice was icy cold. Zhu Yu was dissatisfied. How can you call my cousin by his first name? It has to be manager Zhu. She continued. My cousin is the manager of this fine Western restaurant. You must respect him here. Ha, Gu Wenqing sneered. I respect him? What is he? Gu Wenqing removed his sunglasses and mask, exposing his face to the air. Old boss. The waiter was dumbfounded. This person in front of him was actually the godless boss. Then the violation just now. He was instantly frightened at the thought. The Western restaurant rewarded by the system was the property of Gu Wenqing alone. The business license of the Western restaurant's legal person was Gu Wenqing, and all the staff in the restaurant were also implanted with the memory of Gu Wenqing being the boss. From the opening until now the boss has been Gu Wenqing, only he rarely appears in the store. Boss? The waiter called Gu Wenqing the boss? How could that be? Gu Wenqing was so young and appeared to be a student. How could he become the owner of a high-class Western restaurant? It's not scientific. Unfortunately. Is he really the owner of Debonair? Zhu Yu's voice was tinged with trembling as she looked towards the waiter. Upon seeing the waiter nod, her entire body was like a frosted cucumber. Her body's strength was emptied out and she directly collapsed and sat on her knees. Completely finished. She had screwed her cousin over. After a while, learning that the boss had come, Zhu Wen flew out. When he saw his cousin paralyzed on the ground, he knew that the boss knew all about his fake public service. Manager Zhu Wen trembled as he walked to Gu Wenqing's face, his eyes weak and evasive. Boss, I was wrong. I won't dare next time. Zhu Wen did not want to lose this job. Not only is it easy to work in Japan, but the annual salary isn't low at all. A whole $500,000. More importantly, Zhu Wen liked the freedom. And the boss didn't come often. So he was the emperor of the land in the store. For the sake of my dedication to my work, forgive me for once. At the sound Gu Wenqing sneered, pack up your things and leave. Gu Wenqing had already asked the waiter. Zhu Wen was late for work and left early to cheat. This kind of employee was not laid off. Did he still keep it for the new year? Zhu Wen cried bitterly. He knew he had lost this job forever. His eyes were full of hate as he glanced at his cousin. Blame her. This is all her fault. I must teach her a good lesson when I get home before. Zhu Yu knew that she had caused her cousin to lose his job, and that it was inevitable that she would go home and be educated by her parents with a whip. The price of this pussy is really big. She suddenly envied Wan Yanyan. Found a handsome, career is still so successful boyfriend. The customers in the waiting area looked enviously at Gu Wenqing as the two of them walked into the owner's exclusive box. The owner of Debonair restaurant is actually so young? Awesome. A Western restaurant with a per capita consumption of 700. Wouldn't it have an income of $10 million a year? Amazing. realizing wealth freedom at such a young age. It feels like he looks like a white boy. Successful career and stunning girlfriend. Really envy him. Sentences of exclamatory words echoed in the waiting area. At this moment, everyone was envious of Gu Wenqing. Wang Yanyan sat in the luxurious box. At this moment, she still couldn't believe that her schoolmate was the owner of the debonair Western restaurant. This debonair restaurant had been open for 3 years. This way the school brother opened this restaurant at the age of 15. This is also too unreliable. School brother, did you open this store at the age of 15? Gu Wenqing responded blandly, who told you that? I acquired it. Wang Yanyan frowned in feigned anger. Well, what a big bad guy. Obviously he is the owner of debonair Western food, but also gave me a trap to make a bet with me. Gu Wenqing hemmed and hawed, with some anticipation in his heart. Who told you not to ask? You lost anyway. Never forget our agreement. Wang Yanyan's small face slightly reddened. Bad egg. I'm going to eat hard today. Better eat until you go bankrupt. The back kitchen learned that it was the boss eating. In order to make the boss satisfied, they put up 200% of their spirit to cook. In no time at all they served a table full of dishes. Foie gras steak, Paris lobster, red wine mountain chicken, roasted turkey, orange roasted mallard duck, American beef steak, and other famous Western dishes were placed on the table one by one. It looked colorful and flavorful, making people very appetizing. There is also a bottle of red wine of more than $100,000. The price of this table of dishes ran to more than $300,000 to go. 2 people simply cannot finish eating. These were all famous dishes that Wang Yanyan used to crave but couldn't afford, so of course Gu Wenqing would satisfy her. Who asked her to be so pretty and obedient? Gu Wenqing was worth a lot of money nowadays, so he didn't care about giving a woman some money to use. Gu Wenqing ate a little of each. It's really worthy of being the leading Western restaurant in the university town. The flavor is really good. Gu Wenqing said. Is it good, sister? Wang Yanyan's cheeks bulged and she answered directly. Aha, it's delicious. If it's good, you can eat more. Aha, good, sister. In the future, I will bring you here every week to eat, okay? Wang Yanyan didn't even raise her head. Aha, good. School sister. Tonight I want to see erotic lace net stockings. Aha, okay, good. It's a deal. Wang Yanyan, who had been eating and eating, suddenly turned her brain around. No, I've just been eating. Didn't even hear what you said. In short, no. Gu Wenqing hugged Wang Yanyan on his lap. No? Wang Yanyan's face flushed. No. Woman who doesn't keep her word. I'm going to teach you a lesson. Don't. Itchy. A meal. Gu Wenqing ate a refreshing meal, although the last line of defense has not yet broken through, but the upper half of his schoolmate's body had already opened up for him. After the two finished eating, it was already 7 o'clock at night. Passing by a store, Wang Yanran asked Gu Wenqing to wait outside while she went to buy some personal items. After buying, the two aimlessly held hands and strolled along Huaxi Street. The two holding hands, Wang Yanyan's height of 170 and Gu Wenqing's height of 180. Very much a sense of the perfect couple's height. This pair of high-value men and women attracted the eyes of an unknown number of young boys and girls. As time passed, boing, Wang Yanran's face was peachy red, but what she said was a big deal. The relatives were coming. Gu Wenqing moved his hand down a few centimeters. Sure enough, Gu Wenqing's face could not hide his disappointment. Soon Gu Wenqing thought of the method of the movie plot. Gu Wenqing got up and pulled Wang Yanran towards the hotel. However, not far behind them, there were two girls who happened to see it. Isn't that Wang Yanyan? He actually went to the hotel with a man. Seeing this scene, one of them quickly took a picture with their cell phone. The two of them happened to come to Huaxi Street for dinner. Then they unintentionally discovered Wang Yanyan. They had also seen Wang Yanyan this morning and recognized the clothes she was wearing at once. Wang Yanyan was taken down this time? An average-looking girl said. Her record of never spreading gossip after hanging on to her golden son-in-law for so long has been broken. Another asked, who's the boy next to her? It should be Gu Wenqing from freshman year. She also sent water to Gu Wenqing during military training. In school, everyone knows that Wang Yanyan worships gold, but there are still countless rich second-generation, entrepreneurial students and so on kneeling to lick her. Not only because she is beautiful, but more importantly, she has never been in love once. The first love of the department flower. The school many good condition of the boys racked their brains, want to become Wang Yanyan's first boyfriend. Unfortunately, the whole year of freshman year, Wang Yanyan did not eat alone with the boys, so got a nickname of gold-worshipping goddess. The name of the goddess refers to the fact that Wang Yanyan is very picky about the financial strength of the male partner. Goddess refers to Wang Yanyan's uncommon face value, and ice-clear body. Gu Wenqing's hand wrapped around Wang Yanyan's small waist and walked into the hotel. Seeing this scene, the two girls inexplicably envied Wang Yanyan a little. This was the super-rich second-generation Gu Wenqing, possessing an uncommon face value, driving a multi-million-dollar sports car with a license plate worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Most importantly, the white boy is the dream of many girls. They are staring at Gu Wenqing's back with fascination. In their hearts, they are envious of Wang Yanyan. Inside the hotel, the beauty is out of the bath. Wang Yanyan was shy. This outfit brightened Gu Wenqing's eyes. The headlights bulged. It made it difficult for someone's gazer to pull himself away. The atmosphere is baked to the extreme. The personal items that schoolmate went to buy, Gu Wenqing finally saw. Long black stockings. Gu Wenqing revealed a hint of a smile. How could he let go of such a charming and beautiful girl? Wang Yanyan, who was all seductive, felt her schoolmate's hot eyes and became even more shy. It was also the first time she wore such a revealing dress in front of a boy. The depth of love is naturally thick. Gu Wenqing picked up Wang Yanyan and walked inside. Wang Yanyan in his arms was like an ostrich, burying her face in her schoolmate's arms. Shy. After a long time, Wang Yanyan frowned her small eyebrows. Pitiful. Drinking water and holding a cup. Her hands were sore. School brother, you are so bad. Wang Yanyan took the soft pillow and knocked her schoolmate's head. And after that, the exhausted Wang Yanyan wrapped around him like an octopus. Like a kitten curled up in his arms, she entered Dreamland. The Western restaurant fired Zhu Wan, and the system had an unlocking prompt. Gu Wenqing was now free to read it. Ding! The host has unlocked a new title, Killing a Chicken to Warn a Monkey. Reward a Porsche Cayenne. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, Heavenly Voice. Heavenly Voice strengthens the host's singing skills, changes the host's pentatonic voice, and equips the host with the qualities of a professional singer. Soon, Gu Wenqing also entered Dreamland. Early the next morning, Gu Wenqing drove his Ferrari straight to the school. In more than 10 minutes, it arrived at the school. Gu Wenqing pulled into the parking space. Early in the morning was the time for freshman military training, and early morning classes for college students, so it was very crowded. Upon seeing the Ferrari Lafa, and the extremely racy license plate Shanghai A11111, everyone knew that it was Gu Wenqing who had come. Nowadays, Gu Wenqing was the absolute man of the hour in Mordor University, the center of attention for everyone. It wasn't just because of the bravery, it was more because of his godly status. The butterfly door of the Ferrari slowly opened, and the handsome boy and girl walked down from the car. When seeing the girl's appearance, the hearts of all the boys present were filled with crap. My God! In the morning, the department flower Wang Yanyan even from Gu Wenqing's car down? The two of them went to a room last night? Did she give it to him? At this moment, the mood of all the boys sank to the bottom. The gold-worshipping goddess, taken down so quickly. Wang Yanyan, one of the 4 recognized goddesses of Magic City University, has become someone else's. All the boys' eyes looked at Gu Wenqing with super jealousy. Soon after, someone found out that in the forum of the school's intranet, there were photos of Weiswei departmental flower and Gu Wenqing going to the hotel together. In the photo, Gu Wenqing was holding Wang Yanyan intimately, and Wang Yanyan was leaning her body against his arms in a bird-like manner. Seeing this photo and combining it with the fact that the two came down from the car early in the morning, it was basically solid. She gave him, the goddess that countless rich second-generation potential men had been chasing for more than a year had thrown herself into someone else's arms. What's more, it's only been 3 short days since school started. In just 3 days, they've taken the goddess they've been longing for. The boys present, their hearts were aching. Wang Yanyan, who got off the bus, didn't care about other people's eyes. Her character has always been straightforward, and she dares to love and hate. She had already been honest with her schoolmate. Was she still afraid of what others would say? I'll go back first to catch up on my sleep. You also go to military training soon, Wang Yanran said to her schoolmate and then left. It might not even be possible to hold a pen and write today. Old Gu, did you really have a room with Wang Yanyan yesterday? Huang Zicheng asked. Zhou Tao and Zhang Xiaohong were also curious and listened with their ears perked up. Yes, Gu Wenqing replied. Crap, so she really gave it to you? Nima, freshman year has only begun and you've already hit a home run against department flower sister. Really envious. The 3 roommates were crying with envy. They hadn't even touched a woman's hand, while Gu Wenqing had already ended her virginity. This gap was also too big. After the roommates calmed down, Gu Wenqing continued. 2 rooms were opened, 1 for each. The 3 of them, you big man. Why didn't you say so earlier? They were so envious for so long. The 4 of them chatted and bragged for a while, and then walked towards the playground together. For women's matters they just know it themselves. There is no need to share it to others. Let them guess for themselves. The sun was shining. The air was filled with the smell of heat. For freshman military training, freshman hot underwear can squeeze out sweat. After 2 days of military training, everyone has learned to be smart enough to bring their own water bottle. When resting in place during military training, They could replenish their water. They weren't like Gu Wenqing. There were two schoolmates who took turns delivering sparkling water and milk tea. Many of the gazes of the boys on the playground looked toward Gu Wenqing. I heard that Gu Wenqing went to a room with the department flower yesterday? The school's intranet has exposed the pictures. Marred. Seeing that salty hand on the picture makes me angry. This recalls Wenqing and the department flower officially announced their relationship. Chen Yunxue will not send her water again, right? Che certainly will not send again. It is said that Chen Yunxue High School is the school flower. How can the school flower win licking dog? How can a school beauty be a third party? That said, Chen Yunxue is really good looking. The mood of everyone in the freshman was both heartbreaking and fortunate. Heartbroken because the school's sexiest departmental flower goddess had become Gu Wenqing's girlfriend. Thankful because after Gu Wenqing had an affair with the department flower schoolgirl, Chen Yunxue shouldn't like Gu Wenqing anymore. Feeling the gazes from all directions, Gu Wenqing couldn't help but frown slightly. Was Wang Yanyan's influence at Magic University so great? It wasn't just getting off the bus with Wang Yanyan. Was everyone so sensational? Besides, their relationship wasn't as far as everyone thought. Although Gu Wenqing kinda wanted to. But the actual situation Wang Yanyan came to relatives. The military training was resting in place. After being in the sun for so long, everyone's mouths were dry and they all took out their own water bottles to drink. Gulp! Gulp! After drinking it all everyone felt much more comfortable. Gu Wenqing's mouth was also dry. He came to military training right after Ferrari and didn't bring any water with him. Buying water was not an option. And resting in place was not an option. Gu Wenqing had to ask his 3 roommates, "Do you still have water?" Zhou Tao shook the empty bottle. "Old Gu, you're too late. We drank it all." Holy shit. At the sound, Gu Wenqing felt his mouth get even drier. Seeing that Gu Wenqing had no water to drink, the boys on the playground all gloated and laughed. Ha ha, he has his day. Seeing him with no water to drink, my heart is finally balanced. Let him fool around. Now he's out of luck. He must have thought that a goddess would bring him water. Great. Schoolflower Chen finally saw his scummy face. Seeing Gu Wenqing's mouth dry, everyone was overjoyed. 2 days ago, 2 major goddesses delivered water. One was the department flower of the university. The other had been the high school's school flower. Both girls with top-notch face value gave Gu Wenqing water, envying the others. Boys who look at it is not crazy. Who was not envious? 2 days ago. Let him pretend to. Today, seeing Gu Wenqing without water to drink. Of course everyone is happy. Many girls actually wanted to give Gu Wenqing water inside. But when they thought of the 2 goddesses who had given Gu Wenqing water before, there was invisible pressure in their hearts. They don't have the kind of face value that the goddesses have. A lot of girls are struggling with whether or not to give Gu Wenqing water. After all, who could bear to see a handsome guy with a high face value suffer? Just as the boys were happy in their hearts, a very whispered sentence came from the playground. "If you don't mind, drink my water." The girl who spoke was wearing camouflage clothing, and the white canvas shoes under her feet were washed and slightly yellowed, but clean. The girl wore black glasses, and her cheeks with her head lowered were all blocked by her black hair. Yun Weiwei carefully, handing Gu Wenqing a water bottle. Gu Wenqing looked at the kettle in front of her, the surface of which was worn and varnished, the old kettle stating that it had accompanied its owner for a long time. She was the girl who had watched and learned to help herself. Gu Wenqing recognized her at once. Yun Weiwei saw that Gu Wenqing didn't take the kettle. She lowered her body even lower and was disliked again. Yun Weiwei's tiny voice, "The boiling water I received in the cafeteria. It's clean. Also, he's so rich, he shouldn't care to drink cold white water from the cafeteria." Suddenly, the kettle in his hand was taken away by male Gu Wenqing. Gu thud. Gu thud. Gu Wenqing drank all the water in one gulp. Gu Wenqing smiled freely. "It's too late to thank you. How could I disdain you?" Yun Weiwei held the empty water bottle and breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. At this time the wind picked up. The breeze blew up Yun Weiwei's hair, and her white and pretty face flashed. Stunning Gu Wenqing. Who would have thought that the girl who kept her head down all the time possessed a face value that wasn't lower than Chen Yunxue or Wang Yanran? Intimidated by Gu Wenqing's eyes, Yun Weiwei quickly lowered her head and walked away. Gu Wenqing was drunk and happy, but the boys on the playground were not. Holy shit, there's someone else delivering water. The girl delivering water is so tall. Marred. It's a shame I can't see Gu Wenqing get thirsty. My joy is gone. It's okay, as long as it's not schoolgirl Chen delivering the water. Don't worry, schoolmarm Chen will never come. As they were talking, a silhouette appeared at the entrance of the playground. At this time, schoolflower Chen had changed from her usual JK campus style. She wore a tight little undershirt today, and a light gray short skirt, straight long legs, wearing a black silk, wrapped in black silk legs shadow about reflecting the white skin color. People beautiful, body also good. The breeze blew Chen Yunxue's hair, long hair fluttering, like a girl out of the anime. Chen Yunshue's hand is no longer milk tea, replaced by sparkling water. The bottle of sparkling water that had just been taken out of the refrigerator was still covered in frost. Schoolgirl Chen, here we go again. It's not going to be another water delivery for Gu Wenqing, is it? I don't think so. It's definitely not for the scum. The Gu Wenqing milk tea was sent 2 days ago, but today it's changed to sparkling water. What does that mean? It means that Chen has changed the object of water delivery. Brothers, fine After the Big Brother's analysis, everyone thought it made sense. The milk tea changed to sparkling water. Doesn't it mean that school flower Chen changed the object of water delivery? It must be that the schoolgirl knows that Gu Wenqing has a sister and is disappointed in him. So the schoolgirl switched to someone else to deliver the water. The boys' gazes followed Chen's figure, and they thought to themselves, how I wish it was me who was being served water. After careful dressing Chen's school flower, the beauty is comparable to a fairy. Look at the boys are dumbfounded. 1 step, 2 steps. In everyone's line of sight, Schoolmistress Chen walked to the class square that Gu Wenqing belonged to. The hearts of the boys were suddenly hanging in mid-air. Chen Yunshue's eyes searched around and quickly spotted the prettiest pup in the crowd. And Gu Wenqing also happened to be looking at her. The 4 eyes are opposite each other. Without changing her face, Schoolmistress Chen shifted her gaze. When Schoolmarm Chen walked up to Gu Wenqing, she handed Gu Wenqing the sparkling water. At this moment, all the boys in the playground seemed to hear the sound of their hearts breaking. I heard that you like to drink sparkling water, so I bought it for you specially. Coming in front of Gu Wenqing, Chen Yunxue handed Gu Wenqing the sparkling water. Thanks. Gu Wenqing took the water from Schoolmarm Chen. He had just drank a lot and wasn't thirsty yet. However, sensing Schoolmarm Chen's expectant eyes, Gu Wenqing opened the cap and took a sip with a gulp. Seeing Gu Wenqing drink the water she had given him, Schoolmistress Chen revealed a satisfied smile. Instantly, seeing Schoolmistress Chen's charming smile, the boys directly exploded. I'm convinced. It's for Gu Wenqing again. Schoolflower Chen is confused. Gu Wenqing has a date. Why does Schoolflower Chen have to hang herself on this tree? Gu Wenqing? I was just laughing at Gu Wenqing, but it turns out that Schoolflower Chen is here to deliver water again. The crowd murmured one sentence to the next. They didn't know why Schoolflower Chen loved Gu Wenqing alone. Although Gu Wenqing was handsome and rich, others already had school sisters. So why did Schoolflower Chen not let go of her? They don't want to know that among the girls that Gu Wenqing saved, there was Chen Yunxue, and the surveillance screen was blurry, so they couldn't see the girl's face at all. And the school didn't publicize the fact that she had been killed. The school also did not publicize the girl who was saved. The result is that people simply do not know Gu Wenqing and Chen Yunxue have this layer of connection. The two of them walked forward and backward to the shade. Gu Wenqing said, "There's no need to deliver water every day just to thank me. No matter who was beaten up that day, I would have gone up to help." Chen Yunshue's tone was icy cold. "I know. I send me. Not you like not drink is." Gu Wenqing was speechless. Really deserved to be known as the iceberg beauty in high school. Every word and action is so arrogant. Gu Wenqing directly responded, "Drink. As long as you send me to drink. Send it. Anyway, the trouble is not him. So high and cold. Whoever marries her in the future is not holding an iceberg back. Summer air conditioning costs are saved." Ding. The host unlocked a new title, The Crane. Reward 10% of the shares of Huafeng Real Estate. Reward Fighting Voice Platform Fighting Coins 10000000000. Returning to the dormitory from military training, Gu Wenqing opened the system. This time, the reward for unlocking the new title is not reliable. Even something like Douyin virtual currency can be used as a reward. The system has been a bit perfunctory lately. However, this reward does look quite bluffing. Huafeng Real Estate, as we all know, the market value of real estate companies are not low. 10% of the shares are worth more than $1 billion, even less. Gu Wenqing opened the browser and searched for information on Huafeng Real Estate. Huafeng Real Estate was founded in 1996, grew in the Magic City. The company's scale is also limited to the Magic City. The business covers real estate development, commercial operation, business development, and the development of the company's business. The business covers real estate development, commercial operations, rental housing, smart services, housing rental and sale, and housing renovation. As of 2022, Huafeng Real Estate has a total valuation of 8 million, and has taken 7 pieces of land with great development value around Mordor. And the land in Mordor alone is worth 40 billion. In the national real estate Minos bank loans tens of billions of dollars. Huafeng Real Estate's book funds are greater than liabilities. One of the reasons is that Huafeng Real Estate step is not big. Not everywhere in the country to take the land. Only Snail in the Magic City of a city West Hardwork. The market value is $80 billion. 10% of the shares is $8 billion. Gu Wenqing read in his mind. Today, In one day, he had earned 80 small goals, and he had to say that the life of hanging on was really cool. At this time, a call came in. Someone was interviewing for the manager of the debonair Western restaurant. Gu Wenqing drove then to Huaxi Street, parked in the garage, walked into the store, can clearly feel the atmosphere of the store than yesterday to be much more positive. The applicant was a man in his 30s. According to his own words, he had been a manager in a star hotel. When he saw that the owner of the Western restaurant was so young, he was a bit contemptuous in his heart. Mr. Gu put 100 hearts. I once worked as a management manager in a star hotel. My ability to manage this store is not difficult at all. Gu Wenqing frowned listening to the man blah 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 said a bunch of, really can't stand it, directly interrupted the man's words, said, thank you, our temple is too small to accommodate you this big Buddha. The man was stunned on the spot. He hauled a former hotel business executives, willing to condescend to the small Western restaurant, completely the boss of the blessing, the boss of the blessing. I thought that the position in hand, which had thought that on the spot was rejected. Gu Wenqing out of the Western restaurant. The mood has become bad. Martyr. Also corporate executives, even the most basic humility do not understand? One to put their own ability to blow the bull to death, but also look down on the Western restaurant small. Then I want you a hammer. The guy with the low eye. He might as well recruit a management experience as not much, but down to earth to do things. Anyway, the store is not too big. Pressure does not need what executive talent. As soon as Gu Wenqing got off the garage, just saw a sexy dressed female anchor. More in the Ferrari Laffa next to the live broadcast. Viewers, is a flagship supercar launched by Ferrari? The world is only limited to 499 units, priced at 10 million level yuanen said. The camera of the cell phone, adjusted to the Ferrari Rafa directly. Yuanen looked at the screen and continued. As a face anchor, I came across this rare Ferrari Rafa today, so I'm going to make a guest appearance as an anchor commenting on the sports car. This Ferrari Rafa is equipped with a 6.3-liter V12 naturally aspirated engine that can output a maximum power of 588 kilowatts, and an electric motor that independently outputs 120 kilowatts of power, making the Lafa's combined output power as high as 708 kilowatts. The powerful engine allows it to be on the road for seconds of sky and air, with no taillights for you to see. After the solution finished, Yuanen looked at the multi-million-dollar supercar. Yuanen joked and continued to say, brothers, you have to work hard, strive to drive a Ferrari in the future. The little woman must be in return. As a small anchor on Douyin, Yuanen's popularity is very low, so low that her monthly income is just enough to cover her daily expenses in Magic City. Without a big brother in the live broadcast room, it would be hard for even the prettiest anchor to catch fire. After all, now the era of universal live broadcast, without a little fame, who will go to see you live? Yuanen had the opportunity to fire before. There was a big brother in the live room, a day to brush him $100,000. The company's efforts are finally paying off. Plus Big Brother V letter. Big Brother directly sent a location, reported the hotel room number. The first thing you need to do is to get rid of all the stuff you've been doing, and then you'll be able to get rid of it. Big Brother brushed the money, did not get the benefits, certainly not dry. Everywhere nonsense propaganda. Said Yuanen promised to go to bed. He will brush so many gifts. After a few days of trouble, finally Yuanen lost $100,000 before things calmed down. 100,000 gifts. The platform divided in half, to the hands of only 50,000 in the hands of Yuanen. She went around to raise money to borrow 50,000, which only raised enough 100,000 yuan. Their own efforts live. Nothing is not guilty, but also out of $50,000, equivalent to her lived 3 months of wages. That day, Yuanen cried the darkness of the sky. The Douyin live broadcast room named Anan is the cutest. The number of people online showed more than 1,000 people. Crap, if I could really afford to drive a Ferrari, I'd high and low brush a 100,000 gift for the anchor. I like the anchor so much. I want to hug it. Ferrari Rafa handsome batch explosion. I'm not here to see your face. Quickly point the camera at the Ferrari. Little anchor is ridiculous. Damn when the anchor, but also refused to open the room with Big Brother. Pretend Nima it. There were not many pop-ups. There were fans and black fans. Yuanen after the incident of refusing to open a room with Big Brother. The fewer gifts she received every day now. In the past, those crazy Big Brothers who swiped gifts were all spying on her body. And after realizing that there was no profit to be made, they stopped giving gifts to Yuanen. After realizing that there is no profit in it, they no longer brush gifts for Yuanen. And they all turn into black fans who blacken Yuanen in the live broadcasting room every day. Some of the viewers who really like Yuanen saw the pop-ups. They were furious. Protect our female anchor. And In is not the kind of bad woman who climbs into bed when she sees money. Brothers Meng and In recently lost her big brother. Everyone brushed more gifts for An. For a while, the audience who loved An brushed a wave of crazy gifts. Thank you. A mosquito Big Brother sent 66 lollipops. Thank you. A cat is not good. Big Brother sent 10 bikinis. Thanks. 66 beers from Safe to Home, Big Brother. Thanks. 2 hot air balloons from Like Little Anon, Big Brother. Yuan saw the gifts from everyone and thanked the audience who gave her gifts with a clear voice. Although her face was smiling happily, she was on the verge of crying inside looking at these. Dozens of people swiped gifts, and the most valuable ones were only the 2 hot air balloons sent by Like Little Anon. A hot air balloon is worth $52. 2 is only $104. The gift list now. The water flow is not more than $400 per day, and the share to her hands even $200. The share to her to hand even $200 are not. This kind of a few thousand a month income, even her month's rent money is not enough. Not to mention the fact that she still has to eat and pay back tens of thousands of dollars in external debt. Gu Wenqing stood at a distance and waited for a while, letting Yuanan live stream the Ferrari for a while. Seeing that Yuanan had no intention of leaving yet, she had to walk towards the Ferrari. In An's cutest live broadcast room, pop-ups from the viewers were scrolling. Unknown man appears behind the anchor. Crap. Coming towards An. It couldn't be An's boyfriend. Crying. An is looking for a wild man behind our backs. Oh, no wonder refused Big Brother. Originally found a little white boy. Anchor simply put together shameless. Silly anchor. Young do not know money is good. Yuanan looked at the pop-up screen, directly ignored the black people who sprayed themselves, curiously turned back and, seeing a boy wearing a white shirt, black baggy slacks, and white loafers on his feet is walking towards himself. Although the sunglasses and mask worn by the boy covered his face, she was sure that the boy's face value was definitely not low. The invincible temperament of the teenage sense, and those long and slender legs, the hardware was simply unbeatable. Yuanan thought to herself, boys can't be looking at their own good looks and come over to hit on them. Thinking of this, Yuanan's face slightly reddened. Then wait whether to give him V-mail or not. This is not to blame Yuanan narcissism. The main she walks on the street often encountered up to hit on, or want contact information of the boys. When Yuanan was struggling with herself, Gu Wenqing came to Yuanan's front. Sorry, can you make way? I'm in a hurry. Yuanan, what about hitting on me as promised? Yuanan was inexplicably disappointed. And then there is a bit of aggression. The road is so wide. Who am I blocking? Yuanan's soft and clear voice. The garage is so big. Why don't you go next to it? Have to let me let you. Seeing that the situation is not Yuanan's underground boyfriend, the water friends in the live broadcast room also exploded into the sky. Marred. This man is sick? Blind eyes. Such a big garage had to say that An was in his way. He just wants to show his presence in front of An. He's a real old man. An might have met a perverted sex fiend. Gu Wenqing was directly speechless. Beauty. You're standing in front of the front end of my car, blocking me from driving. Hearing this sentence, the water friends in the live broadcast room directly went crazy. The pop-up screen don't want to die to taunt. Oh, this pussy is pretending to be raw. Young man, I would like to call you the world's first king of pussy. This pussy I give a score of -100 points. Not for anything else. Just for this pussy pretend to fake. Young man, don't dream. Quickly go to work in the assembly line. This brother is awesome. In order to show his presence in front of An, he doesn't even make a draft of his bragging. Not only did the pop-ups not believe it, Yuanan also didn't believe that the tall boy in front of him was a Ferrari owner. The schoolboy youthfulness on him is so full, so young, how can he drive a Ferrari? Look-up body also does not have rich second-generation arrogant and domineering gangsterism. Could this be done to get her attention? Yes, it must be like this. Yuanan brushed down the bangs on her forehead and sighed slightly in her heart. The fact that he was so handsome was already enough to attract her. Why did he still use such a raw method to get her attention? Gu Wenqing looked at Yuanan still frozen in place. Simply pull out the car key directly. Press the unlock button. The Ferrari dangling lights instantly lit up. The garage are illuminated by 1 degree. Wow. Seeing this scene, all the people were dumbfounded. What did they see? The boys took out their car keys and the Ferrari was unlocked. Oh my god. This boy wasn't pretending. The Ferrari car was really his. Thanks to the fact that they had just made a point of mocking the boys, the scene was slapped in the face hard by the boys. In an instant, Yuanan's live room popularity directly reached over 3,000. And the pop-ups were overwhelming. Crap, blinded my dog's eyes. I go. This young man, live face punch? Damn. The little anchor met a big brother on the road. He's so rich. He must have a great time driving a $10 million sports car. Damn. I'm so envious. He's definitely a nobleman. His family's assets are conservatively estimated to be more than $1 billion. The viewers vigorously swiped their pop-ups. They were all shocked. Just now, they sprayed a rich second generation who drove a Ferrari. Luckily that man couldn't see the pop-up screen. From the moment Gu Wenqing pressed the car key, the online viewers, along with anchor Yuanin, were all deeply shocked. Yuanin was so dumbfounded that she couldn't even speak coherently. Is this Ferrari really yours? After saying that, Yuanin regretted it. She cursed herself in her heart for being such an idiot, asking such an idiotic question when someone else had already pulled out the key to unlock the Ferrari. It's not her fault. Mainly she was too shocked. Such a handsome young boy, driving a car worth $10 million. Yuanin was a little embarrassed in front of the godly man. At the sound of the voice, Gu Wenqing felt that the beautiful anchor woman in front of her. Some cute. How silly. As fake. You're broadcasting live on Douyin? Gu Wenqing asked curiously. As he glanced at his cell phone screen, the anchor's nickname, Anin, is the cutest. Gu Wenqing subconsciously glanced at Yuanin. Yo-ho! It was still a cute girl from the second dimension. A black and white maid outfit. Childish face with huge breasts. I'm afraid G-cup. Under the skirt of the maid outfit, the length of the white half-length stockings is just up to the knee position, and the high heels under the feet make Yuanin's body look more tall and sexy. The woman's body is more tall and sensual. Cute features, big eyes and a head of pink hair. The old second cute girl. Gu Wenqing looked twice more at the super large G soft. These two were indeed cute and excessive. Right, Yuanin responded. Do you usually play Douyin to watch live broadcasts too? Play ah. Gu Wenqing took her cell phone and searched for the Anan's cutest live broadcast, and took a look at the more than 3,000 people. Look at your popularity is not high ah. Small anchor, continue to work hard. Strive to early become the audience online 100,000 plus big net red. Gu Wenqing looked at her G-rated softness and gave her a click of attention. Yuanin grunted, humph. Sooner or later there will be that day. Gu Wenqing glanced at the pop-up screen, kneel down and ask for the camera to be aimed at Divine Hero, so I can see Divine Hero up close. Anchor still can't afford to understand? Quickly kneel down for Godly Hero. Anchor quickly lick the God of Hero. He is so rich. Casually hand leakage point is enough to you live a few months of income. It's over. I always feel that Anin will run away with Big Brother. Bullshit. Anin is the kind of woman who is open to money. Anin is a good girl. She won't mess around at all. Gu Wenqing then looked at the gift list again. Today's list, one brush of Soundwave is also only $100 or so. That day, Yuanan's entire Soundwave added up to less than $200. This mix is also a little too miserable. With such a cute face and unrivaled G-rated softness, this shouldn't be ah. Gu Wenqing inquired, little anchor. You're mixing too poorly, right? When you mix into a big netizen that day, I'm afraid the world will be destroyed. Yuanin froze for a moment. Pitifully said, it wasn't like this before. It's just that I refused Big Brother's excessive demands, and that's why I'm so miserable. In the live broadcast room, the pop-ups took off. Crying, heartbroken for my family Anin. Anin, don't be upset. When I get my paycheck, leave $500 for me to eat instant noodles for a month, and I'll swipe all the remaining $2,500 for you. Upstairs can really show. And then you don't bend over for money. Good job. Oh duh. Dog anchor, what a bitch to pretend. No way. No way. Nowadays there are still people who believe in an anchor with an innocent persona? Spicy chicken shit. What's the point of pretending to be pathetic in front of God ho? F***ck. People are beautiful and soft and big, and they don't give a damn about playing. Why should I swipe money for you? Gu Wenqing looked at the screen and understood the situation. Big Brother rewarded the money and wanted to sleep with you, an anchor. The little anchor was unwilling, and then Big Brother even stopped swiping gifts for her. Big Brother are greedy, you ain't in body. She does not give through. Fools will make efforts to give her brush gift. The full-time anchor who is so miserable. Gu Wenqing is still the first time to see those big network red. A day of live income of 1,000 on the million. And then look at Yuanin, such daily water flow is not more than 1,000 small anchor. It seems that all walks of life are drought death. Waterlogging death. Yuanin who can't pay the rent is about to die of drought. Gu Wenqing yesterday unlocked the new title, Crane. The system rewarded 1,000,000,000 bucket money. The system rewarded Gu Wenqing 1,000,000,000,000 Docoins. The virtual currency that was recharged could not be exchanged for real money. Docoins are just chicken help for Gu Wenqing. Worthless. For the sake of your G-rated daimyo, let's give you a shallow brush. Gu Wenqing glanced at the white and tender waves, and blogged in his heart. Gu Wenqing began to brush the gift. Gu Wenqing hadn't rewarded anyone with a gift yet, and opened the interface to look for it. Found the most expensive gift, Supreme Gift Cannon. Supreme Gift Cannon, 66. 666 do coins, equivalent to 6 renminbi. At this time, Anand's cutest live room was greeted with another wave of small gifts. Yuanan was looking at the screen, and in a soft voice, she shouted, "Thank you, 66 beers from Big Brother, Love Beauty. Thank you, Cat Not Good, for the 66 hearts. Thank you, I've Got Money, for the 20 little clouds. Thank you." Like little Anan, Big Brother sent 2 hot air balloons again. Yuanan's cute voice echoed in the garage. A wave of Operation Fierce as a tiger. A look at the income of 250. But for the recent Yuanan, today's gift reward is still a lot more. Today's gift flow is more than 500 yuan. Yuanan heart is still a little happy. Since the refusal of Big Brother, today's gift list is already the highest record. Suddenly, Yuanan saw a burst of dazzling special effects. The light of the special effects was almost taking up the entire cell phone screen. As we all know, the more expensive the gift, the more dazzling and cooler the special effects are, the more they take up the cell phone screen. This was the special effect of the Supreme Gift Cannon. A Supreme Gift Cannon costs 66, and the last time she was rewarded with a Supreme Gift Cannon was the time when Big Brother asked for a room. Knowing that with her recent daily water flow, it would take a full 20 days of live broadcasting to be able to a Supreme Salute. Yuanan only saw the screen of bombardment, dazzling special effects that filled the entire cell phone screen. The special effects of the Supreme Salute were whistling in her live room one after another. The 1st, the 5th, the 10th, the 60th. At this instant, Yuanan first felt a lack of oxygen in her head, and then a wave of excitement came out from the bottom of her heart. Mamma mia! She has developed Magic City's first deep love? Gifted anchor Anan is the most adorable. The Supreme Salute times 1. One love in Magic City. Presenting Anan the cutest anchor. Supreme Salute times 10. One love in Magic City. Presenting Anan, the cutest anchor. Supreme Salute times 20. The first love in the Magic City. Presenting the anchor Anan the cutest. The Supreme Salute times 40. One love in Magic City. Presenting Anan the cutest anchor. Supreme Salute X 66 inch. One love in Magic City. Presenting Anan, the cutest anchor. Supreme Salute times 100. 100 consecutive Supreme Gift Cannons not only exploded in most lovely live room, but also made the entire Douyin platform like dropping an atomic bomb, causing a huge shock. A banner appeared at the top of the screen for all Douyin online users. Magic City's first deep love? In the anchor Anand's most adorable live room gave away 100 Supreme Gift Cannon. Everyone quickly go to grab the box it. The first deep love in Magic City. In the anchor Anand's most lovely live room gave away 100 Supreme Salute. Everyone go grab the box. Magic City first deep love? In the anchor Anan the most lovely live room gave away 100 Supreme Gift Cannon. Everyone quickly go to grab the box. 3 whole gold-colored banners floated across the screens of all online users. This is the platoon. A whole 100 Supreme Gift Cannons were given away. The Douyin official also gave enough of a spectacle for the godly hero, Magic City's first deep love, to pretend to be a pimp. This time, countless people were shocked. What did they see? A Supreme Gift Cannon worth 6 renminbi. Supreme Salutes weren't rare. Every day people would brush for the anchor. But a whole 100 Supreme Salutes. Since the founding of the Douyin platform, such a feat has rarely occurred. How could these 100 Supreme Salutes not shock them? 100 Supreme Salutes, converted into real money, is over 600,000 RMB. More than 600,000 yuan. Many people can't save this much in their whole life. Over 600,000 yuan. You can buy a suite in a small city. More than 600,000. You can mention a brand new Mercedes-Benz E-Class high-end. Douyin platform anchors. Also crazy. Hate to be rewarded more than 600,000 anchor is their own. Niha lousy is not cultured. A sentence of crouch go the world. Crouch. 600,000 used to spend not fragrant? God hoa. His world we do not deserve to understand. One groove represents 10,000. It's hard for me to shout 100 grooves, but it's so easy for a tycoon to brush 600,000 dollars. Paralyzed. I envy the eyes are red. Big Brother. Cowhide. Magic City's first deep love? Long live. A group of people exclaimed, all of them flooding into Yuanan's live room. The number of people in Yuanan's live room instantly soared from 300 directly to 50,000 plus popularity. With 50,000 plus popularity, it was considered a second-tier anchor in Jiayin. Yuanan looked at the popularity of her live room for a moment as if she was dreaming. She hurriedly said thank you. 100 Supreme Salutes from Magic City's One Deep Love Big Brother. She continued to say, degree deeply affectionate divine hero cowhide, mighty and domineering. The world's #1 hangs in the air, plus or minus. The audience in the live broadcast room also exploded at this time. Crap. Anen is standing up. Bullshit. The anchor easily earned 300,000 RMB. Coming from the banner. I have to say that the anchor's face value is indeed worthy of the more than $600,000 from Divine Hero. Magic City. The first deep brother in the brush so much money is not to be rewarded. Or to sing a song for you. Or how about dancing? Yuanen's soft and sticky voice sounded. Once bitten by a snake. 10 years afraid of a well rope. Ever since being rewarded $100,000 and then recovered. Yuanen's heart was elated and fearful when she saw a large reward. If this big brother made another rude request, how should she politely refuse? Therefore, she said tentatively, sing a song for big brother. Dance in return for big brother's more than 600,000 yuan reward. As soon as the words left her mouth, she herself blushed in shame. The pop-ups are also all airborne bar. 1,000 miles to send. To raise prices. 1,000 miles a day. At the sound of the voice, Gu Wenqing speechless thank a hair give me some practical. Yuanen was dumbfounded. 2 dumbfounded. 3 dumbfounded. Yuanen's voice trembled. You are the #1 deep love in Magic City? Gu Wenqing said, otherwise? Yuanen's walked over. Accidentally the camera was aimed at Gu Wenqing's Douyin account. A series of numbers. Douyin 999333340. At that instant, Yuanen's entire body froze. Not only Yuanen, the 50,000 plus viewers in the live broadcast were also shocked to death. What did they see? My God. Individual. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, billion. The account of the Magic City's one shamrock had bucket coins measured in billions. More than 900 million bucket coins. The total amount spent on the 100, Supreme Salute, rewarded by Mordor's first deep love just now is 666,6660 Dobian. 999333340 plus 6666660 equals 10000000000. Meaning, the account of the Magic City's first deep love had a billion Do coins in it, which when converted into RMB was a whole billion. Crap. How rich should the Magic City first deep love's family be to top up 100 million in cash in Douyin? What's the concept of $100 million in cash recharged into Douyin? Now a lot of people moving are worth several hundred million, several billion, but most of them are stocks, real estate, etc. Many seem to be worth more than a billionaires. In fact, the pocket simply cannot get 100 million cash, even if the billionaires who are worth more than a billion can take out a billion. But they definitely won't be able to recharge into Douyin either. What do I see? A real godly tycoon. A series of numbers. Looking at my eyes are spent. Marred. The little anchor is so lucky that he ran into a godly man in reality. Driving a multi-million Ferrari supercar. Douyin recharged 100 million. This fucking god's rich family at least must be tens of billions of hundreds of billions of assets. Right. The little anchor is still not quick to go eat chicken. Eat well. The god ho absolutely give you arrangements for you clearly understand. I was crying with a wow. I'm going to lose the lovely Anan. Really rich. This kind of life I really sour. 50,000 plus number of people in the live room. Countless pop-ups. People of all shapes and sizes making their statements. Yuanen looked at the balance of more than 900 million Do coins and was frightened. She said in a crying tone, brother, I'm afraid. It's not like they want her to accompany them again, right? She really doesn't do this. Countless viewers felt as if their cell phones were jammed, only to see the heavenly special effects keep flashing repeatedly on their cell phones. Magic City's One Love. Presenting Anchor and Anne's cutest. Supreme Salute ×1. The first love in Magic City. Presenting the anchor and the most adorable. The Supreme Salute ×20. The One Love in Magic City. Presenting An, the cutest anchor. Supreme Salute ×40. The One Love in Magic City. Presenting An the cutest anchor. Supreme Salute X66. The One Love in Magic City. Presenting An, the cutest anchor. Supreme Salute X 100 inch. Another 100 Supreme gift cannons whistled and smashed into the live broadcast room. And the popularity of An Most Lovely S live broadcast room directly soared to 200,000 plus. 200,000 plus viewers allowed Yuanen to live the addiction of a top-tier anchor. Crap. Another 100 Supreme Salutes. Everyone shout with me, Big Brother fondness is bullish. I'm going. Magic City's One deep love directly sent over 1.3 million gifts in Anne's live room. The rich man's world is scary as hell. Big Boss is confused. How many women can you get with 1 3 million? Why bother rewarding Yuanan? Kneeling down and begging Big Boss to spare the simple Anan. 1 billion dujins converted into RMB was 100 million. Although Gu Wenqing could find someone to cash out 50 million renminbi by rewarding her. But Gu Wenqing was too troublesome. Gu Wenqing was now worth close to $20 billion. To say the least. The properties under his name are also countless. 11 billion in bank deposits. A Ferrari Lafayette. A Porsche Cayenne. 10 sets of Huaxi Street storefronts. 800 square feet of high-end Western restaurants. 2 top movie theaters in Magic City. A $168 million license plate. 8 billion worth of shares in Huafeng real estate. The total amount of property adds up to more than $20 billion. Douyin on $1 billion. For him is the dregs. There is absolutely no need to spend time to set 50 million out of. He does not lack that little bit of change. Yes, 50 million in the current Gu Wenqing view is equivalent to the previous 50 cents or $5. Thrown to the ground, he was too lazy to bend over to pick up. Wow, such a small amount of money? My goodness, 3 million is a small amount of money. Is this the pattern of a tycoon? It seems like we really don't understand the world of godly men. Yuanan also said she has been shocked by the forced gas. What's the concept of 200 royal salutes? It's over 3 million renminbi. After splitting the money 50/50ths with the platform, she'll be able to get her hands on more than 650,000 yuan. It's no exaggeration to say that she's never seen so much money in her life. In the eyes of Magic City's #1 deep love, it was small money. Also, Brothers Douyin is all topped up with $100 million in cash. Over $1 million is not worth mentioning to brother. Yuanan said curtly. She was not realizing how licked her expression was. It was so close to hugging Gu Wenqing's thighs and calling out to his father. Alright, turn off the live broadcast. Gu Wenqing waved his hand and said, after swiping so many gifts for you, you don't have to sing and dance if you want to thank me. Just accompany me to the mall to buy something. Anyway, the bucket coins were all from the system, so it was useless to use them. Okay, brother, and then we'll accompany you to shop all night long. Yuanan's voice was still soft and sticky. After saying that, she directly went off the air at light speed. The 200,000 plus viewers watched the black screen, but the pop-ups never stopped. She's off the air now? Crap, accompanying Divine Hero to go shopping to buy what? Black silk, high heels, Durex. On the top floor, this time Anan's body is not guaranteed. Driving a Ferrari, Douyin recharged 100 million. Still so young, and then gave the anchor a reward of 1 million or so. May I ask, will you refuse? If my brother gives me a reward for my words, I directly kneel. I am beautiful and live well. Is it too late to change sex? Gu Wenqing brought the secondary Yuan cute girl Yuanan, and returned to Huaxi Street. At this time, the lights were brightly lit. The most prosperous Huaxi Street in this area. Eating, drinking, playing and having fun. All kinds of goods. Affordable, expensive, luxury. Everything was available in this huge commercial street. Brother, what are you going to buy? Yuanan asked curiously. Hearing this, Gu Wenqing wanted to tease this budding anchorwoman. Gu Wenqing replied, buying condoms. What's that? Yuanan's head didn't respond for a moment and asked after her. Gu Wenqing laughed, Durex. Ah, Yuanan lost her face in shock. Brother, no way, I'm not that kind of person. Gu Wenqing saw Yuanan's scared face turn white, and laughed in his heart. Of course more women are better, but he doesn't just want their bodies. More importantly, he wants to get the girl's feelings. A woman who has no feelings for herself is just a body at his mercy, and there is no difference between a walking corpse. Ha ha, just kidding, I want to go buy a watch, Gu Wenqing said with a smile. As the saying goes, poor people play with cars and rich people play with watches. Gu Wenqing also wanted to buy a watch to play with. Oh, brother, you scared me to death, said Yuanan, patting her chest as she breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Wenqing's eyes, however, looked straight. Baby, it seems you really don't know your own charm. Giant Soft was photographed going with the flow, feeling Gu Wenqing wearing sunglasses, but the direction has been facing straight towards himself. He is staring at himself? Yuanan's face turned red, but she didn't hate Gu Wenqing's gaze. If she were anyone else, she must have cursed in her heart. Old colorful batch, because Yuanan is a real face dog. She only looks at people by their face value, and although Gu Wenqing's face was covered, it was definitely not bad. After more than 10 minutes, Gu Wenqing followed the street sign and found the gathering place of luxury brands. The entire mall here had 7 whole floors, all selling domestic and international luxury brands. Gu Wenqing hadn't done any research on watches. Patek Philippe, Vacheron Constantin, Richard Mille, all of them had only heard of their names, but had never really seen them before. Entering the mall, Gu Wenqing went straight to the second floor. The second floor is the gathering place of luxury watches. Vacheron Constantin, Audemars Piguet, Lang & Son and other world-famous watches have stores here. It was a pity that Patek Philippe didn't have a store on Huaxi Street, or else Gu Wenqing would have bought Patek Philippe straight away, not for any other reason, just because the brand was famous enough to be pretentious. Especially with Patek Philippe's flamboyant tagline, "No one can own a Patek Philippe. It's just a safekeeping for the next generation." Listen to this advertisement. Not more than, this year's New Year's Eve do not accept gifts. Accept gifts also collect platinum brain, cowhide high grade much? Gu Wenqing just walked to the transparent glass door. A uniformed female sales clerk opened the door with a smile. "Hello VIP, welcome to the Vacheron Constantin flagship store." The store's decoration was arranged in a light and luxurious style, and a light fragrance filled the air inside the store. A huge piece of billboard inside the store, Vacheron Constantin's advertising slogan on it. "You can easily own time, but you can't easily own Vacheron Constantin." Gu Wenqing sighed in his heart when he saw it. It had to be said that these luxury brands did have a pattern, and even a mediocre advertisement slogan could be designed in such a lofty manner. It seems that a famous watch not only has to have a history, but also needs a bullish advertisement line to pretend to be something. "May I ask if sir has an appointment?" the sales clerk inquired. "An appointment? You need an appointment to buy a watch?" This time it was Gu Wenqing who was somewhat baffled. He had only heard that buying a luxury car required an appointment in advance, but this was the first time he had heard that buying a Vacheron Constantin also required an appointment. At this time, just a middle-aged man also walked in. The middle-aged man greatly grinning said, "Surname Wang, 5 o'clock appointment." Seeing him come and go as he pleases, he is obviously a regular customer here. Wang Qin, the salesperson who received Gu Wenqing, hurriedly left Gu Wenqing to greet the middle-aged man who had just entered the door. The middle-aged man had come to Vacheron Constantin a few times to buy watches, and Wang Qin was well aware of his strength, consuming watches that were $1 million or less. Selling a $1 million watch, the salesman's commission would be 50 to 60,000. Wang Qin wouldn't mess with money. She wasn't stupid. Gu Wenqing was so young. Even if he was a rich second generation, he would only spend 400 to 500,000 at most, while the middle-aged man's spending power was millions. With such a comparison, she definitely chose the middle-aged man. Gu Wenqing also thought that the reception of their own sales and middle-aged man booked, so he took Yuanan to look at watches at Vacheron Constantin by himself. The first time to look at luxury watches. For the price of Gu Wenqing does not matter, mainly to look at the watch face value. Yun Jing was a salesman who had only just come to Vacheron Constantin. It should be an intern salesperson. She had to sell a Vacheron Constantin watch within a month if she wanted to take off the word internship. The internship lasts for a month, and if she doesn't sell a watch in a month's time, she'll be fired. Vacheron Constantin watches can cost tens of millions of dollars, so it's not that easy to sell. Today is her last few days of internship. If she can't sell a watch in these few days, she'll be out of a job. VIP, what kind of watch do you like? Yun Jing walked up and asked Gu Wenqing. Gu Wenqing said, "Expensive." Yun Jing was shocked and could not hide her disappointment in her heart. According to experience, people like this are usually just people who come in to watch, out of professionalism. Yun Jing led Gu Wenqing to the glass counter with the lowest price of watches. It wasn't that she looked down on Gu Wenqing, she just thought that Gu Wenqing was so young. Even if he wanted to buy a watch, he definitely wouldn't buy one that was too expensive. Vacheron Constantin 25250/D01A9123 for 88,000. Vacheron Constantin 25015/000G9233 for 89,000. Vacheron Constantin 25093/000 or 8741 for 93,000. VIP, these several watches are all loved by young people. You can see which one you like. Yun Jing, Gu Wenqing said with a smile. "Wow, these watches are so expensive," said Yuanan in surprise. Gu Wenqing frowned, looking at these Vacheron Constantin that were tens of thousands of dollars to $300,000. Feeling that these watches were not to his liking, there was always a sense of small-mindedness. He, who was worth $10 billion, should wear a different watch anymore. On the other side, Wang Qin has taken care of the middle-aged customer. The middle-aged man purchased a $1.5 million Vacheron Constantin, and Wang Qin got more than $70,000 in commission for selling the watch. Wang Qin smiled triumphantly at Yun Jing. The newcomer was still too young to look at people, which is like himself 2 or 3 minutes to sell $1.5 million watches. Easily earns $70,000. Especially when she saw Yuanan say that the tens of thousands of dollars of Vacheron Constantin was expensive. And Gu Wenqing frowned. She wanted to laugh. A few tens of thousands, 100,000 or so of Vacheron Constantin were considered expensive. Then wouldn't the $1.5 million that she had just sold be expensive out of the sky? Thinking about this, She was even less optimistic that Gu Wenqing could buy a watch. VIP, is it because you don't like these series of Vacheron Constantine? Yun Jing inquired softly. A small family flavor. Not suitable for me. Gu Wenqing nodded. And then he continued. Don't save me money. As long as the watch looks good and has personality. Being expensive is not a problem. Gu Wenqing how can not know? In front of the young sales is worried about their own cannot afford to buy ugly. So take him to see the cheapest watches. Her good intentions Gu Wenqing heart appreciate. But this kind of tens of thousands of dollars of watch style, he really does not like. Assets of more than 20 billion. Driving 10 million luxury car. If wearing a few $1 million watch. Indeed very unholy. On hearing this, Yun Jing then introduced Gu Wenqing one counter at a time. VIP, this Vacheron Constantine 30110/000P9999, priced at 266,000 yuan. The case material is platinum, loved by Chinese watch fans, also very collectible. Yun Jing introduced the watch. Hearing a watch of more than $2 million, Yuanen's entire body froze. This is equal to bringing a sweet in hand. Terrifying as hell. Gu Wenqing shook his head, the look is too old-fashioned. Then this Vacheron Constantine Ma 30682/S21G9477. The price is 610,000. The material is platinum with diamonds. Yun Jing additionally chose a young style to introduce. The appearance is okay. And then see if there is anything else. Gu Wenqing said. To this Vacheron Constantine Horse 30682/S21G9477. Gu Wenqing is quite satisfied. Thinking to other not good. Simply by this. Cut. Really good at pretending. At this time, those salesmen in the store thought as such. A $6 million watch is just okay? The salesmen are almost laughing their teeth off. Pretending is not the way to pretend. If you don't buy it, then it's not embarrassing to die. The watch of more than 6 million. China's 1.4 billion people. Wearing a watch worth 6 million won't be more than 10,000 people. And the young man in front of you. But also some do not see? At this moment, the people in the store don't think that Gu Wenqing will buy a watch. He mostly just came to take a look and pretend in front of that secondary yuan cute girl. Even the middle-aged man who had bought the watch stood in the store and didn't leave, wanting to see how Gu Wenqing would step down later. Just then, Gu Wenqing's eyes lit up, and a watch inside the clear glass attracted him. Gu Wenqing pointed at the watch and said, "Bring this watch out for me to see." VIP, this Vacheron Constantine P30630/S22G9899. The case material is 18K platinum with diamonds. 228 baguette cut diamonds. Hidden setting. Yun Jing said patiently, accompanying Gu Wenqing to look at the watch for such a long time. She did not show a trace of impatience, and had always been patient and gentle in her explanations. In the transparent crystal box, the Vacheron Constantine P30630/S22G9899 exuded a mysterious, noble aura. Can I wear it? Gu Wenqing said. VIP? Of course you can. Yun Jing was careful and gently took out the wristwatch from the box. She didn't dare to be the slightest bit sloppy. In case of an accident by mistake, she wouldn't be able to afford to sell her house. Yun Jing wanted to help him wear it, but Gu Wenqing wasn't used to it. Gu Wenqing took the watch. Unlike Yun Jing who was so careful, he took the watch. Unlike Yun Jing who was as careful as she was, and directly brought the Vacheron Constantine to his hand with a big grin like he was bringing a few dozen dollars of electronic watches. He shook his arm, and it really looked good. This watch 228 baguette cut diamonds. Hidden setting, a glance can see its noble value. Gu Wenqing nodded in satisfaction. This is the one. Swipe your card. Ah. Yun Jing was confused. This was bought. VIP, this Vacheron Constantine Malta P30630/S22G9899 is priced at 10,121,000. Yun Jing spelled out the price. Gu Wenqing was full of concern. I know. I saw the price tag. Quickly swipe your card. I have to go back to school. Boom. Wang Qin's mind was like being hit by 5 thunderbolts. She still couldn't believe it. This young man who was still studying could really afford a watch worth $10 million. Not only Wang Qin. All the sales in the store didn't believe that Gu Wenqing could come up with $10 million. The middle-aged man also looked at Gu Wenqing with skepticism. Yun Jing trembled as she walked to the cash register and swiped her bank card. Inwardly she also didn't want to believe that Gu Wenqing, who was still a student, could afford it, but she hoped that Gu Wenqing would have the financial power, so that she wouldn't be unemployed. On the scene, only the young anchor Yuanen, who knew Gu Wenqing's background well, looked at him dumbfounded. He bought a $10 million watch. Mamma mia. Not 100,000, not a million, but a whole $10 million watch. Yuanen's eyes were filled with stars. Gu Wenqing bought a $10 million watch without even blinking. It was as simple as buying a vegetable on the street. If she had 10 million renminbi, what would she buy? Yuanin would definitely choose to buy a house. She is fed up with the helplessness when moving. 10 million yuan could buy a 2-bedroom apartment in the busiest part of Magic City. Gu Wenqing has a suite of rooms in Magic City in his hands. Just thinking about it made her people feel trenchant. When the small ticket came out of the machine, meaning 10121000 was successfully deducted from the card. Hiss! All the people in the store sucked in a breath of cold air. $10 million was really swiped successfully. Crap! This was too unbelievable. Especially those salesmen, who were used to seeing customers buy $1 million watch. They wouldn't be surprised anymore. But today, they were all shocked when the $10 million Vacheron Constantine that had been in the store since it opened was bought. The middle-aged man was also shocked. Martyr! He thought he was a winner with $1 million watch, but it turned out that he was more pissed off than the others. A student bought a $10 million watch, which was 6 times the price of his watch, which made him envious. The one who regretted the most was Wang Qin. Her intestines were green with remorse. If she hadn't been so smart just now, the commission for this order would have been hers. 10 million watches. Salesman commission alone is $500,000, and there are all kinds of bonuses. A thought of difference. Let her in $500,000 wrong. She slid to the ground at once. The whole person lost her mind. On the contrary, Yun Jing, at this moment, her heart still couldn't be calmed for a long time. The VIP she received bought a 1 kilowatt watch, and her commission was $500,000. And with the single, she kept her job. The thought that she had only just come out of society and made $500,000, her whole body was dizzy, feeling like a dream. Soon she adjusted her excitement and said, "Congratulations VIP, for purchasing your favorite watch. The VIP is really young and promising." Listening to the sales patting himself on the back, Gu Wenqing was happy. "The service is very good. I'll look for you next time I buy a watch." A simple sentence made Yun Jing happy as hell. Walking out of the Vacheron Constantin store, Gu Wenqing walked and admired the newly bought watch. Expensive is expensive for a reason. The 228 baguette-cut diamonds, which shone a little in the night light, were handsome. And Yuanin was still dazed and had been immersed in the shock of buying a watch for $10 million. After buying the watch, it was already more than 7 o'clock. "Brother, I'm hungry." Yuanin rubbed her stomach and said, "Then let's go. I'll treat you to a delicious meal." To eat what? Debonair Western restaurant. Gu Wenqing's face was wearing a smile. He was kinda happy that he bought a watch he liked. The two of them walked towards Debonair Western restaurant. On the road, there were frequent male eyes looking at Yuanin, making Yuanin a little uncomfortable. So the two of them quickened their pace. When they arrived at the restaurant, Yuanin saw many people lining up, and was a little disappointed in her heart. It seemed that they were not lucky enough to eat the most famous Western food in the university city. Just as she was losing her mind, she saw Gu Wenqing skillfully walking towards the inside of the store. The waiter respectfully invited him into the private room. Snap! There was a loud sound of slapping the table. A bald man said angrily, "Everyone's is properly lining up. Why can he just cut in line to dine? You guys are engaging in privilege." After someone took the lead and questioned, other customers were quite vocal about Gu Wenqing cutting in line. At this time, a waiter calmly said, "Please don't be angry. Sir, that person is the owner of our debonair. And you don't have to worry about being cut in line, because the boss has an exclusive compartment that's not open to the public." At the sound of his voice, the bald man got embarrassed, scratched his big bald head with no hair, and said heatedly, "It's all right then." Yuanin, who was about to follow Gu Wenqing's footsteps, just happened to hear it. Oh, no wonder he rushed inside even without a seat. It turns out that he is the boss behind the Debonair Western restaurant. This is really too powerful. The two entered the box not long after. An exquisite French dish was brought to the table. Marseille fish soup, foie gras steak, Parisian lobster, red wine mountain chicken, Sauvignon blanc chicken, chicken liver steak, and so on. Once mingling on the subsistence line, how could she have the money to come to this kind of light and luxurious restaurant to eat? Little anchor Yuanin's mouth watered when she saw these dishes. Yuanin was also using a knife and fork for the first time, and appeared to be in a fumble, somewhat embarrassed. "He, you look so much like my idol, the white boy." Guwen also took off his sunglasses and mask at this time, and Yuanwen got a good look at his appearance. "Is that so? How much of a resemblance?" Yuanin took out the picture she had painstakingly intercepted on the video, and finally intercepted the full face of the white-clothed boy. There was one thing to be said for this picture that made Yuanin lick her screen for a long time. Eyes like, nose like, the mouth is also like. Yuanin took the picture and compared it, muttering to herself as she did so, "Even the temperament is the same. It's practically carved out of the same mold. So, Gu Wenqing anyway. So you're the white boy, right? Wow, I'm also too lucky to meet my idol and have dinner together. Yuan An's eyes twinkled with little stars. Being with her favorite person. Yuan An's words also turned out to be more. Idol. I want your autograph. Granted. Idol. I want to take a picture with you. Gu Wenqing said. Sure. Idol. I want a hug. Okay. Hug. Gu Wenqing did not equal an An's hug, but already took the initiative to embrace Yuan An in his arms. There was a surge of waves. Very nice. Childish breasts in his arms. Gu Wenqing also shamelessly said. What else do you want? I'll satisfy you. Don't. Oh. Yuan An said softly as her feet went limp. The sky is the limit. After a meal, the two got acquainted. After the meal, Gu Wenqing sent Yuan An to her home. Looking at Yuan An's back, Gu Wenqing said, aren't you going to invite me up to have a seat and a glass of water? At the sound, Yuan An secretly spat, rascal. She then ran back home. Gu Wenqing was about to drive when Yuan An ran over in a hurry. Gu Wenqing only felt a dazzling swaying. Really big. Gu Wenqing teased. What? Figured out to let me up for a drink? Yuan An huffed and puffed and gasped. Softness fluctuated up and down along with his panting. Not at all. Just now I forgot to add your V-mail. After Gu Wenqing passed his friend, he drove back to Magic City University. Yuan An returned to her rented apartment, feeling like she was dreaming today. Not only did someone gift herself $1.3 million, next month she would be able to earn more than $650,000 and get rid of her current poverty dilemma. The happiest thing was that she met the idol she had longed for, and the money was rewarded. So Yuan was happy in her heart. She was in a very good mood. V letter sent a selfie with the white boy's positive face screenshot, and the accompanying text, the day of being idolized. Super happy. Soon there were many likes and comments, but they were all ignored by her. Gu Wenqing was driving her car when she suddenly realized that there was a familiar back figure not far from the road. The camouflage uniform of military training, together with the yellowed white canvas shoes, was always Yun Weiwei with her head slightly lowered. Gu Wenqing was really afraid that she would hit the pole without paying attention. Yun Weiwei finished her military training and was ready to go get money. In the Magic City University, there is only the industrial and commercial bank, and Yun Weiwei uses the postal service. Across the bank to withdraw money is to handle the fee. Yun Weiwei had to ask passers-by. A person walking and asking, walked 8 or 9 kilometers, finally found the money, only to find the sky is dark. The pedestrians on the road to ask for directions are also less, coupled with the darkness of the coming night, so that she is lost in this strange city. She was a bit helpless, but she still relied on her fuzzy memory to walk towards the school bit by bit. Suddenly, the loud roar of a sports car engine whistled past, and a red Ferrari stopped in front of her. From the car window drilled out a familiar head. Hey, get in! Yun Weiwei hesitated for a moment, walked to the passenger door and stood aside without getting in the car. Gu Wenqing knew she didn't know how to open the car door, so he opened it for her. But Yun Weiwei still stood outside the car. Gu Wenqing continued, get in the car. Yun Weiwei spoke very quietly, I just came to ask you for directions back to school. Gu Wenqing laughed, I'm just going back to school. I'll take you back on my way. Yun Weiwei lowered her head and said I'm dirty. She was sweating from military training, and walked 8 or 9 kilometers under the sun, and all her military training clothes were already sore. It will stink up his car. Gu Wenqing is very heartbroken this everywhere for other people's consideration of the girl, really do not know what she has experienced before. Gu Wenqing said loudly, dirty, what's dirty? The dirtiest thing is the human heart, and not people. At the sound of his voice, Yun Weiwei froze for a moment, then carefully got into the car. She also sat honestly after getting in the car, not daring to touch the car's interior and things. Listening to the girls at school, they said that this car was very expensive, and she didn't have the money to pay for it in case she touched it. On the way, Gu Wenqing asked, what's your name? Yun Weiwei. Gu Wenqing praised from the bottom of his heart, good name, it's so beautiful. Yun Weiwei lowered her head and didn't speak. By the way, did that Li Yuan Gue come after you? Nope. No. Gu Wenqing instructed, if he bullies you, you come to me. Don't be afraid of him. Yun Weiwei lowered her head, fumbled from the small bag she was carrying, and after a while took out a pile of money and put it on the car. This is $5,000, and I will definitely slowly return the remaining $145,000 to you. The small voice hid stubbornness. Gu Wenqing surveyed her off-gummed, yellowed canvas shoes and inquired, then how much money do you have left? Yun Weiwei replied honestly, after paying the tuition, I still have more than $300 left. Hearing this, Gu Wenqing inexplicably got a little angry and spoke a little louder. What do you have enough to buy for $300? You can't even afford to pay for your meals. So why don't you take care of yourself first? Why are you in such a hurry to pay me back? I'm not worth $5,000? The words were a bit loud and fierce. Yun Weiwei was shocked. Her nose was a little sour and she didn't dare to speak again. Gu Wenqing parked the car on the side of the road. Inexplicably, he wanted to smoke a cigarette. Usually he did not have much of a smoking habit. Only occasionally. There were cigarettes in the car. And after Gu Wenqing pulled them out, he inquired, "Do you mind?" Yun Weiwei gently shook her head and whispered, "My old man just often smokes in front of me." Yun Weiwei muttered very quietly, "Smoking is bad for your body. Then don't smoke." Gu Wenqing put out his cigarette. "You take the money first, and slowly pay me back when you graduate and have a job. And the cost of repairing the car is $10,000, not $150,000. Li Yuan Gue deliberately said it was that high in order to pit the money. Really? Seeing Gu Wenqing nodding, Yun Weiwei's heart wasn't as depressing as before. In fact, that Porsche was repaired to $60,000, and Gu Wenqing definitely wouldn't tell her the truth. $150,000 was just too much, and lately she had been losing sleep every day. Although 10,000 yuan is quite a lot. Work hard. Usually go to work. A semester should be able to pay off blah. Suddenly, Yun Weiwei was full of hope for the future. Yun Weiwei stubbornly said, "I don't want the money." Gu Wenqing's hushed voice, "I said for you to take it." Yun Weiwei still stubbornly lowered her head. Gu Wenqing knew that it wouldn't work if he didn't come a little harder. He pawned the car window. "It's fine if you don't want it. I don't want it either." Gu Wenqing tugged the thick stack of money in his hand, placed it outside the car window, and said frighteningly, "Since everyone doesn't want it, I'll just throw it away. Consider this money returned to me." Ah, Yun Weiwei was taken aback, nervously waving her hand. "No way. No way." Gu Wenqing sighed and took the money into the car, his tone commanding, "You must take the money back, or I'll do what I say." Yun Weiwei was startled by his tone. She was really afraid that Gu Wenqing would throw the money away, so she had to squeeze the money tightly in her hand, making the force a bit strong. Fingers are pinched out white marks. Gu Wenqing said gently, "Good boy. Obey." Gu Wenqing started the car and arrived at the school in more than 10 minutes. Yun Weiwei got out of the car, whispered a thank you, and lowered her head to the girls' dormitory. Upstairs in the girls' dormitory, Jean Yu, who was drying clothes on the balcony, just happened to see Yun Weiwei get out of the Ferrari. Returning to the dormitory, Gu Wenqing then took a shower, and the whole person became refreshed again. Just as he laid down on the bed, he heard his cell phone ringing with a pleasant sound. It was his senior sister Wang Yanran making a voice call. Gu Wenqing connected. "Hey, what for? A day did not see you want you. Right. Just sent you a message why you do not return?" The schoolmate's tone carried a bit of a grudge. Gu Wenqing did not care to say, "Just now in the shower." Did not look at the phone. "Really? Are you sure you weren't with the other girls? I did hear that schoolmarm Chen brought you water again today." The little vinegar jar spilled. Gu Wenqing could feel her schoolmate's jealousy through the screen. Gu Wenqing directly hung up the phone and called the video over. The school sister got through, but there was a black screen on the other side. Gu Wenqing was dissatisfied. "Crap, only letting you look at me. I can't look at you, so won't I lose out? Humph, I won't show you. Who made you ignore me all day this afternoon?" Gu Wenqing rightfully said, "I have business this afternoon. The manager of Dupont was fired by me and went to interview people." Gu Wenqing said without a trace of weakness, completely forgetting the matter of meeting Yu Wenwen. The schoolmate arrogantly said, "Humph, this time, I'll count you as passing." As soon as she finished speaking, Gu Wenqing saw a pair of long legs, wrapped in erotic lace stockings, appear on the original dark screen. "I'll go." Gu Wenqing let out an exclamation of admiration, his eyes going straight. Before he could look at her more, she hung up the video call with a humph. As expected, she still had the same flavor. She only cared about making the fire but not eliminating it. "Crap, the manager was fired by you. Lao Gu, you're the owner of Debang Western Restaurant?" Huang Zicheng, who heard the call, inquired in surprise. Gu Wenqing didn't want to be too high profile, so he said, "My family's business. I'm helping to take care of it. My family also owns a Chinese restaurant next to Debonair. I can't believe it's such a coincidence." Huang Zicheng exclaimed. At that sound, Gu Wenqing frowned slightly. "Opened next to the Debonair Western Restaurant? If I remember correctly, of the 15 storefronts in that row, 10 of them were under Gu Wenqing's name. This world is really small." He's actually the landlord of Huang Zicheng's parents. Zhou Tao had just come in from his shower. When he heard the conversation between the two, he asked, "What's Dupont?" Huang Zicheng said, "A high-end Western restaurant in the university town." Zhou Tao exclaimed, "Crap, old Gu is bullish. His family owns a Western restaurant. I've never tasted what Western food tastes like when I was growing up." Gu Wenqing said, "I'll invite you guys to eat there sometime." Zhang Xiaohong gave a thumbs up, open-minded. Buddy. Zhou Tao grinned big mouth and laughed. I can't believe there are two big tycoons in our dormitory. One has a Western restaurant at home and the other has a Chinese restaurant at home. So I won't worry about not having a place to work on vacation. Magic City University. Female dormitory. Yun Weiwei returned to the dormitory, pressed the small bag containing money under the bed, and then went into the toilet to take a shower. After the shower, she put the bucket on the floor and rubbed the dirty clothes. There was a washing machine in the school, but you had to put money in to wash it, $2 at a time. Yun Weiwei chose to hand wash in order to save some money. At this time, Jean Yu, who was sitting on the bed, asked, "Where did you go after military training?" Yun Weiwei's action of washing clothes slightly stopped, and then said, "Something came up and went outside." "Jean Yu, are you alone?" Yun Weiwei nods her head. "Aha." Jean Yu suddenly said in an overbearing manner, "You're lying. I just saw you coming down from Gu Wenqing's car. After the military training, you must have gone with Gu Wenqing to do something unseemly." For a while, the other two girls in the dorm room also looked at Yun Weiwei and Jean Yu. Yun Weiwei stopped talking and lowered her head to continue rubbing her clothes. Seeing that she was ignored, Jean Yu became even more angry in her heart. "You don't think that just because you're quite good looking, you can catch a godly man like Gu Wenqing. You also don't look at yourself to see if you're worthy. Your clothes don't add up to $100. You only drink plain water from the cafeteria every day. Eating only picks cheap vegetarian dishes. And you can't even afford to use a $2 washing machine and wash your clothes by hand. Do you think you're worthy of Gu Wenqing? Jean Yu, you've had enough." Another chubby girl in the dormitory said loudly. Her name was He Yuan. "Humph. It's none of your business if I talk about her," Jean Yu said arrogantly and plugged in her headphones to listen to a song. Yun Weiwei, who was washing the clothes, didn't change much, still rubbing the clothes, as if those words just now didn't even come out of Jean Yu's mouth. The relationship between the four of them in the dormitory was not good. The most important thing is that Jean Yu has a bad temper, and she picks and chooses everything. He Yuan and the other girl don't like her either. Lying on the bed, Jean Yu, remembering Yun Weiwei's stunning face, burst into a fit of anger. It's really a pity that God gave such a perfect face to Yun Weiwei. It would have been better if it had been given to me. Military training is not hard. It's better to go home and plant sweet potatoes. The life of military training is the same as always. Gu Wenqing receives bubbly water from his schoolmates in Chen Yunxue every day. Everyone felt tired in the first few days, but it felt just like that when they got used to it. In the envious eyes of everyone, Gu Wenqing received 2 bottles of sparkling water today, especially when Chen Yunxue changed to wear different stockings every day. The eyes of the boys on the playground were dumbfounded. Gu Wenqing frowned, thinking, how does Chen Yunxue know about his fetish? Who on earth secretly got wind of it? Huang Zicheng skimmed his lips and said, "Old Gu, drink less carbonic acid. It kills sperm." Gu Wenqing laughed and scolded, afraid of nothing. "I'm fucking energetic." During the break in military training, the squads of each class gathered together. I don't know which class who took the lead and performed a talent show, causing everyone to shout. A girl put on a Do Yo Ha tune, and when the music started, winks were thrown, heads were tossed, and bodies were twisted. Wearing a fat camouflage suit, you can also feel the sexy body of the girl. Zhang Xiaohuang said excitedly, "Crap, it's so damn sexy." Huang Zicheng agreed. "Which class is this girl from? How come I haven't noticed her before?" The girl's hot dance brought the atmosphere to its peak, and some of the boys whistled excitedly. The noisy sounds at the bottom also rang out. "I'll go. The body is really good. College gets priority in choosing a mate. Isn't this better than those demonic bitches from Douyin?" One word, absolute. Qin Mernan twisted her small waist to the beat of the music, not caring about the boys who were coaxing around her, looking at Gu Wenqing while dancing with her eyes. Her eyes were always on his body, never moving away. After the song was finished, Qin Maonan gasped slightly. At this moment, Qin Maonan's name spread like wildfire in Magic City University. Qin Maonan's long hair was scattered, her fair forehead was slightly sweating, her camouflage top was sweating, tightly sticking to her body, her beautiful figure was hidden. At the bottom, the excited boys wailed. They all had been stunned. "What's that girl's name? Good looking. He. Qin Maonan from our class. Got a date yet? Big brother, you're thinking about farts. It's not your turn whether you have a date or not. Damn it, I can't even think about it. How can I live with this? How can I sleep at night?" Hearing the comments, Huang Zicheng also said excitedly, "White moonlight is the feeling of first love." Zhou Tao yelled in dissatisfaction. "Damn, you have Li Wenhuan, eating from the pot and looking into the bowl." Huang Zicheng scolded, "What do you know? Lao Zi is just appreciating. Besides, old Gu has both a school sister and a school flower. It's not okay for me to masturbate?" Gu Wenqing was speechless. He was quietly watching the show. And the flames of war could even burn themselves. Zhou Tao looked disgusted. F***ck. You dare to compare yourself with Lao Gu. How handsome Lao Gu is, and look at you. Huang Zicheng bristled. What's wrong with me? You're jealous seeing a Korean handsome guy like me. Zhou Tao. Zhang Xiaohong. Gu Wenqing. There is a feeling that Korean handsome man is insulted too. All around are cheering for Qin Maonan. Gu Wenqing just quietly sitting there. And school sister together, what big storms have not seen. On this little trick has long been unable to raise the passion. Qin Maonan finished the song. And looked at Gu Wenqing in a daze. She danced as hard as she could. But it wasn't for him. She didn't understand the flavor. She wasn't as attractive to Gu Wenqing as the starry sky. Qin Maonan had no reason to be a little emotional. She looked around. Suddenly shouted, economics Gu Wenqing. Come one. Boom. Hearing the goddess shouting, everyone's newly calmed emotions were once again aroused. Especially those girls. When they heard the words Gu Wenqing, they were like chicken blood. As long as Gu Wenqing was mentioned in Magic City University, there was no shortage of topics among the girls, no matter whether they were freshmen, sophomores, juniors, or even graduating seniors. All of them were no strangers to Gu Wenqing. When Gu Wenqing is mentioned, they will think of, it's the one who drives a Ferrari. He's on the news as the white boy who fights for justice. It's sophomore Yen Yen Wang, the one who took a turn delivering water with schoolgirl Yun Shue Chen. Oh, it's the most handsome one from Mordor University. Privately, many girls secretly discussed that the most handsome boy in Mordor University was Gu Wenqing from economics. It's no exaggeration to say that the girls at Mundo University may not know any teachers or professors, but they definitely won't not know Gu Wenqing. There was no limit to what girls could do when they were mad. Someone took the lead and shouted Gu Wenqing, and soon more girls joined. For a while, the girls on the playground neatly shouted, Gu Wenqing come one. Gu Wenqing from economics come one. Many of the boys at the bottom joined in, shouting together in an uproar. The instructor saw this and waved his hand for everyone to shout slogans. Instructor, 123. Everyone AA come one. 12,345. We waited so hard. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. We've been waiting so long. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. Do you guys have it or not? Have you, don't you? Economics. Gu Wenqing's class. Zhou Tao was shocked. Crap. Old Gu, when did you ever mess with Qin Maonan? Huang Zicheng was also dumbfounded. Marred. I'm afraid you've become the public enemy of all the boys in the school. Zhang Xiaohong bloated. Haha. Lao Gu should go up and perform a ghostly cry. The three of you said, no, can't sing. Faced with everyone's shouts, Gu Wenqing didn't fall for it. You'll sing if you want to? I'm not going to sing. Gu Wenqing stood up and commanded the economics students, and loudly got up ahead of steam. If you let me sing, I'll sing. I'll sing if you let me. Where's my face? I'll sing, but I won't. What can you do to me? What can you do to me? Shoo, shoo, shoo. A playful hush came from across the room. Everyone also play happy. The atmosphere is also baked up. At this point, the instructor said at the right time, other classes have performed their talents. Our class can't lag behind. Gu Wenqing, so many girls shouted for you. It's what everyone wants. You don't want to let the other girls down. At this time, Zhang Xiaohong kindly said, Old Gu, you can't sing. If you can dance, do a street dance, mechanical dance or something, or even worse, tell a joke. Zhang Xiaohong remembered the horror of being dominated that night. Zhou Tao also gathered around. Don't sing, otherwise the image of the perfect male god in the girls will be ruined. Huang Zicheng straight nodded his head. Right, right, right. Singing you can't grasp. Hearing what the three people in Gu Wenqing's dorm room said, the students within the class were shocked. Could it be that Gu Wenqing's singing was very difficult to hear? The students in the next class also heard it. Some of the people who were jealous of Gu Wenqing were immediately happy in their hearts. They couldn't wait for Gu Wenqing to make a fool of herself in this kind of big scene. It was no exaggeration to say that the freshman military training period was dominated by Gu Wenqing. Gu Wenqing was the one who made a fool of himself. He was also the one who was given water by the goddess. Now even the dancing white moonlight seems to be interested in him. Oh, my God. Why do all the good things happen to him? All of us have been fooled by him. And it's a great show. Everyone was looking forward to seeing Gu Wenqing make a fool of himself today. Gu Wenqing shouldn't have stage fright. Maybe he doesn't have any talent. I've heard that he's a terrible singer. Ha ha. This time it's his turn to lose face. Poor thing. That's what happens when you're famous. Other people don't even have a chance to perform if they want to. Shrinking head turtle. At the bottom, especially Li Yuan Gue, Chubo Trace and the other boys who had problems with Gu Wenqing were now overjoyed in their hearts. They couldn't wait to jump up and cheer and applaud. Gu Wenqing, you kid also has today. Making a fool of yourself in front of the public. That's the only way to relieve your anger. Better screw up the performance even better. Economics class square. Gu Wenqing borrowed a guitar all the way and tried out the sound. This scene scared the 3 roommates. Crap, old Gu, are you really going to sing? Listen to our advice. Don't get bent out of shape, okay? Do you really not know you can't sing? It's over. This time old Gu is going to lose his face. The 3 of them gathered around Gu Wenqing, trying to persuade him to change his performance program. A few boys from the next dormitory of Gu Wenqing's class were also filled with horror. The walls of the school weren't very soundproof. They had also heard Gu Wenqing's ghostly cries. A duck's voice plus a pentatonic voice that sounded like a ghost hissing in the dead of night. Duck voice? Horrible. He usually talks like a spring breeze, but somehow he sings like a duck. No one is perfect. They also said, Gu Wenqing, change your talent. It's over. I'm afraid the girls will be scared to death if you start singing. Ugh, why do you have to sing? If you really don't have a talent, let's change to someone else's. Gu Wenqing held his guitar and listened to everyone's kind words. Could it be that his singing was really hard to hear in the past? Gu Wenqing frowned lightly and scolded with a smile. Get lost. I sing so well. Don't make up rumors. Ha, a bunch of scum. He's not what he used to be. Gu Wenqing glanced at the system rewarded, Heavenly Melody. Heavenly Melody strengthens the host's singing skills, changes the host's tone-deaf voice, and equips the host with the qualities of a professional singer. Everything is so perfect. Who is afraid of who? The truth was that Gu Wenqing didn't know how to play the guitar at all. But as long as he sings the 10 Chinese-style songs, rewarded by the system, he is invincible. The arrangements and lyrics were deeply imprinted in his mind, so he could sing them however he wanted. To put it simply, when he sang the songs rewarded by the system, he could use all kinds of instruments: piano, violin, guitar, even suona and eru. The playground was bustling at this time. The girls waited expectantly for Gu Wenqing. Why isn't he here yet? He's not embarrassed, is he? Look, Gu Wenqing is holding a guitar. Wow, he still knows the guitar? Really excellent. Really handsome. Gu Wenqing took down the hat on his head, revealing a slightly longer inch head, sword eyebrows and starry eyes. Gentle and elegant, less breath from within. The short inch head is the test of the boy's real face value of the hairstyle. Keep the inch head of Gu Wenqing, even if nothing, but also let many girls to enjoy the eye. Not only the girls, but the boys are also sighing in their hearts that he is really handsome. Chen Yunxue was also curious. He also plays the guitar? In the small city of Yeyang No. One high school, any boy who could play the guitar would definitely become the man of the school. How come in her 3 years of high school she had never heard of anyone named Gu Wenqing who could play the guitar? It's just a bluff, Chu Bochuan said with certainty. At that sound, Chen Yunxue furrowed her brows, and Chu Bochuan's score in her heart lowered a few more points. Chu Bochuan looked at Gu Wenqing, and in his heart, he extremely hated him. For one, it was because his favorite Chen Yunxue seemed to have a crush on that kid. Secondly, he hates Gu Wenqing for stealing his limelight, thinking that Chu Bochuan has been the man of the hour since he was a child. But when he came to the university, he became Gu Wenqing's backdrop. How can he not hate him? Gu Wenqing welcomed the breeze and walked to the center of the circle. Many girls whispered, he's so handsome holding his guitar. As Gu Wenqing swung the strings, the originally noisy playground quieted down. There was a long and beautiful intro, and everyone was attracted. The intro was so comfortable. It had a classical feel to it. A nice prelude. Hush, listen carefully. A long prelude. Gu Wenqing looked out in the direction of his hometown. Zhou Tao and Huang Zicheng and others have covered their ears. Although the prelude is good, but it does not change the old Gu pentatonic whose light was stolen by the chiseled wall in his childhood. The past is not combed. Remember the bitter 10 years of cold windows. Nowadays, I read by lamplight and add fragrance to my red sleeves. Half a lifetime of fame is nothing but vanity. In March, the clouds of smoke, the warblers fly and the grass grows. I see my hometown in the fluttering willow. I wonder if you're still in Luoyang. A strand of green silk will be treasured for a lifetime. The lovers on the bridge are in pairs. This song is the parallel space Luzhou Moon. In the parallel space is known as the Chinese style of song, but in China now there is no such style. Gu Wenqing's heavenly voice was added. His voice was clear and pleasant. As soon as he opened his mouth, he attracted everyone's ears, and some girls looked at him in fascination. A feeling of heartbeat. The lyrics were really beautiful. The moonlight shone on Gu Wenqing's three-dimensional features, adding some mystery to it, attracting girls to be curious and wanting to get to know him. Extinction. The climax is coming. Gu Wenqing thought in his heart, could not help but face also showed a gentle smile. Luzhou moonlight sprinkled in the heart. Under the moonlight, you don't look like you did back then. There are too many wounds, too much to talk about. Sighing a sentence at that time was only ordinary. The moonlight of Luzhou. The pear blossom rain is cold. Who are you with nowadays? The moonlight of my hometown is deeply burned in my heart, but I can't shed the tears of that year. The lyrics are beautiful. The song is catchy. And the man is handsome. It's as if the crowd has been brought into the lyrics of Lushu Moon. A scholar studied hard for 10 years and got a meritocracy. Later, after seeing fame and fortune, he returned to his hometown in March. Looking at the bridge out of the couple, remembered the former her. She is in her hometown. Or she has married a woman. Standing in the coldest place under the moonlight lights, looking at the hometown, but suddenly realized that the moonlight is no longer her. A song Luzhou Moon. Homesickness, but also miss the woman once loved. The moonlight of Luzhou the pear blossom rain is cool. Nowadays. You are by whose side? The moonlight of my hometown is deeply branded on my heart. But I can't shed the tears of that year. Playing the guitar Gu Wenqing face with a faint sadness. Luzhou, and fat alias, Gu Wenqing's hometown ah. At the bottom, a light but go to talk about a light sadness of the song. So that many sentimental girls shed a teardrop. Quiet listening. Really a good sad song. Especially the various feelings of homesickness corresponded to the girls at this time. Most of them left their hometowns and came to Magic City to go to school, leaving their parents far away for the first time. And they are homesick. I want to go home so much. I miss my parents. I miss him so much. Teenage girls are always sentimental, looking for their own stories in songs. After the song, everyone was silent. They were still immersed in the song. After half a rate, Zhou Tao was shocked. Crap. Is this really Lao Gu's singing? He's not possessed by a ghost, is he? Zhang Xiaohong was dumbfounded. I can't believe it. Huang Zicheng shook his head and said, looks like we were all fooled by Lao Gu before. In fact, this is his true level now. Wow. For a moment, loud noises rang out. The economics department boys frantically shouted, Gu Wenqing cowhide. Gu Wenqing you're damn good. The girls at the bottom were also asking each other, what's the name of this song? I've never heard of it. I didn't find it on the internet either. This song is called Luzhou Moon. Luzhou refers to Hefei, my hometown. Gu Wenqing said. A girl asked curiously, Gu Wenqing, did you write this song? Gu Wenqing replied, sort of. Anyway, it was a song from a parallel world. And besides, the system had registered the copyright for itself. What? It really was his own original. It was unbelievable. Hearing with their own ears that Gu Wenqing said he created it himself, the girls' eyes twinkled with light as they exclaimed underneath, oh, Gu Wenqing is so talented. What to do? Who can say no to such a nice little brother? It's over. I feel like I'll have a hard time finding a date in the future. Once you meet Gu Wenqing, you'll be wrong for life. Listening to the girls around them praising Gu Wenqing, the boys who looked back couldn't help but cry out in their hearts. Damn it, it's being pretended to by this kid again. It couldn't be helped. Gu Wenqing's excellence was something they were willing to bow down to. It was just that he was too awesome. He's rich, he's good looking, and he can sing and compose music. How can he compete? There's no comparison. Chen Yunshue's eyes kept following Gu Wenqing, becoming more and more curious about him. After it was over, Gu Wenqing rejected a few girls who came to ask for V-mail. Following his roommate, he walked on the way back to his dorm room. Old Gu, cowhide class. Damn, causing us to worry for nothing. The four of them were talking and laughing. Gu Wenqing, stop. A female voice came from behind them, and Qin Munan stood under the streetlight by the tree. Gu Wenqing said helplessly, you guys go first, I'll be back later. Huang Zicheng had an envious look on his face. Old Gu, you've been blessed with a lot of color. Zhou Tao was envious. Damn, the school's white moonlight. Zhang Xiaohong said, old Gu, take it easy, don't start a fire in the backyard. The three patted Gu Wenqing's shoulder and went back to the dormitory with an envious face. I don't seem to recognize you. Gu Wenqing opened his mouth. A schoolmate at Magic City University and a Chen Yunxue were already enough of a headache for him. He really didn't want to provoke girls anymore. The girl under the yellow light. Her camouflage t-shirt was tied up, revealing a small waist and long legs underneath. Humph, I know you just fine. The girl grunted. Okay, now that we know each other, I'll just go you first. Gu Wenqing waved his hand. Suddenly, Qin Munan ran up to Gu Wenqing's body. The entire persons were zoomed in close in front of his eyes. Look carefully and closely. Do you really not remember me? Gu Wenqing looked at her for a while, thinking that she might have recognized the wrong person. I really don't know you. Qin Mernan looked at Gu Wenqing aggressively as she dumped herself and walked away. Idiot. Asshole. Stupid bastard. It's only been 7 or 8 years since I've seen her, and I've forgotten her. Ding. Host unlocked a new title, 10,000 attention. Reward a Magic City Game Studio. Rewarded with the skill Face Value Forever. Face Value Forever boost the host's anti-aging skin and their own spirit to get a certain enhancement, and with will not go bald. System enjoy staying up all night. Sue. Simply unlocked another new title. Game Studio is good. This is the legendary cash cow. Like a game of Goose Factory. A year's annual report for the company to bring more than $10 billion of cash income. Gu Wenqing made up his mind, go take a look tomorrow. When Gu Wenqing saw that face value forever skill, he was a bit shocked. System cowhide, anti-aging, never go bald. It's really fucking great. To say that a man's biggest problem is not more than baldness, and then handsome people as long as a baldness. No matter how high the value of the previous face, baldness directly after the negative score into an ugly person. Gu Wenqing returned to the dormitory, and hastily took a look in the mirror to see the changes in himself. Discovered that his skin has become a lot smoother and rosy, and the elasticity has also improved. A face of collagen. In the past, Gu Wenqing's skin was more or less acne prone due to staying up all night, and at this time, the few small pimples on his body had disappeared without a trace. Under the face value forever enchantment, Gu Wenqing's face value had become a little higher again, but it wasn't particularly obvious. After all, his face value was already high enough, so he couldn't be much more handsome. Gu Wenqing happily walked out of the dormitory toilet. Huang Zicheng was unpacking his newly purchased watch. Zhou Tao, who has never seen much of the world, also came over to look at it. Zhou Tao inquired, the packaging is so exquisite. This watch isn't cheap, it's average. I'm a Longines watch. Huang Zicheng was dejected. Longines is a world-famous watch. The brand has a long history. It's a must for successful men. Hey, I've liked this watch for a long time. It's just a bit expensive. I considered it for a long time before I made up my mind to buy it. The newly bought watch arrived. Huang Zicheng just wanted to show a wave in front of everyone. That is, to pretend. Bought such an expensive watch. Do not pretend to talk about the brand and price, then not spend so much money in vain to buy. Zhou Tao frowned and inquired, Longines, why haven't I heard of it? How does it compare to a Wenchuan brand watch? Huang Zicheng was confused. What's a Wenchuan brand? Oh, the electronic watches sold at the kiosk in our old home. Quite expensive. A watch costs $200 or $300. Huang Zicheng felt like he was just talking to a cow. He was pretending for nothing. Zhou Tao, this old man doesn't know anything. Zhou Tao, this old man doesn't know anything? He yelled. Don't compare those brands with Longines. You're pulling down the grade of my watch. Oh, Longines is more than a few $100s. Is it that expensive? Zhou Tao had heard people bragging before, mentioning that Patek Philippe and Vacheron Constantin were expensive, and he remembered it. Zhou Tao pondered for a while and continued. Whose watch is more expensive than yours and Patek Philippe and Vacheron Constantin? Huang Zicheng was in tears. I'm fucking talking shit to you. Vacheron Constantin and Patek Philippe are much more expensive than Longines. How can they compare? He just wanted to show off and make everyone envious. Why is it so difficult? Zhou Tao, who had nowhere to pretend, happened to see Gu Wenqing walk in. Old Gu, how about this watch of mine? Longines yo, Huang Zicheng said, flinging his arm around so that the Longines shimmered in the light. Gu Wenqing said expressionlessly, oh, it's quite nice. Longines, this one is quite suitable for young people. Old Gu, you can also buy a piece. Huang Zicheng finished and subconsciously went to look at Old Gu's wrist. Crap. His jaw was about to drop in shock. What did he see? Vacheron Constantin. This is too damn outrageous. As a native of Magic City, Huang Zicheng had studied all kinds of luxury brands. What Lao Gu was holding was not an ordinary Vacheron Constantin. Through the watch case, platinum set with diamonds. A baguette cut diamonds, with diamonds hidden inlaid. He is sure this. Gu Wenqing with a Vacheron Constantin P30630/S22G9899. The selling price was a whole lot more than $10 million. His own roommate was wearing a watch worth $10 million. It was too damn scary. Huang Zicheng had considered buying a Vacheron Constantin before, but the lowest price for a Vacheron Constantin was close to $90,000. It exceeded his mental budget by too much, and in the end he chose a Longines watch that cost more than $20,000. Huang Zicheng's trembling voice asked, Old Gu, are you wearing a Vacheron Constantin Malta? Hearing this, Zhou Tao and Zhang Xiaohong also looked over. They had all heard of Vacheron Constantin's great name. Old Gu, your watch is really handsome. Vacheron Constantin's diamonds emitted a noble glow under the light. It made Zhang Xiaohong look dumbfounded. Zhou Tao curiously asked, Old Gu, how much did you buy such a handsome watch for? If it's cheap, I want to buy one too. Not waiting for Gu Wenqing to answer, Huang Zicheng directly said, you buy one too? You're thinking about fart eating. Do you know how much this Vacheron Constantin Malta costs? $10 million. What? $10 million. Zhang Xiaohong and Zhou Tao couldn't believe what they were hearing. How could it be? A watch is worth more than $10 million. How could a watch that small be so expensive? Old Gu, did you really buy this watch for over $10 million? Zhou Tao asked with a trembling voice. Gu Wenqing replied, yes, it's quite nice, isn't it? Crap. Old Gu was really wearing a watch worth $10 million. What kind of concept is this? 10 million could buy a suite in the center of Magic City. $10 million can buy 2 ordinary Ferraris. $10 million can allow an ordinary person to live a lifetime without worrying about food and clothing. Where is the watch Gu Wenqing is wearing on his hand? It is clearly a suite in the center of Magic City. Huang Zicheng also stared blankly at the Vacheron Constantine Malta. The mood is complicated. Just now, he said that he would let Lao Gu buy a Longines. As a result, Lao Gu brought a $10 million Vacheron Constantine Malta. Originally, I wanted to show off the $20,000 Longines watch I bought in the dormitory. Turns out all his roommates are carrying $10 million watches. If he flaunts his $20,000 Longines again, is it not playing a big sword in front of Guangdong? At this moment, Huang Zicheng had an illusion, comparing him and Gu Wenqing. He himself, a local of Mordor, looked like he came from a small place, and Gu Wenqing was the one who looked like a Mordor native. Look at the $168 million license plate, the $10 million Ferrari sports car, the $10 million Vacheron Constantin watch. All of these made Huang Zicheng die of envy. Gu Wenqing was lying on the bed and was chatting with Wang Yanran. School sister, school brother, I saw your singing video on the school intranet. Hey, 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 it's good. You're so talented. I like you more and more. Gu Wenqing, I like you too. Nabla, what do you like about me then? Gu Wenqing, black silk and long legs. Wang Yanran, besides black silk, can you like me for anything else? Oh, I also like that you don't wear everything. Oh, early morning, the three of them, Gu Wenqing and Zhou Tao, washed up and went to the cafeteria to eat. The first cafeteria had to pass through a piece of the girls' dormitory. Old Gu, look, it's the girl who brought you water earlier. She seems to be crying. Zhou Tao's sharp eyes were the first to spot Yun Weiwei, and he said loudly. At this time, Yun Weiwei was sitting on the roadside steps, her entire head buried in her 2 arms, choking softly, her shoulders shrugging. Gu Wenqing was furious when he saw this scene. She was bullied? Such a kind and simple girl who can't bear to bully her? Gu Wenqing went forward and asked, Yun Weiwei, is it Li Yuan Gue who found you in trouble? Yun Weiwei cried. No, no. When she saw Gu Wenqing, all the strength in her heart was shattered, and she leaned against Gu Wenqing's shoulder and cried out with a loud wow. Tears dampened the dark hair on her cheeks. The tears wet her black hair on her cheeks, vaguely revealing her beautiful face. The boys who passed by were all stunned when they saw her. The pearly look really made people can't help but pity her. Who is that pretty girl who was crying? So pretty. It feels no worse than school beauty Chen Yunxue. Crap, it couldn't be Gu Wenqing who made her cry. Damn Gu Wenqing. Having a schoolmate, he still wants to mess with other girls. The male students who came from behind were uncertain. They thought Gu Wenqing had bullied Yun Weiwei. They gathered indignantly not far away. Someone exited and said, Gu Wenqing, you're a man bullying a woman. It's simply too much. If you don't give the group an explanation today, we'll go to the principal's office to sue you. Don't cry, pretty girl. We'll do you justice. A group of people chattered. Gu Wenqing uttered an angry curse. You guys are noisy. All be quiet. For a moment, the air froze. Everyone was shocked by Gu Wenqing. They were all frightened by the angry Gu Wenqing. Usually, Gu Wenqing gave people a gentle and elegant feeling. But today, when he was angry, his eyes were scary, like a mad dog that was about to bite at any moment. And then, Gu Wenqing turned back and used his hand to gently stroke away the tears on Yun Weiwei's face. He said gently, don't cry. It won't look good if you cry like a little flower cat. Don't worry. No matter who bullied you, I will make him look good. At this time a chubby girl in the crowd walked out. He Yuan said, the money Weiwei pressed under the bed is missing. I accompanied her to look all over the dormitory and couldn't find it. Upon hearing this, Gu Wenqing became even more irritated. Did Yun Weiwei lose the $5,000 she withdrew yesterday? He knew well what $5,000 meant to Yun Weiwei. Perhaps for other college students $5,000 might just be a month or two of living expenses. And although it was heartbreaking to lose it, they could still ask for it from home. For Yun Weiwei, who hiked 8 or 9 kilometers to get money in order to save a few dollars in fees, 5,000 yuan might be a semester, or a year's living expenses, or even an entire college. Gu Wenqing looked at Yun Weiwei's canvas shoes that were a bit unglued. He frowned. Did anyone else enter your dorm room today? Seeing He Yuan shaking her head, Gu Wenqing continued, then it's your dorm room insiders who took it. Go find the other 2 people in your dorm room. Even if the King of Heaven blocks it today, I will find the thief out. As long as it's not an outsider committing the crime, the thief won't be hard to find. The dormitory is only 4 people in total, excluding the Yun Weiwei who lost the money. There are only 3 suspects of the crime. At this time, school playground. Jinyu was sitting in the playground with his male-licking dog waiting for military training. Jinyu said, I want to buy Apple 13 Pro Max, still missing $1,000. Can you lend me $1,000? Didn't you say yesterday that you were still short $6,000? Jinyu said without any fluctuation in her eyes. Oh, my family gave me $5,000. Before the male licker could speak, Jinyu saw Gu Wenqing leading a group of people and walking in front of her with great vigor. When she saw Yun Weiwei following behind Gu Wenqing, she was inwardly shocked, but her face pretended to be calm. Gu Wenqing stood in the playground without speaking, quietly waiting. Jinyu, who already had a weak heart, broke down a little inside. Soon, another girl from the dormitory, Yang Lihua, also arrived. Let's go. Find a place to talk, Gu Wenqing said. Although he was furious, he still didn't want to make too much of a fuss. His intention was to find a place with fewer people and a few parties to talk about it. Jinyu refused. I'm not going. Gu Wenqing suppressed his anger. I don't want things to get too big. Jinyu's male licker asked loudly at this point. What are you doing? Jinyu's male licker got up and blocked Gu Wenqing from taking Jinyu away. Gu Wenqing patiently said, nothing, a little thing. Who do you think you are? You can just leave when you say so? You're a fucking asshole. The male-licking dog shouted angrily. If you dare to force Jinyu today, I'll be at loggerheads with you. In front of Goldmoon, the male-licking dog acted especially manly. This was because Jinyu had said that she liked boys who could bring her a sense of security. At the sound of his voice, Gu Wenqing was also on fire. The two sides of the fence? What kind of a few hairs are you? Compared to force, I can beat 8 with 1. Compared to money, I can crush you into ashes by taking out the money in my bank card. I'll say it again. Get out of the way. Hearing this, the male lickspittle suddenly woke up. The boy on the opposite side was Gu Wenqing. Seeing the righteousness of 1 to fight 8, known as the Magic City. He drives a $10 million car with a license plate of 168 million. Thinking about it, the male licker suddenly felt powerless. He cannot fight, then the money is not as rich as Gu Wenqing. It seems that he only puts out harsh words. Gu Wenqing's stern eyes swept over male licker. Seeing that the male-licking dog was silent, Gu Wenqing then left with the 4 people from Yun Weiwei's dormitory. Inside the empty stairwell, Zhou Tao, you guys take Yun Weiwei away first. Gu Wenqing spoke. Zhou Tao nodded, and he and the other 2 people in the dormitory took Yun Weiwei to military training first. At this moment, in addition to Gu Wenqing only, He Yuan, Jinyu and Yang Lihua remained in the hallway. Long story short, I'm sure you all know why I brought you all here. The thief who stole Yun Weiwei's $5,000 is definitely amongst the 3 of you, and I hope that the one who stole the money won't make a mistake again. Gu Wenqing swept his eyes over the 3 of them and said indifferently. Jinyu sneered, you know it was the 3 of us who stole it? What if it was Yun Weiwei herself who lied? Maybe she didn't lose the money at all? Gu Wenqing, you don't know. Yun Weiwei is stingy as hell. The cafeteria meals are green vegetables and rice with plain water every day. In order to save $2 for washing clothes. In order to save $2 to wash clothes. Everyday laborious hand-rubbing clothes. And clothes and shoes are old cannot be used again old. She is also stingy not to change new clothes. For a stingy poor person like her, do you think she can afford to take $5,000? She is framing us. She is just jealous that we are living better than her. Snap! A crisp ringing sound echoed in the stairwell. Shut up! Jinyu covered her face, unable to believe that Gu Wenqing, who had always had a gentle image, would hit a woman. What qualifications do you have to look down on Yun Weiwei? Gu Wenqing's eyes looked like they wanted to eat people. Don't be full of shit here. I'm afraid I can't help but slap you again. Jinyu shed tears. How can you hit a woman? Gu Wenqing frowned, regardless of gender. If you make a mistake, you deserve to be beaten. He already had an answer in his mind. There was a 90% chance that the person who stole the money was the Jinyu in front of him. But everything needs evidence. The dormitory is that big and there are always people there. He doesn't believe that Jinyu can steal the money silently. 5,000. As long as whoever reports the thief, I'll give her 5,000 as a reward. Gu Wenqing looked at the 3 people and said slowly. Among the 3, He Yuan shook her head and said she really didn't know. Gu Wenqing looked at the other 2 and continued. 10,000. 30,000. Gu Wenqing continued. 50,000. Whoever names the perpetrator, I'll give her 50,000 immediately. I believe you guys won't doubt me either. Jinyu was already scared and anxious. She fiercely glared at Yang Lihua who wanted to speak. It scared Yang Lihua so much that the thought of just opening her mouth was dismissed. Jinyu's family is a local of Magic City. His brother is a social mixer. Before the beginning of the school year, his brother brought a few tattooed brothers to send each other Jinyu. Yang Lihua also saw. Since childhood is a good student Yang Lihua, the most afraid of social people. Gu Wenqing angrily scolded to stare at your paralyzed. And then he said to Yang Lihua, do not be afraid. I guarantee that she does not dare to do anything to you, as long as you say $50,000 immediately transferred to you. Sniffing, Yang Lihua hesitated for a long time. $50,000. Equivalent to was her father half a year income. How could she not be moved? But she was truly afraid of Jin Yu's retaliation. Her heart was struggling hard. After half a minute, she exhaled a breath of air. She had a choice. $50,000 was not a small amount of money. With this amount of money, she could purchase the cell phone computer and so on that she wanted to buy before. Yang Lihua crossed her heart and opened her mouth to say, the money was stolen by Jin Yu. In the morning when she took advantage of Yun Weiwei and He Yuan to go wash up, I saw her go and take Yun Weiwei's bag that was pressed under the bed. Jin Yu exploded with anger. You're talking nonsense. Since she had already opened her mouth and had already offended Jin Yu, Yang Lihua simply stopped hiding it. The money was put in her military training pants. Gu Wenqing looked down. Jin Yu's right purse was bulging. It should be the money it contained. The lie was demolished. Jin Yu cried and sat down on the ground at once. Gu Wenqing said, take it out. Considering that it's your first time, we'll keep your theft a secret, so I'll let you off this time. Turning the tables, Gu Wenqing said fiercely, if you dare to bully Yun Weiwei once again, I guarantee that the whole school will know that you are a thief, and Magic City University will definitely expel you, so be honest to me in the future. Hearing this, Jin Yu breathed a sigh of relief and had a trace of gratitude towards Gu Wenqing. Luckily he didn't drive him to the end, or else he would definitely not be able to study in this university, even if the school didn't expel her. Once the matter of stealing the money spread, she herself wouldn't have the face to stay in the school. Gu Wenqing did what he said, directly transferred $50,000 to Yang Lihua, and instructed Yang Lihua and He Yuan not to spread the matter of Jin Yu stealing money, and I'm not allowed to tell Yun Weiwei about this matter of me spending $50,000. It's not that he's a saintly mother, he's just giving Jin Yu a chance to change her ways. It's human to make mistakes. Give Jin Yu a chance, maybe she will correct. This moment, Yang Lihua and He Yuan's admiration for Gu Wenqing rose. Slap and then give a candy. Jin Yu would still be grateful to Gu Wenqing after being cleaned up by him, doing things completely unlike a college student, considering everything. It was really awesome to be protected by Gu Wenqing. Yun Weiwei's luck was too good. They were suddenly especially envious of Yun Weiwei in their hearts. As for the $50,000 for $5,000 thing, they not only didn't think that Gu Wenqing was stupid, but they felt that he favored Yun Weiwei, and in order to get back the money that belonged to Yun Weiwei, he went 10 times as far as he could, really like the domineering president in the novel. Let people fall in love with him. Gu Wenqing left with the money in his pocket. He still had to go to military training. $50,000 was crumbs to him. He went up and down hundreds of thousands of dollars for a meal, and didn't care about $50,000 at all. In fact, he could have taken $5,000 and given it to Yun Weiwei, lying to her that he had found the money, and she would not be suspicious if she was so naive. But Gu Wenqing did not choose to do so. 1. The source of the matter is not resolved. Yun Weiwei keep losing money, how to do? The second is that he really does not want to cheat Yun Weiwei, this simple girl. Gu Wenqing rushed, but he was still late for military training. Gu Wenqing, the instructor shouted. Gu Wenqing, present. You're 10 minutes late for military training. Violating school rules. You're punished for running 10 laps of the playground. F***ck. Gu Wenqing thought of a plan in his mind. The instructor continued. Any objections? Gu Wenqing blinked at Yun Weiwei in the crowd of squads and replied loudly. No. On the sweltering hot playground, Gu Wenqing was alone in his military training uniform, sweating like rain as he ran. Yun Weiwei stood in the crowd, her nose a little sour. Why is he so good to her? The playground. With the sound of the instructor's whistle, all the freshmen were relieved, and all of them sat down on the ground to rest in place. At this time, Gu Wenqing was still running laps around the playground. After Chu Botrace took a sip of water, he said freely to the surrounding boys in his class, he just deserves it. How dare he be late for his own military training? Being able to see Gu Wenqing's bad luck, Chu Bochuan was overjoyed. He's always in the limelight. He deserves to be unlucky. 10 laps. Run him to death. Ha ha, look at him running like a dog. The next few boys also mocked. They had long been looking at Gu Wenqing with displeasure. The most beautiful Chen Yunxue in his class was always sending the other party bubbly water. He was jealous of Gu Wenqing to death. They were very happy to see Gu Wenqing being punished. At this moment, they felt overjoyed. At this time, the girls in the class frowned with an unhappy face. A few girls said loudly, "There's a psycho? What are you talking about?" without knowing what happened. Gu Wenqing was late because he was helping the girls find money. He's helping people, and you guys still have the face to laugh here? That's right. A bunch of stupid straight guys. How can they understand Gu Wenqing's romance? Hey, Gu Wenqing is so nice. Yeah, unlike them who only gloat. If eyes could kill, the girl's eyes would have already turned Chu Beautrace and the others into ashes. Chu Beautrace's few people were dying of embarrassment. Saying a few bad things about Gu Wenqing made them bad people? They could not cry. Damn, why are these girls so mean? After 10 laps of the playground, Gu Wenqing's whole body was wet. It felt like he could squeeze out water from his underwear. And his camouflage top was tightly attached to his body. The camouflage top was tightly fitted to his body, and his perfect abs could be seen vaguely, which really attracted the attention of countless girls. The sweaty Gu Wenqing walked to Yun Weiwei, stuffed the money into Yun Weiwei's bag, and walked away. Huang Zicheng came over at this time and gave a thumbs up. Old Gu, you're this. Zhou Tao also went up and asked, Old Gu, why didn't you explain at that time? Maybe the instructor let you off the hook. You know shit. Some people don't like being noticed by too many people. Gu Wenqing said. That girl, Yun Weiwei, had such low self-esteem, and was so afraid of being a student that she often kept her head down and blocked her hair from her face. If she was allowed to be noticed by so many students from the military training, she would definitely be in shock. Not far away, Yun Weiwei looked at Gu Wenqing, who was lying on the ground in a big shape. She hesitated for a long time and finally overcame her inner desire to go and bring water to Gu Wenqing. As a result, another girl appeared in her line of sight, dressed beautifully, with light makeup and exquisite, holding sparkling water and giving it to Gu Wenqing. Yun Weiwei looked down, her faded water cup, her heart a little lost. Chen Yunchue stood in front, watching Gu Wenqing drink the water. Can you change the sparkling water? Gu Wenqing frowned. It was orange flavored every day. He was about to drink it and vomit. Sniff. The boys in the playground were itching to jump up and beat this bastard Gu Wenqing to death. The schoolgirl herself delivered the water. And he's still picking on the flavor? I wish I could strangle this asshole. If the school beauty had brought them water, they'd be overjoyed. They definitely wouldn't act like Gu Wenqing, picking and choosing. After military training, Gu Wenqing's cell phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. As soon as he picked it up, a female's clear voice rang out. Hello, Mr. Gu, I'm the sales of the Porsche 4 store in Magic City. The Porsche Cayenne top of the line that you booked has arrived at the store. May I ask when you'll be free to pick up the car? It was the Porsche Cayenne that the system had rewarded before. Gu Wenqing directly said, I'll be right over. If it wasn't for Porsche sales making this call, Gu Wenqing would have forgotten that he had a Porsche Cayenne. Gu Wenqing dialed Wang Yanyan's phone. Is schoolmate free? Wang Yanyan giggled. As long as schoolmate is looking for me, I'm free even if I'm not. Good. Then I'll accompany me out. Gu Wenqing went downstairs and started the red Ferrari, arriving at the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Not long after, Wang Yanyan walked down. Ferrari co-pilot. Wang Yanyan was wearing a one-shoulder denim jacket, revealing the fragrant white collarbone and shoulders. The lower part of her body was wearing a short denim skirt of the same color, revealing her ultra-long and rounded jade legs. The length of her white stockings was just barely above her calves, and she had a pair of Nike's Air Force small white shoes. Makeup is still her favorite pure desire style. Like a ripe apple, let a person cannot help but bite. Passing the traffic light, Gu Wenqing naturally put his hand on Wang Yanyan's jade leg. Wang Yanyan was still made a big red face. Shyly said, school brother, don't be like this. Gu Wenqing said, don't be shy. Anyway, we've all been honest and open. Humph. Wang Yanyan pouted. Her eyes scraped Gu Wenqing, not saying anything. Gu Wenqing touched it for a while. He asked, why aren't you wearing stockings today? Wore them, isn't this? Wang Yanyan lifted her leg up, letting Gu Wenqing look at her half-length white stockings. Worn? Why don't I see it? Gu Wenqing said, directly lifting the denim skirt. A lift. The result in the eyes is the black bottoms. Pete. The trust between people? Bottoms, this thing is which stupid fork who invented. Bah, pervert. Wang Yanran could know Gu Wenqing's virtues, just like to take advantage of herself. Gu Wenqing ruthlessly touched his long round legs a few times before giving up. Gu Wenqing drove the navigation and quickly arrived at the Porsche 4 store. The two had only just entered the door when they heard a boy's voice. Isn't there no current car? Why is there one parked in the showroom? I'm a person who never likes to wait. Just read that Porsche Cayenne. Give me a credit card. Lu Yanwei hugged the girl with one hand and pointed at the red Porsche Cayenne with the other. At this time, the sales hurriedly came forward to explain, Sir, this Porsche Cayenne was booked in advance by other customers, and also has been paid in full. If you want to pick up the car today, you can change our Porsche other models. Hearing the salesman's words, Lu Yangwei's face was uncertain. At this time, the girl in her arms with a whiny voice said, Wei, I like Porsche Cayenne. Other cars people do not want. Lu Yangwei looked at the girl in his arms in front of him, listening to her whiny voice. He felt that the whole person was a lot more spiritual. He just like her, this kind of birdie. Everyday pampered look. Lu Yangwei and this sister to know has been 2 or 3 months. This girl is not like other girls, so easy to handle. This thought today to buy a Porsche Cayenne. Give her a few days to drive. Maybe you can successfully go to bed with her. Yes, Lu Yangwei and not stupid. Millions of cars said to send. He is ready to car license. Insurance all on their own names. Porsche Cayenne just to the girl to open. One day this girl tired of playing, directly kicked his. The car is still their own. Nothing to lose. Lu Yangwei craved this girl's body has been a long time. He knows that today is the best time to take her. Miss today. Do not know how long to wait. After thinking clearly, Lu Yangwei frowned and said loudly, my dad and your boss Mr. Su know each other. Don't be ungrateful. Swipe your card. I'll take this car. Lu Yangwei handed the card to the sale and signaled for her to swipe it. The girl said in a whiny voice, Wei, you're so bossy. Lu Yangwei said, let you see more domineering at night. The girl faced charming hate. Looking at the girl's hot body, Lu Yangwei cannot wait for tonight. The saleswoman stood still with an aggrieved face. In a dilemma. Still not quick to go? Believe it or not, I'll make a phone call to directly get you fired by Porsche 4s. Lu Yangwei roared at the female salesperson who was standing still. Mad, what kind of thing? You're so shameless. My words have fallen on deaf ears. Lu Yangwei continued, I'm telling you, buying this Porsche Cayenne in my capacity is an honor for the original owner. At this point, the female sales in the store didn't dare to move forward to help. Lu Yangwei's background they couldn't afford to mess with. That reprimanded female sales were on the verge of tears. She was just doing things according to the rules of the 4 store. Why does this person still want to make things difficult for her? Oh, that idiot's pants belt wasn't bolted tight and let you out. Gu Wenqing went up with a disgusted face and said, treating this kind of unqualified rich second generation. Gu Wenqing wouldn't be polite and just scold and be done with it. Seeing a person speak human words. Seeing a mad dog take a mallet and beat it, and that's the end of it. Who the hell are you? Lu Yangwei said with a gloomy face. Upon seeing Wang Yanran's appearance, a hint of greed appeared on his face. This woman was so beautiful. This comparison. The sister in his own arms was simply trash. The face value was simply one heavenly and one underground. Not at all at the same level. The girl in his own arms was not even worthy of being compared to Wang Yanyan. Just now, you said that it's your honor to buy my car. How come now that I'm here? How do you want me to be honored? Gu Wenqing said in a cold voice. Hearing that it was the owner of a Porsche Cayenne, and the other party brought such a beautiful girl, more or less a bit of energy. Lu Yangwei was silent for a while, no longer arrogant and domineering, and said in a calm tone, I'll add $10,000 to the original price of this car. How about it? Gu Wenqing sneered. Are you a comedian sent to the monkey? My Porsche Cayenne tops out at more than $3 million. Lacking this $10,000 from you? Hearing this, Wang Yanyan also covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Even the Porsche 4 store sales ladies also can't help but laugh. It's really off the mark. The person who can buy a Porsche with $3 million. What does he care about that $10,000? $3 million are spent. Still care about the change of $10,000. This Lu Yangwei is really stupid and cute. Anyway, I don't care. I want this red Porsche Cayenne. The girl said unforgivingly, and blew hot air into Lu Yangwei's ear. Lu Yangwei directly saluted. Marred, for the sake of tonight's sexual happiness. Lu Yangwei gritted his teeth and said with heartache, 100,000. I'll add another 100,000 and let me have the car. Mad, this is hemorrhaging with the excuse of doing business from his father that cheated $3 million. Would like to buy a Porsche Cayenne white whoring a little this little anchor. Used up her kick. The car is still in the he is not a loss. As a result, an extra 100,000. His heart is dripping blood. Damn Bazi today. Must let this bitch serve himself well. $100,000? Gu Wenqing frowned. His dinner to open a bottle of red wine are more than 100,000 yuan. Listen to him to blow himself up so bull batch. Thought it was what character. The result of this on the pussy like. What's more, Gu Wenqing wouldn't even let him have the Porsche. Gu Wenqing calmly stretched out 3 fingers. Lu Yangwei was shocked. 300,000? Gu Wenqing said loudly no. It's $30 million. It's your honor to buy my car for 30 million. Take the man's way. And treat him like a man. Damn. Are you a crazy person? Crazy for money. Let me tell you, my father is Lu Guoliang. Lu Yangwei declared himself. He continued, I told you not to be ungrateful. Gu Wenqing didn't care. I'll fuck you up. Get the hell away from me. You're the one who wants to buy my car. If you can't afford it, don't talk crap here. My father is Lu Guoliang. This piece of real estate is all my family development. Even this 4-store rental front are my family company. Could you now give me an apology is not too late. Or wait for me to call people over. Your small body cannot withstand the fight. Lu Yangwei frowned and said viciously. This neighborhood is developed by Huafeng Real Estate. Lu Yangwei's father owned 5% of the shares of Huafeng Real Estate. The total value of Huafeng Real Estate of $80 billion. 5% of the shares was $4 billion. Lu Yangwei has arrogant capital. And with one phone call, he can call out countless construction workers to come over to sound the bluff. So why should he be afraid? School brother, why don't we sell it? I've heard about Huafeng Real Estate. It's best if you can stay out of trouble. Wang Yinyan spoke out. Huafeng Group was in full swing recently. There was a villa cluster of houses for sale in the prime location of the university students. And Wang Yinyan had heard of the great name of Huafeng Real Estate. She did not want her schoolmate to offend those business bigwigs. The sales ladies in the Force store also pinched a cold sweat for Gu Wenqing. They knew the terror of Huafeng Group. With total assets of more than $80 billion and deep-rooted connections in Magic City, it was simply not something that ordinary people could shake. It's over. Handsome really pissed off young Lu. I blame Lu Yangwei for being too overbearing. Little brother, he won't be spared a beating from the construction team. The sales lady whispered. Lu Guolian? Why does it sound so familiar? Gu Wenqing pondered for a while. Wasn't Lu Guolian the minority shareholder of Huafeng Real Estate? Because of the 10% shares of Huafeng Real Estate gifted by the system. The system's heaven-defying function allowed the top management of Huafeng Real Estate to know about the existence of the shareholder Gu Wenqing. Similarly, Gu Wenqing knew all of their information like the back of his hand. Looking at the arrogantly laughing Lu Yangwei, how did Lu Guolian give birth to such a stupid thing? And forcefully buying and selling? Gu Wenqing walked up and slapped Lu Yangwei twice, scraping his eyes. Not waiting for Lu Yangwei to react, Gu Wenqing dialed his father Lu Guolian's phone. Hello, old Lua. Gu Wenqing. You really gave birth to a good son. Forcibly buying and selling to my head? In 2 more years won't you be so bullish that you'll directly buy Huafeng Group by force? As a business partner, I can't help but educate him for you. Don't take it personally. Okay, I'll take the phone to that kid. Boom. Lu Yangwei, who covered his face, was like being bombarded by 5 thunderbolts. Shocked, the whole person could not speak. What did he hear? That kid in front of him seems to have called his father, also called his own father as old Lu? Lu Yangwei, a burst of fear. He is finished. Not right. He thought for a moment. The opposite boy so young. How can he know his father? But also bragging about what business partners? Put his mother's bullshit. Pretending to pretend to my head? Lu Yangwei, a sneer. A big grin took the phone. In order to prove to everyone on the other side of the person is definitely not his father, he simply directly opened the speakerphone. Lu Yangwei arrogantly said, Hey, foolish thing, you dare to impersonate my father Lu Guoliang. Do you know how serious the consequences? I impersonate, you're paralyzed. Lu Yangwei, you are wings hard. Or think that the old man's belt is soft? One day not to fight to get carried away, right? A familiar middle-aged man's voice came from the phone, making Lu Yangwei's feet soften uncontrollably. He trembled and shouted, Dad. The phone was again flooded with curses. Don't call me Dad. I don't deserve to be your dad. Do you know that you have made a huge mistake today? Usually I turn a blind eye to your arrogance, but today you have even messed with old Gu's head? Your uncle Gu has 10% of the shares in our Huafeng Group. He's a very important person. How can you offend a junior? We both depend on him for our livelihood. Quickly apologize to your uncle Gu. Boom. After hearing his father's words, Lu Yangwei felt like his head was about to explode. What had he just heard? The teenager in front of him owned 10% of Huafeng Group's shares. What kind of concept is this? Huafeng Group was worth $80 billion, which meant that the teenager in front of him had a value of $8 billion. Exactly twice his family. And he could feel his father treating Gu Wenqing with special respect. It was thought that his background must not be simple. At this moment, Lu Yangwei was goose-stepping to death. And Gu Wenqing, then the money of his family is very different than the background. His family's background is the Huafeng Group. And the young man in front of him not only has the Huafeng Group network, there may be other forces. Lu Yangwei held the cell phone with both hands and respectfully handed it to Gu Wenqing. He revealed a smile that was even worse than crying. Uncle Gu, I'm sorry. My juniors have eyes but don't recognize that they have bumped into you. Please forgive me. Gu Wenqing nodded his head and educated in the tone of an elder. There are people outside of people. There is a sky outside of the sky. Don't be so arrogant and domineering one day. Be humble and low-key. Next time I see you still so overbearing outside, if I see you, I will directly for your father 2 slaps to call you dead. Lu Yangwei is like a chicken pecking at rice. Nodding his head, Uncle Gu is right. On the phone came Lu Guolian's voice again. Old Gu, today this matter is a yang's wrong. Next time come back to the company, we drink 2 cups. Face to face to you to make amends, not. Lu Yangwei heard his father's posture are put so low. The heart of the little bit of dissatisfaction with the Gu Wenqing directly dissipated. Lu Yangwei, who was so arrogant a second ago, was like a docile lapdog, nodding his head and admitting his faults with a good attitude. Gu Wenqing waved his hand and said, Yangwei do not go to the sales lady to apologize. You scared her. Lu Yangwei heard Gu Wenqing call himself Yangwei, face green into a pig liver color. If that group of friends outside dare to call him that, Lu Yangwei will definitely let that person know why the flowers are so red. But when Gu Wenqing called him that, he could only resign himself to it. Gu Wenqing and his father are business partners. He could only obediently say to the saleswoman, I'm sorry. Seeing this dramatic scene, Porsche 4 store sales, all shocked. It turned out that the arrogant and domineering young Master Lu would actually apologize to a female salesperson. This teenager is also too powerful. Can be Lu Dishao to rectify the heart convinced? Not only receive 2 slaps will also apologize. Listening to the phone call, he is also a shareholder of Huafeng Group, still owns 10% of the shares of Huafeng, total value of 8 billion. It's really too rich. If not for the fact that there is already a girl beside him, they would have come forward to ask for contact information. Who doesn't like a young and rich man? I'm so envious of that girl beside him. $8 billion. How can this money be spent? According to this calculation, wouldn't this teenager's family have hundreds of billions of assets? They thought that the handsome teenager in front of them was worth 8 billion. Their beautiful eyes looked at Gu Wenqing. Their legs were all a little uncontrollably soft. Love. Uncle Gu. Gu Wenqing frowned. Stop. Don't left a mouth Gu uncle right Gu uncle. You look up age than I am big. Don't be so shameless it. Call me Gu brother. Lu Yangwei. Gu Wenqing patted him on the shoulder. Go home and play in the mud. Okay, brother. Away. My Porsche Cayenne. Snap. Lu Yangwei raised his hand as a slap to her face card your mom's head. If it is not you lousy also cannot offend Gu brother. Mad. Night does not pose for me to cool. I'll kill you. The little anchor cried, woo. Inside the Porsche 4 store, Wang Yanyan was still long immersed in the shock just now. Schoolmate was actually a shareholder of Huafeng Real Estate. This is too crazy. If her schoolmate was already this powerful, wouldn't his family be an even more powerful existence? When she saw the information of Huafeng Group that she looked up on her cell phone, 10% of her schoolmate's shares were worth $8 billion. She had a deep sense of powerlessness. Her schoolmate was so outstanding. Was she really worthy of her? I remember a dormitory girl dating boyfriend. In Huafeng Real Estate bought a villa. The girls are in the dormitory bragging about a few months before stopping. Then my schoolmate is a shareholder of Huafeng. I'm afraid they won't even believe it when this is told. At this time, Gu Wenqing patted her small waist and signaled to go see the car together. Wang Yanyan put what happened just now behind her and looked at the Porsche Cayenne in front of her. The appearance of fashionable and dynamic. The overall lines are more complete. Smooth and sporty. The appearance of tall and majestic. The front face looks very imposing. Cayenne top of the interior workmanship is more fine, configuration is more complete, seat comfort is better, steering wheel automatic heating and seat next to the armrest design and other configurations are more humanized, panoramic sunroof, etc. Wang Yanyan really like it. The heart size how often they can drive this kind of luxury car is good. She touched the Porsche Cayenne Chang bright paint said, school brother, the red Ferrari is very suitable for you, but the red Porsche Cayenne looks good, but not very suitable for you. Why don't you choose to match a different color? Gu Wenqing said, because this car is not me driving. Wang Yanyan was suddenly nervous in her heart, very afraid that she had guessed wrong. Could it be? That's right, it's what you think. School brother I really love you. Mouth 1. Wang Yanyan took the initiative to kiss Gu Wenqing a few times, then looked at the Porsche Cayenne in surprise. She felt like she was dreaming right now. Just now she was still fantasizing about when she would be able to drive a Porsche, and then her schoolmate gave her one. Wang Yanyan is now happy in her heart. Her brother a luxury car of more than $3 million, indicating that she is still very important in the heart of her brother. The thought of these, she has a kind of fulfillment satisfaction. At this time Porsche sales came forward. Sir, please provide your ID card. We help you for registration and insurance. Gu Wenqing said directly, use my schoolmates. Schoolmate, this is not good. Gu Wenqing said gently, be obedient. The car that was sent to you is yours. Don't think too much. At this moment, Wang Yanyan's eyes were as gentle as water. Her heart's love for Gu Wenqing, to the deepest level. In this life, he is his own man. As the saying goes, a man dies for his friend, and a woman is no different. After handling the car, the two people a car, drove out of the Ford store. 2 red luxury cars, like a couple car. Gu Wenqing made a call to Wang Yanran. Sister, let's go to the movies. Wang Yanyan good. I like watching movies the most. Okay, then you're more on my car. I'll take you to a good place. Gu Wenqing directly navigated Magic City International Cinema. which was a high-level movie theater that the system rewarded him with. The movie theater was located in the old business district of Mordor, the 5th and 6th floors of the Lameo business district. Not only was it the 5-star deluxe movie theater with the largest area, the most projection halls, and the largest seating capacity in Mordor, but also one of the most deluxe movie theaters in China at the moment. As a mega cinema ranked at the top of the nation's luxury movie theaters, it now has 17 screening halls, including 14 ordinary halls, a 600-person super hall, and 2 VLP halls, with a total seating capacity of about 3,500 seats, and a building area of about 15,000 square meters. Such a top-notch movie theater, the system rewarded him with 2. At this time, it was 7 or 8 o'clock at night, the busiest time in the business district, and the flow of people was huge. Magic City International Cinema was also packed with people. In the waiting hall, many men, women, and children had bought movie tickets and were waiting for their favorite movie to start. The service attitude of Magic City International Cinema is superb. There are 2 reception ladies at the main door. Once they see the customers, they will greet them kindly and ask what they need, etc. As usual, when they see a couple of customers, they will greet them kindly. As usual, they saw a couple came over, kindly shouted, "Welcome." As soon as they looked up, they met the gaze of the teenager. The 2 of them were startled and hurriedly shouted, "Hello, Mr. Gu." Gu Wenqing smiled and nodded to them, worthy of being a top movie theater. The service attitude and awareness was very good. This time, the sudden inspection wasn't as bad as the debonair Western restaurant. Gu Wenqing understood that it was again the invincible existence of the system that directly used unscientific means to directly assign this movie theater to his name, and that all the employees had memories of him and knew that he was their boss. System, you are truly bullish. Good day, boss. Good evening, boss. Good evening, Mr. Gu. Good evening, Mr. Gu. Wherever Gu Wenqing passed, all the employees in the studio city greeted him. Countless people in the waiting area looked at Gu Wenqing in surprise. They wanted to see the true face of the owner of the 5-star luxury studio. It wouldn't be a middle-aged man with a big belly, would it? At a glance, the first impression is high, and the temperament is decidedly also very young. After experiencing the matter of bravery, the heat has not yet come down. Gu Wenqing looked at so many people looking at himself, frowned and put the sunglasses on. This momentary image made many girls scream for it. I go, what a domineering feeling, especially the moment he raised his eyebrows. I even thought of a name for my child. So outstanding, so young to be the boss of a big movie theater. I want to give him a monkey. Save it. Don't you see the little petite wife beside the domineering president? The boys also looked at Gu Wenqing with an envious face, not just envious of his money, but also envious of the girl behind him, who was just too pretty. Wang Yanyan's appearance overpowered the crowd, eclipsing all the girls in the theater. Coming to his own theater, Gu Wenqing wouldn't be polite. Directly VIP hall chartered. What kind of movie do you want to see? You can have it all. What special snacks in the theater city? All each on the same. Wang Yanyan in the side of the beautiful eyes frequently looked at Gu Wenqing. Since and Gu Wenqing together, she realized what kind of man is called excellent. No matter where you go is the attention of the whole field. No matter where he was, there was always someone who would curry favor with Gu Wenqing. It was too powerful. With her schoolmate, she felt a high quality of life that she had never had before. The VLP hall. Inside the immense and incomparable space, there was only Gu Wenqing and Wang Yanran. On the huge screen, a youthful romance movie was playing. Wang Yanyan was attracted to the movie and tilted her head without looking away. Watching the movie was just a front. He was drunk. Gu Wenqing looked at Wang Yanyan's super hot body and impactful long legs. The corner of Gu Wenqing's mouth revealed a smile, and he directly wrapped his arms around her thin waist. Wang Yanyan was startled by Tu Ru's other moves, and looking at Gu Wenqing's evil smile, she curled her mouth as if she was pampered. Gu Wenqing slowly moved his head closer to Wang Yanyan's ear and, feeling Gu Wenqing's hot wave of breathing, coupled with the romantic yet passionate place of the movie theater, Wang Yanyan's body trembled a little, and her entire body went soft. The atmosphere arrived, and Gu Wenqing's hand moved down a few centimeters. The plot of the movie was still playing. Wang Yanyan's face was flushed at this time as she covered her hand over her face, her denim blouse slipping slightly. Gu Wenqing didn't want to be shallow this time, although he knew that Wang Yanyan's relatives hadn't left yet. But there are many ways. Love is naturally thick in the depths. After half a rate, looking at Wang Yanyan's face of pure desire, Wang Yanyan instantly understood. This movie was watched for a long time. Back to the dormitory. At this time, the other 3 people in the dormitory are also in the dormitory. Summer mosquitoes are a bit much. When Xian was about to light a mosquito coil, but did not find a lighter. She had just seen Wang Yanyan's Porsche key, so she inquired, Yen Yen, lend me your lighter. She didn't even think it was a real borrowed key, thinking it was just a lighter. Wasn't it all quite popular on Douyin recently? That kind of lighter for luxury car keys, and she often swiped that kind of video as well. Ah, I don't have a lighter, Wang Yen Yen replied seriously. Humph, I clearly saw it. When Qian said and picked up the Porsche car keys on Wang Yen Yen's table, looking around for the lighter switch port, but couldn't find it. When Qian had to inquire, Yen Yen, how do you use this lighter? Wang Yen Yen opened wide eyes and said, Qian, I said that is the car keys, you believe? When Qian teased, this joke is not funny at all. She was certain that it was a lighter. Wang Yen Yen's family conditions when Qian knew, belonged to a well-off family. A Porsche must cost at least $600,000. Wang Yen Yen's family couldn't afford it at all, let alone buying a Porsche for Wang Yen Yen. For her best friend Wang Yen Yen, she also knows very well, although gold worship, but she is very self-love. Men in her body cannot take advantage of. So there should not be a man will send him a Porsche sports car. It. Wang Yen Yen took Wen Qian to the balcony, pressed the unlock button of the Porsche. Downstairs in the dormitory, the red Porsche Cayenne, the lights of the car domineeringly lit up, illuminating the darkness ahead. When Qian looked downstairs, the red Porsche Cayenne, this car is one of her very favorite cars. Girls all like bigger cars, especially the kind of big SUV, can bring girls enough security. When Qian is no exception. Her favorite cars are Mercedes-Benz Big G, Porsche Cayenne, Jeep Wrangler. At this moment, she looked downstairs at her dream luxury car, and inwardly envied Wang Yanran, but she was immediately a little alarmed. BFF won't go on a crooked path, right? The one who sold out her first time, or was adopted. Otherwise, where did she get so much money to buy a Porsche Cayenne? When Qian painfully said, Yen Yen, you will not be rich man package, right? At the sound of her voice, Wang Yen Yen was like a kitten that had exploded its fur. How can that be? You don't know my character. I have very high requirements for my future partner. Not only a little money, but also a good face. Not only must he have a little money, his face value must also be what I like. His character must also be good, and he must also have a sense of responsibility. As she spoke, she was all goo wenching. When Qian snorted coldly and continued to inquire, then tell me how you got this Porsche Cayenne? This car has to be more than $1 million for the lowest match. Don't say you bought it yourself. Wang Yanran, my schoolmate gave it to me. Goo wenching? Then you gave it to him. Relatives are still. When Qian continued to ask, is the car in your name? Seeing Wang Yanran nod her head, when Qian admitted that she was envious. What kind of godly man is this? Bathroom? She looked at the mirror, her own not bad looks and body. And Wang Yanyan's style is different. Each has its own style. Boys' dormitory. When Huang Zicheng saw that Gu Wenqing was back, he went up and said, old Gu is back so late? Went out with your senior sister, right? How did it go? Crap. You don't care about my progress all day long. Face Li Wenhuan, you first turn yourself into a proper boyfriend first. Shit. Lao Gu doesn't bring up people's scars like this. Besides, Li Wenhuan and I are still in a pure relationship. Huang Zicheng retorted. As a passerby, Gu Wenqing passes on his experience. You're just a wimp. Temporary boyfriends have to have the right to exercise the rights of a boyfriend. Don't be afraid. Start by holding hands with Li Wenhuan. Okay, I'll give it a go next time, I'll give it a try. Huang Zicheng had a firm face. At this time Huang Zicheng's Apple cell phone rang. Huang Zicheng took a look at it was Li Wenhuan calling and was in a happy mood. Towards Gu Wenqing, he sold a dejected look. See, Wenhuan must have missed me. Huang Zicheng answered the phone with a smile on his face. Li Wenhuan's splitting head is a why so long to pick up my phone. Xiao Huang humbled, oh, I was just talking to Lao Gu about something and didn't hear the ringtone. Li Wenhuan coldly said you send Gu Wenqing's V-signal. Mo Lu wants it. Okay, I'll send you right away. After Huang Zicheng sent Gu Wenqing's V-signal business card to Li Wenfang, he said, Wenhuan wait for the military training to finish, let's go play together. He was ready to try if the method Gu Wenqing taught him worked. Let's talk about it. Li Wenhuan asked for Gu Wenqing's V-mail and hung up directly. Zhou Tao and Zhang Xiaohong both laughed, real on earth. Huang Zicheng touched his head in embarrassment and said, Wenhuan's character is like this. I've long gotten used to it. After the lights went out in the dormitory, Huang Zicheng tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. He weakly asked, old Gu, have you held hands with your senior sister yet? Gu Wenqing skimmed his lips and said, you tell me. The mouth is kissed. Zhou Tao said enviously, crap. Old Gu, you cowhide. In the faint moonlight, the hearts of single dogs rippled and could not be calmed. Zhou Tao hesitated for a long time and said, old Gu, can you give me Mo Lu's V-mail? Zhou Tao is quite favorable to Mo Lu. Long, so beautiful, good to people. Zhou Tao just quite want to contact him. Huang Zicheng couldn't bear to hit his roommate. He politely said, "Mo Lu is not an oil lamp. Usually can't grasp it. Zhou Tao, I just want to try." Gu Wenqing said, "I'm pushing it to you." Huang Zicheng bristled. This Zhou Tao heart does not have a little B number? Mo Lu all active Gu Wenqing's V-mail. Must be interested in the old Gu. Besides, Zhou Tao's family conditions, and Mo Lu difference is too big. There is no possibility. Huang Zicheng silently sighed in his heart. It seems that the only way for Zhou Tao to turn back is to let him hit the southern wall. Zhou Tao quickly added Mo Lu's WeChat. After scrolling through her friend's circle, it was all about fitness and food routines. The picture of Mo Lu in a tight fitness suit made Zhou Tao a little hot. Zhou Tao asked Mo Lu know who he is not. Mo Lu said she knew. She thought to herself that if she hadn't been in the same dorm room with Gu Wenqing, she wouldn't have added Zhou Tao. Zhou Tao military training must be very hard. Mo Lu, General. Zhou Tao must remember to wear more sunscreen, so that you will not get sunburned. Show teeth. Mo Lu, well, I'm resting. Zhou Tao, good night. Have a good dream, bye-bye. On the other side, Magic City University of Commerce and Industry. Female dormitory. After chatting with Zhou Tao, Mo Lu took out the screenshot from her cell phone and watched it intently. Gu Wenqing's toned muscles made her lick her screen. She, who liked to work out, often encountered muscular men in the gym, but to be as coordinated and streamlined as Gu Wenqing was really rare. Mo Lu thought that after going through friends, Gu Wenqing would soon find herself chatting, but as a result, she waited and waited for a long time, and did not wait for Gu Wenqing's text message. She then had to take the initiative to find Gu Wenqing, picking up her cell phone and didn't know what to send. Usually it was the boys who took the initiative to find a topic. Instead she had a selective reply without a sentence. Mo Lu racked her brain and sent a, "Military training must be hard, right?" Smiles. Gu Wenqing was looking at the benefits sent by his sister. Black silk and long legs. Directly perfunctory, General. Mo Lu, the ultraviolet rays are strong in summer. Make sure you pay attention to rub some sunscreen. Showing teeth. Gu Wenqing, well, I'm going to sleep. Mo Lu, rest early, good behavior. Gu Wenqing chatted with his schoolmate again. Wang Yanran and my relatives will be finished in 2 days. Shy. Gu Wenqing, hey, I've been looking forward to it for a long time then. Make up for it. Wang Yanran, overthinking you. I mean I can eat hot pot after my relatives are done. Showing teeth. Gu Wenqing, you want to be cleaned up? Wang Yanran, come on. I'll wait for you, kiss. Gu Wenqing, oh, in a couple of days. I'll make sure you call your dad. The next day. Seeing the pale and weak Huang Zicheng, Gu Wenqing spoke out to remind, pay attention to your body. Do less needlework in a day. I fucking didn't. Zhou Tao pointed to the side of Huang Zicheng's bed. A basket of paper balls in the trash can, then what's with these? Huang Zicheng's sophistry, lousy that is a cold. Zhou Tao looked contemptuous, you still have a cold in summer? I've got a cold. Can't I? Gu Wenqing patted Huang Zicheng's shoulder. Okay. No matter whether you have a cold or not, it's always right to pay attention to your body. Huang Zicheng wanted to cry. How can everyone not believe his words? Seeing Zhang Xiaohong, who came in after washing up, he ran forward to prove his innocence. You said it's not normal to have snot coming out of your nose in the summer when you have a cold. Zhang Xiaohong said without hesitation, serious people who summer cold. With one sentence, Gu Wenqing and Zhou Tao in the dormitory laughed out loud. A day of military training ended. Red girl Lin Yingying called V-voice. Gu Wenqing, come out for dinner. You but promised me. Don't refuse. Lin Yingying's clear and pleasant voice came over the phone. Send me the location. I'll be here in a while. Ha ha, I'm already at the entrance of your Magic City University. Come on. You drove your own car? Gu Wenqing inquired. The clothes Lin Yingying had sent earlier weren't cheap, and the family conditions should be very good. Plus, the Magic City Conservatory wasn't close to Magic City University. That's why Gu Wenqing guessed that she drove the car. Okay, then I'll come out right away. Lin Yingying had arrived at the entrance of Magic City University, so Gu Wenqing didn't bother to change her clothes, and directly wore her military training outfit out of the school gates. When Gu Wenqing left the school, Lin Yingying recognized her right away. Lin Yingying rolled down the window and waved her hand. Gu Wenqing here. Gu Wenqing looked at the Bentley Luo GT in front of her. The car's selling price was more than $3 million. It seemed the guess was right. Lin Yingying was a rich white woman. Gu Wenqing sat in the car. Where to eat? Lin Yingying smiled and said, what do you want to eat? Western or Chinese food? Chinese food. Gu Wenqing had recently vomited from Western food. Lin Yingying said yes and drove her Bentley through the traffic with a light touch. Lin Yingying wore a black slim-fitting dress today, and her long legs were wrapped in Parisian black silk under the skirt. I think Lin Yingying this kind of white rich beauty in the school is not a lack of suitors. Driving Lin Yingying felt Gu Wenqing's gaze. Face slightly blushing. She pretended as if nothing had happened. Focused on driving. Shan Gungfu Restaurant, located within the Magic City Bay National Forest, had a per capita consumption of 4,000. If someone doesn't lead the way, the first-time guests, the probability is that they will get lost in the green sea of the Shanghai Bay Forest Park. Smoke locks the pond willow, peach Huan Jinhu embankment, green brick gray tile horsehead wall, carved beams and painted flying eaves wall. The Huizhou architectural complex of Shangongfu is said to have a history of more than 400 years, and all the architectural objects are antique and exquisite. The upstairs hall, where the original clan elders deliberated, has a large round table with dragon motifs carved by the Qianlong Emperor in the Qing dynasty, seats for the Ming dynasty Zen couch seat, the State Master inscription plaque, carved wooden screen, Han pottery Jin porcelain. Each will be the Hui culture to the fullest. 2 people ordered a lot of dishes: Kai Hua duck, white chopped chicken, yellow smothered shark's fin, steamed crispy straw mushrooms, sesame sauce cashew flour, fish rolls and chicken soup, mushroom meat cake, steamer chicken, peach blossom pan. When the table was filled with an exquisite dish, not to mention the flavor, just looking at the appearance was like a work of art. Gu Wenqing, how does this taste? Lin Yingying came over and asked. Due to her proximity, Gu Wenqing could feel the fresh scent from the young girl's body. Not bad, colorful and fragrant. I like it very much. Lin Yingying giggled. He, it's good that you like to eat. I'm afraid it's not to your liking. Even if I don't eat anything, just looking at you is a feast for the eyes. Lin Yingying's looks were really good. No matter if it was her looks, or her figure, she was at the top, and she had a distinctive personality, obviously from Mordor. But she had the flavor of a small chili pepper that was unique to Sichuan and Chongqing girls, and she was milky and fierce. Before in the barbecue restaurant, if there is no Gu Wenqing in, Lin Yingying herself is afraid to rush up to save people. Especially Lin Yingying's outfit today is especially Gu Wenqing's favorite flavor. Gu Wenqing just loved women with high face value wearing black silk. As the saying goes, whether a woman is beautiful or not directly depends on her thighs. Lin Yingying's legs were not much worse than her schoolmates. They were all top-notch. Lin Yingying blushed. Wasn't her careful dressing today just to show Gu Wenqing? Feeling Gu Wenqing's gaze, she was a little pleased in her heart. The 2 of them ended their meal talking and laughing. On the way back, Lin Yingying drove and prepared to send Gu Wenqing back to school. She received a call from her friend, saying that she had fallen out of love and was alone at a bar getting drunk, asking Lin Yingying to go pick her up. Before the phone was hung up, a man's voice came from the other end. Beauty, you're alone? Worried about her friend's safety, Lin Yingying opened her mouth and said, can you go to the bar to find my friend first? She is drunk and the situation is not very good. Gu Wenqing immediately said there was no problem. I'll drive, Gu Wenqing said at that moment. He explained, your friend's situation isn't looking good. My driving skills are still quite good. Lin Yingying nodded, so she stopped the car and swapped places with Gu Wenqing. Her friend was at the TX bar. Gu Wenqing hit the navigation and spoke out to remind her, you have to sit firmly haha. Gu Wenqing hadn't used the skill, one-handed overdrive, since acquiring it. After obtaining this skill, Gu Wenqing's driving level was already on par with professional racers. Fasten your seatbelt. With the roar of the engine, and the violent thrusting sensation that came instantly, the body was like a flashing thunderbolt rushing out violently. In just 3 to 4 seconds, the car's speed went straight to 200 and continued to rise. Gu Wenqing all the way to maintain super high speed, traveling, turning, in the pile of traffic back and forth shuttle, as if to see the needle. Originally, the navigation needed 40 minutes to travel. Gu Wenqing arrived in 20 minutes. It is true that driving a little fast, especially when overtaking, the throttle is wide open. I'm afraid that Lin Yingying scared a lot. After Gu Wenqing parked his car, he asked with concern, are you okay? The things he expected didn't appear. At this moment, the co-pilot Lin Yingying's face was flushed and her whole body was excited as she said loudly, it's so much fun. It's so exciting. She, who had always been a good girl, was very rebellious at heart. Today's drag race made her experience an unrivaled feeling. It was too exciting. Lin Yingying was even more stimulated. Her entire body went soft. TX is the top nightclub in Magic City. Since its opening until now, every night on both sides of the road are piles of luxury cars. TX has a 3,000 square meter oversized venue, which can accommodate 3,000 people at the same time. A door is a wall full of ace of spades. The style of industrial cold wind, with 3D surround sound system, 4D holographic projection, 12 meters long bar, a collection of electric festivals, underground clubs, indoor music festivals in one. Many rich second generation, petty young people in Magic City like to indulge in life at TX at night, releasing the unpleasant efforts of the day. Gu Wenqing and blushing Lin Yingying walked into TX. The extremely flickering light of the long corridor was dazzling, and the further in, the more ear-shattering the music became. The walls are filled with the Ace of Spades earthy atmosphere pervades, and everywhere along the way are men and women who are traveling in pairs. The arrival of Gu Wenqing and Lin Yingying attracted even more attention from countless people. Handsome men and women were the most popular in nightclubs. Gu Wenqing's clean and short hair, coupled with his three-dimensional features, under the flickering lights, he had an even more mesmerizing feeling, attracting countless girls to throw winks at him. Especially he is a camouflage clothing, juvenile sense and manliness both somewhat conflicting temperament, but all in his body embodied the most. To summarize in one sentence, he was different from the other demonic bitches in there. Gu Wenqing waved his hand and rejected the marketing girl who stepped forward, saying that he was looking for someone. Lin Yingying then joined Gu Wenqing in observing around to look for them. At this moment, Tax was on the loose seats. Wang Min was wearing a revealing black suspender belt. The fabric only covered the softness. Her collarbone and small waist were exposed in the air. Her lower body was small shorts, stockings wrapped around her rounded long legs, and a pair of black thigh-high boots were the length of her knees. This outfit of hers was a proper girl group style. Wang Min was in a bad mood. The boyfriend she had been talking about for half a year had cheated on her, and ended up cheating on a woman who was worse than her. The boyfriend just said, "Half a year? I talked to you for a whole half a year. Usually only let pull the hand. Even the mouth is not for me to touch. And the girl is different. Not a few days even to him." Hearing this, Wang Min felt incredibly ridiculous. In fact, she has long found that her boyfriend has teased many women on the internet. Let's just say that mental derailment. That's why she intentionally controlled the distance between the two. She is soft, hoping that he can change this vice. The result, I go fucking love. I did not know that I was blind to find a man like Joe Rail. After drinking for an unknown period of time, she felt her head spinning a bit, and with her remaining sanity, she called Lin Yingying to come pick her up. The nightclub was full of fish and dragons, and she didn't want to have an accident here. But accidents happened. The three men at the opposite table had been staring at Wang Min, who was drinking alone, for a long time. Wang Min's face value was not bad, her clothes were revealing, and she was alone, so she was the best prey for men in nightclubs. Wang Min had just finished her phone call, and one of the three, a man who thought he was very handsome, walked up to strike up a conversation. "Beauty, are you alone?" Wang Min simply ignored him, still drinking mulled wine alone. The man is not angry, playing the nightclub, without a little cheeky how to hang girls. Besides, the Wang Min in front of him is so excellent, how can he easily miss? He was sitting not far from Wang Min quietly watching Wang Min drinking hard. The man's face was covered with an inexplicable smile. "Drink, get drunk and a few brothers will serve you later." He waited for about 20 minutes or so. Wang Min was already visibly drunk, and he was about to call the other two brothers and take Wang Min away together. Without waiting for them to do so, a man and a woman walked in the line of sight. When they saw the red-haired girl, they directly saluted under the urging of alcohol. F***CK. So F***King hot and sexy body. They looked enviously at the man next to him, envying him for getting his hands on such a hot girl. The woman brought the man closer and closer until she reached Wang Min's card seat. Lin Yingying frowned and inquired, "Who are you guys? Why are you sitting here at my friend's place?" At the sound of the voice, the three men knew that the drunken woman's friend had arrived. But how could they let go of the hunting moment so easily? The prey herself was drunk and was close to being taken away to a room. The three men drank some wine and yelled, "You say it is? What proof do you have? We're still her boyfriends." "Ha ha, yes." The three of them laughed, and the taller one pointed his finger at Gu Wenqing and said, "Brother, control your own woman. If you really can't control it, a few brothers can help you control it." On hearing this, the other two also said, Hey, I'd love to have a woman." He said, "Hey, I like to help people." Looking at this little redhead, it's so uptight. Hearing this, Lin Yingying said disdainfully, "A bunch of smelly hooligans. You guys are also worthy of being Wang Min's friends? She's known each other for so long. I can't help but know what friends she has around her." Gu Wenqing on the side wasn't idle either. He raised his eyebrows and was about to carry out Wang Min, who was at the innermost part of the card table. Seeing this scene, the three men growled like mad dogs, smiley face, "Get lost. Don't move her. She's ours today. Try moving her." Gu Wenqing laughed disdainfully, "Just try." With a princess hug, he picked up the drunken Wang Min. His eyes swept sternly over the three colorful men. All of them were a group of young men who had been emptied by alcohol and sex. Gu Wenqing could have fucked them all in a second or two. At this moment, the atmosphere was tit for tat. Gu Wenqing was facing the three men with a fierce attitude, scaring them instead. "All right buddy, tough enough, it's fine if you want to take her away. But she drank so much of our wine, there's no way this money will just go away." The tattooed man said, "Nonsense. Anyway, that girl had already drank herself into unconsciousness, and if they said they bought this wine, Then they bought it. Right. This table of wine isn't cheap. A whole $100,000. As long as the brothers' money arrives. If you want to leave, the brothers will never stop you. Another man chimed in. The three of them privately exchanged eye contact. They thought to themselves, although they lost the drunken woman, but as long as they got the $100,000, the three of them went directly to the foot wash massage, a dragon and so on, is not the same dashing. Although Gu Wenqing did not play nightclubs, but fools also know that just this bit of wine on the table is certainly not worth $100,000. These people in the lion's share of the money. No problem. 100,000 is 100,000. Lin Yingying opened her mouth at this time. $100,000 for her is not much. She thought of more than one thing is better than one thing. Simply give 100,000 to go away. Most of all, she is also afraid of Gu Wenqing accident. At this time Gu Wenqing holding Wang Min, hands are not free, not necessarily able to beat the three hooligans ruffians. The three men hemmed and hawed, and were about to say the bank card number. At this time, Gu Wenqing frowned and said, Yingying, wait, I'll solve it. Gu Wenqing laughed coldly and said, is it enough for me to compensate you $1 million? The three men were confused. This young man's head is not right. Which people still like to suffer losses, like to lose more and more. Compensation of 100,000 is not enough to directly 10 times. Compensation of 1 million. Gu Wenqing did not wait for them to speak. He signaled the marketing girl not far away, and the marketing girl immediately walked over. What is the most expensive wine you have here? The marketing girl shyly looked at the handsome man in front of her and said, Ace of Spades 5-color dragon. The price of a set is 888 inch. Gu Wenqing said without hesitation, give me 20 sets first. 20 sets? The marketing girl stuttered in fear. Could it be that the music in the venue was too loud, and she had misheard? Word by word, she continued to ask, handsome, sure it's 20 sets? That's right. At once, the marketing girl's face went wild with joy. She had heard something. The heavenly handsome man in front of her had ordered 20 sets of 5-colored divine dragons, as the noblest and most expensive 5-colored divine dragon package in the nightclub. Just one set was worth 888, and 20 sets of 5-color divine dragon was 157,7760. The total value was as much as $1.5 million. Her commission alone was 150,000, higher than her previous salary for a year's work. Usually when a guest ordered a set of 5-color divine dragon suit, it could cause a stir, and the handsome man in camouflage uniform in front of him, a breath of air to order a whole 20 sets. Tonight is not to let TX burst the scene. The marketing girl was in an incredibly excited mood and ran to the front desk to get the POS machine. The three tattooed men were frowning in their place. Didn't they say they would pay them $1 million? How do you turn around and shout 20 sets of 5-colored divine dragons? They also did not think much. Instead, the heart was more excited. He can afford to order 20 sets of 5-colored divine dragons. Then it can prove that Gu Wenqing has money. Then just said to compensate them for 1 million things. Is not it also true? Ha ha, good luck running into an ingrate today. The tall man waved his big hand. Okay, today, as long as you compensate $1 million for the wine, a few of us will definitely not make things difficult for you. And at this time, although Lin Yingying didn't know why Gu Wenqing did this, but at this time she didn't think about anything else. Her heart was only to raise money. A set of 5-color divine dragons was 888. 20 sets would be 157,7760. Over $1.5 million. She only had over $1 million on her card right now, and she was still $500,000 short. She ran out of the nightclub and called out to another girlfriend to borrow her $500,000. The three tattooed men turned a blind eye to Lin Yingying, who ran out. As long as the drunken woman in Gu Wenqing's hand is still here, the running monk can't run away from the temple. White rich Lin Yingying. Girlfriends are also not poor lord. Very cool to Lin Yingying card transferred $500,000. After borrowing money, Lin Yingying huffed and puffed and ran back. Consumption of more than $1.5 million. Certainly cannot do loose seats. Marketing immediately Gu Wenqing and others arranged to the A1 area card seat. It just so happened that the marketing girl also took the POS machine and came to the card seat. Lin Yingying was about to pull out her bank card. I shouted for the wine. Swipe mine. Gu Wenqing wrapped one arm around Wang Min. The other hand took out the card and swiped it, and in no time it spit out the consumption slip, which showed the amount was 157,7760. The marketing girl looked at the consumption list, feeling like a dream. She just simply became the elite sales of millions of drinks a day today. The three tattooed men on the side, their eyes also looked dumbfounded. My mom, yeah, she really swiped more than $1.5 million. If she's so rich, wouldn't it be their $1 million today as well? He. When it's $1 million, The three of us will split it equally with more than $300,000 each. I'm so excited just thinking about it. With $1 million, we can find as many girls as we want. The three of them couldn't help but be excited and whispered. After brushing her card, the marketing girl didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow, saying into the intercom, Area A1, card 205, 20 sets of Divine Dragon packages, speed. After saying that, she continued to ask Gu Wenqing what his last name was. Gu Wenqing directly replied Gu. In a nightclub, the privileges of the rich were extremely obvious. Less than a minute after swiping her card, the exclusive music for the Dragon package was played. The exclusive shocking music exploded. The brilliant lights were blinding and colorful, directly exploding the atmosphere of the entire TX. Wow! Whether it was the customers in the card seats, or the bar ambience group that bounces to the beat, or the men and women who came to the hotel specifically to have fun, all of them were in a state of shock. A big brother opened the 5-colored dragon set. Everyone thought of the 5-colored Divine Dragon set is 78,888. Really damn luxurious. A group of maid costumes, black silk wrapped long legs of the dance group, holding a light sign, stepping on the beat, 5 light sign dazzling eyes. Behind them clapped a long line. The whole 5 girls, each holding up their hands of liquor, brought 5 different colors of the ace of spades. At this moment, all the people in the nightclub were mesmerized by it. This is the rich man's platoon. It's just too dangling. A long line walked to the A1 card seat. 2 tall security guards stood on both sides of the card seat, one on the left and one on the right respectively. Their task is to block those who try to come to rub the card of the girls. Only the VIP nod. The security guard will let other people enter the card seat. Then came the dance crew in their black and white maid outfits, filling up around one of the 2's card holders and twirling their bodies to the beat. The 5 girls respectfully placed a set of 5 colored Shenlong sets on the tabletop. At this time, more powerful music was also played on the DJ booth. At the climax of the music, the DJ held the microphone and shouted loudly, "Welcome to Mr. Gu from A1, who will be spending 20 sets of 5-colored dragon tonight. Welcome to Mr. Gu from A1 seat. Spend 20 sets of colorful dragon tonight. Welcome Mr. Gu from seat A1. Spend 20 sets of colorful dragon tonight." The DJ's magnetic voice filled the entire TX. Wow! The entire venue cheered at this moment. The entire nightclub directly exploded. Countless girls scrambled towards the A1 card seat, wanting to catch a glimpse of Mr. Gu's real face. And more than that, they wanted to get on the big money. The people swaying to the music in the venue. At this moment, all of them are not calm anymore. Watching another round, a dragon delivering drinks. The dance team holding up lighted signs. Behind them are pretty girls holding up the ace of spades. One night, $1.5 million spent. Who is not crazy? Who is not shocked? At this time, in card seat A1, Gu Wenqing was sitting blandly on the card seat, and the drunken Wang Min was also placed in a corner of the card seat. He ignored the growing number of young boys and girls who came here. Gu Wenqing directly transferred $100,000 to the 2 security guards, and then said to the 2 bodyguards that, Gu Wenqing's icy tone, "This wine is my compensation to these 3 idiots. You must keep an eye on it. From now until 7 o'clock tomorrow, at all times let them drink for me. As long as they don't drink to death, give me to drink to death. If they don't drink, then give me a hard beating. As long as they don't die, I'll be responsible for anything that happens. If there's any leftover, save it up for me. I'll come back and drink it." The 2 security guards, who were tall and horsey, hurriedly nodded their heads, stating that they would definitely do as they were told. This was a lord who spent $1.5 million a night. They didn't dare to offend. Moreover, the God Ho also does everything, but also gave them a daily turn of 100,000 tips, which can quickly top their year's salary. God's great thing, they must do well. Thinking of this, they look at the 3 tattooed men are still stupid standing. Go up. One person gave a big slap. Fucking hair a few dull. Quick drink. God Ho invited you to drink so expensive to the ace of spades is your honor. The 3 tattooed men faced the tall security guards. Fear in their hearts. They were originally the rogues and ruffians on the street, without any background. At this time by 2 security guards easy to pinch. "I'll pay for the wine. Compensate you guys or the best." Gu Wenqing said expressionlessly. "You all heard what I said just now. Whoever dares not drink will wait for a beating." Gu Wenqing's voice sounded like the devil to the 3 of them. When had the 3 of them ever seen such a scene? At first, they were just trying to take away a drunken girl. Then, to extort $100,000. Then later, in order to split $1 million equally. As a result, the other party directly chose to compensate more than $1.5 million in exchange for 20 sets of 5-colored Divine Dragon packages. The other party is so rich they simply don't dare to offend again. only one cup of wine to swallow. The honorable ace of spades, which they had envied and begged for, was now like a death wish in their eyes. They have to drink for 8 or 9 hours. How can they stand it? For a while they cried heartbroken and regretted in their hearts. Gu Wenqing is you respect me a foot and I respect you a foot. Gu Wenqing hugged Wang Min and left TX without looking back with Lin Ying head. The person who ordered 20 sets of Divine Dragon sets had already left, but the nightclub was still abuzz with people for him. Crap, this is too damn handsome. Bullskin. Ordering such an expensive drink just to get back at those 3 people and make those 3 people drink until dawn. Is this a godly tycoon? Take $1.5 million to smash people if you don't serve. This small amount of money is just scum to the godly hero. Envious. When can I act in such a licentious manner? Brother, it's okay to dream. The men were all convinced by Gu Wenqing's tactics. Having money could really do whatever they wanted. And the young girls present, who were still screaming at this point, were handsome. Handsome batch explosion. It turned out that hitting the face could also be spent in this way. Money for God ho really just a string of numbers. That handsome guy is really overbearing in what he does. $1.5 million just to hit the face of 3 idiots. The rich man's handiwork really shocked them. Many people think, if only they had $1.5 million. You can buy a Porsche Para or put a down payment on a suite in Magic City. From tonight onwards, the legend of Mr. Gu has been circulating in TX nightclubs. $1.5 million to buy 20 sets of Dragon, just to make those who offend him drink until they puke. I don't drink $1.5 million of wine. I feed it to the dogs. 2 people out of the nightclub. Gu Wenqing asked, send Wang Min to the hotel, or send home. Lin Ying said directly open a hotel. Gu Wenqing looked at his watch in the early hours of the morning. The school cannot go back. Directly next to the nightclub opened 2 rooms. The 2 sent the drinking Wang Min to the room and left. Gu Wenqing sent Lin Ying to the parking lot. She still had to go home. Lin Ying inquired, is it worth it to spend so much money? Gu Wenqing smiled and didn't say anything. Having just unlocked a new title, it was certainly worth it. I wanted to treat you to a meal. Where could I have imagined this kind of accident? Not only did I cause you to not be able to go back to school, but I also wasted $1.5 million for nothing. Lin Ying sounded a little embarrassed. You give me your bank card number. I'll transfer $1.5 million to you. You were supposed to be relieving Wang Min. You can't be made to pay for this. Gu Wenqing shook his head. No need. I'm the one who installed the pussy. How can I let you pay for it? Besides, I don't lack money. Lin Ying sighed and compromised. That's fine. If you're short of money, tell me and I'll just give you the money. By the way, I took a taxi back. You can drive my car to school tomorrow. Lin Ying flung the Bentley keys to Gu Wenqing and without waiting for Gu Wenqing to refuse, she got into a cab and left. Rather take a cab back herself and give him the Bentley right then and there. Gu Wenqing shook his head. Lin Ying, this girl is really reliable. Gu Wenqing took the hotel elevator and arrived at room 602. After taking a shower, he wanted to give his schoolmate a chat about his life, only to find that his cell phone wasn't there. It seems like it fell onto Wang Min's bed when she hugged her back to her room just now. Crap, it's so fucking fucked up. Young people nowadays couldn't sleep without their cell phones. Gu Wenqing hardened his head and went out, hoping that now Wang Min had sobered up a bit so he could knock on the door to get his cell phone. Wang Min's room was next door. Number 601. Gu Wenqing knocked on the door and waited quietly at the door for a long time. Just when he was disappointed and ready to go back to his room, the door was opened. It had to be said that Wang Min was indeed dressed with vigor. Black suspenders, revealing white collarbones and jade back, small shorts on the lower body, long round legs wrapped in Parisian. This outfit really made Gu Wenqing's eyes light up. Wang Min also has a high face value, and is wearing Gu Wenqing's favorite black silk, a black halter with minimal fabric and waves. Gu Wenqing wouldn't refuse at all. The drunken Wang Min seemed to have recovered some of her sanity. She instinctively just wanted to get back at her ex-boyfriend. At this time, she was so disappointed in love that she just wanted to indulge. When she thought about it this way, instead, her heart was still not as uncomfortable as it was just now. And the effect of alcohol, so that the sudden thoughts in her head, served to catalyze. In fact, at the bar her head hadn't been so foggy, and she was still clear about what Gu Wenqing had done for her. But out of the bar, the alcohol had come up, and already drunk, she was in a daze herself. Her mind was like mush, and she could only subconsciously say some words with her last consciousness. Gu Wenqing walked towards the room. I'm a first time, Wang Min said softly as she exhaled hot air in Gu Wenqing's ear. Feeling the soft voice in his ear, Gu Wenqing's body stopped slightly, and then, without hesitation, he headed inside the room. The color of the moon was captivating. Liang Long. Gu Wenqing looked at the system. Ding. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the new title, by any means necessary. Reward a top Magic City nightclub TX. Reward $1 billion in cash. The items rewarded by the system will all be delivered to the host in a reasonable manner, and the host can use them with confidence. This is the reward for the nightclub hitting those 3 tattooed men in the face with money. From today onwards, the top nightclub TX, which was famous in Magic City, became Gu Wenqing's property. Incidentally, it was also rewarded with $1 billion in cash. A smile appeared on Gu Wenqing's face. With these alone, the $1.5 million he spent at night was a steady profit. The system also popped up with a reward. Gu Wenqing continued to check the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the new title, First Time in the Sand. Reward skill, Probing Favor. Probing favorability can probe the opposite sex that is associated with the host's favorability towards the host. Reward skill, Golden Gun. Golden Shot dramatically improves some of the host's qualities. Gu Wenqing gave it a try. 85% favorability. No wonder girls always have deep feelings for guys for the first time. Gu Wenqing had a deep feeling this time. When she saw Golden Gun, Gu Wenqing's calm surface revealed surprise. Gu Wenqing's face was calm, but his heart had long since exploded. The system was indeed too awesome. I'm afraid this was a skill that all men wanted. The icing on the cake of Golden Shot had caused Gu Wenqing's kung fu to rise to another level. Gu Wenqing was ready to try this new skill again. Looking at the time, 7 o'clock. Gu Wenqing had military training at 8 o'clock. Suddenly, Wang Min's stomach growled. Wang Min made a big red face and buried her face in the quilt. Hungry? I'll order some food. Gu Wenqing directly took the menu on the table, and used the guest room phone to order a lot of blood-replenishing dishes. Chicken stewed mushrooms, pig's trotters a big tonic and other soups. The two have not known each other for a long time, but he was Wang Min's first boyfriend in the true sense of the word. And now that the girl's heart and body are all in Gu Wenqing's body, Gu Wenqing has to be right for her. Let her make up more. Wang Min leaned on Gu Wenqing, lazily stretched her small waist, and used her hand to gently touch Gu Wenqing's nose. Your name is Gu Wenqing. Wang Min softly recited his name. Originally, yesterday, she lost her love and couldn't think of anything else. She almost broke down to the point of wanting to go to the other world at one point. She was trying to drink to strengthen her courage. She would not have any regrets. But after meeting Gu Wenqing, she regained her courage and figured out that it wasn't just meeting a scumbag. What's the big deal? How do you know? Gu Wenqing asked curiously. He hadn't told Wang Min his name. And yesterday she was drunk as a dead cat. So how did she know her name? Wang Min blinked. Although I was drunk yesterday, I was still somewhat conscious. And I still have some memory of what happened at the nightclub. Yesterday you were really dominant. Surely many women were fascinated by you. Gu Wenqing smiled and quietly listened to Wang Min. Her brown hair strands were scattered over her collarbone and back. Peach blossom eyes, willow leaf eyebrows, and a small red mouth. Her appearance alone carried a hint of immortality. Classical beauty. If she were to play Little Dragon Lady, or the scourge of the country, Su Daji, it is estimated that she would definitely burst into flames. Now this woman only belongs to himself, Gu Wenqing thought, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Thank you to that cheating brother for leaving such a good woman to imbu someone. Not long after, the doorbell of the room rang. Gu Wenqing wasn't bad with money and opened the 8888 a night presidential suite. The waiter pushed the delivery cart and put a dish on the table in the living room. Took a mandarin duck bath. Gu Wenqing walked out refreshed. Wang Min just mended the lipstick and spent it again. Was mending her lipstick in front of the mirror. At the dining table. Min, where are you studying now? Hearing Gu Wenqing inquire, she replied towards. I didn't get good grades and went to a junior college. Studying hotel management. Gu Wenqing said as she ate. This specialty is quite promising. No, you'll just graduate as a hotel waiter or food delivery person. It's one of those majors where you'll be unemployed upon graduation. Gu Wenqing said carelessly. Who says so? I'm here. If you can't make it, you can go to my store and become a lobby manager. Not only is the annual salary high, the work is also easy. Oh, husband, you still have a store? Ah, yes, there are all kinds of industries. Wang Min grunted, not believing it. Humph. Bragging. Gu Wenqing laughed. Then I must take you to see it later. Gu Wenqing asked again, by the way, is your family in Magic City? Wang Min's mood was a little low. My parents are not in the same relationship, have divorced and combined their respective families. I have no place to go. Usually I live in my grandmother's house. Wang Min's father had been divorced since she was a child. Because she was a girl, both her parents didn't want her custody, and in the end she was brought up by her grandmother. Gu Wenqing frowned. Let bygones be bygones. You have me in the future. No matter what happens in the future, I, Gu Wenqing, will be your toughest backing. Wang Min blurred with tears of emotion. Husband, you're so good. I'll always love you. Receiving the promise, Wang Min cried with joy. She had been abandoned since she was a child, and very much wished for a complete family. Because of her childhood misfortune, She was wary of people, including her boyfriend of half a year, who never really came into her heart. Now, she has shed her defenses and opened her heart to Gu Wenqing, whom she has known for just one day. Fate was truly a magical thing. Gu Wenqing suddenly remembered that she hadn't called home for a while, so she dialed her parents' number. When he had just been rewarded $10 billion by the system, Gu Wenqing had lied about winning the lottery and left several $100,000 for his family. After greeting his parents for a while, he hung up. Gu Wenqing ate his meal and enjoyed the world of two. Gu Wenqing looked at the dazed Wang Min and caressed her hair. He said, "You stay in the hotel for 2 days first. When my military training is over, we'll go look at houses together. And buy one if there's a suitable one." Buy a house? Magic City housing prices are too expensive. We're still students mortgaging and it's a lot of pressure to pay off the monthly payment every month. Hearing Gu Wenqing's words, Wang Min slightly frowned a little, although she wanted a small nest of her own. But she preferred not to let Gu Wenqing take out a loan at a young age. Although Gu Wenqing didn't seem to be short of money, he was a student and all his money came from his family. And buying a suite in Magic City would cost at least $7 to $8 million. So such a large sum of money Gu Wenqing's family definitely wouldn't just give it to him. The buy this thing, Gu Wenqing has long been considering a long time, have always wanted to go to see the house, but unfortunately recently has been in the military training. Either something delayed. I have not been able to see the house. Gu Wenqing's hometown is Anhui province. In fact, thousands of miles away from the Magic City. Sooner or later, you will have to settle down in Magic City. Why don't you buy one early and live in it, and then change it later if you don't feel comfortable living in it? Anyway, having money is not a problem. Although with the 3 comedians in the dormitory, get along well, but buy a house can get along with the good people. Why choose to be with a few stingy big man? Don't worry, my little baby. Your husband has a lot of money. Buy a house will not mortgage. Direct full payment does not smell it. Gu Wenqing said smilingly, it's great to have money. Can solve 9,999% of the world's hungry troubles. Hubby, awesome. Wang Min, who was on the side, looked at Gu Wenqing adoringly with her beautiful eyes. Seeing that face of his, Wang Min's heart went poof. Full of love. Gu Wenqing couldn't give him exclusive love, but he would do his best to give the best to her. Or to them. Gu Wenqing's value has now exceeded more than 20 billion, with more than 10 billion in cash, and the remaining 10 billion in stocks, real estate, and so on. Gu Wenqing's worth was second to none in the first-tier city of Magic City. Moreover, he was only 18 years old. In the future, he could still unlock new titles through the system and obtain even more rewards. Nowadays, money was just a string of numbers to him. He just wanted to be happy and live a more spontaneous life, regardless of love or career. In the future, when there are more women, the big deal is to move the people a bit. Isn't that how it's written in many urban novels? Gu Wenqing thought to himself that he might be able to give it a try. Under Wang Min's reluctant gaze, Gu Wenqing left. There's no way. Military training can't be avoided. The morning rush hour in Magic City was crowded with traffic. Gu Wenqing drove a Bentley Luo GT, utilizing the skill, one-handed driving of a supercar, to the extreme. Gu Wenqing does not want to be late and then penalize 10 laps of the playground. Catching up. Finally reached the playground before the military training. As soon as they arrived at the class square, the 3 jokers in the dormitory greeted Gu Wenqing when they saw him. Zhou Tao grinned and said, "Crap, old Gu, you're really bullish. You dare to stay out at night before military training is over. You're really not afraid of disciplinary action?" Gu Wenqing laughed, he. "With you guys helping me beat the dead horse, I'm definitely not afraid." Zhang Xiaohong clamored, "Good to know. Don't forget to treat me to a nice meal." Huang Zicheng also yelled, "You can't forget your Uncle Huang." Gu Wenqing punched him in the chest. "You're a brat. How dare you talk about seniority in front of adults? You're the milquetoast brat. He. I'm already different from you guys," Gu Wenqing said with a mysterious face. Upon hearing this, Huang Zicheng, Zhou Tao and Zhang Xiaohong in the dormitory all looked at Gu Wenqing in shock, associated with the fact that he hadn't returned for a day last night. Crap, the 3 of them were all shocked in their hearts. Could it be that last night he and his schoolmate, the stunningly beautiful schoolmate, gave it to him? Old Gu, did you really give the schoolmate that? Zhou Tao asked what the 3 people in the dormitory wanted to know the most. Who gave you the word that it was a schoolmate? Is that the school flower Chen Yunxue, the white moonlight Qin Mu Nan, the sister with the red hair? Zhang Xiaohong urged for Gu Wenqing to say exactly which girl it was. Gu Wenqing shook his head and said, "Why do you know so much about my personal affairs?" Zhou Tao, Zhang Xiaohong and Huang Zicheng all looked jealous. To be honest, they all envied Gu Wenqing, to be the first to taste a woman in the dormitory. Especially Huang Zicheng, who had a look of unwillingness, thinking that he must ask Li Wenfang out on vacation. That red Porsche Cayenne at school looks good. Is that the one parked under our dormitory? Yeah. I heard that Porsche costs at least $1 million. I heard that it belongs to Ms. Wang Yanran. Oh, is that the sister who gave Gu Wenqing water? The freshman girls were gossiping, discussing the brand new Porsche downstairs that hadn't even been licensed yet. One moment someone said that schoolmate Wang Yanran's family was really rich. Another girl disdainfully said that Wang Yanyan was evening the rich. Crap, did you hear about this? Lao Gu, school sister has bought a Porsche. Huang Zicheng was astonished. He heard a girl say it just now. Did school sister give up her pursuit of Gu Wenqing and was won over by some other guy? At the sound of that, an outcry arose all around the class. School sister Wang Yanran managed to find a golden son-in-law? Isn't senior sister chasing after Gu Wenqing? He's tangled up with so many girls, so I'm sure she doesn't like him anymore. It's a pity that such a beautiful sister is cheap. The freshman boys were all sorry. If they were young and not inferior, and had more money in their bags, wouldn't they have missed out on the department's flower sister? The crowd of Wang Sonyang, Chubo Trace and the others were in a soothing mood when they heard it. Gu Wenqing you also have today. Serves you right. Let you also taste the feeling of having green on your head. Everyone thought that Gu Wenqing had been abandoned by his schoolmate. Being able to witness the loss of the high-flying Gu Wenqing, some of the boys were still a little happy in their hearts. Old Gu, don't be sad. Women can be found again when they're gone. But brothers are for life, said Zhou Tao with a look of emotion, patting Gu Wenqing's shoulder to comfort him. Brothers for life? F***CK, faggotry? Gu Wenqing had a chill. I'm not gay. Zhou Tao, neither is I. Then you're not a gay. Huang Zicheng said, I can understand that your senior sister has become someone else's woman. You must be hurting inside. Who told you that? I have a watch worth $10 million. Like someone who can't afford a Porsche Cayenne? Gu Wenqing looked around and said loudly. A Porsche worth over $3 million. I bought it. At the sound, the people in the playground all stared in disbelief. Oh my god, what did they hear? The schoolmate's red Porsche Cayenne was a gift from Gu Wenqing. Did schoolmate really give it to him? And that watch he's wearing is worth $10 million? $10 million for something so small? That's crazy. Gu Wenqing didn't care about everyone's shock, whether it was 3 million or 10 million. In his eyes it was just pocket money. Just like an ordinary person's $3 or $10. It wasn't worth mentioning at all. Hearing Gu Wenqing personally admit that his sister's Porsche was bought by him, everyone present was dumbfounded. When they were still thinking of saving up their living expenses, saving up for a new cell phone, a new computer, Gu Wenqing spent more than $3 million on a luxury Porsche for his sister without blinking an eye. When they hide under the covers at night, saying so expensive, looking at the cell phone often tens of thousands of tizat. Longines, these brand watches, $10 million of the world's luxury watches are wearing Gu Wenqing's hands. At this moment, the playground all the boys from the heart rose a sense of powerlessness. The gap between Gu Wenqing and them was like a gulf between heaven and earth. Gu Wenqing was the sky, and they were the earth. Chubo Trace, who drove a BMW 5 Series, and Wang Songyang, whose family's 4 houses were worth $32 million, and Li Yuan Gue who drove a second-hand Porsche sports car. Among the freshmen, their family conditions were considered the best. They usually walked with their noses up to the sky, so proud, but in front of Gu Wenqing, they were brothers among brothers, and at this moment, they were also extremely jealous of Gu Wenqing. Compared to the boys, the girls were all aghast. Gosh, I'm so envious of sister Yanran Wang. Gu Wenqing is also too good blah. He favors his sister so much. I'm crying. I'm so sorry. I should have chased him first. Wake up upstairs. Don't daydream. The real version of the domineering president's little dainty wife. What girl fantasizes? Compared to Prince Charming in the past, the new generation of them prefer the overbearing president. And Gu Wenqing, tall, handsome, rich, and spoils women. He fulfills all the fantasies girls have about their other half. At this moment countless girls' eyes were gazing at him in fascination. Jin Mu Nan in the crowd was different. She looked at Gu Wenqing with a face of indignation. Xiao Gu this asshole. When she was a child, she promised to marry herself when she grew up. Now that she was standing in front of Gu, he didn't even recognize her. It's not enough that he forgot about her, but now he's even messing with other girls and giving her a Porsche car. Jin Maonan is very aggrieved. Waiting for one day must be with him to indicate his identity. She is his childhood big sister. The other side of the square. Chu Botre stirred up trouble and said in a dark voice, Yunxue, you see Gu Wenqing is the scum. Not only do not reject you, but also send school sister Portia. Schoolgirl Chun frowned. How many times have I said, call Li Chen Yunxue? Chu Botre ate a defeat, but wasn't discouraged. He had long been used to it, and it didn't affect his ability to continue to speak ill of Gu Wenqing. Gu Scum is the one who has his feet in 2 boats. First he picks up his schoolmate and gets tired of playing with her, and then he comes back to you afterward. Schoolgirl Chen's cool voice, enough, it doesn't matter what he did, and it has nothing to do with me. Finished. Schoolmarm Chen walked towards Gu Wenqing. The sparkling water in her hand changed to apple flavor. Damn it! Chu Bo-trace tugged his fists tightly. Chen Yunxue mouthed that it had nothing to do with her, turned around and went to deliver the sparkling water again. Chu Bo-trace was about to explode with anger. Gu Dong! Gu Dong! Gu Dong! The boys watched enviously as Gu Wenqing drank the sparkling water delivered by schoolgirl Chen in one gulp. Chen Yunxue, thank you. The apple-flavored one is much better than the orange-flavored one, Gu Wenqing said with a smile. Hearing his slightly rustic name, Chen Yunxue was dissatisfied with the slight curling of her mouth. Still in a cool voice, just call me Yunxue from now on. Gu Wenqing waved his hand. Okay, Chen Yunxue. After schoolgirl Chen left, Huang Zichang walked up with a look of envy. The water sent by the schoolgirl is different. Did you drink it all in one sip? Gu Wenqing said. To be honest, it's quite ordinary. At the sound of the voice, the boys next to him were green in the face, their teeth itching with hatred. The water from the school's flower of their dreams. Yet Gu Wenqing said it was quite average. Gu Wenqing is just blowing smoke. How can the water sent by school beauty Chen be ordinary? F***ck. Not to mention sparkling water. The plain water sent by schoolgirl Chen must be sweet. Her foot washing water is all fragrant. AI. Gu scumbag is too much. Yeah, how dare he say that the water sent by the school beauty is average. The boys were talking about it below, itching to replace Gu Wenqing so that they could drink the water sent by the school flower. As the freshmen enjoyed a rare break in place during military training, a man with long, center-parted hair walked and looked around, eventually locking his eyes on Gu Wenqing and striding towards him. The person who came was Junior Niu Tianqi, who was the vice president of the student union, and moreover, Wang Yanyan's loyal suitor. He was dressed in luxurious Burberry clothes, showing off his extraordinary family background. Among the military training freshmen, someone inquired, "Who is that flirtatious man?" Someone in the know said, "Don't you play the school for him? His name is Niu Tianqi. He's the school's famous rich second generation, and he's also the vice president of the student council. No wonder, his nostrils are up to the sky. It can't be helped. Others have the capital to be arrogant." Someone said with dissatisfaction, "Che, to be honest, his looks aren't even close to Gu Wenqing's, so what the hell?" As soon as the condescending Niu Tianqi, who looked down on anyone, appeared on stage, some boys got tired of scolding him, pretentious monster. Of course, some girls didn't think so. Instead they felt that Niu Tianqi had the capital to be condescending. A bunch of sour cucumbers. I think the senior has a lot of class. He's the vice president of the student council. He should be very good in himself. Niu Tianqi was very angry, but in front of so many freshmen he pretended to hate the gentleman. But in reality, his heart was burning with anger. He saw in the forum, someone posted that a freshman sent sophomore Wang Yanyan a luxury Porsche Cayenne. He was dismissive at first and didn't believe it at all, because at the end of last year's semester, he had learned Douyin's confession routine, using a trailer to pull a through glass. Inside the glass is a luxury car. The outermost glass is labeled with, "Yanyan please accept my love." The sound of the school in front of the door to Wang Yanyan launched a confession offensive. As a result, Wang Yanyan said, "Sorry, I don't like Porsche cars." Unfortunately, the car he confessed to was a Porsche Cayenne. He had always thought that he was too hasty, so he secretly poked around to find out what type of car Wang Yanyan liked and planned a second confession. So, his first thought when he saw the forum post was, ridiculous and funny. Wang Yanyan didn't like Porsche Cayenne at all, but as more and more posts, a rumor spreads. What Wang Yanyan sends water to her schoolmate. Wang Yanyan sits in the co-pilot of her schoolmate's Ferrari. And so on a series of rumors. Niu Tianqi directly confused. Just a summer vacation time. He went back to school. How the forum are, Gu Wenqing, this freshman list? He's also rumored to be dating Yanran Wang. The school forum was filled with gossip about Gu Wenqing and Wang Yanyan. This made Niu Tianqi annoyed. Martyr. This must be the water army Gu Wenqing hired. It was just Gu Wenqing's little tactic to woo Yanran Wang. He felt the need to warn this kid. Niu Tianqi came to Gu Wenqing. When he saw Gu Wenqing's face up close, his heart thumped and sank to the bottom. Afterwards, he was glad that Wang Yanyan was not a face dog. Although she didn't like this kid, she had to admit that he was really quite handsome. Mud. White boy. Niu Tianqi cursed. He said with a bad look on his face, "I heard that Yanyan gave you water. You also gave Yanyan a Porsche Cayenne?" After he finished speaking, he disdained in his heart. These must all be rumors. Gu Wenqing was joking with Zhou Tao and others in the dormitory, and saw that Niu Tianqi simply ignored him. Who cares? If someone asked him to explain once, with so many curious people in the school, I'm afraid he wouldn't have to do anything else for a day. Seeing that Gu Wenqing didn't say anything, Niu Tianqi thought that Gu Wenqing had gone soft. He continued to say, "Why are you too weak to speak? I'll tell you the truth. Wang Yanyan doesn't like Porsche cars at all. The forum is full of posts that you hired Water Army to post. The purpose is to pursue Yanyan play tactics." Gu Wenqing didn't open his mouth. He didn't want to argue with Sandiao. Instead, some of the surrounding students heard it and looked at Niu Tianji with mockery. "Marred. So I'm a Water Army. Crap, just now I also posted. I'm also a Water Army. I'm watering your grandma." Visualize this person is a shark apocalypse. In the face of these minor characters, Niu Tianji simply ignored them. He still said to Gu Wenqing, "Don't rely on your face value to think that Yin Yan is looking at you differently. She still likes capable people like me after all." Niu Tianji condescendingly straightened his extravagant Burberry clothing with a disdainful face. A freshman who didn't know the heights of heaven. Just coming to the school and messing with the department flower Wang Yanran. He didn't know who gave him the courage. Gu Wenqing in the shade looked at Niu Tianji like a fool, lifted his wrist and looked at his watch. This shark hanging standing under the sun for more than 10 minutes is not hot? Niu Tianji just happened to see the watch and said in a mocking tone, "Hee, come on, with a piece of Vacheron Constantine's Malta. I quite admire your ignorance. With a piece of fake watches also do not know to inquire about the price of the real thing. You a student fucking with a piece of 10 million level of table. Clear-eyed people know at a glance is fake," said. He raised his hand, revealing a delicate Rolex watch. He flaunted. This piece of Rolex is not expensive. Just more than 150,000. In the future you graduated from the hard work may have the ability to buy. But then I should all bring a million level watches. Niu Tianji's face showed arrogance. In the past, whenever he said the price of his own watch, it would cause a gasp of surprise, and the envy of countless people. At this moment, he was waiting for this group of freshmen who had never seen the world to show their shock. Everyone was silent. Although they feel that 15 watches are indeed very expensive, but Gu Wenqing's jewel is in front of them. They instead feel that Niu Tianji, who wears a 150,000 watch and gloats about it, has a small pattern. Other people Gu Wenqing with a $10 million watch didn't have Niu Tianji pretending like this. 1 second. 3 seconds. For a whole minute, no one marveled, no one envied, and no one came up to brag about Niu Tianji. Instead, Niu Tianji was at a loss for words. Well, it should be that all these freshman year dirt dogs must have been scared silly. Huang Zicheng could not stand to watch this person pretending to be Nima. He spoke out and said, "First of all, you have to figure out that it's Yin Yan Wang's senior sister who chased Gu Wenqing, not Gu Wenqing who pestered her senior sister. And you're a watch appraiser? You say a fake is a fake?" Huang Zicheng is most annoyed with the pretentious Mordor people. It is because of the dog-eyed locals like Niu Tianji that makes many people think that Mordor people are xenophobic and like to pretend. Niu Tianji's face was gloomy, with a $20,000 spicy chicken lonchin. "What qualifications do you have to talk to me? Nima?" Huang Zicheng was about to explode with anger. Niu Tianji looked at Gu Wenqing who was playing with his cell phone with his head down. Frowning, his tone arrogant, "Can't hear me? Are you mute, or deaf?" Gu Wenqing originally didn't want to ignore him, but the other party was just too overbearing. Gu Wenqing finally spoke up, "I'm your father. You're wearing a $150,000 trash watch and you're talking to me?" Niu Tianji said. "Oh, it's better than wearing a fake watch. Are you proud of wearing a fake watch?" Gu Wenqing blandly said, "The real can't be fake. The fake can't be real. Do I have to prove it to you?" Niu Tianji laughed his teeth off. The more Gu Wenqing said this, the more Niu Tianji thought that he was wearing a fake watch. He felt that he could think with his brain. How could a college student wear a $10 million watch? It's outrageous to think about. What's more, on the special forum, there are 10 million Ferrari luxury cars, 168 million license plates. Niu Tianji has not seen with his own eyes. Do not believe that there are really people who will be so bullish. These just think about it. All think it is fake it. This is Gu Wenqing's fucking tactics. Using the forum public opinion to package himself as a super rich second generation. Cheating Wang Yanyan's heart. Because you can't prove it at all. You're just a poor loser who packaged himself as a rich second generation at school to cheat college girls' feelings. Niu Tianji said with certainty. Gu Wenqing suddenly frowned. Niu Tianji just happened to see it, and he let out a loud laugh. "Haha, being exposed by me. Are you annoyed?" Gu Wenqing ignored the silly eagle as he gazed at the visitor not far away. An acquaintance. Lu Yangwei heard from his friend that Chen Yunxue, a freshman at Magic City University, had a high face value. Today he purposely drove more than 30 kilometers to Mordor University. Lu Yangwei slowly and leisurely walked towards the playground. He simply came over to check out the quality of the freshman girls. Especially listening to friends said that there is so-called Chen Yunxue beautiful as if the fairy general. He will have to take a good look at Chen Yunxue's face value is how heavenly. The depression of the previous few days has been swept away, because that night he tasted the flavor of the little anchor. It is also considered to be a blessing in disguise. 3 million did not spend. The equivalent of the white whoring. Comfortable. Now with 3 million lying in his card, he felt that he just needed to use the sugar coating, and it was only a matter of time before he took Chen Yunxue. When Niu Tianji turned around, he also found Lu Yangwei. Lu Yangwei's family is not simple. His family is a shareholder of Huafeng Group. Niu Tianji's father opened the construction company which business volume. Most of them come from Huafeng real estate. It's no exaggeration to say that Niu Tianji's family relies on Huafeng real estate to survive. Brother Yang, just now also cowhide rushing sky of cattle Tianji, become a face of pandering, jogging forward to Lu Tianji hand over cigarettes, light the fire. His movements were smooth and flowing, all in one go, and it looked like he hadn't kissed Lu Yangwei's ass much in his day. Lu Yangwei smoked his cigarette with a face of enjoyment. The vice president of the student union of the Magic City University gave himself a cigarette. Himself, this card face is not big? Freshmen also looked at the skinny Lu Yangwei, more or less surprised in their hearts, wearing a 150,000 Rolex on his hand. The vice president of the student council, the family assets of hundreds of millions of cattle Tianji, but also will be so groveling. A boy asked, is this boy a big guy? To make Niu Tianji so humble, he shouldn't be simple. Indeed, people like Niu Tianji like to step low and hold high at a glance. Someone who can make him grovel must have an unusual status. Some girls, on the other hand, were disappointed, directly plummeted. The arrogant vice president of the student council was actually lighting a cigarette for a lowlife gangster like a lapdog, and following behind the lowlife with a smile on his face. The image that Niu Tianji had just established in their hearts collapsed. Lu Yangwei felt everyone's shock. His heart was very cool. It's really not good. This Niu Tianji still has some eyes. And then, he said with a big grin, Shan You'a, which is the freshman girl named Chen Yunxue in your school? I'm sorry, young Lu. I've only returned to school today as well, so I'm not familiar with freshman year students yet. Lu Yangwei raised his eyebrows. Then you are also specialized in coming to see the girl today? Lu Xiao misunderstood. I just happened to pass by today and saw a schoolmate with a fake 10 million Vacheron constant in Malta. I happened to be free to educate him. Let him know that people cannot be indiscriminate comparison. In the future to be down-to-earth practical, Niu Tianji said with a smile. Niu Tianji hid the fact that he had come to trouble Gu Wenqing because of Wang Yanyan. Lu Yangwei was an old sex maniac. If he knew about the existence of a goddess like Wang Yanyan, he would definitely go after Wang Yanyan. At the sound of the voice, Lu Yangwei also frowned. His family's assets of more than $4 billion, but also only with 400,000 yuan of watches, a $400,000 watch, or he himself cried to his grandpa and begged his dad to buy it for him. If everyone wore fake watches, then what was the $400,000 he spent on real money? How can he still pretend to be a bully in front of people? Lu Yangwei, who was a cool-faced lover all his life, frowned and said, which pussy brat is it? I'll educate him too. Niu Tianji pointed at Gu Wenqing and said loudly, young Lu, it's this pussy brat who was pretending to be a pussy with a $10 million fake watch. Lu Yangwei held his head high and fixed his eyes. Crap, Gu Wenqing is from Magic City University. At once, his soul flew away in fear. Gu, brother Gu. Lu Yangwei stuttered a bit in his speech in shock. Just now a group of green pressure camouflage uniforms. Military training, everyone wears the same. He did not notice Gu Wenqing. And then, anger rose in his heart. Lu Yangwei sat face po_2038 right arrow curving left O. He had been punked by this pussy, Niu Tianji. He had just insulted Gu Wenqing as a pussy. No, he had to remedy the situation. Lu Yangwei swung his arm round and ruthlessly slapped Niu Tianji. Niu Tianji was directly hit, confused. Not waiting for Niu Tianji to speak, Lu Yangwei pointed at his head, staggeringly said, you're the pussy. Your whole family is a pussy. Said snapping, left and right are two more slaps. Do you know who he is? Brother Gu is an existence that you and I look up to. How dare you make up stories about Brother Gu wearing a fake watch? Lu Yangwei continued loudly. Brother Gu's family is so big that it's worse than these 3 or 2 dates? Let alone a $10 million watch. Even if Brother Gu wears a $30 million watch, a $100 million watch, I feel normal. Wow. These words came out. It left most of the students shocked to death. Is Gu Wenqing's family so powerful? Even Lu Yangwei, the vice president of the student council, was calling Gu Wenqing Brother Gu. Doesn't that mean that Gu Wenqing's background is even more powerful? Gu Wenqing said lightly, I heard you want to educate me? Lu Yangwei was scared shitless, and ran to Gu Wenqing in a flash, pulled out a cigarette, then lit it, and smiled and said, if I had known it was you, Brother Gu, I wouldn't have dared to lend me 100 guts. After saying that, he waved his hand, Shanyo, your mom's handle. You are afraid to be tired of living. My brother Gu is a shareholder of Huafeng Group. He owns 10% of Huafeng Group's shares, worth $8 billion. What kind of watch can't you afford? How dare you rumor that brother Gu is wearing a fake watch? Hearing Lu Yangwei's words, Niu Tianji was shocked. The freshman he messed with was a shareholder of Huafeng Group. He also owns 10% of the shares. At this moment, he wanted to die. Lu Yangwei's family owns 5% of Huafeng's shares, and he needs to bow and curry favor. Today, he had offended another shareholder of Huafeng Group, and what was even more frightening was that Gu Wenqing owned 10% of Huafeng's shares. Looking at the cold-faced Gu Wenqing, and thinking about what he had just said, Niu Tianji was already sweating coldly. Just now, he had satirized Gu Wenqing for carrying a $10 million family watch. He was also trying to chase after Gu's favorite woman, Wang Yanran. How could he have imagined that a freshman is a shareholder of Huafeng and worth $8 billion? Now he's offended Xiao Gu to death. Finished. Completely finished. It must be remedied. Otherwise, Gu Xiao only needs to say one word, and his family's construction company will immediately go bankrupt. Gu Xiao, it's all my fault. It's my fault for being blind and not recognizing the authenticity of the watch. Niu Tianji said and gave himself 2 slaps. And then, he snapped to continue 2 slaps. I even shouldn't mess with the woman that brother Gu looks at. It's true that I lost my eyes and made a mistake. I deserve to be beaten. Gu Xiao begs you to raise your hand and spare me. Niu Tianji cried out. He was afraid. He was terrified. To provoke a big shot like Gu Wenqing, just say hello. His family's construction company immediately ceased to exist. Niu Tianji does not want to live in poverty. If you make a mistake, you have to pay the price. It's not as bad as your family, so don't worry, I won't fix your family's company, Gu Wenqing said in a cold voice. Upon hearing this, Niu Tianji breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Gu Xiao, for your high-handedness. After saying that, he removed his $150,000 watch, and in his heart of hearts, he ruthlessly smashed it on the ground and fell to pieces. And then, left and right, slapped himself hard, ready to slap himself 100 big slaps. When he slapped to the ground 10th, Gu Wenqing frowned and said, "That's enough. Get lost. Punishment should be appropriate." Niu Tianji was like an amnesty and fled in disgrace. Oh my god. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. They never expected that facing Gu Wenqing, the vice president of the student council whose family had assets of over $100 million, would be as wretched as a dog. What did they just hear? Gu Wenqing was a shareholder of Huafeng Group. This is too much. Some students who didn't know what was going on pulled out their cell phones and searched, and their jaws directly dropped in shock. Holy shit. Huafeng Group is worth $80 billion. Crap, doesn't that mean that Gu Wenqing's 10% stake is $8 billion? Gu Xiao, please accept my knee. Mud. Huafeng Group's villa in University City sells for 300,000 pounds. Who would have thought that's Xiao Gu's property? God's honor. Low key, really fucking low key. If it wasn't from someone else's mouth, we wouldn't even know that Gu Wenqing is so bullish. A group of boys had mixed feelings in their hearts. When they were still struggling for their future, Gu Wenqing had already stood at the top of the social hierarchy. Think about Gu Wenqing, the shareholder of Huafeng Group, who was worth a whole $8 billion, simply envious of the others. The girls looked at Gu Wenqing, already flushed with excitement. This is the real nobleman. Niu Tianji to Gu Wenqing's shoes are not worthy. The girls looked at Gu Wenqing with eyes that couldn't wait to eat Gu Wenqing. If they could hold on to Gu Wenqing's big tree, they wouldn't have to struggle for their whole life and become a rich wife of a rich family. The girls who thought they had some good looks frequently threw winks at Gu Wenqing, hoping to catch his attention. Unfortunately, Gu Wenqing was oblivious to them. Gu Wenqing saw the second-rate Lu Yangwei. He elegantly took a drag on his cigarette and said, "Yang Wei, what are you doing here? Quickly get out." "Okay, brother." Lu Yangwei smiled and finished, also slipped away. He is really afraid of Gu Wenqing and called a complaint. Home is inevitably another meal of belt-fried meat, and cannot afford to smash their own 400,000 yuan watch. Arrogant and domineering Lu Yangwei such a bullish existence, in front of Gu Wenqing's followers with the same as a little brother. To him in fear and respect, we have a clearer understanding of the strength of Gu Wenqing. After the end of the military training and returning to the dormitory, the 3 roommates in the dormitory were also shocked at this time. Who would have thought that the roommate who had been laughing and joking with them was actually a shareholder of the Huafeng Group, and was worth billions of dollars? How could this not shock them? Old Gu, why don't you show your identity earlier? Huang Zicheng was the first to ask. Gu Wenqing said, "You didn't ask. F***ck. My family just bought a house in Huafeng real estate a few days ago, and Huafeng didn't give any discounts based on the fact that the house sold well." Gu Wenqing inquired, "Who bought it? What's the name?" "My father bought it. Huang Yangwang." "Oh my. Your dad's name is really awesome, Gu Wenqing teased, picking up his cell phone to make a call to the Huafeng Real Estate Sales Headquarters. Hello, this is Gu Wenqing. Is there a person named Huang Zhonghuang among the owners who recently purchased townhouses in Huafeng? Hearing that it was Mr. Gu calling, the sales department didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent, and quickly looked up the information. Mr. Gu, this customer purchased a townhouse in the University City development. Gu Wenqing said without hesitation, he is my friend's elder. Directly give them the biggest discount for purchasing a house. The sales department lady heard that the home buyer and Mr. Gu are acquainted with each other, and Mr. Gu has opened his mouth. She dared not be slow, and directly gave Huang Zhonghuang internal price of 70% off the purchase of the house. After the call was hung up, the sales lady went to give Mr. Gu's order without stopping, to implement the Huang Zhonghuang's home purchase discount as soon as possible. Magic City, Huaxi Street, University City, Yuan Weixin Chinese Restaurant. Huang Zhonghuang suddenly received a phone call from Huafeng Real Estate. The tone of the opposite party was very polite, indicating that he could get a 30% discount on top of the original price for the townhouse he previously bought in Huafeng. Without waiting for the other party to finish, Huang Zhonghuang directly hung up the phone. Nuts, Huang Zhonghuang cursed. His wife inquired, what's wrong with old Huang? Huang Zhonghuang said, that person called pretending to be Huafeng Real Estate and said that we can get a discount on that townhouse we bought. You say that the crooks nowadays are funny. Her wife also thinks it's funny. Now the crooks can really do anything. And do not go to inquire about the reputation of Huafeng Real Estate. It is no exaggeration to say that in the magic of the world, the real estate industry has a very high reputation, but also a very high reputation. It is no exaggeration to say that the reputation of Huafeng Real Estate in the Magic City can definitely rank on the top 3. Huafeng's house is never short of people to buy, simply in short supply. How is it possible to sell at a discount for no reason? Huafeng Real Estate is not a charity. Money does not earn more money. Besides, they bought the house in full. The contract was also signed. The money is to Huafeng Real Estate account. Huafeng is not likely to eat the money spit out. Not long after the phone called again, Huang Zhonghuang impatiently connected. The opposite side rang a crisp voice. Hello Mr. Huang. How are you? Hello Mr. Huang. I'm really Huafeng Real Estate's. Snap. Huang Zhonghuang directly hung up the phone, thinking that this liar is really persistent. Half a rate later, the salesman who took Mr. Huang Zhonghuang to see the house called. Crap, what's wrong with you? Huafeng Real Estate gave you a discount and you still don't want it? You think you have too much money? And your friend who knows Mr. Gu didn't tell me earlier. What? Really give me a discount? Huang Zhonghuang stared in disbelief. Sales, yes. It's also a fucking 30% discount. Envious old me. The two blew off the phone for a while and hung up. He and his wife were thrilled. A 30% discount on a house. Huang Zhonghuang deposit out of a few million, plus the family's old house relocation compensation of 10 million. A total of 18 million to buy a house. The house he purchased was more than 100,000 a square foot. 180 square feet. Totaling more than 18 million. The total price of 70% discount is 12,600,000. A whole 4 million saved for him. How could he not rejoice? As if a pie had fallen from the sky. He thought for a while, and called a few of his friends who he thought were doing well, asking if any of them knew Mr. Gu of Huafeng Real Estate. Inside the boys' dormitory, Huang Zicheng didn't take Gu Wenqing's call to heart either, thinking that everyone was just playing around just now. Alright old Gu, you're awesome. Just now in the playground is simply pushed full of gas. Not to mention those girls. I am a big man, think you handsome batch explosion. Shareholder of Huafeng Real Estate. Just thinking about it makes me feel very advanced. Zhou Tao danced around, his tone unusually envious. Zhang Xiaohong was similarly envious and jealous. Old Gu, you're too low-key. Worth $8 billion. It really makes me envious to death. Seeing them in this state, Gu Wenqing smiled faintly and said in a low key, it's all family properties. Not worth mentioning. There's no need to envy me, because you guys can't envy me either. The 3 people in the dormitory, holy shit, it's too much. While the 4 were joking around, Huang Zicheng's Apple 13 rang with a ringtone. Huang Zicheng pulled out the phone to see that his dad was calling. Huang Zicheng directly picked up the phone. Hey, Dad, what's up? Son of a bitch, do you recognize Mr. Gu? Huang Zhonghuang's voice came from the phone. He had asked all of his acquaintances, and no one recognized Huafeng's general manager Gu. The only thing missing was Huang Zicheng's phone call, and although he felt that Huang Zicheng was a student and the chances of him recognizing Mr. Gu were very low, he still asked, General Manager Gu? Huang Zicheng looked confused. Which General Manager Gu? Huafeng Group's General Manager Gu. Someone from Huafeng Group called just now. directly gave us a 70% discount on the house we bought before, and the entire $5 million or so was returned to Dad's bank card. Crap, that Mr. Gu you're talking about is my roommate. Huang Zicheng stared with wide eyes, shocked in his heart. Huang Zhonghuang instructed his son, turn around, Dad will give you $1 million to the card. You have to thank Mr. Gu. Remember to get on good terms with Mr. Gu. After hanging up the phone, Huang Zicheng still couldn't believe it, as if he was dreaming. A whole $5 million, equivalent to his dad's income from doing business for a year. And with one sentence, old Gu had saved his family $5 million. That's too scary. Besides, Lao Gu just called for more than 10 minutes, and he gave a discount and refund so quickly. Lao Gu, this is simply rowdy. The dormitory is not big. The call is heard throughout the dormitory. Zhou Tao enviously said aloud, Lao Gu, nothing to say. You are really enough, brother. Righteousness. A phone call, directly to Huang Zicheng, this pussy, to save 5 million purchase price. Only you have this ability. In the future, when I have the strength, I will definitely buy Huafeng's house, and also have to give me a 30% discount, ha. Zhang Xiaohong also looked at Gu Wenqing with admiration. Old Gu doesn't say anything. Is it too late for me to recognize my father? Gu Wenqing bristled. Epsilon, scroll. I'm so young. I don't have a son as big as you. Huang Zicheng came up and said that his dad's $1 million had arrived and asked Gu Wenqing for his bank card number. Gu Wenqing waved his hand and refused. You keep it. I'm not that bad. Hearing this, Huang Zicheng thought to himself, old Gu was so rich, not to mention 1 million, even 10 million was considered pocket money in front of him. Afterwards, he said to Gu Wenqing, I don't need to say anything. When the military training is over, I'll treat you to the biggest nightclub in Magic City. You just need to spend money. I'll buy the bill. Hearing this, the faces of Zhang Xiaohong and Zhou Tao in the dormitory opened up with smiles. Give Huang Zicheng a thumbs up. Gu Wenqing took a shower and changed into clean clothes. White t-shirt, black shorts, small white shoes. Very simple to wear. In Gu Wenqing's body shows both advanced, but also handsome. Old Gu. I also bought a pair of Nike. Zhou Tao was holding a pair of gray and white spliced Nike plate shoes. The last time he gathered with Li Wenfeng, he saw that the Nike worn by Mo Lu was very good looking, so he spent a few dozen dollars online to buy a pair. Huang Zicheng went up to take a look. This Nike hooks are crooked. You even Putian goods are not as good as dozens of dollars to buy? Zhou Tao did not care. He felt very good. Said, 68 also free shipping. Gu Wenqing smiled and went forward to pat Zhou Tao's shoulder. Genuine does not matter, as long as wearing comfortable on the line. Zhou Tao heatedly smiled. He also thought so. It was only then that Zhou Tao realized that Gu Wenqing was all dressed up. Crap, you're not going on another date, are you? Good to know. If you check the dormitory, just say I'm in the restroom, Gu Wenqing said as he walked away from the dormitory. The remaining three stared at each other with wide eyes, envious of Gu Wenqing in their hearts. Without having to guess, they only knew that Gu Wenqing had gone to taste the girls again. Martyr. The contrast was really exasperating. The three of them hadn't even held a woman's hand, while Gu Wenqing already had the youth of a girl. Oh no. Maybe it's the youth of many girls. Gu Wenqing hadn't even gotten into the Ferrari when his cell phone V-mail suddenly vibrated. Taking out his cell phone, he found that it was a message from Wang Min. Gu Wenqing clicked on the unread message. Wang Min, hubby, I miss you. Crying. Wang Min, are you coming over today? I'll be waiting for you at the hotel. Picture, a seductive selfie. Wang Min, hubby, what's your genus? Kissing. A slight smile. Then Gu Wenqing typed back. Wash Xiang Xiang and wait for me. And I was born in 2004. I'm a monkey. Why are you asking? Wang Min, no. You belong to me. Shy. Gu Wenqing looks at the earthy love story, and a smile rises from the corner of his mouth. Gu Wenqing, you don't look like a monkey either. Wang Min, I don't care. You just belong to me. Angry. At this time, the schoolmate also sent a message. Wang Yanran, did Niu Tianji trouble you today? Skimming her lips. Gu Wenqing, yes. He even mocked me. How are you going to compensate for my broken heart? Wang Yanyan, schoolboy. Does it look good? Pictures, shy, sisters art photos. Gu Wenqing, is there a benefit? Bad smile. Wang Yanyan, bah. Little pervert. Pictures, hey silk. Seeing his favorite tone and thinking about Wang Yanyan's perfect figure, the fire in Gu Wenqing's heart rises. Goblin, just builds the fire regardless of eliminating it. Gu Wenqing walked up to the Ferrari and with one hand on the steering wheel, the Ferrari roared thunderously and rushed into the darkness of the Magic City. On the road, Gu Wenqing remembered that he still had a Magic City game studio. There were more and more industries, so he forgot about it if he didn't pay attention. When he is free in the next 2 days, he will go to the game studio to inspect the work. Magic City University. Wang Yanyan's dorm room. One of the girls called Li Jinxiu took her cell phone and looked at the school forum. Exposed. Freshman Gu Wenqing is actually a shareholder of Huafeng. At the top of the post was a fire pattern, proof that this post is now very hot. The bottom of the message is also strange. Li Jinxiu automatically filtered out those spammers and envious messages. She learned that Gu Wenqing gave Wang Yanyan a Porsche, and that the watch Gu Wenqing was wearing was worth $10 million. At this moment, she was jealous of Wang Yanyan to death. Li Jinxiu opened her mouth to inquire, Yanyan, is the family of that schoolmate you're chasing really the shareholders of Huafeng Group, and your Porsche was really bought by him? Yes. He said so last time. The car was bought by him for over $3 million. Wang Yanyan was also reading the forum and returned without lifting her head. Oh, that villa of theirs is quite expensive. Li Jinxiu froze for a moment and said, expensive? It's not expensive at all for Gu Wenqing. Wang Yanyan replied casually. Li Jinxiu bristled and didn't say anything else. Climbing was very serious before girls. Li Jinxiu's boyfriend had bought a townhouse in Huafeng real estate before, and Li Jinxiu had been showing her superiority in the dormitory for a month or two. One said that the villa should be decorated in a new Chinese style. A moment and said that the villa is so big, 2 people live too empty how to do. She also said that the villa has 3 parking spaces. She should not let her boyfriend to buy a car for himself. Li Jinxiu looked at the phone for almost half a semester car. The results did not buy. The boyfriend said that he wanted to renovate the house and didn't have any extra money. She looked at Wang Yanyan and thought that Wang Yanyan was already driving a Porsche Cayenne, and her heart was envious. And her schoolmate is still so handsome. The family is still a shareholder of Huafeng Group. The property is incalculable. How can a schoolmate with more wealth and billions of dollars be cheap to Wang Yanyan? Half a rate. Li Jinxiu said, Yanyan, last time Niu Tianqi gave you a Porsche. Didn't you say you didn't like the Porsche Cayenne? I just don't like the person who gave me a Porsche. Gu Wenqing drove to the Radisson Hotel. Found that the garage was blocked. Going up to the front entrance of the hotel and circling around, the surface parking spaces were all taken up by luxury cars. Simply. And then around to the underground parking garage, thinking that it should not be blocked. The result is still blocked. The entire entrance to the underground garage is blocked with 10 or so cars. Gu Wenqing wanted to change the entrance again. The result behind the ass came a few cars. Instantly blocked the Ferrari. Gu Wenqing got out of the car and went to the entrance to check the cause of the traffic jam. 3 minutes ago, Yang Mo drove her BMW 1 Series to the Radisson Hotel. Today her classmate got married at the Radisson Hotel. The entrance to the parking lot is generally downhill, so she parked at a high point and waited for the previous car to drive into the basement. In front of the Mercedes-Benz S400, perhaps the wrong gear, a foot of gas directly into the BMW of Yang Mo. Zhou Shenghang, who drove the Mercedes-Benz, got out of the car and falsely accused Yang Mo of tailgating, and she took full responsibility. In the face of false accusations, Yang Mo aggrieved almost cried. No witnesses. Her car is not installed tachograph. This makes her helpless. She was panicked. She hurriedly called and shouted to her classmates to come over and help herself to deal with it. As a result, her classmates came down and saw Zhou Shenghang, who was wearing a large gold necklace and driving a Mercedes-Benz S-Class. All became silent. Among those who chase Yang Mo's male classmates, there is a boy weakly said to adjust the surveillance video. Hearing Zhou Shenghang furious, a slap directly called the male students cannot find the north. Zhou Shenghang revealed his muscles. This moment everyone even more afraid to speak. I'm not going to make it difficult for you. Just take the insurance, Zhou Shenghang said with sharp eyes. Yang Mo directly refused. It's not like I hit you. Why should I compensate? I can't possibly report insurance to compensate a shameful scum like you. Zhou Shenghang laughed loudly, said disdainfully, joke, you rear-end full responsibility. Compensation for me heaven and earth. Next to the drivers who got out of the car to check the cause of the traffic jam, also said in agreement. Beauty, your full responsibility. Should be compensated. Yes. The compensation. Don't block the garage. Delay our time. You look so pretty. How can you be such a scoundrel? I do not know how to get a driver's license. Tailgating full responsibility, do not understand? This woman a few really annoying. Everyone you a sentence. I a sentence. Words are accusing Yang Mo. Yang Mo listening to the eyes are red. Aggrieved tears in the eyes. The Mercedes-Benz owner's false accusations. The silence of the classmates. The strangers who do not know what happened cursed indiscriminately. Let Yang Mo some despair. Thinking, either resign yourself to your fate. At this time, Zhou Shenghang opened his mouth and said, it's not impossible not to pay for the money. Beautiful girl, you can actually use other methods. Zhou Shenghang colorfully surveyed Yang Mo. This woman is really excellent. Sniffing, Yang Mo's entire body became even more aggrieved and helpless. Tears streaming down her face. Gu Wenqing stepped forward just in time to hear Zhou Shenghang's colorful words, and saw Yang Mo's aggrieved tears flowing. Gu Wenqing asked softly. Sister Foam, what's wrong? As he asked, he took out paper and wiped away Yang Mo's tears. Wow, brother Gu. I was framed by her. Upon seeing her acquaintance, Gu Wenqing, Yang Mo cried even more fiercely with a wow sound. As she cried, she grunted and told Gu Wenqing what had happened. Both sides said they were right. Although Gu Wenqing does not know what happened, but the man said that Yang Mo chased the tail, and at the same time do not allow the point to adjust the monitoring. Anyone with a clear eye knows that there is something fishy. Yang Mo is absolutely innocent. Unfortunately, in the face of Zhou Xiangheng, who drove a luxury Mercedes-Benz S-Class 400, everyone chose not to provoke. Gu Wenqing frowned, said sternly, find the property to adjust the monitoring. I tune your mom. You tune one try? Zhou Xiangheng looked at Gu Wenqing in front of him and shouted angrily. He thought he could deter the young Gu Wenqing like he had deterred the others. Unfortunately, he was wrong. Gu Wenqing didn't give a damn about him and directly dialed the wall property number to inform him of the situation. You want to die? Zhou Xiangheng stepped forward and was about to use violence, wanting to give Rashid Qing a few big slaps in the face. Gu Wenqing, who possessed the invincible skill, had a cold smile on his face. He towered over him with a handsome turning flying kick. Pooh! Only the crisp sound of flesh being struck could be heard as Zhou Xiangheng was directly kicked off by Gu Wenqing and rolled to the bottom of the garage. Gu Wenqing's sturdy kick directly caused Zhou Xiangheng to cry out in pain. You fucking pussy! Little pussy! You dare to hit me! I'll make you lose all your money! Zhou Xiangheng held back the pain and screamed. Gu Wenqing grimaced, 3 times. You greeted my family 3 times. Snap! 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 Gu Wenqing showed no mercy. 3 big crisp slaps, ruthlessly hitting Zhou Xiangheng's face. Zhou Xiangheng's face instantly, swollen with the naked eye. Swollen especially large. This time Zhou Xiangheng is really afraid. Too damn painful. Do not dare to be arrogant again. At this time, the hotel property also arrived in time. The security chief took a look at the familiar Mercedes-Benz license plate, and the face has been swollen. Zhou Xiangheng. He went forward and asked tentatively. Zhou, Mr. Zhou, it's me. Don't you recognize me? The security chief didn't say anything. Being beaten into this dog-like state, it's not surprising that I can recognize you. At this time, Gu Wenqing said succinctly, call the CCTV and check the accident. Zhou Xiangheng saw 5 or 6 security guards coming, and had the courage. He made a glance to the security guards. The security chief is a man of wisdom. Immediately understood. The security chief coughed lightly and said, sorry, the camera in our garage is broken. Zhou Xiangheng glanced at Gu Wenqing with contempt, his eyes thick with mockery. Brother Gu, count me out. I'll report it to the insurance. At this time, Yang Mo spoke up. She is not stupid. It is obvious that the hotel security and Zhou Xiangheng wear the same pants. Since there were no witnesses, no car recorder, and the hotel refused to provide surveillance video, even if the other party is maliciously framed, she has no choice but to choose to obediently compensate, and then swallow her anger. It's too late. Now it's no longer just about the car. There's also this pussy brat who violently beat me. I want to go to the hospital for an examination of my injuries. Kid, now is the rule of law society. You just wait to dump your family to compensate me for all kinds of damages. Zhou Xiangheng gritted his teeth and said, treatment costs, soup and medicine costs, lost labor costs, mental damage costs, etc. Must let the other party compensate a family empty. You know it's a society of law and order after you've been beaten up? Who was the one who arrogantly went around beating people just now? Gu Wenqing's tone was flat, casually patting the dust on his clothes. He continued, as for compensation, I will never shirk what I should pay. And then, Gu Wenqing's words turned. His tone turned cold. Want me to lose my family's money? Your dog's life isn't worth that much money. The security chief saw that the two parties were at odds with each other, and the cars blocked in front of the hotel's garage door had already formed a long line. In order not to cause the anger of the leaders above, he stepped in and said, little brother, no matter what happens, you first hand is not right. We first vehicle accidents dealt with, and then sit down to talk about what to do on how to do. You see how? Security chief tone of voice and kind words, but everywhere in the maintenance of open Mercedes-Benz. Zhou Xiangheng, who called Zhou always Radisson Hotel Platinum members, often come to Radisson Hotel High Consumption, in order to maintain the old customers in the sense that he will favor the total Zhou. Radisson Hotel membership card uniforms are, ordinary membership card, silver card, gold card, platinum card, diamond card. To upgrade to platinum membership, one must recharge 1 million renminbi. Gu Wenqing said in a cold voice, I'm not dealing with this. If you have time to beat around the bush with me, why don't you hurry up and pull out the security footage? The security chief balked. The surveillance equipment is broken. Upon hearing this, Gu Wenqing walked under the surveillance, pointed at the several cameras that were glowing brightly, and mockingly said, "Do you think I'm as blind as you are? Or do you think I'm stupid? The light from these cameras is brighter than the oil on your face, and you're telling me it's broken? Don't play tricks on me. Go and adjust the video for me." Winking, being torn through the lies, the security chief remained unmoved. He said with a straight face, "I'm sorry, according to the company's rules, you don't have the qualification and right to adjust the video. And please, you and this BMW lady, deal with the accident as soon as possible. Drive away from the garage entrance, so as not to create more congestion." As soon as the security chief said this, many of the car owners who were waiting anxiously also spoke out. "That's right, move the car first. You guys settle it yourselves privately." "Yes, I'm still waiting to go to the hotel for dinner. Mad. I can't hold my pee because of the traffic jam. This couple looks like human beings, but they're so unreasonable. Move the car. Make way for the garage entrance," everyone said loudly with one sentence from you and one from me. At this time, Zhou Shanghong's swollen face also revealed a smug smile. "Huh? I'm a platinum member of Radisson Hotel. How can you compare with me?" The words were filled with disdain for Gu Wenqing. He was a platinum member. That's why Radisson Hotel was helping him. He was a platinum member. That's why the security guards didn't adjust the surveillance video. In a society where money is the most important thing, having money is a privilege. Zhou Shanghong was so dejected that he thought he would make Gu Wenqing pay a heavy price for beating him. The two parties have been deadlocked for so long. Yang Mo had been disappointed, and she conceded. She stabilized her lost emotions and said softly, "Brother Gu, let's move the car first. Let's pay for it. It's okay. I'll take care of everything." Gu Wenqing waved his hand. Gu Wenqing raised his eyebrows and asked if you have a platinum card in your hotel. "You have privileges, right?" The security chief subconsciously nodded his head. "How much does it cost to get a platinum membership?" The security guards looked contemptuously. "A top-up of $1 million. None of them believed that a youngster like Gu Wenqing could come up with $1 million in cash to recharge his card. Gu Wenqing continued to ask, "What about above platinum?" At the sound, both the security guards and Zhou Xianghong laughed out loud. "Ha ha, little brat, you want to apply for a platinum membership? I'm afraid you don't even have the money to top up 50,000 RMB for a normal membership. Diamond membership is a $10 million recharge. Can you get this money out of this pussy?" Zhou Xianghong's face was full of mockery, his heart full of contempt for Gu Wenqing, a face wearing a bad mask, and so young. It seems to be a poor student, but also learned people pretend to bring a fake watch. The other woman drove a spicy chicken BMW 1 Series, at a glance also looks like no money. "If I don't bully you, who will I bully? I am going to bully you to the end today." Hearing, Gu Wenqing simply ignored this kind of social garbage. He took out his cell phone and made a call. "Hello, Governor Long? I am Gu Wenqing. I'm here at the Radisson Hotel garage. Find a branch near you and bring me 100 million in cash. Be quick. I need it urgently." Facing Long Zippen, the chief banker of Magic City Bank, Gu Wenqing spoke in an ungracious tone. The opposite side of the Mordor Bank's chief banker was also a character with a powerful hand. But Gu Wenqing's tone not only didn't annoy him, but also put himself in a posture. On the contrary, his posture is very low. Not only said yes, but also said that the money will soon be sent over. The reason why the chief banker of Magic City can be so pleasing to the eye is because Gu Wenqing exists in the Magic City Bank of more than 10 billion in cash. What's the concept of over $10 billion in cash? Those tycoons on the Chinese rich list who were worth tens of billions of dollars were not necessarily able to easily come up with 10 billion in cash. The assets of those tycoons, many are some stocks, company valuation, housing, real estate, etc. But not much cash flow. A comparison. Can deposit bank 10 billion cash? Gu Wenqing, how horrible? In the face of Gu's $10 billion, the chief executive of the Magic City Bank dared not be the slightest bit slow. In case Gu Wenqing was upset and switched banks to deposit money, not only would Mordor Bank lose its own high-quality wealthy depositors, even the black hat on Governor Long's head would be hard to protect. The sound of Gu Wenqing's phone call was not loud, and the people around him could just hear it. Everyone felt like they were thunderstruck on the outside. What did they just hear? $100 million in cash? This is too ridiculous. This young man is afraid that his head is in the water. There should be a degree to tell lies. He's talking about $100 million in cash. Gu Wenqing didn't use Chinese currency, did he? The currency used is Zimbabwean dollars. 100 billion Zimbabwean dollars is only enough to buy 6 peanuts. Thinking about this, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Zhou Xianghong felt his stomach hurt from laughing, and his swollen face was torn raw by the grin, smiling crookedly and obscenely to the extreme. Crap, taking $100 million? It's too fake. Ha ha, it could be fetching 100 million Zimbabwean dollars. This young man may have misunderstood the unit of billion. You have to be realistic when pretending to be a bully. It's the first time I've seen a bully pretend to be so hard. Take a 10, 000, 100, 000 I believe. Sorry to take a billion, I will really bolt Q. This young man is ruined. It seems that there is no less daydreaming. 100 million? It's a bit too much bragging. Hearing Gu Wenqing take 100 million, everyone present had their jaws dropped in shock. Nima, taking 100 million. It was really thanks to this teenager for thinking of this. This is too fake. Some people were blushing for Gu Wenqing. In front of so many people, how could he have the nerve to say such hard and thoughtless words? Yang Mo's classmates, who were standing on the side with Gu Wenqing, subconsciously stepped back, not wanting to stand with him in embarrassment. Everyone thought, even if he wanted to be a hero in front of Yang Mo, he shouldn't have blown such a big cowhide. Too much is not enough. Simply slippery. The mother opened the door to the outrageous to the home. There are a few female classmates, although admittedly Gu Wenqing handsome against the heavens to let them heart, but he is full of this kind of train behavior is really low to burst. One of the chubby girls said to Yang Mo, Mo, you don't want to be fooled by him. Once you hear this person talk, it's not reliable. A few others also nodded in agreement and said, yes, don't just look at the face value. Don't choose the one who brags and talks a lot. Hey, it's a pity that he has a good skin. Bring me 100 million in cash over. I can't help but laugh when I think about it. Hearing the students around her sneering at Gu Wenqing, Yang Mo could no longer tolerate it. She shouted angrily, enough. For the first time, the students were shocked to see the usually gentle and virtuous Yang Mo lashing out, and they shut their mouths. Yang Mo walked forward and stood with Gu Wenqing, saying softly, I'm sorry. Gu Wenqing smiled and shook her head, saying it was fine. Yang Mo was a little disappointed in her classmates. When she had an accident, they were all scared to death of offending the man who drove the Mercedes-Benz. No one came forward to help themselves. Not to help is their right. Yang Mo most aggrieved, but not angry. What makes her so angry is not to help even if. Why also to help their own Gu Wenqing bad language? Although mentioning 100 million is a bit exaggerated. You can ridicule, but not out of words taunting After all, just now they are the same camp. Moreover, Yang Mo knows Gu Wenqing's strength, driving 10 million supercars. The license plate alone was purchased at a cost of 168 million. 100 million in cash he is absolutely have the strength to take out. There are also a few people in the crowd who noticed Gu Wenqing. From the Ferrari Laffa down, they also do not question the strength of Gu Wenqing to take 100 million. However, except for those few people, all the people present were looking at Gu Wenqing's jokes, thinking that he was bragging. At this time, Zhou Xianghong also said in a mocking tone, still mentioning $100 million? You're not afraid of flashing your tongue. If you can really come up with $100 million, I, Zhou Xianghong, will kneel down and call you father. Zhou Xianghong stood in front of the security guards, his face covered in contempt. Gu Wenqing, what will you call me if I come up with 100 million? Call your father. Hey son, F***CK. Let you take some verbal advantage first. You'll regret it later. You just fool around first. There will be you crying after I go for an injury checkup. Zhou Xianghong was furious, just about to curse the nationalist. Remembering Gu Wenqing's previous slaps, slap on his face still hurts like hell. He couldn't help but shiver, and the nationalism that was on his lips was directly swallowed back into his stomach. Magic City Bank. Long Zipin is very lucky that the Magic City Bank is in the Magic City such as a big city. If it is in a small city a branch of the cash is very little, at most a few million. But in a first-tier city like Mordor, the Mordor branch usually has tens of millions to over $100 million in cash sitting in the vault. This also happened to be the point in time when the money trucks were transporting the banknotes to the vault. Long Zipin of the Magic City head office gave the order, and countless money trucks in the vicinity reported their funds directly to the bank. Adding up the cash in the many money trucks, just enough cash to make up $100 million, and then dashing towards the Radisson Hotel. How much is $100 million in cash? To 100 yuan denomination RMB count. A 100 yuan RMB weighs about 15 grams, 100 million yuan that is 1 million. So 15 times 1 million is equal to 115. 000 grams equals 1,150 kilograms. That is 15 tons. According to the current private car 375 kilograms of load to calculate. Individuals if the private car transfer, at least 4 to 5 cars to prepare. 100 million yuan of cash if stacked up 100 meters high, equivalent to the height of 30 or 40-story building. Very quickly, a dozen or 2 dozen money trucks, with different amounts of banknotes being transported in them, arrived at the Radisson Grand Restaurant one after another. The garage was blocked, so they parked their cars on the side of the road next to the Radisson Hotel. In advance in this here waiting for a long time of 30 or 40 suits isolated bank staff. Get on the car to carry the money in the sack, and rush to the Radisson Hotel garage direction. Half a rate. What the hell is the airplane? Lousy blocked here for 20 minutes. Martyr. This man and woman are too rogue. A cell phone can be used to determine the responsibility of the scene of the accident, but you have to be here to block. What's the hurry? Big brother? Look at the drama is not good. Ha ha, I think so too. I'm waiting to see how this young man rounds back. Waste of time. I don't think he can come back at all. The crowd of onlookers exchanged words with each other. There were those who were waiting anxiously, and those who were watching with a smile. At this time in the crowd, the first person noticed the difference. In the line of sight, a group of people in the same uniform, struggling to hold the marijuana bag, is rushing towards the garage entrance. He muttered incredulously, "Hardly, could it be?" One by one, more people noticed the abnormality. One of them yelled loudly, "Holy shit, look behind you guys." In an instant, everyone turned around. Everyone present was frozen in shock. What did they see? A group of white shirt uniformed little brothers, each carrying a bag of everything on their shoulders. Crap, it wouldn't be carrying cash. Thinking about it, everyone was no longer shocked, but appalled. Could it really be that teenager who called to deliver the money? This is too outrageous, right? At this time, after Zhou Xianghong noticed a group of people, there was also a hint of panic in his heart. He kept comforting himself in his mind that it was impossible for Gu Wenqing to take out $100 million at such a young age. This group of people just happened to be passing by. That's right, just passing through. Zhou Xianghong muttered to himself in a cold sweat. In the sight of the crowd, the bank staff, from far to near, quickly ran to the crowd here. The bank staff who arrived first, tiredly huffing and puffing, asked in a hurry, "Which one is Gu Wenqing?" "Mr. Gu Wenqing said flatly, "I am." Searching for the voice, the bank staff fixed their eyes and were shocked. The person who withdrew $100 million in cash was so young? This was too powerful. It should be a super rich second generation. Gu Xiao, I need to confirm your identity first. No problem. I'll give your governor Long a call. Gu Wenqing could understand. He knew that with such a large sum of money, the bank would definitely be careful and would have to confirm his identity to ensure that the money wouldn't go wrong. Gu Wenqing picked up his cell phone and made the call. After confirming Gu Wenqing's identity, the bank staff said in a respectful tone, "Gu Xiao, the $100 million in cash that you withdrew is arriving here one by one. Please be patient for a while." Gu Wenqing nodded, "Good work." After seeing Gu Xiao nod his head, the bank staff turned around and ran towards the road again, where countless amounts of cash were still waiting to be carried. Ignoring the crowd's shocked demeanor, Gu Wenqing opened the bags one by one, revealing the top layer of banknotes, and the bundles of banknotes made everyone's eyes look straight. A bundle is 100,000. Then this sack is not loaded with more than $1 million? Without waiting for them to be shocked, more bank staff, one after another carrying bags, arrived one after another. After placing the bags of money beside Gu Wenqing, they similarly turned around and ran towards the road again. 100 million in cash was just too much. They would have to carry it back and forth for a long time. Boom! Those present who saw the scene had their minds blown like 5 thunderbolts. Everyone was incomparably shocked, staring blankly at the countless packages. What was inside was full of money. Even if one package was $1 million, with 40 to 50 behind Gu Wenqing, wouldn't that be $40 to $50 million? Moreover, the money was still being transported over in a steady stream. At this moment, everyone was shocked. The teenager hadn't been joking. Had he really fetched $100 million over? I'll go too. This was too outrageous. Those who had just questioned Gu Wenqing and mocked him were now embarrassed to death. Damn it! It was so humiliating. How mocking their words had been just now. How wretched they were now. Gu Wenqing directly used her actions to tell them what it meant to be hit in the face on the spot. Those few car owners who knew Gu Wenqing drove a Ferrari Raphael also said, "I just told you that this young man is very rich. You don't believe me. Now you're dumbfounded." Seeing him drive a Ferrari, I knew he must have the strength. Driving a multi-million-dollar Ferrari Lafayette, he must have cowhide. Yes, the license plate also hangs a batch. Shanghai A11111. Rich young men like them don't lack money at all. Haha, laugh me to death. Just said that other people pretend to be a bully people. Now scared are afraid to say anything. These few people's excited words were heard by everyone present. Hearing their words, the people who questioned Gu Wenqing were even more ashamed. They were so humiliated that they couldn't wait to find a hole in the ground to drill into. For the first 10 minutes or so, they had mocked Gu Wenqing, using Zimbabwean dollars, pretending to be raw, and so on. As a result, they didn't realize that Gu Wenqing is a real big brother, not only driving a Ferrari, but also a phone call really took 100 million in cash. Looking at this momentum, Gu Wenqing, whom they just treated as a laughingstock, is not only rich, but also not generally rich. God hoa, simply horrible as hell. Ha ha, dog's head. Save your life. The more they thought about the ugly way they had just mocked the godly hero, the more they felt ashamed of themselves. It was so embarrassing. The security guards at the Radisson Hotel are all scared out of their wits. What kind of big shot have they offended? Zhou Xianghan looked at the bags of money spread out on the road beside him. At this time has been scared about to cry. He is a little money demolition households, coupled with the construction company's senior. Usually the fox is used to the tiger. However, seen this big scene, to know that he is the boss of the construction company. All the family assets together, assets only just over 100 million. And their own offended teenager. He just a phone call. The bank people will be a whole 100 million in cash, carried to the teenager's back, opposite to the hoity-toity god Ho. Now what should he do? He regretted so much. How should he end up this time? It's ridiculous. Just now he wanted to see how the pretentious teenager will end up. The result of the end is that he is now considering how to end up. The person who can easily take out $100 million in cash is not an existence he can afford to mess with. Especially remembering what he said just now. I want you to lose all your money, has been echoing in Zhou Xianghang's mind. He is simply too stupid. Can easily come up with 100 million people? Assets more than $1 billion or so. At least worth must be tens of billions. I just clamored for Gu Wenqing, who has tens of billions of assets at home, to lose all his money. Just think of. Zhou Xianghang felt like a fool. He tried to remedy the situation. He said in a horrified tone, "It was me who put it in the wrong gear and crashed into the front end of this beauty's car. It's all my fault for having a crooked brain. I know it's wrong now. How much money to repair the car I must compensate? I only ask that your young man, as an adult, forgive me for my unreasonable offense." Gu Wenqing was not moved. He took out a thick pile of money from a bag of money, and dumped it on Zhou Xianghang's body. The weight of the money smashed on Zhou Xianghang's body, and he grimaced in pain. Is it enough? Not enough to compensate again. How much you want today? How much I'll compensate you? Gu Wenqing slowly stepped forward, looked around the week before his eyes rested on Zhou Xianghang and continued. If 1 million isn't enough, then 10 million. If 10 million isn't enough, then 100 million. How much do you dare to ask for? How much will I compensate you? The light voice made everyone shocked. Listening to this, it was truly domineering. Zhou Xianghang's legs trembled in fear. Bean-sized sweat flowed from his face to the ground. The sweat was not from heat but from fear. Listening to the words of the hoi polloi, he was scared. 100 million, or 10 million. Is that enough to buy his life? Not to mention 100 million, 10 million, 1 million. He doesn't even dare to ask for a penny in compensation now. How dare Zhou Xianghang ask for money from a godly tycoon, faced with a big shot who could take out 100 million in cash? Where would he dare to think about the compensation for the beating he received? What compensation? I'm afraid your young master has misremembered. Zhou Xianghang bowed his head in humiliation and said, "Obviously it was my face that scratched your young master's golden hand. It's only right for me to compensate you." The surrounding people who heard these words had a chill in their hearts. Crap, what the hell kind of words can this person say? Especially when they saw that Zhou Xianghang, whom everyone dared not provoke before, changed his arrogant and domineering behavior, and his swollen face smiled and begged for Gu Wenqing's forgiveness. The heart is not shocked. How could they have thought that Zhou Xianghang, who drove a Mercedes-Benz S400, would admit his weakness so quickly? Turned into a stinky fish and shrimp on the board to be slaughtered. Gu Wenqing also had a smile on his face. A mocking smile. It's only right to pay for a beating. I, Gu Wenqing, am not an unreasonable person. And then, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his tone carried a tone that could not be denied. Now it's time to settle the money you owe me. My time is not cheap. Gu Wenqing believed that if people don't offend me, I don't offend. If people offend me, I will offend. As the saying goes, if you don't want it done to you, don't do it to others. And Gu Wenqing was going to use Zhou Hanxian's rogue methods to bully Zhou Xianghang in turn. Gu Wenqing snapped his fingers. A bank professional beside him immediately understood and said directly, "If Mr. Gu's 10 billion RMB is deposited on demand, the interest rate for 1 day is about 82,000 RMB. The interest rate for large certificates of deposit is even higher, with a 3-year interest rate of about 4%. So 1 day's interest on a 10 billion RMB deposit is as much as 1,900,000 RMB. So that means that Mr. Gu's income for a day with just doing nothing is 1,090,000 RMB. Not to mention that Mr. Gu's deposits in our Magic City Bank aren't just the 10 billion. I won't count the rest of the fractions of billions and billions." The bank staff finished speaking. In an instant, the air turned quiet. 1 second. 5 seconds. 15 seconds. What did they hear? $10 billion in deposits? A day's interest income from light interest can buy a luxury car Maserati. If it wasn't coming from a bank insider, no one would dare to believe that a teenager has over $10 billion in cash on his card. Just thinking about that string of numbers can make one's scalp feel numb. It took more than half a full minute for the cacophony to rise. $10 billion. This is too unbelievable. Damn. Listen to this is what people say. I won't count the bits and pieces of billions and billions. Kneel down, big brother. Please accept my knees. Is this the strength of a true godly man? A true peak life? Everyone looked at Gu Wenqing dumbfounded. Everyone was no longer just envious of him. Now they were close to being on the verge of kneeling down and worshipping the Godmaster. Facing the envious gazes of countless people, Gu Wenqing's face had no fluctuations. He looked at the Vacheron Constantine on his wrist and continued. So far, you almost delayed me 30 minutes of time, rounded up to half a day. Then you should compensate me for the loss of time for about 500,000 yuan. 30 minutes, rounded up to half a day? Gu Wenqing was just so unreasonable and overbearing. This was the way of his people. Gu Wenqing would never be merciful when dealing with a gangster like Zhou Xiangheng. There was a loud boom. Gu Wenqing's words were like a bomb that exploded in Zhou Xiangheng's mind, exploding him out of his mind. $500,000? Zhou Xiangheng stuttered in fear. He usually spends a lot of money, where there is still so much money in the card. The Mercedes-Benz S400 was something he bit the bullet and bought for the sake of pretending. Radisson Hotel's platinum card is not his at all, but his boss's. He's fine to borrow the card to pretend, so that Radisson Hotel's bottom minions thought he was rich. The name Mr. Zhou is always called Mr. Zhou. Let him get lost in the sound of Mr. Zhou. Where can he find that kind of money? He was talking to a $10 billion tycoon, and if he couldn't get that kind of money, he'd be dead for sure. He knows how powerful the tricks of the rich are. He can hire a lawyer who can speak well and turn black into white. Moreover, the original black side is Zhou Xiangheng himself. False accusations, slander, attempted extortion. If these charges were brought down by a lawyer, he would definitely go in and stay there. Thinking of this, Zhou Xiangheng's face turned white with fear. He clenched his teeth and said in a trembling tone, I'll pay for it. It's really my fault for delaying Gu Xiao's precious time. Gu Xiao mustn't take it to heart. After saying that, he called the company's boss to advance more than $200,000 of his salary, plus more than $200,000 in his card, just enough to make up $500,000. Gu Wenqing waved his hand and asked the bank staff next to him to come over, directly transferring $500,000 to the staff's card. And then, Gu Wenqing looked around the dozens of bank staff who were transporting the 100 million in cash, as well as the 40 bank security guards who were really armed with weapons. Gu Wenqing opened his mouth and said, Everyone has worked hard. This $500,000 will be my hard-earned money for everyone's hard work on the boat. Sniffing, the little bit of resentment in the hearts of the staff who came to deliver the money in the hot weather disappeared into thin air. Brash, open, cowhide crass. At this moment, the staff members who had been busy for half a day were all delighted in their hearts. Gu Xiao is really atmospheric. Things to consider all aspects, so that the people underneath the work will not suffer. 500,000 of them 80 to 90 people equally divided down to one person also shared a close to $6,000. Soon, the insurance company came. Zhou Xiangheng took full responsibility for the accident. Things settled down. The garage also restored order. Blocking a long line also drove into the underground garage one after another. Ding! The host unlocked a new title. Shocking. Radisson Blue Hotel. Rewarded with $30 billion worth of land in Magic City. The items rewarded by the system will be delivered to the host in a reasonable manner. The host can use them with confidence. The matter of fetching 100 million in cash ended, and Gu Wenqing duly unlocked a new title. Radisson Hotel. The 5-star Radisson Hotel is a 47-story building with 520 rooms that offers guests a range of convenient facilities, including 5 restaurants and bars, 10 meeting rooms, a multifunctional grand ballroom, a gym, an indoor swimming pool, and a spa. The hotel is topped by a revolving restaurant and the Star Lounge. The value of the Radisson 5-star hotel valuation alone for this reward was $5 billion. When he saw the second reward, Magic City Clan land worth $30 billion. Ha! Gu Wenqing let out a cry of surprise. A plot of land worth $30 billion? You know, Mordor's second batch of centralized land auctions this year. Due to Mordor's obvious rise in the quality of land supply this time, real estate companies participated in the auction with great enthusiasm. And finally nearly 40% of the land plots touched the suspension price, totaling 78 billion yuan in sales. 4 pieces of land totaled 78 billion yuan, while Gu Wenqing's piece of land is worth 30 billion yuan. Which means that the land belonging to him is not only in an excellent location, but also a larger area of land. The land is located in Suzhou District, covering 28 plots of land in Suzhou District, including the southern extension of the Huangpu River, involving commercial offices, restaurants and hotels, culture and sports, commercial residential, social rental housing, plaza land, etc., covering a total area of more than 320,000 square meters, with a total development volume of about 1.8 million square meters. The location and volume of this piece of land is also unrepeatable. This piece of land is located in the center of the city where land resources are scarce, and is one of the only remaining areas in the center of the city, especially along the river, that can be planned and developed on a large scale, with a high starting point and in patches. As a matter of fact, large parcels of land in the center of the Magic City have long been extinct in the land market, and Suzhou District's protective development policy for the riverfront has made the land value of Suzhou's riverfront needless to say. The Magic City along the riverside land valued at $30 billion makes even Gu Wenqing's jaw drop. Upon obtaining the reward, Mordor Zone land worth $30 billion, Gu Wenqing visibly froze. Although he had previously relied on unlocking new titles and had already obtained $10 billion in cash from the system, Ferrari Lafa supercars, high-end Western restaurants, movie theaters, and a series of other rewards, and his value could be described as substantial, he was still shocked for a moment by the value of the Mordor Zone land. Not just because of the price. Scarce land resources like this, usually without deep connections and backgrounds, even if they have more money, they don't have the qualifications to participate in the land bidding. Besides, a piece of land was worth $30 billion, and the profits from developing it would be more than tens of billions. 10 minutes ago, Magic City, Shanghai Land Exchange, 24 real estate companies from all over the country have gathered. Magic City's star property, Huafeng Real Estate, is among them. Huafeng Real Estate's 7 recent plots of land in Magic City have all been developed and most of them have been handed over, with only some of the high-grade villas and townhouses still unsold. The funds from the land purchases have returned, and the company now has sufficient cash flow on its books. Lin Hongtian, the founder of the group, originally came here with full confidence, determined in his heart to shoot 2 pieces of land back. As a result, the reality gave Lin Hongtian a hard slap in the face, because the king of the land auction is an incredibly rare Suzhou riverside land, so it attracted a lot of nationally renowned real estate. Huafeng Real Estate in the Magic City reputation. The development of the community are very high-quality projects, but the competitors are famous in the country's real estate giants. In front of these giants, Huafeng simply not enough to look at. A total of 15 pieces of land were auctioned in this land auction, of which 14 pieces were all pocketed by big real estate companies, and Huafeng did not grab a piece of land. At this moment, there is only one last piece of land, King Suzhou Riverside land. At this moment, the bosses of those companies who have won the land are smiling. I, Hung Jin, will definitely get this piece of land. We, the Gue, must take it too. The real estate companies that ranked among the top few in the country of Huaxia rubbed their fists together, already with the mindset that they must win. The bidding went directly from the initial reserve price of $12 billion to $20 billion in an instant, and it was still going up. In the back row, a few local real estate companies in Magic City said to Lin Hongtian, "Old Lin, don't look at it like this kind of land that's worth more than $20 billion for a single piece of land. It's simply not something we can afford to play with. Yes, these big businesses are all coming for this land, otherwise we wouldn't be unable to get a single piece of land. Fear not, luckily my company still has land under development." Listening to their words, Lin Hongtian frowned tightly, his heart very helpless. These large real estate enterprises are not moving as a premium of more than $1 billion to take the land. These medium-sized real estate enterprises are very passive. The auction of the land was acquired by the large enterprises at a premium to make the food tasteless. Discarded. Hey, Huafeng no longer have land. The next land auction will have to wait several months. Lin Hongtian thought with disappointment. 22. 3 billion. 22. 6 billion. Baigui Real Estate offers 25 billion. The moment the 25 billion offer came out, all the properties were all silent. The Suzhou Riverside land was valued at 23 billion, which meant that Baigui Real Estate had a premium of a full 2 billion. Many of the real estate companies present have the strength to add money, but the bosses have to consider their own enterprise's capital chain, bank loans, under construction, and many other factors, and ultimately everyone gave up the bidding. 25 billion once, 25 billion for the second time, 25 billion. Just as the hammer was just about to fall, someone spoke up, 30 billion. The one who spoke out was the person in charge of auctioning the land. He continued, Mr. Gu from Huafeng Real Estate is offering 30 billion. Just now he received a phone call. Mr. Gu from Huafeng Group offered 30 billion to purchase the land, King. and all 30 billion had already been transferred to the government's account. The system is just so unscientific. Gu Wenqing didn't have to show up. The system directly helped him shoot the land. Wow. 30 billion? A premium of $7 billion? That's crazy. Play it this way. The real estate bosses are dumbfounded. At this moment, they are not interested in this land king. The premium is too high. 30 billion once. 30 billion twice. 30 billion 3 times. Congratulations to Mr. Gu Wenqing Gu of Huafeng Group for winning this land auction king. Snap. The bosses below symbolically clapped their hands. Mr. Gu of Huafeng Group? Who's this? He's so good that he took the land king at a premium of $7 billion. Lin Hongtian said while clapping. It's really awesome. This Huafeng Group is really awesome. Slapping these big real estate enterprises in the face. Other local real estate enterprises in Magic City also spoke. The moment the words were finished, everyone was all shocked. Lin Hongtian, crap. Huafeng? Isn't that my fucking company? Other Magic City real estate, crap. Huafeng Group is old Lin's real estate. Back to God. Someone opens his mouth and asks. The Gu Wenqing who auctioned the land is a shareholder of your group. Lin Hongtian also replied with a complicated mood. Yes, a small shareholder. Lin Hongtian's mood at this time was complicated to the extreme. Huafeng Real Estate, which had developed 7 pieces of land, was valued at about $90 billion at this time, and a minority shareholder of his group had spent his own money to fund 30 billion to take a land king. Mad. This is too crazy. 30 billion, equivalent to 1/3 of Huafeng's valuation. Don't look at Huafeng Group's valuation of 90 billion. The actual available liquidity on the books is less than 20 billion. Old Gu, there's more money than I thought. Lamented Lin Hongtian. The implantation of the system allowed Lin Hongtian to have the memories of the company's shareholder, Gu Wenqing, in his memories as well. Radisson Hotel. Young Gu. No offense, please don't take it personally, the security chief said with apprehension. The few accompanying security guards also didn't dare to utter a single breath. They were apprehensive, but more than that, they were cursing Zhou Xiangheng. Mad. Those few people have offended a $10 billion tycoon. The brothers have suffered an undeserved disaster. Gu Wenqing had a sneer on his face. Unwarranted disaster? He doesn't think so. On the other hand, in the manager's office of the Radisson 5-star hotel, the hotel manager suddenly received a call from the boss. Hearing the boss's words on the phone, the manager was suddenly confused. The boss told him on the phone that the Radisson 5-star hotel had been sold by him, and from now on, he was not the owner of the Radisson Hotel. Okay, got it. After hanging up the phone, the manager didn't come back to his senses for a moment. The business of Radisson 5-star hotel had been booming. How did the boss sell it? This practice was tantamount to killing the chicken and taking the eggs. Ding dong. A piece of information was sent to the manager's mailbox. A message from the former boss. On it was the new owner of the Radisson 5-star hotel. I'm going. Looking at the new boss's information, the manager was a bit dumbfounded. Only 18 years old? To acquire Radisson Hotel at such a young age. It seems that the new boss's family's wealth is quite frightening. At this time, a knock sounded on the door. Please come in. Opening the office, the lobby manager Ming Wan walked in. Manager, the traffic jam at the garage entrance has been taken care of, Ming Wan said. The manager frowned. It took half an hour to handle a small matter. What are those security guards for? The manager then forwarded the email to the lobby manager and said, Radisson Hotel has changed its owner. Get to know the new owner's information. I'm sending it to your email. Oh, Ming Wan, the lobby manager, was also horrified in her heart. $5 billion for a 5-star hotel? The new boss was also too arrogant. Thinking about it, she clicked on the information. Once she looked at the photos, her eyes almost fell to the ground in shock. Isn't this the one who caused trouble in the garage? She had just watched from a short distance away, and although the boy was wearing a mask, his hair and eyes were exactly the same as in the picture. What did you say? The manager asked in a hurry. Are you sure? Ming Wan nodded. Seeing Ming Wan nodding, the manager stood up violently. Unable to believe what he had heard, his heart was already bleak. It was only the first day that the new boss acquired the hotel, and he had given the boss a hard time, offending him to death. This was a proper death wish on his part. No, it must be saved, the manager said in a hurry. Quickly, hurry up and inform all the management staff to go to the garage together to greet Mr. Gu. Good, when Wan said, and went to give the notification. The garage entrance. Order was restored to the garage as a money truck drove in, loaded $100 million in cash into the car, and left. Although a few security guards had offended Gu Wenqing with their words, they were dead pigs at this point. Since Gu Wenqing didn't accept their apology, so be it. So what if his family is rich? So what if he has tens of billions of dollars in assets? It's none of their business. They're still getting a 4000 to 5000 salary a month anyway. Gu Xiao. Then we'll leave first. However, before the security chief's words fell, several hurried footsteps suddenly came. Soon, the manager of Radisson Hotel walked over with a group of managers. Boss, you're here, the manager said respectfully to Gu Wenqing. The group of managers behind him also greeted respectfully. Welcome home, boss. Seeing this scene, everyone present froze. What was this situation? The manager of Radisson Hotel and all the management staff came out to greet him? They even called Gu Wenqing boss. Yang Yamo was shocked. The security guards are already in a state of shock. How did things turn out like this? They didn't want to believe it. They were just maintaining the privileges of platinum members as usual. And they had offended the new boss? The funny thing was that before, they had questioned Gu Wenqing's inability to charge $1 million and get a platinum membership card for the hotel. As a result, Godho bought the $5 billion five-star hotel outright. Is it too late to apologize? The security guards immediately bowed and apologized. Boss. Sorry. Gu Wenqing's face was expressionless as he reached out and pointed at the hotel's manager. You, and you security guards, all of you are fired. Pack up your things and go to the finance to collect your paychecks. The leader didn't take a good lead, creating privileges haphazardly. This kind of experience must be fired. Gu Wenqing's words seemed like 5 thunderbolts, exploding in their heads. They were unemployed, especially the big-bellied manager, who sat on his butt in fear. He lost his job that paid him millions a year. He couldn't help but cry. Yang Mo asked in a trembling voice, Brother Gu, did you really buy the Radisson Hotel? Gu Wenqing said without thinking, yes. Seeing that my sister has been wronged, of course I can't bear to be a younger brother, so I just purchased the hotel and directly fired those scum. At the sound of the voice, all of Yang Mo's college classmates were dumbfounded. What did they just hear? In order to fire those few security guards, that's why the Radisson 5-star hotel was acquired? Damn. This is too fucking awesome. Just for the sake of firing a few security guards, they spent a huge amount of money to buy the Radisson 5-star hotel worth $5 billion. Really ho, God's ho, ha, not soft ah. Acquiring a $5 billion 5-star hotel is as easy as going to the market to buy a cabbage. Who wouldn't envy this kind of arbitrary life? The few girls who had badmouthed Gu Wenqing had all been convinced by Gu Wenqing when the bank actually delivered the 100 million in cash. They were born into society for 2 years now. After the baptism of society in the heart has become realistic, between love and bread, they will not hesitate to choose bread. Their gazes were frequently placed on Gu Wenqing's body. He has money and a face. Easy to take 100 million cash. A word to acquire a 5-star hotel. The bank card is stored tens of billions of deposits. Especially angry for the red face. Directly acquiring the hotel to fire the security guard. This approach is simply overbearing to burst. The girls all felt so secure. It's a pity that they just said that Gu Wenqing was unreliable and wantonly mocked him. Their minds exploded at the thought. It felt like they had lost their chance to get close to your son Gu Wenqing. Gu Wenqing's eyes swept over them. Ugly people make a mess. He didn't bring his eyes to linger at all and directly placed them on the choppy Yang Mo. Yang Mo had changed her previous professional style. Today, she wore a black, patterned embellished dress. Slightly tight dress. Set off her perfect body curves. S-type convex and curved. The collarbone of the dress that there is a small hollow design. White and transparent collarbone exposed. Adding a touch of sexy and charming. The length of the dress to the upper thigh a little bit. White tender legs exposed in the air outside. Sexy slightly curly hair. Coupled with exquisite mature style makeup. So that the imperial sister style Yang Mo very eye-catching. The beauty of it was that she was wearing a pair of flat shoes due to driving. If she changed to high heels, who wouldn't love the sexy imperial style? Of course Yang Mo did not believe Gu Wenqing's bullshit. But after this incident, her favorability towards Gu Wenqing did skyrocket. Highly handsome and considerate. How could she not be moved? Feeling Yang Mo's hot eyes, Gu Wenqing touched his face. Is my face good looking? Handsome. Gu Wenqing joked. Then give me a kiss. Yang Mo had a super high favorability towards Gu Wenqing at the moment. But with so many people around, she was embarrassed. She said in a low voice, in a voice that only 2 people could hear. Next time, there are too many people. Buzz. Just then, a vibration came from the cell phone in Gu Wenqing's pocket. Taking out his phone, he saw that it was a message from Wang Min, and it had sent several. The first unread one was 10 minutes ago. Yang Mo also had to attend the wedding banquet. Gu Wenqing said that there was something V-letter contact, and then walked towards the Radisson Hotel. Read the message while walking. Wang Min, hubby, are you still not there? Aggrieved. Wang Min, do I look good in this maid outfit? Shy. Mandy, hubby, why are you ignoring me? Wang Min is stinky man. Plucking birds without feeling. Angry. Looking at the messages. There are intervals between sending them. It shows that Wang Min really misses him. Gu Wenqing was dealing with Yang Mo just now and didn't notice Wang Min's message. He wanted to tease her. Gu Wenqing, something came up at school today, so I can't come. Wang Min, who was looking forward to Gu Wenqing's reply, waited for the message with great difficulty, but when she saw that it was bad news, the light in her eyes dimmed. Bad egg. White-eyed wolf. Lost himself so heartily prepared all sorts of silk, all sorts of benefits. Wang Min huffed. Mr. Gu, good. Hello, Mr. Gu. Mr. Gu, welcome home. Upon seeing Gu Wenqing enter the hotel, the employees all greeted their boss. Gu Wenqing saw lobby manager on Mingwan's badge. It just so happened that the hotel's general manager had been removed. Feel free to promote one to the top post first, and just replace him if his ability doesn't work. Gu Wenqing asked knowingly. You're the lobby manager here. Yes boss. My name is Mingwan. How many years have you worked here? 5 years at Radisson. Mingwan was a little excited inside. The general manager was sacked and the boss let ask herself this at this juncture. It couldn't be a promotion. Gu Wenqing lived up to her expectations. Okay, you try the general manager position for now. Gu Wenqing's words were very casual, and Mingwan could hear his tone. Temporary general manager. It's the equivalent of a temporary position. This is the boss to examine her sub-capability. She thought to herself that she must sit better than her predecessor to be able to do so. Gu Wenqing got on the elevator and arrived at the presidential suite. Raising her hand, she knocked on the door. Bang bang. Who is it? Wang Min checked in the cat's eye. The perfect face of Gu Wenqing outside the door entered her sight. Wang Min's loss was swept away. Happily opening the door and hugging Gu Wenqing without letting go. Softly and tightly clinging to Gu Wenqing. Wang Min's entire body was hanging onto Gu Wenqing's body. Grunting. Big liar. Hubby, I've washed Xiang Xiang O. Gu Wenqing leaned over and slowly brought his head close to Wang Min's ear, saying in a tantalizing tone. Then I'll smell it. She snuggled her body into Gu Wenqing's, a posture of refusal. Today, Wang Min was wearing a white tight-fitting dress with white half-knee stockings underneath. Under the delicate makeup, an air of innocence came through. The flirtatiousness of this sexy outfit, coupled with a face of pure sweetness with a small face. This outfit really made Gu Wenqing's eyes light up. It looked like this little ninny had put a lot of thought into dressing up. A long time. Gu Wenqing said. Next time you are not allowed to wear nightclubs so short. Although he liked to see this, he didn't have a fetish for letting others see his women wear it. Yeah, that's not I lost my love. I won't wear it anymore. Wang Min said as she wrinkled her cute little nose. A smile appeared on Gu Wenqing's face. No, you have to wear it. Wang Min smiled brightly. Okay, only wear it for you. Gu Wenqing sipped his water and saw the black thigh-high women's boots. He inquired, although it looks good to wear these boots, but don't your feet really smell bad when you wear these in the summer? I wash them every day. How can my feet smell? Wang Min looks like an exploded kitten. It's not like you didn't see it the night we drank. It doesn't stink. Stinks. Wang Min's mouth curled up. Beat you. Obviously it doesn't stink. Waving her small fist, she lightly hit someone's chest. Gu Wenqing pinched the small hand under his hand. His eyes were hot, gently exhaling hot air. I don't believe it. For a long time, Wang Min went straight to sleep. At this time, Yang Mo sent a Vmail message. Yang Mo, what is Gu's brother doing? Cute. Gu Wenqing, long night with no desire to sleep. Thinking of you. Laughing, Yang Mo knowingly asked, why do you miss me? Question mark. Gu Wenqing's double entendre, fuck. After half a minute, Yang Mo replied, little pervert, shy. Gu Wenqing, owe me a kiss. See when to pay? Yang Mo waiting for the next meeting. Looking forward to it. Gu Wenqing, profit rolling. Can be more than just a mouth so simple. Oh. Laughing. The summer of September. Youth always carries a parting. The military training at Magic City University was over. Gu Wenqing and his group said goodbye to the instructors. A small number of sentimental girls even cried, and some others reluctantly embraced the instructors. The first part of the military training was bitter. The middle part of the military training was a laugh, and the later part of the separation was a faint sadness. Military training is so over. That period of time in military training. Yen Ran Wan's black silk, Schoolmarm Chen's bubbly water, the white moonlight Qin Yunan, and Gu Wenqing, who touched the hearts of countless teenage girls, also dusted into the memories of countless people with the end of military training. Hey, let's go see the Pearl of the Orient. I'm going to eat Magic City fried dumplings. Go play at the Bund Bar in Mordor. Huang Zicheng from the dormitory also said excitedly, go to TX at night. Zhou Tao curiously asked, what is TX? Huang Zicheng lewdly hemmed and hawed. Magic City's top nightclub. I heard the girls inside are very good looking. Zhou Tao was a bit excited. You've been in there? I haven't been to a nightclub since I grew up. Huang Zicheng replied without hesitation, you're full of crap. How do I know the quality of TX girls if I haven't been there? Crap. I can't believe you're still a veteran. So awesome. Zhang Xiaohong stared with wide eyes and thumbs up. Huang Zicheng sensed the shock of the two and felt a bit of secret pleasure in his heart. He was bragging. He just heard his cousin bragging about the high quality of TX girls. He had never been there at all. But the $1 million lying in the card made him bottom up. Huang Zicheng said, "Gu, you're so rich. You should have been to TX, right? Tell them if TX is fun." Gu Wenqing, "I've been there once. It's just average. I'm quite familiar with their boss. The first time he went, he became the boss of TX, the top nightclub in Magic City." Shit, bragging. My cousin said that the boss of TX is in his 40s. And with such a big age gap between you two, it's impossible for you and him to play together. Huang Zicheng didn't believe it. Gu Wenqing smiled and didn't say anything. The four of them returned to the dormitory. Huang Zicheng hurriedly took off his camouflage clothes and threw them into the trash, took a shower, and changed into what he thought was a handsome outfit. Zhou Tao on the side said camouflage clothing thrown a pity. He was ready to wash and dry. Back home to do farming can wear. Huang Zicheng was dressed in a white shirt. The lower body is slightly tight suit pants. The shirt tied into the suit pants purposely revealed the belt of the kuki. Feet on the Nike casual shoes. After changing his clothes, he looked in the mirror and pounded his head of yellow hair. Zhang Xiaohong said, "Crap, what are you doing being so flirty? What do you know? Going to a nightclub is to dress up a bit more handsome. In case something happens with any young lady." He. Huang Zicheng said while fantasizing, with a face of masturbation. Zhou Tao frowned at the side. Huang Zicheng's this dress. He really can't understand. Originally thin with a monkey-like, but also tie the shirt into the waistband of the pants. Even more thin with a piece of paper people like. Especially also love to wear tight pants. Crotch that the 2's strangled tight. The middle protrudes a little bit, which is really not difficult. White blind money. Such a strange wear. Zhou Tao spat in his mind. Still Gu Wenqing was handsome. Old Gu didn't even need to deliberately dress up. Standing there was the protagonist. Zhou Tao pondered for a while and asked, "Huang Zicheng, will Mo Lu and the girls be there too?" Seriously. Zhou Tao envied Gu Wenqing for having so many adoring girls. He also longed for a relationship. Mo Lu was not only beautiful, but also easygoing. Zhou Tao's family conditions are not good. Both parents are working in the family farm. From the countryside. Did not go to college before. He has not even been to his hometown of the city. Zhou Tao just came to the Magic City when some low self-esteem. After military training this time to regain self-confidence. Zhou Tao does not think he will be very bad at a prestigious university. Anyway, he will get better and better in the future. He thought that Mo Lu must be interested in him as well. Otherwise Mo Lu wouldn't have chatted with him. Huang Zicheng was speechless. Big brother. Who the hell goes to a nightclub and asks girls to join them? We are a few big men together to get high. The opportunity is not a little more. Recently, Huang Zicheng's heart was throbbing inside. Li Wanfang's side had no progress, and he felt envious and jealous of Gu Wenqing's daily taste of women. He couldn't hold back. "I just kinda miss Mo Lu." Okay. Wait for a few days and then ask them out, okay? And don't tell Mo Lu about going to a nightclub. Huang Zicheng yelled. He was afraid that if it ended up in Li Wanfang's ears, he would be finished. For the nightclub trip at night, Zhou Tao and Zhang Xiaohong also started to dress up. Zhou Tao changed into his 68-pack Nike. Zhang Xiaohong used gel water to pour her hair back and combed it into a big back head, and also beautifully said, "If you want a man to mix well, your hair must be poured back." Gu Wenqing looked at the three slutty outfits and was somewhat speechless. He said, "It's just a trip to a nightclub. Can you guys dress normally?" Huang Zicheng yelled in dissatisfaction, "Holy shit, old Gu, you're just jealous of my good looks and envy me for stealing your thunder." Zhou Tao grinned, "I think you're a bit of a pussy. You're worthy of comparing with Lao Gu? How not worthy? Laozi is a Korean handsome man." At the sound, the three Gu Wenqing vomit. Zhang Xiaohong asked, "Did you guys go check the school forum?" The forums are discussing the 4 goddesses of Mordor, and now it's become the 5 goddesses. "Oh, who are the new ones?" Zhou Tao asked. "The one recognized by every one of the many wolf friends is Chen Yunxue." Huang Zicheng said with disdain, "You go away. The white moonlight Qin Mountain is the eternal god, alright. She is more than enough to be the school flower. Before the 4 recognized goddesses of Mordor University, Wang Yanran, Wen Qian, Lu Shiyao, Yu Man Meng. Now in the forum, the LSBs are frantically discussing who is the most likely to become a goddess among the freshman girls. Most people are in favor of the high and cold goddess Chen Yunxue, Qin Munan, who became famous after a jump and is considered a white moonlight by many boys. Also has many die-hard fans. For a while the two groups were arguing online. Zhang Xiaohong asked, "Old Gu, which one do you think looks better, Chen Yunxue or Qin Mountain?" Gu Wenqing was busy chatting with his schoolmates at this time. He directly said, "Both look good." Each has its own style. Each flower has its own fragrance. Huang Zi inquired, if you had to choose the best looking one, who would you choose? A smile appeared on Gu Wenqing's face, you guess. Sniffing. Noticing Gu Wenqing's smirking expression, he didn't say anything, but Huang Zicheng seemed to understand. Huang Zicheng and the others were dumbstruck. Terrible. It's still you, Gu Wenqing. This pattern opened up directly. Returning to their senses, a wave of absurd thoughts suddenly sprang up in Huang Zicheng's and their hearts. It should be said or not, old Gu really does have this strength. During military training, Chen Yunxue had been sending Gu Wenqing sparkling water. Even if she was thanking Gu Wenqing for his bravery, she couldn't send it every day. Schoolgirl Chen definitely had Gu Wenqing in her heart. The other white moonlight, Qin Munan, also got involved with Gu Wenqing for some reason. She took the initiative to ask for Gu Wenqing's V-signal. It's true that old Gu has a lot of peach blossom luck. Thinking about it, Huang Zicheng, Zhou Tao, and Zhang Xiaohong were envious of Gu Wenqing in their hearts. Buzz, buzz. While bragging with his roommates, Gu Wenqing's cell phone rang and vibrated. Speak of the devil. Taking out his cell phone, he took a look. A message from White Moonlight Qin Mernan. Qin Mernan, I'm downstairs in your dorm room. It's been a tough few days of military training. I bought you some fruit. Qin Mernan, you quickly come down to get it. Not far from the door of the boys' dormitory, Qin Maonan was wearing a white tight-fitting short jacket, white collarbone and waist exposed to the air outside, a blue loose jeans pants legs on both sides of the slit shape, can be seen vaguely long legs wrapped in black silk, her pretty face, and sexy hot body, around the passing boys, will not be able to help but more her look at two eyes. More some LSP eyes hot and spicy looking at the hidden black silk. The eyes cannot wait to Qin Munan alive swallowed. The boys' dormitory. Someone yelled. A white moonlight in the downstairs. The boys in the building were excited and wailed. And soon many of them were lying on the balcony, looking downstairs at the white moonlight. The white moonlight Qin Maonan is too beautiful. Changed to 1,000 military training uniform. Today's white moonlight is even more beautiful. Many boys looked dumbfounded for a moment. Is that fruit on the ground next to white moonlight? She was giving out fruit to people. Looking at Qin Maonan, they were very puzzled. Qin Maonan is giving fruit to some boy? It can't be. Most likely the watermelon is too heavy and she's resting where she is. Fart. It's not like the girls' dormitory goes through here. Anyway, I don't believe white moonlight would give something to a boy. The boys exchanged words with each other. At this time there was a bold boy downstairs who went up to ask, Miss, are you tired of carrying it? Where are you going? I'll help you carry the fruit. I'm waiting for someone. Qin Maonan finished her sentence and shook her head and directly refused. The boy walked towards the boys' dormitory in hurt and pain. And another boy patted him on the shoulder to ask, what did Bai Yu Eguang say? White moonlight said she's waiting for someone. What? The words came out. The boys were alarmed. Did white moonlight really come to look for someone? How come? Is it fashionable for goddesses to give things to boys nowadays? In the past, schoolgirl Chan gave away sparkling water every day. And today, white moonlight bought fruits to give away to the boys. They were all incredibly surprised in their hearts. How good that boy should be to deserve white moonlight's waiting. The boys who saw this scene had sour hearts. They were already dying of jealousy. The only two goddesses in freshman year. One Chen Yunxue is obsessed with Gu Wenqing and the other Qin Maonan seems to have a favorite too. The boys hang their heads in shame. Why aren't they so lucky to be liked by a goddess? When Gu Wenqing's dorm room heard the commotion, Huang Zicheng was the first one to run to the balcony to watch. He is a big fan of white moonlight. And just now he was also spitting on each other in the forums because of the fans of Qin Wanan and Chen schoolgirls. The first time he saw Qin Maonan in private clothes, Huang Zicheng was stunned. And then saw the fruit next to her. Huang Zicheng was shocked and said crap. Qin Maonan really came to deliver fruit to the boys. At this time, Zhou Tao and Zhang Xiaohong also came to the balcony. Zhou Tao said with a look of regret, it's a pity. During military training Qin Yunan took the initiative to add Lao Gu's V-mail. I thought she had thoughts about Lao Gu. Zhang Xiaohong said, who doesn't know that Gu Wenqing already has a sister in Magic City University? And there is also a Chen schoolgirl who is Lao Gu's dog licker every day. Qin Wanan is not stupid. Hearing this, Huang Zicheng also felt that Zhang Xiaohong was right. Huang Zicheng said in favor, I also think that Qin Mernan is definitely not looking for Lao Gu. Old Gu is already deep in the flower world. Qin Maonan looks like a self-loving girl. It's impossible for her to like old Gu again. Finished speaking, Huang Zicheng sighed and lamented. I don't know who's so lucky as to gain the favor of the white moonlight. Zhou Tao glanced at the monkey like Huang Zicheng and said, not you anyway. Your sister. If you can't talk, say less. Huang Zicheng really thinks Qin Maonan is good looking. If he didn't have Li Wenfeng, he would definitely go after Qin Maonan. The three roommates were sighing on the balcony, and the naked Gu Wenqing got dressed and went out of the dormitory. A little while later, the three people in the balcony dormitory saw a familiar figure. Huang Zicheng was puzzled. Old Gu, what are you doing down there? Zheng Xiaohuang also puzzled. He could not have thought that Qin Huanan looking for him. Zhou Tao came to his senses. Crap, it can't be that he's really looking for Lao Gu. Huang Zicheng said in a cold voice, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Downstairs, Gu Wenqing was somewhat helpless. He really didn't want to provoke girls anymore. In Mordor University, one schoolmate, one Chen Yunxue was enough to give him a headache. And then there's Qin Maonan. He's not the Eastern Han dynasty. He's afraid he's going to fall over in the Three Kingdoms. Why does Qin Monam have to go to the tiger's mouth? Sheep in the tiger's mouth doesn't understand. Nah, I bought you some fruit specially, Qin Maonan said with a pout. Noticing the helplessness on Gu Wenqing's face, she felt a little aggrieved in her heart as well. The fruits in the school supermarket aren't fresh. I picked fresh fruits for you outside the school. Walking from the main entrance of the school to the boys' dormitory is not close. She is a girl carrying a fan of bananas and a large watermelon. She is tired enough. There are still a lot of fine sweat on her forehead and small nose. Looking at the hot Qin Munan who was using her little hand as a fan and kept waving her little hand. Gu Wenqing also couldn't bear to reject her good intentions after seeing the fruit. Gu Wenqing was a bit puzzled. How did she know that her favorite food was watermelon and banana? It was probably a coincidence. Gu Wenqing touched the watermelon. It might have just been bought not long ago from the fruit store. It was still a bit cool. Gu Wenqing split the watermelon with a slap, and broke a fan of watermelon into two halves, handing half of it to Qin Maonan. Look at how hot you've gotten. Eat a piece. Qin Maonan happily ate the watermelon broken by Gu Wenqing. She was very satisfied, and the small grievance in her heart disappeared into thin air. The boys who saw this scene were not calm. Some of the students' eyes were round and their mouths were wide open in disbelief. What's going on here? The school's white moonlight, Qin Huanan, took the initiative to give fruit to Gu Wenqing? Doesn't she know that both sister Wan Yanran and school flower Chen like Gu Wenqing? Qin Maonan is being hasty. Gu Wenqing's scum is so obvious, and she still wants to lean on her. The boys were so red-eyed and envious that they couldn't be more envious. In this instant, Gu Wenqing became the public enemy of the freshmen. The two goddesses of the freshman year both like Gu Wenqing. This is outrageous. Why are all the good things Gu Wenqing's? All the boys' faces turned blue and their hearts ached. They couldn't wait to rush down and beat Gu Wenqing's head as bad as a watermelon. At this time, the crowd's noise rang out. Gu Wenqing, this asshole, teased the two best-looking girls. Gu Wenqing is so awesome. All three goddesses in school are interested in him. Really, big brother, I really want to learn the art of picking up girls from him. How can you learn? Gu Wenqing is rich and handsome. If you have his conditions, you are not bad for women. Damn it, it's just that he's a bit more handsome, taller, and a little bit of money. I really envy Gu Wenqing. The boys theorized as you spoke and I spoke. They were jealous inside, but there was nothing they could do. Who let the gap between them and Gu Wenqing be too great? Anyone in the room who compared themselves to Gu Wenqing would have a small inferiority complex in their hearts. Gu Wenqing's dorm room. On the balcony, Huang Zicheng was embarrassed. 1 second he was saying that Qin Maonan would never like Gu Wenqing, only to be slapped in the face by the two people downstairs in the next second. He looked downstairs suspiciously as Gu Wenqing and Qin Maonan sat on the edge of the flowerbed terrace eating watermelon, wondering when they hooked up. Zhou Tao patted Huang Zicheng's shoulder and said, "Don't be envious. Old Gu is an existence you can't envy." Huang Zicheng. Gu Wenqing didn't care about image as he gulped down the watermelon. Qin Maonan felt as if the two of them had returned to their childhood, when they were both 11 or 12 years old, when her name was still Yang Mu. She was torn between telling Xiao Gu or not. Xiao Gu didn't know that she was Yang Mu yet. It feels weird to tell him now. Let's wait until Gu falls in love with her, just as a surprise for him. Qin Mernan gently said to eat slowly, then took out a napkin and personally wiped the juice on Gu Wenqing's face. Student Qin Maonan. Suddenly a voice came from the side and a boy walked over quickly. Qin Maonan said politely, "Hello Senior Wang." Wang Hongliang glanced at Gu Wenqing, who was buried in watermelon, and asked, "Is he your boyfriend?" At the sound of his voice, Qin Mo Nan frowned, a little tired of him in her heart, and answered out of politeness, "Not yet." In her heart, she slightly added, "Later is." Wang Hongliang's vigilance rose in his heart, looked Gu Wenqing up and down, cursing in his heart F***ck. Isn't this the Gu Wenqing from the forum? How did he hook up with Qin Maonan again? Wang Hongliang is a sophomore and has a crush on Qin Maonan. He wanted to slowly pursue her, but now that he's seen Gu Wenqing, he knows he has to be quick about it. Wang Hongliang reminded Qin Maonan, "Don't be fooled by him. Gu Wenqing has a lot of women around him." Gu Wenqing didn't say anything. One look at Wang Hongliang, this pussy, is the old yin and yang monster, and this kind of person to talk. Gu Wenqing still feel pull down their own grade. Eat a watermelon. All have a dog barking. Go to the car to sit. Gu Wenqing unlocked the Ferrari downstairs, turned on the air conditioning, and the two sat in it. Wang Hongliang clenched his fists. Mad. Rich is great? I will definitely reveal the true face of your scum, so that Qin Huanan can see through your essence. Gu Wenqing and the two of them sat in the car and chatted for a while, then they each left. On the way back, Qin Huanan heart is quite curious. 7 or 8 years have not seen. Gu Wenqing family is so rich. Back to the dormitory. Huang Zicheng asked with a curious face, Old Gu, what is your relationship with Qin Huanan? Gu Wenqing honestly said, ordinary friends. After all, he and Qin Huanan really didn't have much, and the two hadn't chatted much since adding Vmail. Zhou Tao had a bad smile on his face. I don't believe it. Old Gu, you're not being honest. Zhang Xiaohong also pushed up her glasses and said, ordinary friends who would send you fruit on such a hot day. Obviously, they all felt that Gu Wenqing and Qin Huanan must have a story. After all, the sun was so hot in September. A girl would be willing to brave the heat to buy fruit for a guy. The relationship between the two of them must be more than just ordinary friends. Gu Wenqing shook her head and ignored them. Whether it was Chen Yunqiwei or Qin Huanan, he didn't take the initiative to look to provoke them. Gu Wenqing felt that emotional matters were left to the will of heaven. Magic City. A certain apartment. Yuanan was a bit anxious. It was almost time to pay the rent again, but she didn't have any money on her at all. The money from Gu Wenqing's reward can't be raised until next month, so she can't quench her thirst from afar. She tried to borrow some money from her friends, but most of her classmates her age were studying and didn't have much money at all. Yuanan finally thought of her idol Gu Wenqing. He was so rich, so she borrowed some from him to pay the rent first, and then paid Gu Wenqing back when the gift proceeds arrived next month. Thinking of this, she no longer hesitates and takes out her cell phone to type and send. Yuanan, idol, are you there? Gu Wenqing just happened to be playing with her phone as well, and when she saw Yuanan's message, her mind conjured up G-rated softness with huge breasts of childlike color. Directly seconds back flirty words. What's wrong, little baby? You want me? Yuanan, I want to borrow some money from you to pay the rent, and I'll pay you back when I get my paycheck. Is that okay? Gu Wenqing directly transferred $100,000. Yuanan was shocked. Why did his brother transfer so much? Yuanan, he transferred too much? I'll refund you some. Gu Wenqing, you take it first. I'm not short of money. What I'm short of is you. Bad laugh. Yuanan blushed. Did her brother like her too? Yuanan, a liar. Then you are not even looking for play. Gu Wenqing, when I have time, you must invite me upstairs for a drink. At this time, the schoolmate also sent a message. Wang Yanyan, is this good looking for schoolmates? Pick. Gu Wenqing thought it was a benefit and couldn't wait to click on it. Crap. The picture is the passenger side of a Porsche. Unlike the new car, the passenger side is labeled, Gu Wenqing's little brother's exclusive seat. Gu Wenqing couldn't stop crying and laughing. Time passes in an instant. The night is coming. At night the magic city lights red and green wine, paper and gold drunk. Gu Wenqing and his 3 tart roommates left the dormitory. They saw several groups of girls coming and going. In the heat of September, they all wore shorts or short skirts, exposing their fair legs to the air, and some wore tights on top, with dimpled chests, a special summer view, overflowing with youthful vigor. Huang Zicheng couldn't take his eyes off of it and smiled, whispering that a girl was looking at him. Zhang Xiaohong is also not willing to show weakness, he said, clearly looking at him. Zhou Tao looked at the 2 skinny monkeys with disdain and grinned. Obviously they are looking at Lao Gu. The 4 came to the parking area. Old Gu's Ferrari can only seat 2 people. Zhang Xiaohong, you and Zhou Tao take a taxi to Tiax, said Huang Zicheng. Ferrari Huang Yicheng had never sat in one before. This time he definitely wanted to experience it when he had the chance. Zhou Tao frowned. I also want to sit in a Ferrari. Zhang Xiaohong also skimmed her lips. Me too. The multi-million-dollar luxury car Ferrari Lafa. They all wanted to experience it, and when they bragged with others in the future, they would be able to brag that they had ridden in a Ferrari. Seeing this scene, Gu Wenqing had a smile on his face. Then I might have to disappoint you guys. I'm not driving a Ferrari today. I'm driving another car. Gu Wenqing pressed the Bentley's unlock button, and the Bentley Louis headlights coolly lit up, extraordinarily conspicuous in the dark night. Zhou Tao, Huang Zicheng and Zhang Xiaohong were all slightly shocked at the sight of the Bentley Land Europe. Old Gu bought another car? Is this the world of the rich? Zhou Tao sked inside. Old Gu, your car is really handsome. Zhou Tao surveyed the Bentley Land Europe, the flawless noble coupe pedigree, the car's domineering front end, the mesh electroplated grille, the 4 round lights, the large wheels and the strong wheel arches. All of these symbolize vitality and passion. He thought to himself that if he also had one, how nice it would be to take Mo Lu together for a ride. Huang Zicheng couldn't wait to sit in the passenger side. A look at the car's accessories, and the smell of perfume inside. I go, Old Gu, this car looks like it's not yours. Right. It's which rich woman's? Gu Wenqing laughed softly. A friend's. I have to return it in 2 days. Gu Wenqing also contacted Lin Yingying before, and Lin Yingying said to let him drive it first. Zhang Xiaohong, who got into the car, yelled, "I don't want to make an effort. Lao Gu will introduce me to a rich woman." Huang Zicheng also had an expectant look on his face and said, "The doctor said I have a bad stomach and can only eat soft food." Gu Wenqing said, "Get lost. She doesn't like monkeys." Zhang Xiaohong, Huang Zicheng. The Bentley Louis Yu rode out of Mordor University with the roar of the engine. It went straight to Magic City's top nightclub, TX. Gu Wenqing, who was driving with one hand, made Huang Zicheng envious. As the top nightclub in Mordor, TX's outdoor parking lot is filled with luxury cars every day. Ferrari sports cars, Lamborghinis, Rolls-Royces, etc. It is very common in TX. Gu Wenqing drove the Bentley Luo GT here, although outstanding, but it is not particularly expensive. Around a circle full parking 400 million or more luxury cars. Visible Magic City of the rich second generation of the nightlife. Colorful Gu Wenqing parked the car not far from TX's gate and let Huang Zicheng and the others get off to book a table. When they got off, Gu Wenqing drove alone to find a parking space. At night, TX was full, and the parking spaces on the ground were full of cars. Gu Wenqing drove around the parking lot in a big circle and it was all full. At this moment, he noticed that there was an empty lot next to the main entrance of TX. Gu Wenqing thought that it would be better to park directly next to the main entrance. Not waiting for Gu Wenqing to take action, a Lamborghini Big Bull engine roared to a halt in front of TX. As soon as the Lamborghini pulled in, TX's security guards frowned and came over, reminding them, "I'm sorry, sir, no parking is allowed at TX's entrance, so please drive away as soon as possible." On hearing this, the Lamborghini owner frowned and said, "I came here to spend money. Parking here is not allowed?" The security guard said righteously, "I'm sorry, this is the company's rule." The rich second generation who drove a Lamborghini was upset in his heart, but he often came to TX and actually knew that he couldn't park by the gate, because there was no parking space today. The rich second generation only thought of parking at the gate to try it out, but the security guard did come over to expel. The Lamborghini owner took a look at the beautiful girl in the passenger side, thinking that he could not lose face in front of the girl. Lamborghini owner then took out a pile of money from the bag, said loudly, $3,000. "I will stop for one night." The security guard shook his head no, saying he couldn't. Then 5,000. The security guard still refused. "I'm sorry sir, it's not a matter of money. Company rules don't allow it." Upon hearing this, the Lamborghini owner's face was grim as he cursed, "You don't even know how to earn money. You deserve to be a watchdog for the rest of your life." After cursing, the rich dilettante drove the Lamborghini and quickly left the entrance of TX. Lamborghini rich second generation easily left. The security guard is not yet relieved to see a Bentley Continental GT parked in again. The security guard was angry in his heart and almost cursed. Today, these rich young men how to love this place. The security guard stepped forward, using the formulaic words, "Sorry sir, parking is not allowed here in front of TX. Please drive away as soon as possible." Gu Wenqing got out of the car and opened his mouth to inquire, "No one can?" "Sorry company." The security guard hadn't finished speaking when he realized how the person getting out of the car looked so familiar. He fixed his eyes and a gasp of shock ran through his heart. Crap, the person was the new boss of TX. Mr. Gu. His whole body was a bit confused. The one driving the Bentley was actually the boss. After he came back to his senses, he said with a compensatory smile, "Of course Mr. Gu can stop. Only Mr. Gu is qualified to park here in front of TX. The entire TX nightclub is owned by Mr. Gu, not to mention next to the nightclub entrance. Even if Mr. Gu blocks the Bentley car at the entrance of the nightclub, the security guards wouldn't dare to say a word." Gu Wenqing sighed in his heart. It seems that after the system rewarded TX to him, it also implanted his information to the employees. "Okay, help me keep an eye on the car." Gu Wenqing got out of the car in a bland tone and continued, "Go to the finance later to collect the 10,000 reward. Just say I said so." Gu Wenqing finished speaking and walked into the nightclub. Hearing Mr. Gu's voice was like heavenly music, making the security guard's heart ecstatic. He was definitely moved by the $5,000 for the Lamborghini owner. It was almost worth a month's salary for him, but in the way of the company's rules he can only refuse. Lose $5,000 security heart, more or less some heartache. I did not expect that in a flash. The boss rewarded him 10,000 yuan reward. It shows that the results of his work has been recognized by Mr. Gu. Thinking of this security guard spirit, thought he must be Mr. Gu's Bentley looked good. Don't let which not long for the eyes of the drunken man bumped into the touch. In front of the door of the TX nightclub, two coolly dressed female marketing, hot and shapely. Before Gu Wenqing even entered the door, he heard the girl shouting in a sweet voice, "Good day, Mr. Gu." One of the girls was called Sumo. She had witnessed Mr. Gu's elegance last time. At one time, she directly ordered 20 sets of 5-colored divine dragons. She spent as much as $1.5 million in one night. For this, Sumo also got a commission of $150,000 for the drinks. The coolest thing is that he didn't drink the wine he ordered, but fed it to the dogs. I can't believe that the second time we met again, Mr. Gu had already become the boss of TX. The fame of TX is flourishing in the Magic City, with countless high-end customers, and the venue is bursting every day. TX is literally making money every day. Why would the former owner sell it? This kind of gold-sucking nightclub, it must be that Mr. Gu offered a price that the ex-boss couldn't refuse. Thinking of this, Sumo and the other marketing girl looked at Gu Wenching with adoring eyes. There were 3 people just now. One of them is a yellow hair. Which table did they book? Sumo sweetly inquired. You mean the 2 skinny ones? A tall, strong, black boy, and one of the skinny ones has yellow hair? Seeing that Gu Wenching nodded, Sumo continued. District A3, Cardinal 036. After saying that, Sumo took the initiative to lead the way to the A3 area. 036 card. On the other side, open Lamborghini rich second-generation Jean Yi finally waited for the parking space, parked the sports car. He took a beautiful girl to go to the nightclub to get high. Today is his friend's birthday. A few people meet in TX drinking and flirting. Jean Yi just walked to the door of TX. So just security guards do not allow parking space. Quietly parked a Bentley Continental GT. The security guard was cleaning the car like a lapdog. The girl next to Jean Yi also looked at the Bentley with a surprised face. In an instant, the anger in Jean Yi's heart rose. He loved Face, but let the security guard played. In front of the good people lost Face. He said angrily, "Didn't you tell me that you can't park here? Then why can this Bentley park here? A broken Bentley can be parked here. My Lamborghini more than $7 million. Do not deserve to be parked here?" The security guard, who was rolling up his sleeves to wipe the Bentley, shook his head and responded, "Not worthy." Jean Yi's face turned blue as he said loudly, F***ck. My Lamborghini is enough to buy 2 Bentley Continental. Why is it not worthy? If you don't give me a satisfactory answer today, I won't spare you. Jean Yi's face was full of anger, his eyes staring viciously at the security guard. This is our boss's car. Only he is qualified to park here. Besides, TX nightclub is all owned by Mr. Gu. He can even block the main entrance of the nightclub. Do you dare to park it? Smell. Although Jean Yi was angry, there was nothing he could do. Damn, there's nowhere to be angry. After all, the security guard was right. The owner of the TX nightclub must have privileges. The nightclub belongs to the owner. The owner can park wherever he wants. It's his fault that he's not the owner of TX. Besides, to be able to open the top nightclub in Magic City, TX boss's money, connections must be deep. It is not at all he can mess up. So he didn't dare to make trouble with the nightclub employees even if he wasn't in the right. Jean Yi only knocked out his teeth and swallowed in his stomach. Huffing and puffing, he took the pretty girl into TX. He thought to himself that as long as today to take this face value of 90 points or more of the girl, suffer a little anger is nothing. Gu Wenching followed behind marketing Sumo. Sumo's body was perfectly exposed in front of his eyes. Her legs were good and her hip ratio was tantalizing. Especially wearing a plaid short skirt of the arched buttocks Sumo twisted and twisted. More tempting. Gu Wenching couldn't help but sigh. Last time he was in a hurry, but he didn't realize that this girl's body was so good. At this time, it was the most lively time of the nightlife. There are all kinds of people walking into the nightclub. There are excited little girls looking for excitement, well-dressed office workers, middle-aged people with big bellies, and hot girls with great bodies. Deafening music explodes in your ears. Colorful laser lights, shaking the whole TX. People entering the nightclub are bloodthirsty and excited, waving their hands after the sexy DJs. TX is categorized into private rooms, booths, and booths. Huang Zicheng booked a booth. The location of the card seat, a 1 card is the best from the DJ station closest, a 2 followed by the last is a 3. Minimum spending prices are also worlds apart. A 1 has a minimum spend of $200,000 a night, a 2 has a minimum spend of $80,000, and a 3 has a minimum spend of $50,000. Huang Zicheng booked the A3 card seat, but this is also a sky-high spending for students. At this time, a 3 area 036 card, Zhou Tao sitting in the card seat has been dazzled. Those women's white thighs, fabric less sexy clothes, look at him straight swallowed his mouth. When he learned that Huang Zicheng had ordered more than 50,000 drinks, his entire body was shocked. Crap, Huang Zi, the amount of money you consumed in one night is more than what I used in 4 years of college. Zhang Xiaohong was also jaw-dropping at the side. Huang Zicheng glanced at the sexily dressed female marketing and said with great dejection, "It's only more than $50,000. Dude is not bad." Finished. Huang Zicheng glanced at the female marketing. See her face worship expression. Huang Zicheng whole person is floating. This feeling of pretending to be a bully is really too good. Maybe with a little more effort, he could do something lovey-dovey with the female marketing, not waiting for him to fool around for long. A more beautiful female marketing respectfully led Gu Wenqing to the card seat. The female marketer, who had just had a face of admiration for Huang Zicheng, changed into a shocked face in seconds after seeing Gu Wenqing. "Good evening, Mr. Gu." Ever since Gu Wenqing appeared, the female marketing's eyes had been closely following Gu Wenqing's body, directly ignoring Huang Zicheng. The previous second was also dejected Huang Zicheng. The whole person turned into a frosted eggplant. Zhou Tao with a heartbroken face patted his shoulder. "Huang Zi, don't take it to heart. Who made Lao Gu more handsome than you?" Huang Zicheng. Zhou Tao's comfort made him feel even worse inside. All the employees of TX didn't dare to be slow with the arrival of Mr. Gu. With the fastest speed possible, the drinks, fruits, and snacks were respectfully placed on the table. Zhou Tao's eyes looked around. Before they came to the card seats have not been served drinks, and then all of them have been served. He thought it was because of Huang Zicheng's high consumption that the waiters were serving the drinks fast. He gave Huang Zicheng a thumbs up. "Huang Zi, cowhide." Huang Zicheng depression at this time also swept away. Dejectedly said, "Look at this speed of serving wine. Buddy, I still have a row." At the sound, the two female marketing covered their mouths and snickered. Su Mo thought to herself, a consumption of $50,000 a night is very common in TX. $50,000 of ordinary consumption simply did not have the privilege of serving drinks in advance. All of this is still not because Mr. Gu is here. Thinking of this, Sumu subconsciously looked at Gu Wenqing. Under the misty dark light, his three-dimensional features were like perfect carvings, and the laser light that was inadvertently swaying, the light hitting him, added a mysterious flavor. For a while, both marketing were looking a bit mesmerized. On the card seat, "Old Gu, you just came to play once and you're so familiar with them?" said Mr. Gu on the left and Mr. Gu on the right. Huang Zicheng inquired with some amusement. Huang Zicheng felt that the girls who were obviously a bit mean to him just now were much more enthusiastic about Gu Wenqing than himself since he came. Especially that even prettier Su Mo. Not only did she take the initiative to pour Gu Wenqing a drink, but her choppy softness was pleasing to the eye, which really made him envious and jealous. Most of all, the two marketing girls didn't go anywhere since they saw Gu Wenqing. Their asses were glued to the side of Gu Wenqing, flanking him left and right. It wasn't just because Gu Wenqing was the TX boss. It was also because the entire room couldn't find a more attractive man than Gu Wenqing. On the other hand, Huang Zicheng, Zhou Tao and Zhang Xiaohong were all alone drinking their wine. They were so envious of Gu Wenqing. Before Gu Wenqing could reply, Zhou Tao spoke instead. "Hi, old Gu is so rich, last time consumption must not be low." They called Gu as always honorific. And then, Zhang Xiaohong whispered, "Su Mu beside old Gu really looks good." Huang Zicheng and Zhou Tao also nodded in agreement. Under the dim light, Su Mu's makeup was exquisite. She was wearing a gray tight-fitting ultra-short t-shirt, and the curves of her perfect body in front of her made it so that she couldn't even see her Geo when she looked down. And it was even more of a challenge for her to look down and drink a wangjai, as well as the plaid short skirt on the lower body. That waist-to-hip ratio really made the male blood flow. The only shortcoming may be the stacked pair of white tender legs, short of a pair of black silk. If this dress, with a pair of black silk wrapped legs, which man does not salute? Although her face value was not as good as Chen Yunxue and Wan Yanyan, she was also a rare beauty. Gu Wenqing is not a willow. For the beautiful girl who was sent to the door, he talked and talked, his hand inadvertently placed on the rounded thighs. Sumo's body trembled slightly, paused for a moment, and then she smiled sweetly, pouring wine for someone from time to time. Su Foam Magic Capital, a specialized school students. Night from time to time, part-time TX bar marketing, relying on her not bad looks. In TX, performance is also good. Every month from time to time will come to the class, less close to nearly 10,000, more than a few tens of thousands of income. Su Mo in the specialized school is also a stormy figure. Not only is the person long and beautiful, the body is also hot, especially her very seductive wear, so that she is the schoolboys or highly regarded goddess. When is a girl most attractive? It's not when she's naked. It's when a woman is hidden that she's the most seductive. Su Mo understood this truth early on. Her dressing, if she was in shadow, made countless LSP mesmerized by her. And she is reserved, keeping it off with all men. She knows there is a layer that is very important for girls. She has always been a highly regarded existence in the specialized school, and many seniors, or rich second-generation guys who like to pick up girls, have pursued her. but none of them have gotten their hands on her. In the nightclub, many men of high value send brand name bags, send luxury cosmetics, and even a boss threatened that as long as she was willing to be a canary, the car and house all for Sumo with all. Suemo refused all of them, although she also quite liked money, but she admitted that she still preferred high face value. She is a face dog, especially that old boss who threatened to bag her. Sumu wanted to vomit when she looked at him, while Gu Wenqing and Zhou Tao went to the restroom. The female marketing looked at Sumo's red face and asked in a small voice, "First time I've seen you give up letting a guy take advantage of you." "What? To Mr. Gu a little idea?" Suemo subconsciously nodded. "I think Mr. Gu is very handsome. It's too on my aesthetic. An inch head can look so good. I just love it so much." Another female marketing laughed and scolded, "Yen dog shall not die." She was envious of Suemo. Why God rewarded Suemo so much? Just her face. As long as she is willing to nod her head, countless rich people will bend over for her. Previously, she thought that Suemo was ungrateful. The second generation of rich people, successful bosses can't see one. If she was so beautiful, she would have become a rich wife, which still need to come to the nightclub every day to do marketing. I didn't realize that Suemo was a price to sell. Face value and money all too. What's worse, she even wants to fuck the boss. My goodness, this is too exciting. At this time, Sumo's mood is also not calm. Her body cannot help but be soft and fluffy. For the first time with the opposite sex gene, me contact, this feeling inexplicable. She did not resent Gu Wenqing's intimacy. After all, the boss is so good looking, and worth a lot of money. It is simply the domineering president in the novels she read. Toilet. Zhou Tao stared at him and cursed, "Mud. Old Gu. You're making me feel inferior." Gu Wenqing blandly said, "Hey, God rewarded me." After draining the water, the two of them walked out of the restroom one after the other. Walking to the entrance of the card table, a girl in a dress with a great figure happened to pass by. The dress girl looked at Gu Wenqing twice more, especially after seeing Gu Wenqing's face. Feeling the look, Gu Wenqing also glanced at the dress girl, resulting in the scared girl running towards the A1 card seating area with a blushing face. Gu Wenqing, all come to the nightclub to play, but also what shyness. Zhou Tao sat on the sidelines. Many nightclub girls dress up although tantalizing, but the feeling is not Mo Lu figure well. Gu Wenqing also thought of often fitness Mo Lu, that hot very visual impact S-type body, wearing a dress, that is not to charm how many men. Recently, Mo Lu has been sending messages to Gu Wenqing without a beat, and Gu Wenqing occasionally replies to her. The two of them walked towards area A3, card 036. In the short distance, Zhou Tao could feel the gazes of many girls towards them. The alcohol had catalyzed the gazes of the women to be slightly hot. Let usually is a small transparent Zhou Tao uncomfortable. In the eyes of the opposite sex, he felt his walking posture have become a little strange. This was the first time in his life that he had attracted the attention of so many sexy and good-looking women. Although he knew very well in his heart that he was just an accessory, the women's eyes were all on Gu Wenqing. But he had to admit that Gu Wenqing was indeed excellent. Even the tools to drain the water are so showy. The manly Zhou Tao was ashamed of himself. Just as he arrived at the card table, he saw that another female marketing had already mingled with Huang Zicheng, and the two of them were talking and laughing. Huang Zicheng glanced at Lao Gu's hand, which was casually placed on Sumo's body, or on her white thighs. He was envious. Huang Zicheng's family condition is not bad, but in high school he was all over Li Wenhuan, and Li Wenhuan was very strong. He didn't dare to make indecent demands on her at all. Even girls have not touched the hand of Huang Zicheng face from time to show a tangled look. Would like to learn Gu Wenqing is dashing, but never could not take the first step. He could only sullenly drink with the female marketing. Zhou Tao was cowering in the corner eating fruits and took out his cell phone and kept sending messages to Mo Lu. Zheng Xiaohong saw that both Gu Wenqing and Huang Zicheng were accompanied by female companions, and he was restless in his heart. He drank a large mouthful of wine and was just about to look down on the pretty young ladies when he saw three youthful and beautiful girls walking in the direction of the A3 area. Seeing the face value of two of the girls, his eyes glowed. 2 minutes ago, the girl in the dress returned to area A1, Cardinal 006. She glanced at the two men sitting next to her, before leaning down and whispering in the ears of the two sisters. What you said is true." The two sisters looked excited and sounded excited. Seeing Lai Yan in a dress nodding her head, the two sisters couldn't sit still and said, "Where is he?" Lai Yan said she peeked when she was running. The idol seemed to be in the A3 area. Quickly, let's go find him. It's really boring here." The two girls directly got up and pushed Lai Yan to head towards the A3 area. The two men in the A1 card were even drinking and discussing how to take down the three student girls, but when they looked up, they saw the girls running towards the A3 area, and they took their bags away. It is clear that they did not look at them. not even the slightest opportunity to give. The two men were dumbfounded. The consumption of a one-area card seat is not low, plus the location of a one-area 006 is directly opposite the DJ booth. In today's pop-up day the minimum consumption of 300,000 to be able to. In order to show strength in front of the three sisters, they have ordered 5 sets of 5-color dragon. A set of 5-color dragon 78888. 5 sets is 394,425. That's $400,000 a night just for drinks. They ordered 5 sets of 5-color dragons. It's a big deal. The dance group held up their lighted signs and danced in front of the card table following the beat, feeling the adoring gazes around them. They were so proud. With such a huge amount of money, they thought that they would definitely be able to take down these 3 unseen schoolgirls. In the end, these 3 girls went to a 3. What the hell is this? The two of them looked at the quality of the many girls who wanted to come and rub their cards because of the 5-color dragon. But the quality was not as good as the girls who ran away just now. Their faces were slightly gloomy. At this time, Jin Yi, who had released the water, returned to area A1006 card. He saw the lonely 2 friends drinking wine, and the 3 girls were missing in action. Jin Yi staggered. Crap, where did the old girl go? The group went to the toilet? One of the white-faced companions who had been emptied out by the booze said, it seems to have run over to the A3 area. At the sound of the voice, Jin Yi was furious, but to his cousin he spoke quite politely, then why don't you stop? What if the old man's so beautiful girl ran away? Jinhua said weakly, it's not like they don't have legs. If they want to go, I can't stop them. Jinhua is a timid and scared master. He is afraid that if he goes to the A3 district to make trouble, what if he gets beaten up? After all, he knows that his height and physique are not much of a fighter at all. Mard Botsi, lousy dang, more than 400,000 yuan A1 area card seat is not enough for them to play. Even thought of running to the A3 kind of trash card to go lousy cannot afford to lose this face. Jin Yi roared angrily. He continued to question another companion loudly, Lao Nyo, the little dwarf is afraid of things even if. Today why are you also so weak? This is not like your previous character? At the sound, the old bull drank a mouthful of wine, greatly grinned and said, I recently have a lot of trouble. This small matter what good to care about. Later directly go to rob people that is. The old men brought over the girl. Who the hell dares to touch? The old bull, recently and lost money, and lost love mood is very bad. Feel today's birthday are over the tasteless. And then the old bull turned, touching the stomach, said, I have some stomach discomfort. When I go to the toilet back to the A3 area to get them back. Jin Yi couldn't care less. You're the one who's got a lot of shit to do. Xiaohua and I will go first. And make sure that when you come back from the toilet, I'll get the girls back too. Old bull waved his hand, that's best. Jin Yi had his arrogant capital. His old man was in the steel bar business. His family's assets were about 200 to 300 million. Jin Yi grew up with a golden spoon. His family bought him a Lamborghini worth $7 million when he became an adult. His life can be said to be smooth sailing. Jin Yi took a lot of effort to ask out the girl whose face value is at least 90. And his hand has not even touched a hand, but ran to someone else's card seat. What's even more infuriating is that the 3 girls even abandoned the A1 area where they spent $400,000 and went directly to the A3 area where they spent $50,000. How the hell can tolerate? Thinking of this, Jin Yi angrily walked towards the A3 area. Jinhua goose-steppingly followed behind Jin Yi. Jin Yi was furious and roared, your family's assets are at least hundreds of millions of dollars. Can't you have a little bit of momentum? Jinhua Goon weakly replied oh. Jin Yi heart even more angry. Heart sighed, if not Jinhua is his cousin. He said nothing will not play with this kind of goon. Zheng Xiaohong looked at the 3 sisters who were walking towards him. 2 of them were really pretty. One of the girls wasn't even close to the Sumo on old Gu. Nightclub hormones permeate. Coupled with the effect of alcohol, he became extremely bold. He pushed his glasses, raised his hand and wiped his big back hair, revealing a smile that he thought was handsome. He got up and went to accost the girls. But of course his target was definitely not the prettiest one. Zheng Xiaohong was still self-aware, and he had his eye on the second prettiest girl of the 3. Li Yan brought Wang Ye, Yang Ru. The 2 soon saw the idol. At this time Sumo just got up to pour wine. The reality of the white boy so suddenly broke into their line of sight. Gu Wenqing raised his head, and his eyes just met with the 3 girls. Yikes! The 3 girls were thrilled. What a pair of eyes. Deep, charming, as if the whole starry sky is in his eyes. One look let them deeply uncontrollable. The idol's entire body was handsome, with a touch of gentleness in his juvenile sense of temperament. And his body's temperament seemed to be very complex, domineering and arrogant when he raised his eyebrows, and gentle and elegant when he pursed his lips. The white-clothed teenager is a lot better looking than on TV. Their hearts are incredibly excited. At this time are a bit messy. do not know whether to go up to the first to ask for an autograph, or a photo, or something else. Just as they were hesitating, they saw a man with glasses and a lewd smile walking over. Zhang Xiaohong stared at the target Hiru. He said, "Are you guys here to play in the nightclub too? Why don't you join us for a drink or a chat? It's more fun when there are more people." The three girls skimmed their mouths at the somewhat lewd Zhang Xiaohong, but he was walking out of the same deck as the idol. They wouldn't refuse. Who would refuse to get up close and personal with their idol? The three were just about to nod their little heads in agreement. At this time, the tall Jin Yi caught up. He took large strides forward. When he saw that Zhang Xiaohong was actually hitting on the woman he brought out, his anger instantly grew even greater. Feeling that his face had been greatly insulted, he rushed over and slapped Zhang Xiaohong on the head. Zhang Xiaohong, who was accosting him, was overwhelmed by the sudden slap. Not only was his head confused, even his glasses were sent flying. Jin Yi stomped on the glasses that flew to his feet, and when the anger that had been building up in his heart for a long time was released, a cool evil smile appeared on his face. He shouted angrily to, "You fucking slutty glasses also dare to accost my sister? Will not take a piss and look at their own doggy appearance? Imbecile to death. Who gave you the fucking courage? Is it Fish Liang?" The sudden clash froze everyone present. Lai Yan, Wang Yeye, and Yang Ru were terrified. What is Jin Yi in a Lamborghini doing? He is violent. Huang Zicheng and Zhou Tao are also dumbfounded looking at this scene. Thought it was a hallucination. Why was Zhang Guanjia beaten up for good reason? And then, the two of them were a wave of anger rushing up to their heads. Ma de Ba Zi, dare to hit their brothers? Are 18 or 19 years old young people? The blood is fresh, which cannot stand by and see their own play good little friend was beaten. Coupled with the alcohol, the two got up and wanted to dry Jin Yi. However, Gu Wenqing acted first. He grabbed, once again, Jin Yi's heavily raised hand. Gu Wenqing threw a slap at him first, and his skill-enhanced strength directly hit Jin Yi's eyes with a golden star. His head was almost dazed. Gu Wenqing dragged Jin Yi to the side of the card table, his eyes signaling the security guards who wanted to come forward to help. The security guards saw that it was Mr. Gu, and knew that this matter could not be resolved today. Soon, several security guards came over to surround the card table, so as to minimize the impact on the excitement of other customers. It can also avoid causing unnecessary panic. In fact, the deafening nightclub, really not many people noticed the chaos here. The next card seat of the people did see, but also see no strange. In the nightclub from time to time there are drunken young people to cause trouble. They are not surprised. Besides TX security this is not being resolved, so they directly turn a blind eye. The other two were in the same room, and the other two were in the same room. Being brought to the card seat inside the Genoa scared legs are shaking. He was afraid of being beaten. Hurriedly explained, "This is not my business. Is my cousin had to come." Gu Wenqing took one look at Genoa's wimpy appearance and knew that he couldn't make any waves, so he simply stopped caring about him. Gu Wenqing frowned at the still not sober Jin Yi. Back to God Zhang Xiaohong took a bottle of wine to Jin Yi's head to pour vigorously, pouring while shouting, "What day you hemp? Crazy I messed with you?" Zhang Xiaohong, angry to death, for no reason, was beaten. Even if you hit on the girl you brought to the nightclub, just give him a word. Guilty of direct action to beat people? Soon, being drenched in alcohol, confused Jin Yi had sobered up. His first reaction was that he was actually hit, or in front of the girl he wanted to pick up was slapped hard in the face, and was also poured all over his body. Simply disgraced to the grandmother's house. He was already arrogant and domineering. When did he receive this kind of aggression? He roared viciously, "You losers, do you know who I am? Lousy just drive the car is worth 7 million. Hit me, you all do not want to stand out of TX. At this time Jin Yi one person facing Gu Wenqing three people. The heart of the goat. Especially Gu Wenqing, just that slap really hit him not light. He almost thought he was going to be accounted for here. His anger and the alcohol in his head are sober. He knows that now he absolutely cannot do it, and then do it inevitably be a brutal beating. He simply directly yelled and said. He simply yelled, "My family has hundreds of millions of dollars in assets. It's not the kind of loser you can afford to mess with. I just casually open a card. Just consumed 400,000 yuan of drinks. You know what kind of existence is today to mess with me? The Lamborghini I drive costs more than your family's house." He had been preempting the situation, stating that his family was very rich and Gu Wenqing and the others simply couldn't afford to mess with. Seeing that he couldn't beat them, he used money to pressure them. After all, in this society nowadays, rich people with hundreds of millions of assets really weren't something that any ordinary person could mess with. Smell. The three girls' family conditions are not bad, but they think that Jin Yi is too low. On the contrary, Huang Zicheng and Zhou Tao, as well as Zhang Xiaohong, did have concerns in their hearts. Zhang Xiaohong, who wanted to pour some more wine on Jin Yi's head, also froze in place and didn't dare to be impulsive anymore. Huang Zicheng and Zhou Tao's clenched fists also gradually loosened. In the face of Jin Yi's big words and flaunt of wealth, they really have been shocked. In today's money-oriented society, rich people do have privileges. If Jin Yi's family is really so rich, they certainly do not dare to mess around again. In case they hurt Jin Yi's family is so rich and widely networked. Just a phone call, there are countless people for him to sell their lives. Then they will be finished. Old Gu. What to do? Zhou Tao asked with a worried frown. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohong and Huang Zicheng also had gloomy faces. Although Gu Wenqing's family was also rich, this trouble had always been caused. They all knew that regardless of whether or not Jin Yi had started it, with Jin Yi's staggering personality, this matter wouldn't simply turn over. Heard. Jin Yi saw. Pale Zhang Xiaohong, Zhou Tao and Huang Zicheng. He epileptically laughed out loud and said, "Now that you know about the aftermath, it's a pity that it's already too late. Messing with me was the biggest mistake you guys made in your lives. I will definitely make all of you pay. Especially you," Jin Yi said in the end, his eyes glaring at Gu Wenqing. It was Gu Wenqing who had just slapped himself to the ground, and now Jin Yi's head was still dazed. He stood up and said angrily to the 4 TX bodyguards at the mouth of the card table, "I'm a platinum member of TX. I've recharged my card with $3 million. And you assholes are just going to watch your platinum member get beaten up? I'm going to file a complaint against you and fire all of you useless security guards." The reprimanded security guards remained still. Joke. The Mr. Gu who slapped you is the boss of TX. Still a platinum member. Even if Jin Yi is a diamond member with a top-up of $10 million, the beatings still have to be taken. Sumu also looked at the ridiculous Jin Yi. This rich second generation is drink stupid. Now still cannot see the situation. Use your brain to think about can let TX bodyguards are so obedient characters. Think energy is not small. Jin Yi he even so reckless crazy. Seeing that he lifted out the identity of TX platinum members are not useful, Jin Yi had to take out the cell phone staggering shouted, "I dare you hemp. You dog dare to hit me. Bodyguards do not care. Right? I'll call someone myself." At the sound, Gu Wenqing's brows frowned. Before Mr. Gu could seize, one of the tall security guards swung his arm as a big ear slap, only to restore the arrogance of the golden leaf to be dumbfounded. He was confused and stunned again. The cell phone fell to the ground, both hands at the same time to cover his face. His eyes stared round and round. The whole person couldn't believe it. This security guard, how dare he, the son of a billionaire, was actually slapped by a person from the bottom of the hierarchy? You kid, watch your mouth. Is our Gu always in existence you can insult? The security guard scolded sternly. Jin Yi raised his head and glanced at the security guard with eyes full of hatred. This security guard Jin Yi recognized. In the past, whenever he came to TX to spend money, this security guard would always treat him with respect and address himself as Jin Xiao at all times. But Jin Yi has never looked at the security guard. Just a fucking watchdog. Jin Yi think in this kind of lowly people say a word, will fall off their own identity. Where did I think? At this moment, he was even slapped by the little man he despised. At this moment, his face was the color of pig's liver, and his whole body was about to go crazy with anger. He didn't care about the other party's crowd, not to mention what Mr. Gu was doing. He only wanted revenge. He reached out to pick up the cell phone on the ground. His mouth kept reading, "Must cripple them to touch the old man's hands all to break." Kaboom! Gu Wenqing stomped Jin Yi's apple 13p into thin air. Zhang Xiaohong saw, the heart inexplicably rose a touch. The old Gu this person can really deal with. Step on my glasses. My brother will step on your Apple 13p cell phone. The old man is not a loss as to earn. Want to call? I'll fulfill you. Gu Wenqing's face revealed a touch of ridicule. He waved his hand, and soon there was a security guard's intention. The security guard took out his own cell phone and handed it to Jin Yi. Gu Wenqing continued in a cold voice, "I'm a person who believes that people don't offend me. I don't offend. If people offend me, I will offend. Give you the last chance to call people. Today no matter who comes. Even if the King of Heaven comes also cannot be blocked." Gu Wenqing's words were very overbearing, but not without reason. In his own territory, his friend was beaten up, and Gu Wenqing was annoyed. Hearing Gu Wenqing's voice, Su Mu, Lai Yan, Wang Yeye, Yang Ru, and another female marketing were all infected by his words. Girls all love strong men. At this time, Gu Wenqing for his friends at the expense of offending the second generation of rich people. This approach is simply handsome, another very safe in their hearts. This kind of man who is not afraid of danger can bring them a full sense of security. Gu Wenqing raised his sword eyebrows, as if with a hint of gangsterism. At this moment, Gu Wenqing changed his gentle temperament, and he was overbearing, as if he didn't put anyone in his eyes. Jin Yi was too scared to meet Gu Wenqing's eyes, and his eyes panicked as he dialed a phone number and said, "Brother Yang, help your little brother, I was beaten up." Right. In TX. Learning that Brother Yang would be coming soon, Jin Yi was relieved. Brother Yang's family has billions of dollars in assets, not to mention his family's extensive connections, and Brother Yang knows many friends from all walks of life, and I've heard that he also has a relationship with the boss of TX. As long as Brother Yang comes, these clowns will be solved. Thinking of this, Jin Yi seemed to see Gu Wenqing kneeling in front of himself to apologize. A cruel smile appeared on his face. Later on, he must destroy this handsome mess of a face in front of him. Slap. Another slap from the security guard. Smile my ass. Respect Mr. Gu. Jin Yi. And then the eyes of the manly security guard swept sternly over the goon Jinhua, also warning him to be respectful to Mr. Gu. And then the security guard looked scared cousin Jinhua almost ass. Timid and fearful Jinhua afraid of being beaten. Come up to the front of the trembling said, "Brother, have a cigarette." "No. Quasi good smoking." Other all choke throat. Splat. The security guard again is a slap on the head of Jinhua. "You fucking did not hear me say do not smoke? Do you know what is called respect? The first thing you need to do is to give Mr. Gu a cigarette. But you gave me a cigarette first, so you're giving me eye candy in front of the leader." Mr. Gu? Jinhua was dumbfounded. I was respecting Mr. Gu before I took out my cigarettes to light them. Even though the order was wrong, he still can't avoid being hit. Suffered an undeserved disaster little goon online storm crying. Gu Wenqing smoking Huazi, looking at the gold leaf standing aside. This kid is really not Yellow River Heart Never Die. I really do not know how many people he has scourged this arrogant and domineering character. Zhang Xiaohong see the situation is getting worse and worse. He walked up and whispered, the old Gu each other shouting people. 36 plans to go for the best. Things because of Zhang Xiaohong start. The old Gu also because to help themselves will be feud with the gold leaf. Jin Yi gas so arrogant. Loud. Zhang Xiaohong heart really have no bottom. In case Lao Gu was injured, he is the sinner. Zhou Tao also has a serious face, old Gu can tolerate it, and has been taught a lesson back. We do not lose. F***CK. If I had known this would happen today, I shouldn't have come to drink. Lao Gu withdraw. Huang Zicheng also rarely stopped being playful at this time. The tone of the three roommates was full of worry. The beaten Jin Yi is still so arrogant, indicating that the rescuer he called is definitely not a good guy. It was wise to avoid the front line for now. Although everyone knew that Gu Wenqing's family wasn't bad, it was best to not make a big deal out of it. Moreover, Jin Yi has been clamoring that his family's assets are in the hundreds of millions, which is indeed very bluffing. Hearing, Gu Wenqing's face still couldn't see any expression. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. The more you think about it, the more angry you get. I'm not going to be able to do that. Endure to become a green turtle, a ninja turtle? As a man with a system, inside his own field, why should he endure? It's okay, he can't become a climate. Gu Wenqing, who was silent for half a second, said blandly. Hearing Gu Wenqing say this, none of the three Huang Zicheng left, and just sat in the card seat and drank mulled wine from time to time. At this time, Old Ox, who had gone to the restroom, also found card 036 in Area 3. His line of sight crossed the security guard and saw his friend Genius' swollen face. At this moment he also had some anger in his heart. Which pussy brat is so ungrateful? Dare to hit my buddy? He and Jin Yi were close friends. How could he see his friend being beaten? Moreover, the three of them family assets are hundreds of millions of dollars. It is no exaggeration to say that in TX they are the existence of the top handful, who we cannot afford to mess with. Without caring, the old bull pushed aside the security guards who were blocking the way and rushed into the card table. The old bull was filled with rage. Looking between the crowd, the leader Gu Wenqing was burning Huazi in his hand, swallowing clouds and fog. That handsome face. Why is it so familiar? Crap. Gu Wenqing. Niu Tianji was shocked. How dare Jin Yi mess with Gu Wenqing? Niu Tianji's face, which had been furious a second ago, instantly turned uglier than tears. Is he digging his own grave? Niu Tianji's sudden intrusion caused the three of them, Huang Zicheng, to be a bit surprised. Jin Yi, this arrogant and domineering rich second generation, actually knew the vice president of the student union? That's right, both of their families had hundreds of millions of dollars in assets, and they stank, so it wasn't surprising that they knew each other. Gu Wenqing had a smile on his face, good timing, a clean sweep. Hearing Gu Wenqing's words, Niu Tianji almost directly gave an E. Gu Wenqing's connections and money, Niu Tianji knew how terrifying it was. It was simply not an existence he could mess with. Gu Xiao, I was reckless. I'm very sorry. I'll go and let my friend apologize to Gu Xiao. Niu Tianji wimped out in seconds. Afterwards, he walked to Jin Yi's front. He whispered in horror, damn, how did you mess with Gu Xiao? He can clean us up with a single word. Jin Yi disdained, don't be a wimp. It's not like your temper before. I've already called Brother Yang to come. We must get this back today. Brother Yang? Lu Yangwei? Right. Hearing Jin Ye's words, Niu Tianqi hated it. Scourge it's not enough to harm himself. He even brought himself and Lu Yangwei into the pit. Niu Tianqi's tone trembled. Do you know who Gu Xiao is? Gu Xiao is a character that even Brother Yang has to look up to. You've damn well gotten me and Brother Yang killed. At the sound of the voice, Jin Ye's entire body was unsteady on its feet. What did he hear? The man in front of him was actually someone that even Brother Yang looked up to? How is this possible? Lu Yangwei's family was a shareholder of the Huafeng Group, and his family had assets of over $4 billion. The assets are more than 10 times that of Jin Ye's family. Normally, Niu Tianqi and Jin Yi are Lu Yangwei's junior, looking up to Lu Yangwei, and Lu Yangwei is already a big brother in Jin Ye's eyes. And the young man who beat him up in front of him is even more powerful than Yang? He simply couldn't believe it. What? Jin Ye's face was covered in cold sweat and his tone was horrified. Are you telling the truth? Don't tease me. I'm teasing you. Niu Tianji. At this time, his mood had also long fallen to the bottom. For the second time. This is the second time he's messed with Gu Xiao. And he can only hope that this time Gu Xiao will be magnanimous. At this time, more than 20 people found their way to card 036 in area A3. The card seat where Gu Wenqing was located. Get out of the way. The leader, Lu Yangwei, roared sternly. On the card seat, all the security guards stood firm. At this moment, the escalation of the conflict attracted the attention of everyone in TX nightclub. All of them were watching the action. This kind of conflict usually happened from time to time in nightclubs, and the first time it would be stopped by TX's security guards. So they didn't bring any fear at all. The brothers behind me don't have very good tempers. I'll say it one last time. Get out of my way. Lu Yangwei shouted in a bullish voice. Feeling everyone's eyes are gathered on him, Lu Yangwei heart dejected. He likes this kind of big occasion the most. Love everyone's eyes are gathered on him. Lu Yangwei was enjoying himself, thinking that he must be cool as hell now. It is also true that as he thought, at this time the nightclub some people look at the leader of the Lu Yangwei. Do not know him people surprised to ask, who is this person? Who is this guy? How dare you in TX seeking trouble? Someone replied, brother. You are not well informed. Brother Yang's family is a shareholder of Huafeng Group, and I heard that he knows the boss of TX. Brother Yang is a regular here. His family has a deep background. His family has billions of dollars in assets. Someone who knew, said with an envious face. Hearing this, some people are a little shocked at Lu Yangwei. There are also some girls. To Lu Yangwei great winks. Feeling the awe of many people, the favor of beautiful women. Lu Yangwei heart cool. The heart said, this is the real hero should have the row. At this time, let Lu Yangwei familiar voice came. Yangwei do you remember what I said to you last time? I said, next time outside still so overbearing words, I free your father to call you to death. It is Gu Xiao, the magnificent Lu Yangwei, who died before he could get out of the office. Lu Yangwei's body was respectful, bowed his head and walked to Gu Wenqing's front, said with a compensating smile, Gu Xiao, how is it you, the powerful Lu Yangwei? The moment he appeared on the scene, he was groveling and calling a teenager Gu Xiao with a pleasing smile on his face. Rumble. The crowd's minds seemed to be bombarded by loud thunder, shocked to the core. What did they see? A noble young man like Lu Yangwei could be so humble? His family was sitting on billions of assets. What kind of person was that teenager? What kind of person is that teenager? The scene in front of them left everyone present dumbfounded. The first time I saw the movie. I saw the movie. I saw the movie. I saw the movie. How did Yang, who appeared as a domineering brother, become impotent? Wasn't he still bullishly clamoring just now? Why is he groveling again? And giving that person a cigarette to light a fire, especially that pandering smile, really is humble enough. Their hearts are both shocked and surprised. What is that handsome teenager from A3 area? 036 card? Those who are very familiar with Lu Yangwei followed the gaze of the crowd to see. The heart is even more scared. Nima, Yang, who has always been the only one in the world, who is not afraid of the sky and the earth, and who was only afraid of his father, has revealed his fear in front of a young man. My God, this can't be an illusion, right? They looked dumbfounded and couldn't believe that this was real. Brother Yang? How impotent. An existence that even Brother Yang has to bow to. Imagine how terrifying it is. There's a saying that Big Brother is really low-key. He's even sitting in the A3 section. The magnificent Brother Yang finally had a time when he was being cleaned up. Some people murmured. And A3 area 036 card seat. Gu Wenqing did not say a word, quietly smoking a cigarette. The atmosphere in the entire card seat is tense. Lu Yangwei stared hard at Jin Yi. I blame this kid for not recognizing Tai Tai with his eyes. As time passes bit by bit, Lu Yangwei, Niu Tianqi, Jin Yi and others have been sweating profusely. All of them were scared. The more silent the big brother was, the more apprehensive they became in their hearts. Feeling Gu Wenqing's unruly eyes, with a stern aura, they were terrified. They had been thinking in their hearts about how Gu Shao would deal with them, lacking arms and legs, or die, or will they be killed in the Yellow Springs? The more Lu Weiyang thought about it, the more outrageous they became, and they scared themselves silly. It was no exaggeration. Gu Wenqing's strength and connections were unfathomable in Lu Yangwei's mind. He had only heard from his father earlier that Gu Shao had used $30 billion alone to auction off the Land King of Mordor. 30 billion in cash. What a terrifying amount of money. Gu Wenqing had been silent. Their hearts have just been terrified. I don't know how long it took. They were so scared that they forgot the time. Or rather, in front of the overbearing Gu, every minute and every second seemed like years. Ding! The host has unlocked the new title, Sound and Fury. Reward 90% of Huafeng Group's shares. $5 billion has been paid out. The items rewarded by the system will be sent to the host in a reasonable manner, and the host can use them without fear. Note, general real estate companies can't be held by one person. It's unreasonable. But the most unreasonable system in the novel appeared. So this 100% of the shares, everyone just take it as reasonable. Author's dog's head to save his life. The system's voice was like heavenly music. Gu Wenqing's face did not change, but his heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Excited to the extreme. 90% of the shares of Huafeng Group. The total valuation of Huafeng real estate was around 90 billion after developing all the plots. Excluding the 10% of shares that he already possessed. The total value of those 90% shares is 81 billion. Not 80 million, not 800 million, not 800 million. It's more than 80 billion. With the 10% shares awarded before and the 90% shares awarded today, Huafeng Group truly belongs to Gu Wenqing's private property. In the face of this kind of luxurious reward, Gu Wenqing, who is worth a lot of money, can hardly be calm in his heart. It was really too exciting. Look at the next reward. 5 billion in cash? SOSO. Better than nothing. With more than $80 billion in front of it, $5 billion in cash doesn't seem so valuable. 1 minute ago, all the shareholders of Huafeng Group received a mysterious call. The price offered was so high that all the shareholders could not afford to buy the shares of Huafeng. The price offered was so high that all the shareholders couldn't refuse. They directly nodded their heads in agreement. Lin Hongtian, the founder of Huafeng Group, was at first gritting his teeth and refused to agree. Are you kidding? The Huafeng Group, which he has fought for his whole life, is already his spiritual pillar, just like his own son. How can he afford to sell his son? But under the other party's money attack, his stubborn heart is a little shaken. Lin Hongtian, the founder of Huafeng Group is my hand pulled up, like my own son. No, have to add money. In the end, Lin Hongtian got what he wanted. He realized the freedom of wealth, got his full billion of things, and lived a life of retirement in advance. In front of Lu Yangwei, Jin Yi, and Niu Tianji's several people, Gu Wenqing received all of the information that the system had given to get the Huafeng Group. No wonder Jin Yi and Niu Tianji have always flattered Lu Yangwei, always looking up to him. It turns out that Lu Yangwei's father, Lu Guoliang, has been in charge of the construction site of Huafeng Real Estate. Jin Yi's steel business and Niu Tianji's construction company all have to go through Lu Guoliang's consent before they can be stationed at the Huafeng Group's construction site. Jin Yi and Niu Tianji home business, extremely dependent on Huafeng Group. As long as the Huafeng Group break their business, and then in the magic real estate circle to say hello, then their two companies over time absolutely cool. After all, those nationally renowned large real estate have their own specialized suppliers? Simply do not need the Jin family and the cattle family of these two small shrimp, and the low-end real estate, and cannot feed the gold family and the cattle family business. It can be said that the survival of the Jin family and the Niu family is at the whim of Gu Wenqing. In front of Lu Yangwei, Jin Yi, and Niu Tianji, Gu Wenqing dialed a phone number, and he said in a bland tone, "Yes, this is Gu Wenqing. From today onwards the group cuts off all cooperation with the Jin family and the Niu family, directly pulls them into the blacklist, and never gives them any more cooperation." Hearing the voice, Jin Yi and Niu Tianji looked at Lu Yangwei with doubtful eyes, as if to say, "Isn't your old man Lu Guoliang in charge of the site affairs at Huafeng?" Lu Yangwei was also a bit confused. Although Gu Shao had many shares, he didn't have the right to be in charge of the construction site. All the division of labor within the enterprise is clear. Without his father Lu Guoliang's nod, the people under his hand simply do not dare to rely solely on a phone call to do things recklessly. At this time, the cell phone in Lu Yangwei's pants bag rang. He first timidly glanced at Gu Wenqing, and only after Gu Shao nodded slightly did he dare to take out his cell phone. The caller ID was his old man, Lu Guolian's phone. Lu Yangwei picked up the phone. Hello, Dad. What? You're no longer a shareholder of Huafeng Group? Ah, purchased at a premium. Let me go back and count how many zeros in my bank card. Okay, I'll be back later. Hanging up the phone, Lu Yangwei felt like he was still sleepwalking. I'll go. The shares turned into cash, or a premium acquisition. After learning the news, he didn't feel lost. Instead, there was a hint of joy in his heart. Business valuation is all vanity. Only money that is truly in the hands is real, is not. He really at home really have billions of dollars. Thinking of this, his heart was somewhat pleased. A smile could not help but appear on his face. And he just happened to meet Gu Wenqing's line of sight. His neck shrank in fear and his eyes rested on the floor. Even if his family owned billions, so what? Gu Xiao was the one who took down the Land King of Magic City for $30 billion. Compared to Gu Xiao, how can a firefly dare to compete with the White Moon? Afterwards, Jin Yi and Niu Tianqi's phone also rang. With the same pitiful look, he glanced at Gu Wenqing and saw that Gu Xiao was not displeased. Jin Yi picked up the phone. Jin Yi, you asshole. Did you offend Xiao Lu? Did Huafeng Group stop all of our family's business just now? How many times have I told you to flatter Lu Xiao? Quickly give me a roll to apologize to Lu Xiao. You've caused a huge trouble for the family. If we lose our cooperation with Huafeng Group, our family's company will be finished. Niu Tianqi's cell phone rings. The same questioning voice rings from the other end of the phone, questioning if Niu Tianqi has upset Xiao Lu. Niu family, Jin family and Huafeng Group's cooperation has always been very pleasant. Huafeng Group said stop the business. The first thing the people of the two families thought was that their son broke the law and offended Lu Guoliang's son. After receiving the phone call, the two lost their souls. How they flattered Lu Yangwei was too late. How could they possibly offend him? Besides, Lu Yangwei was lowering his head just like them, making amends to Gu Xiao. They are not stupid. Combined with the three people's call, soon things are connected. Yes, it's General Manager Gu. A call from Mr. Gu to lift the cooperation. Lu Yangwei's family's Huafeng shares were acquired at a premium. Subsequently, the Jin family and the Niu family also made successive calls indicating that their family's business with the Huafeng Group had been unilaterally cut off altogether. And the source of everything is because they messed with the young man in front of them. Think of this. Everything at home is fine with Lu Yangwei, while Jin Yi and Niu Tianqi have been almost scared to pee. Plop, plop. Two dull sounds, made by the heavy contact between the knees and the ground. Jin Yi and Niu Tianqi directly knelt as they tried to pray for Gu Xiao's forgiveness. And Jin Yi was the most fearful. Now he finally understood Gu Wenqing's terrifying energy. No wonder Niu Tianqi and Lu Yangwei were scared to death as soon as they saw Gu Wenqing. It turns out that Gu Wenqing's background connections are so deep. His eyes were filled with panic. It's over. It's all over. He was simply blind, and had messed with such a terrifying big brother. At this moment, his heart was filled with remorse. He should have known better. Snap, snap, snap. Niu Tianqi knelt down and kept slapping himself hard on the face, hoping that Gu Xiao would be accommodating once more. Jin Yi saw, also not willing to show weakness, left and right, snapping and snapping vigorously, huffing his big face. For a while, the crisp sound has been resounding in the A3 area. The two seem to participate in the slapping competition. You 3 seconds. Not I must be faster than you. I want 2 seconds. Wang Yeye, 3 people in the cart seat, and Su Mo and so on are shocked. Is the energy of the idol, boss, so powerful? Just a phone call. Let the arrogant and domineering Jin Yi turned into a downtrodden dog look. Huang Zichang and the 3 of them were also surprised and dumbfounded. Xiao Gu, just let go of me like I'm a fart. Xiao Gu, the trouble is not as bad as my family. You can do whatever you want with me. Just please leave our family a way out. Niu Tianqi and Jin Yi cried out in pain, their hands not forgetting to slap themselves violently. They were not crying because of the pain. Rather, they were crying because their family's industry was going down the drain, and the two of them had almost all of their family's business centered around the Huafeng Group. Huafeng Group abandoned them. That home company's business directly diving drop. In a short time will definitely go bankrupt. After getting used to the rich life of the young master, losing the source of huge amount of money would simply make Jin Yi and Niu Tianqi worse than death. Ha! Gu Wenqing let out a cold laugh, staring at the two men whose faces were covered in blood. Cherish the last of your young master's life. You'll miss it in the future. And then the words turned. Gu Wenqing's eyes became stern. Already, for the sake of your father, only a little insignificant small punishment is done to you. Otherwise, Gu Wenqing came to the two people not far away. With his two people here, the tone of voice icy cold said, or else you will absolutely not see the sun tomorrow. Boom! Gu Wenqing's voice was like thunder from the 9 heavens. The two were paralyzed with fear. The yellow liquid eventually flowed out. A few girls frowned and ran away with blushing faces. Can't see tomorrow's sun. Tomorrow's sun. Can't see. They were terrified. Truly terrified. Gu Wenqing was like the devil in hell in their eyes, making them shiver. They had no doubt about Gu Wenqing's words. Even Lu Yangwei, this kind of ruthless character, meet Gu Shao, asked for mercy. Then these scum. A sinking Huangpu river, who knows? Lu Yangwei on the side of the sharp eyes. See Gu Shao's huazi burned out. He smiled curtly to go forward. To Gu Wenqing another pointa. The corners of Gu Wenqing's mouth revealed a smile. His words just now were just to scare Jin Yi and Niu Tianqi. It was unexpected that they were so timid that they believed it. But it's for the best, now that they're this fearful. I'm afraid that when they see Gu Wenqing from afar in the future, they'll have to scatter their legs to save their lives. The real fear of a person is never to submit by force, but to leave an indelible, horrible memory in the other person's heart. This way, they will never dare to make a fool of themselves in front of Gu Wenqing again. And, after tomorrow, Jin Yi and Niu Tianqi will fear him even more. When the news of Gu Wenqing's acquisition of Huafeng Group spreads, the entire real estate industry in Magic City will be shaken. Not to mention these two worthless, fearful and timid cockroaches. Two men kneeling on the ground, frantically slapping themselves. Seeing this, everyone in TX was no longer shocked, but horrified. In particular, some people recognized the identity of the two men kneeling on the ground. One is the family assets 200 to 300 million gold leaf, driving a large several million Lamborghini, usually arrogant to death. The other one is also TX's regular customer Niu Tianqi. His family's assets are also hundreds of millions of dollars. Four people sinister and vicious. These two are simply the scourge of TX, relying on money and power. Do not know how many women ooh and ah. Moreover, they often steal the pretty girls on other people's card seats. Everyone dares to be angry. Who let Jin Yi? Two people are very rich. Now the arrogant duo, but kneeling and slapping themselves furiously. This is definitely a breaking news. They're the rich second generation whose family has a lot of money. Now, they were kneeling at the feet of a young man, slapping themselves. Those who were closer could still hear their mouths chanting, Gu Shao, spare me your life. Oh, my God, this is crazy. Even two billionaire sons are on their knees begging for mercy? Am I dreaming? Oh, those two are nothing. That teenager is an existence that even young Lu wouldn't dare to mess with. An unknown person inquired, a weak question. Who is Lu Shao? The son of a shareholder of the Huafeng Group. His family owns billions of dollars in assets. Get it? How powerful that teenager in front of you is. Sniffing. Everyone present had a hint of awe for Gu Wenqing. This was an existence where even the young master whose family had billions of assets had to bow his head and admit his mistake. It could be seen how powerful the teenager was. Especially some of the girls present. Eyes uncontrollably wanted to look towards area A3. Card seat 036. There sat a young big man. Especially under the dim light. The posture of his smoking was really imposing. If they could fall for this teenager, wouldn't they be rich? Gu Wenqing faced the complicated gazes of countless people, some envious, some loving, etc. He still had the same expression. Things settled down. Jin Yi and Niu Tianqi, for their arrogant nature, paid a serious price, but also dragged down the family company's business to lose the business of Huafeng. They are not far away from bankruptcy and closure. Yang Wei Ah! Gu Wenqing shouted. Hey, Wei Zi is here. Gu Wenqing frowned. Remember what I said last time? Do you need me to do it myself? No. 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 I'm afraid of dirtying brother Gu's hands. I'll do it myself. Lu Yangwei's tone was tinged with tears. Snap. Lu Yangwei punched the DJ hard on his face along with the dynamic DJ beats. The move times beat times. The accident has finally affected the lives of the people. This accident, after all, has affected the mood of many customers. Gu Wenqing waved her hand, and TX's manager ran over with a bow. Gu Wenqing said, go tell the front desk that I'll pay for the whole place today. And then he didn't forget to add, except for those assholes from Golden Leaf. Hearing Gu Wenqing's words, the manager's shocked eyes rolled round and his speech stuttered a little. Gu, Mr. Gu, today is the day of the explosion. The manager was referring to the fact that there was quite a lot of spending in the entire venue today. Gu Wenqing's mouth smiled and patted the manager's shoulder. Just think of it as STX, apologizing to everyone for today's farce. Mr. Gu, atmosphere. The manager was completely convinced of his new boss. The manager knew that as long as TX's Mr. Gu paid for the entire venue. Once word of this got out, the manager knew that as soon as the news of TX's Mr. Gu paying for the entire show spread, it would definitely explode in the Magic City nightclub scene, and TX's reputation would be further enhanced, with more and more customers coming to the clubs in the future, which would continue to explode for a period of time. The millions of dollars that Mr. Gu paid in the early days will be doubled back. Mr. Gu is really too powerful. What the manager didn't know was that he was overthinking things. Gu Wenqing simply felt that he had disturbed everyone's enjoyment, and only then did he pay the bill for the whole place. The drinks at TX only cost a few $1 million a night. For Gu Wenqing, whose assets are already in the hundreds of billions of dollars, even tens of millions of dollars, not to mention a few million, are nothing. To Gu Wenqing, tens of millions of dollars is equivalent to $1 or 10 on an ordinary person. It's not worth mentioning at all. Furthermore, Gu Wenqing had only been rewarded close to $100 billion in assets through the system, and the money for treating the entire room to a drink would be as simple as sprinkling water. The TX, which had restored order, was bustling with activity again, with people swallowing wine, slow rockers, and people waving their arms vigorously. Suddenly, the sound of the dynamic music became smaller. It made the people who were having fun look at the DJ booth. What the hell? The fight just now is over. Why did you do this again when the atmosphere was just getting up? It really affected the atmosphere and mood. Many people's brows were tightly locked, and their hearts were very upset. Cough. Ahem. At this moment, the sexy DJ tried the microphone. Her voice with a bit of smoke voice, based on the chaos just now. It has more than a little impact on everyone's mood. So RTX's boss, Mr. Gu, has decided to. Today's entire consumption will be paid for by TX's Mr. Gu. After saying that, she dynamic music to the loudest, holding the microphone, loudly roared 3 times. Today's entire consumption will be paid for by Mr. Gu of TX. Today's entire consumption will be paid for by Mr. Gu of TX. Today's entire consumption will be paid for by Mr. Gu of TX. Boom! The atmosphere instantly reached a climax. Everyone present shouted in unison, Mr. Gu, cowhide. Mr. Gu, the atmosphere. Mr. Gu, cowhide. Mr. Gu's atmosphere. At this moment, everyone in the room was happy to the peak. TX is so damn fun. Next time I will definitely come back to play. Some people who had heard of Mr. Gu's great name, their eyes looked towards a 3. Card 036. Is that mysterious teenager Mr. Gu, the one who spent over $1.5 million a night on drinks and fed it to the dogs? Now he's the boss of TX. It's horrible. Even the famous TX in Magic City has been bought by Mr. Gu. His connections and financial power are extraordinary. No wonder even an arrogant young master like Liu Yangwei is afraid of Mr. Gu. Mr. Liu is still in the A3 area, and he's frantically slapping his face in the 036 card. It hurts just to look at him. The drinking game is over. Although there were some accidents, the ending was quite good. The troublemakers also paid a heavy price. The 3 little fangirls took pictures with their idols and then left reluctantly. Zhang Xiaohong drank a little too much and yelled, "Hey, Lao Gu, I haven't asked for that girl V letter yet." Zhou Tao was on the sidelines holding up the staggering slutty glasses. Huang Zicheng also added to another female marketing V letter. The female marketing name is Wang Ya. After successfully adding the girl's contact information, the expression on Huang Zi's face was a bit dejected. A group of people walked out of TX. A bit of cool wind blew by, carrying a slight coolness. Drinking does not drive. Driving does not drink. The Bentley Landau GT can't be driven. Huang Zicheng used his cell phone to call a car, and a few people waited by the side of the road. Hey! Huang Zicheng tilted his head to signal Suemo behind everyone. Then he said, "Old Gu, you don't go and add that girl's V-mail? It's a shame not to add it if it's so pretty." Zhou Tao also hemmed and hawed and nodded in agreement. Gu Wenqing had a smile on his face, and responded faintly, "I don't need this step at all." Smelling the body, Huang Zicheng not sisterly. He bristled, "Although we recognize that you're excellent. Not all the girls are like Wang Yanyan, with school flower Chen who will take the initiative to pursue you. There are some high-value girls who are still more subtle. For example, Wang Ye is a subtle type. In fact, I have long seen that she wants my V-letter. She is just embarrassed to open. So I will take the initiative to open her contact information on the line." Aside of the Zhou Tao a face of disgust. This Huang Zicheng said this much nonsense. Not just want to say Wang Ye like him. Deceive a hammer aw. Hey, crap. Where the hell you spit it? Crap. I bought new Nike shoes. Zhou Tao's heartache looked down. Was spit full of dirt and debris shoes. Want to cry without tears. Fuck. When Zhang Xiaohong woke up, high and low have to make him pay for a new pair of Nike. Zhou Tao took the paper scribbled and wiped his shoes. And at this time the net car also came. Zhou Tao helped Zhang Xiaohong sit in the back row. Huang Zicheng was disgusted. Pulling open the passenger door and sitting on his butt, he looked at Gu Wenqing with a smug look in his eyes, as if he was saying again, "Old Gu will just condescend to you and squeeze into the back row with them." Gu Wenqing closed the rear door. He was still standing on the opposite side of the road from TX. "Good old Gu. You're not going home at night again, are you?" Huang Zicheng yelled from the passenger side. At this moment, he finally understood the meaning of Gu Wenqing's words just now. What's the point of adding V-mail? Strike while the iron is hot. I'm a good boy. Old Gu is also too awesome. After he added Wang Yi's letter, he was so dejected. Compared to other people, I'm still weak. Huang Zicheng is still so weak. In the back row, Zhou Tao is also full of shock. He grinned and said, tonight Lao Gu is going to have meat tonight. The words fell. The driver, Huang Zicheng and other people have revealed a heartfelt smile. Men understand, all understand. TX door. Those who should walk away have left, and those who should stay have also stayed. Under the dim streetlight, wearing a gray tight t-shirt, Su Mo stood playfully, and the breeze blew her hair. Under the shadow of the light, it emphasized her charm. Looking at the beautiful person, Gu Wenqing said faintly, walk with me for a stroll. Sober up. Su Mo naturally took Gu Wenqing's arm, then asked, where to? The boss is too handsome and overbearing. I really want to be the boss's little petite wife. Boing boing. Gu Wenqing is simply the gram of face dog Sumu. The moon is captivating. This night, the spider has been trying to climb the web. She subconsciously looked at the boss next to her. With three-dimensional features and a picturesque appearance, this appearance properly made her, who was a face dog, unable to stop. She looked a little smitten. Buzz buzz buzz, buzz buzz buzz. Just then, her cell phone vibrated. It was a call from her roommate. Suemo took her cell phone and saw that there were more than 20 missed calls, all from her roommate. Suemo pressed the answer button. Mo. Where did you go last night? Why didn't you come back? A caring voice came from the opposite side. I went to work yesterday. You know I'm in TX part-time marketing. Suemo responded softly. Lie to me. You've never stayed out at night at work before. You must be with a man. Foam, you won't be tempted to go with the big money, right? The roommate said in a joking tone. And then, roommate and gossip said, I'll tell you, yesterday Bai Lin Sr. can be downstairs waiting for you for the whole night. I saw this morning he went back. TSK, love but can't have it. It's too sad for Mr. Bai Lin. I feel sorry for him. The roommate's mouth said that he felt sorry for Senior Bai Lin, but in his heart, he was gloating. Who's calling? Gu Wenqing woke up at this time and asked. Hearing Gu Wenqing's voice, a girl's shriek came from the phone, smiley face. Man. Foamy, you are really lying to me. Old lady and you are inseparable. Sumu's small face was red, directly hung up the phone. Roommates, her character is more crazy. She called because she was worried that I had an accident outside. Suemo responded sweetly. After having breakfast, Gu Wenqing drove the Bentley Continental GT to send Suemo to the entrance of the school. Seeing Suemo walked into the school, the two had a deep friendship. Gu Wenqing can then use the skill, probe favorability. 99 points? Sumo's favorability is really high? Wang Min's previous favorability towards him was 85. In contrast, Gu Wenqing couldn't figure out why Sumo's favorability towards himself was so ridiculously high. According to the system's favorability division, 0 to 20 favorability is a stranger, 20 to 40 favorability is a friend, 40 to 60 good sense for the best friend, 60 to 80 good sense for like, 80 to 90 favorability for the love of your life, 90 to 100 favorability for till death do us part. Then, Wang Min is the love of her life, and Suemo is directly outrageous to the death. Gu Wenqing couldn't figure it out, so he just stopped thinking about it. Anyway, Suemo is already his. The higher the favoritism towards him, the better. Car. Gu Wenqing made a call to TX's finance and asked for Sumo's bank card number. First transferred $1 million to her. First give a little money to Suemo to use. Suddenly give too much, I'm afraid it will scare Sumu. Maybe she will also think that Gu Wenqing is in the boundary between the two. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this, but I'm sure I'll be able to do it. In addition, Wang Min's side should also be a bowl of water. Although compared to Suemo, Wang Min's favorability is slightly lower, but as time goes by, the favorability will surely be enhanced. Suddenly more than a woman to their own to death. Gu Wenqing heart more or less still very happy. He parked his car, hummed a little song, and brought breakfast for the three of them on the way, and walked into the dormitory. There were no classes in the morning, and the three sons were still huffing and puffing. Rise, get up, the sun is on your butt. Gu Wenqing placed breakfast on the table. Ha, old Gu, you brought us breakfast? F***CK. Had a fling last night? You're willing to come back today? Finding Gu Wenqing back, Zhou Tao, who had gotten up, had envy on his face. Huang Zicheng, also wearing a pair of panda eyes, took a few buns and said as he ate them, old Gu is not blessed with good luck. You easily took her yesterday? Huang Zicheng was filled with curiosity. Although Gu Wenqing is that much better than himself, but to take down such a beautiful girl in just less than a day's work, Huang Zicheng still felt that it was somewhat impossible. Mostly, the old Gu was pretending in front of them. The truth is that last night must have opened a room by himself. Empty room with one hand. Gu Wenqing glanced at Zhang Xiaohong, who was still huffing and puffing. A meaningful smile on his face. Guess. Huang Zicheng frowned with the look of an emotional guru and said with a serious face, I guess you definitely didn't take advantage of it. You still have to take it step by step, like I did, to slowly increase each other's favorability. I think this is the most reliable. Zhou Tao heatedly smiled. When you get your feelings chatting in place, the girl won't even know whose arm she's in. You can't even touch the girl's hand. Huang Zicheng. At the sound, Huang Zicheng's brows furrowed and his expression twisted. I damn well want you to come and stab me in the heart. Gu Wenqing just smirked as he watched the two emotional whites hurting each other. Magic City, a certain university. Su Mo limped back to the dormitory. At this time, Qiu Qiu was alone in the dorm room. Qiu Qiu, the sister she had just spoken with, looked at Su Mo with an odd face. She asked, what's wrong with you? Sumo's small eyes twinkled. I was doing exercise in the gym last night and my body flashed. Good you lied to me again. Really? Yesterday, I practiced deep squats and leg lifts. Practiced for a long time. Qiu Qiu is also an old driver. And understood in seconds. With whom? Strong or not? You're not really in love, are you? Qiu Qiu was as curious as a cat scratching, her heart itching. As a bosom friend, she still knows more about Su Mo. And she definitely can't look at the tycoon big money Su Mu, who is so face dog. Then, the man who spent the night with Su Mu last night must have been very handsome. Su Mo said sweetly, our boss. At the sound, Qiu Qiu was so shocked that she couldn't help but cry out in shock. Both eyes were round and full of disbelief. In the morning through the phone vaguely heard the voice of Gu Wenqing. Due to the relatively vague also cannot guess his age. Qiu Qiu couldn't believe that the heavily face-controlled Su Mo had also changed. Could it be that she has looked away and chosen bread? Previously, Qiu Qiu had heard Su Mo tell that the owner of TX was a middle-aged man in his 40s. Qiu Qiu stared wide-eyed in shock. So you really gave it to him? Su Mo said mischievously, why not? Mama. Thinking of that image. A 19-year-old flower goddess with a 40-year-old uncle. Hot eyes Foamy you've fallen. What happened to the promised heavy face control? Our boss is handsome as hell. Bullshit. How handsome can a 40-something-year-old man be? Can he satisfy you? Ba. Su Mo spat lightly. Her mouth pouted. Who told you 40-something years old? Our TX changed the boss. I told you it's handsome. Qiu Qiu, is there a picture? Seeing Su Mo shaking her head, she bristled. Next time I want to see how handsome can charm you into this look. Su Mo smiled sweetly. It's very good looking anyway. I believe you a ghost. Not good looking head for you to knock off. The two girls fooled around for a while. Su Mo looked at her cell phone and saw an unread text message. She opened it and her eyes widened. There was an extra $1 million in her bank card. The first thought in her mind was that the boss gave it to her. What does this mean? Fledgling night fee? Thinking of this, Sumo's face paled a little. She clicked on the V-mail and wanted to ask the boss what this money was all about. Gu Wenqing, use a good lipstick. Bad smile. No refusal. Or big punishment served. Remember to verbally thank me next time. Seeing the message, Sumo's taut body relaxed. Do not want their own good. Subsequently, thinking of the Grove last night, she lightly spat in her mind. Boss, really too bad. She replied, humph. Then you accompany me to buy, doghead, the microeconomics course in the afternoon. Gu Wenqing and the three people in the dormitory sat in the back row, waiting for the teacher to arrive. A beautiful scenery outside the window walks by, swinging the hearts of countless boys. A boy said that it was the school beauty. Chen Yunxue. The boy's words had just fallen. Chen Yunxue walked into the classroom. Chen Yunxue was wearing a white slim-fit t-shirt, revealing her white arms, and underneath was a pair of slightly loose jeans, which not only showed her small waist to be sexy, but also more youthful. Tied up a head of hair, with her footsteps gently swaying, only a light makeup schoolgirl, pure and playful flavor is full. Boys are looking infatuated. Good-looking people heart. What followed was a wave of heartache. It wasn't like school flower Chen was in economics. She would appear here only for Gu Wenqing. A goddess would come to a class for a boy. Crazy. School flower you have to be reserved. Unsurprisingly, Chen Yunxue walked over to Gu Wenqing's side, her brows furrowed. Gu Wenqing sat on the far side, and sitting next to him inside was Zhou Tao. There was no seat. Hey, schoolgirl Chen, I'll give you a seat. Zhou Tao grinned and gave up his seat. As he walked away, he even gave Gu Wenqing a wink, as if to say, dude, that's good enough for you. Gu Wenqing sat his ass down on Zhou Tao's original seat, and schoolmarm Chen gently sat next to Gu Wenqing. At this moment, feeling the envious and jealous eyes of the boys in the class, Gu Wenqing seemed to hear the sound of many broken hearts. Gu Wenqing skimmed her lips and asked, why did you come over? Chen Yunshue's body was always icy cold, feeling like an iceberg. Obviously she looked so purely desirable. Why was her nature so cool? Chen Yunxue did not hide her purpose, to see you. Gu Wenqing breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, as soon as this schoolgirl opened her mouth, it destroyed her iceberg temperament. What he didn't know was that Chen Yunxue was only like this in front of him. Everyone has one nose and two eyes. What's there to see? Chen Yunshue's playful eyes stared unblinkingly at Gu Wenqing. Look at how good you look. No fair. I want to look at you too, Gu Wenqing said with a teasing smile. Then he was greatly generous. Admiring Chen Yunxue, he also deliberately made a couple of praising tisk sounds. Feeling Gu Wenqing's scrutinizing eyes, Chen Yunxue lost the battle and stopped looking at Gu Wenqing, her eyes drifting towards the blackboard. Her face flushed slightly. He should be able to see it. Gu Wenqing admired schoolgirl Chen up close. Bright white cheeks, delicate features, air, the front is bulging. There's definitely no shortage of milk for the baby in the future. The small savage waist is also very tempting. In the line of sight, the schoolgirl Chen, who was sitting with her legs straight, had her jeans foot nude, revealing the black silk wrapped around her white skin. Or Parisian. Boy, black silk control Gu Wenqing's spirit. Silk in the pants. Gu Wenqing. Gu Wenqing couldn't help but look twice more. Good. Is it good? Chen Yunxue asked shyly. Gu Wenqing deliberated and said, great look. How can you wear it like this? He said seriously, it must be hot to wear jeans on such a hot day. Yeah, but I'm not hot. Chen Yunxue finished, slightly lifting her loose jeans upwards, revealing her sexy calves wrapped in black silk. But, seeing you makes me feel a little hot. Gu Wenqing was dumbfounded. Brother was teased by schoolgirl Chen? Snapped. The pen in Gu Wenqing's hand dropped without notice. Gu Wenqing stared wide-eyed, burying his body and lowering his head to pick up the pen. In this class, he was picking up pens alone, and then came to the conclusion that schoolgirl Chen's panty lining silk was really top, wrapped in Parisian legs, can slightly through to see the white skin, tantalizing heartstrings. Classroom, the teacher is on the stage lecturing. Many of the students were distracted and turned around to see schoolgirl Chen in the back row with a blush on her face. And that bastard Gu Wenqing, frequently looking up and down. What is he doing? The girls were looking enviously at Chen Yunxue beside Gu Wenqing. One had to admit that the man and the woman looked good together. Just like the cover of the hero and heroine in the comic. It's a match made in heaven. Liangjiu. Classes were over. Some students took their belongings and left the classroom. Chen Yunxue hesitated for a moment and said softly, does it look good? Seeing Gu Wenqing nod, she said, then I'll wear it next time. Gu Wenqing froze for a moment. I'll go. Is this still a high and mighty goddess? Why did she feel so lively? Not right. How did she know that I like bubbly water with black silk control? Obviously she used to dress in campus JK style. After microeconomics is over, schoolgirl Chen had a class and left reluctantly. After class, Gu Wenqing called to notify his secretary that all the top executives of the Huafeng Group would meet at 5 p.m. It's time to launch the $30 billion Shuzhou district clan along the river. Gu Wenqing had no management experience, but Huafeng Group had a complete operational system, so the management difficulty was relatively low. Early this morning, the Magic City real estate circle exploded. Huafeng Group was actually acquired by a mysterious person. According to the shareholders of Huafeng Group, the buyer offered a price they couldn't refuse. This news caused an instant uproar. The valuation of Huafeng Group is more than $90 billion. And if the shares are acquired at a premium, wouldn't it cost at least more than 1,000 small goals? Rich people are capricious. All the bigwigs in the real estate industry were curious about Huafeng's mysterious buyer. A lot of big shots, seemingly worth hundreds of millions of dollars, are just stocks, real estate, etc. The real liquidity is not so much, and to be able to take out at least more than 100 billion cattle, these big men are really envious. Gu Wenqing does not care so much. He is ready to go to show up. By the way, let them first discuss the preliminary land design program, and the Ox family and the Jean family also learned the news, and from his own son, whose face is swollen like a pig's head. He learned that it was a phone call from Mr. Gu that lifted the cooperation. Then, what role did Mr. Gu play in this acquisition? But there's no mistaking that as long as the rift with Mr. Gu is restored, their company will be revived. The heads of the Niu and Jean families mandatorily ordered their sons to please Mr. Gu no matter what methods they used, and to pay whatever price they could to repair the rift with Mr. Gu. When Niu Tianqi and Jin Yi heard this, their emotions broke down and they lost their voices on the spot. They even have to face the devil. Just think about it and feel fearful. Not to mention the aspect of pleasing. If they don't get it right, they'll die. Zhou Tao said enviously, Lao Gu, how does it feel to be at the same table with schoolgirl Chen? Ha ha ha. I see the eyes of those boys in the class can't wait to eat you alive. Actually, I think Lao Gu and School Miss Chen are quite a good match. On the way to the cafeteria, the three people in the dormitory spoke one by one. Zhang Xiaohong glanced enviously at Gu Wenqing. Old Gu, you're so powerful. Feel free to teach me a couple tricks to get me off the hook too. I'll treat you to a month's worth of meals. Huang Zicheng said disdainfully. Shit, Lao Gu is so rich. Lack of your 3 melons and 2 jujubes? Besides, the flavor of the cafeteria is not bad once in a while, but eating for a month will kill you. After that, Huang Zicheng said with a smile on his face, help me wash my socks for a month like this. I'll teach you 2 tricks. I guarantee you'll be single. Hearing Huang Zicheng's words, Zhang Xiaohong had an odd expression on her face. You'll wash my socks for a month instead. I won't even learn from you. You don't even dare to hold a girl's hand. And you still dare to come out and take on an apprentice? Zhou Tao's mouth grinned. I think Huang Zi has no pussy. He doesn't even know what level he is at. Huang Zicheng yelled in protest. I just don't want to touch Wang Ya. When I think of Li Wenhuan, I can't get over that hurdle in my heart. I'm not like old Gu, who flirts around. Gu Wenqing was speechless. Don't fucking yell and disturb my reputation. Zhou Tao said disdainfully. Huang Zi, I do serve you. A day without pretending to be hard to heart is not it? Lao Gu people, that is excellent. If I'm as rich as him, I'm also willing to find a few more beautiful women to accompany. You, on the other hand, are as skinny as a refugee, and you brag all day long. Day, tube you bird thing. Don't call me Huangzi. Sounds like Qingming Tune sweeping yellow paper. It's really hard to hear. Okay, Huangzi Chang. 4 people all the way to the cafeteria. It was mealtime, and there was a sea of people. There was a long line at every window. The 4 people had to pick a lesser queue in turn. The second floor is a small pot of fried food. The flavor is much more fragrant than the first floor of the big pot of food. The price is also much more expensive. Usually teachers and staff to consume the majority. Gu Wenqing started school or the first time to eat on the first floor of the cafeteria. Want to try the taste, so did not go upstairs to the special fried food window. The line in front of him was moving as slow as a snail. Huang Zicheng spat out. Oh my god. These people are not active in class, but they eat faster than anyone else. The tall Zhou Tao, who was already hungry, yelled, Sister, it's going to take a long time to line up. I'm really hungry. Huang Zicheng nodded in agreement. In the front row, a girl who was about to take her meal spotted Gu Wenqing among the 4 of them. Not long after, she carried 2 large trays of food and carefully walked to Gu Wenqing's front, her voice saying in a low voice, I've finished your meal, with both hands holding the food. Yun Weiwei was afraid of accidentally knocking it over as she continued. Go eat over there. Gu Wenqing nodded and took the food tray in her hand, and the 2 of them left the group one after the other. Gu Wenqing walked in front, and Yun Weiwei followed Gu Wenqing closely like a little daughter-in-law. Being in line, Huang Zicheng, Zhou Tao and Zhang Xiaohong were dumbfounded. Traders who valued color over friends. Looking at the backs of the 2, they were envious. I had thought that with 4 people in the same miserable queue, we could all still happily brag. But when Gu Wenqing walked away with a big plate of food bought by Yun Weiwei, they couldn't be happy anymore. Marred. Gu Wenqing was a real dog. He had to show his superiority in front of them even for a meal. Zhou Tao sighed. Old Gu fucking stabbed the goddess's nest? This Yun Weiwei seems to be quite good looking too. In short, the 3 of them were envious of Gu Wenqing, who was able to eat in advance. The 2 of them found a corner and sat down. Gu Wenqing's plate was filled with meat, eggs, and 2 vegetables. Gu Wenqing glanced at Yun Weiwei who had small green vegetables with dry rice. Feeling Gu Wenqing's eyes, Yun Weiwei was a little uncomfortable, her face slightly peachy as she whispered, Just thanking you, and then she raised her head, her tone firm. I asked someone else. Also checked on the internet. That car is very expensive. It should be more than compensating 10,000 bar. I'll pay you back the $150,000. I'll go work after class. I have money. Yun Weiwei seems to have a soft character, but her bones are very stubborn. Gu Wenqing switched the 2 of them and shaved a few mouthfuls of vegetables. There's a lack of vitamins these days. I'm going to eat more vegetables. It's not $150,000. That's Li Yuan Gui's lion's share of nonsense. Don't care how much I paid out. That's what I smashed. It has nothing to do with you. You hit the Porsche that little bump. $10,000 is enough. Gu Wenqing finished, glanced at Yun Weiwei who was sitting quietly across the table. Still really good looking. Wow. Yun Weiwei responded adorably. As far as someone's gaze went, Yun Weiwei flushed red and lowered her head to vigorously shave rice into her mouth, both sides of her cheeks bulging like a hamster. Gu Wenqing laughed. Yun Weiwei, do you have a grudge against rice? Ah. Yun Weiwei was dumbfounded, confusion on her face. Gu Wenqing thought to himself that she was looking for a part-time job. Should he help her arrange a part-time job? Whether it's a Western restaurant, a movie theater, or a 5-star hotel, as long as Yun Weiwei likes to go to whichever part-time job she chooses, she can. In the end, Gu Wenqing dismissed the idea. A girl who is stubborn to the core and closed-minded, it's best to take it step by step. Besides, Yun Weiwei had her own ideas. Gu Wenqing was in a good mood after dinner. When he was ready to leave, he saw 3 roommates who had just finished their meals and were looking at him with some grudges in their eyes. We all went into the cafeteria together, and old Gu had finished eating, and they had only just hit the meal. This is the gap. Gu Wenqing smiled and left the cafeteria. There are a lot of people at noon at Magic University, and many girls wearing hot pants and short skirts, revealing their long legs, are walking on the road, which is also considered a beautiful landscape in the hot weather. Gu Wenqing returned to his dorm room and prepared to take a lunch break before going to inspect Huafeng Group. Buzzing, buzzing. A vibration came from the cell phone. Gu Wenqing opened his phone. It was a Vmail message from his schoolmate. Wang Yanran. What's schoolmate doing? Shy. Do you miss your sister? Lean. This demon. It's this routine again. Gu Wenqing is too lazy to care about her. Hang her out to dry. Recently, she is a bit jumpy. 3 days without a fight. The upper room. In addition to news of Yanran Wang, a red-haired Lin Yingying also sent a Vmail. Lin Yingying. Gu Wenqing. Are you free this afternoon? My girlfriends and I have an appointment to go shopping together, and they've all brought male companions. I'm so lonely. Can you go shopping with me? Poor. Gu Wenqing remembered that Lin Yingying's car is still here, so she just returned the Bentley to her. Gu Wenqing typed, what time in the afternoon? Lin Yingying. Oh, my girlfriends and I have an appointment at 3 o'clock. Looking forward to it. Huafeng Group's high-level meeting is at 5 o'clock. The time does not overlap. Gu Wenqing replied directly to, yes, send me a location and I'll come pick you up directly. Magic City. Inside a certain villa, Lin Yingying, who received Gu Wenqing's message, jumped and cheered, inwardly looking forward to, time can go faster, the best immediately to 3 p.m. There are some other messages on the cell phone's Vmail. Mo lose. Gu Wenqing ignored them. Gu Wenqing ignored it and directly locked the phone screen. Head resting on his hands, lying on the soft bed, Gu Wenqing looked at the ceiling, thinking about the assets he had. In addition to the 16 billion in cash lying in the bank card, the various assets rewarded by the system, the businesses under Gu Wenqing's name, Debonair Western Restaurant, 2 top movie theaters in Magic City, Huafeng Group, Magic City Game Studio, 10 sets of storefronts on Huaxi Street, Radisson Blue 5-star Hotel, TX Bar. Without realizing it, Gu Wenqing already had so many assets under his name. Taking one out at random was a quality asset that many people could only dream of, allowing ordinary people to lead a nourishing life. And yet, Gu Wenqing owned them all, especially the Magic City Studio. Gu Wenqing had always forgotten about this little transparency. When he suddenly remembered today, he realized that he had been talking about inspecting the Magic City Studio, but it had always been just words without giving action. Gu Wenqing shook his head inside. I can only blame it on the fact that there were just too many things going on lately. Busy one day accompanying a girl to go. At this time, the cell phone placed on the bedside, buzzing again. Gu Wenqing took a look, and his senior sister had actually been swiping the screen. Ha, woman! Wang Yanyan, schoolmate, why are you ignoring me? Crying. Wang Yanran, do you like someone else? Gu Wenqing bristled. Who let you keep whetting people's appetites? Those before were at most appetizers. Unfortunately, the main dish had been still muffled in the pot, delaying the serving of it. Recently, Gu Wenqing has not been so difficult to. After all, there is already a good person to accompany. When playing the game, Gu Wenqing output thief J8 fierce. Sister dragged so long, so that Gu Wenqing, who is no longer a fledgling, is no longer so impatient. After all, the classical beauty of Wang Min, Sweet Su Mo, and Wang Yanran overall rating is not much difference. Our rare beauty, the 3 casually walk out, is to attract a large swathe of LSB's eyes, is the focus of the crowd. School sister, it's not that I, Gu Wenqing, ignore you, it's that you've been keeping my Gu's appetite up. You've made me the center of attention. I, Gu Wenqing, really don't want to ignore you today. Wang Yanran is school brother. Does this look good? Figure, picture, figure, a dozen various every day, out of different equipment, the only same wrapped in different long stockings, really worthy of learning dance. That pair of tantalizing heartstrings of long legs, rounded and leg type is also straight, relatively uniform and coordinated, that a different outfits. Gu Wenqing couldn't look away. His attitude remained bland. Gu Wenqing blurted out, that's it? Disdain. Liang Long. Wang Yanyan on the other side seems to be shy or hesitant. Wang Yanyan, how about you help me with this? I bought it especially for you. Pick, pick. Gu Wenqing skimmed his mouth and clicked in. As soon as the picture is enlarged, the picture of the small waist, those sexy long legs. Okay, Sister YYDS. Gu Wenqing, address. I'll be right there. Wang Yanran, location, still in class. You like this last so much? Then I must leave it for you. Waiting for you. Then I'll talk shit to you. Gu Wenqing, I'll wait. One day I want you to cry. Angry. Wang Yanran, then I'll wait. Shy. Gu Wenqing. The other side of the dormitory. Huang Zicheng's cell phone also rang. A look at the message sent was a Vmail message from the note, Goddess Wen Huan. Huang Zicheng's heart smiled. Usually it was him who took the initiative to find Li Wen Huan, while the other party found him pitifully few times. Huang Zicheng thought to himself that Wen Huan should have asked him to go out to play after the end of military training. He was full of joy as he clicked on the message. Li Wen Huan Mo Lu asked me to ask why Gu Wenqing ignored him. Nima. Huang Zicheng was greatly disappointed when he saw the message. Thinking to himself, Mo Lu chases Gu Wenqing. Why does he keep coming to instruct me, Huang Zicheng, to do things? But as Li Wen Huan's senior dog licker, he wouldn't refuse the goddess's request. Huang Zicheng typed in response. Huang Zicheng, okay, I'll help ask. Huang Zicheng, Wen Huan's military training is over. Let's go out together when there's no class. Question. Li Wen Huan, let's talk about it. It's not convenient to go out without a car. Huang Zicheng, oh, you're right. It's inconvenient to go to faraway places, showing teeth. The message was sent and did not get a response from Li Wen Huan for a long time. Huang Zicheng thought to himself that she should have taken a nap. Huang Zicheng bristled. Old Gu, what's going on with you and Mo Lu? Wen Huan asked me to ask you. Hearing Huang Zicheng's voice about Mo Lu, Zhou Tao on the side had his ears perked up. Zhou Tao just now he also sent a message to Mo Lu, but it also dropped like a stone. Gu Wenqing casually replied. Nothing, she asked me to go out to the gym. I don't want to go. Gu Wenqing truly did not want to go. And he didn't reply to Mo Lu because the two of them couldn't talk about anything. Mo Lu was always talking about interesting things about fitness, but Gu Wenqing didn't know anything about fitness. Besides, his body has been transformed by the system to be perfect, so he doesn't need to work out at all. Hearing Gu Wenqing's words, Zhou Tao got energized and grinned. If Mo Lu asked me out, I would definitely hate to fly over. And Zhou Tao was relieved in his heart. It looked like Gu Wenqing didn't have any other ideas about Mo Lu. Thinking of this, Zhou Tao felt that he shouldn't be afraid to attack. He should be more proactive. Zhou Tao grinned. He sent a message to Mo Lu. Are you working out? I can join you. Not long after Mo Lu replied, not going. Huang Zicheng reminded, Zhou Tao, you should be realistic. Mo Lu's kind of girl's family condition is not bad. The requirements are relatively high, not good to chase. Huang Zicheng saw Zhou Tao's licking dog smile. Skimming his mouth, Zhou Tao, this dam is on Mo Lu bewitched. Zhou Tao did not care about it. Said, we are also a student of the Magic City University. The education is not bad. The future will be mixed very well. The sound. Everyone no longer speak. Gu Wenqing thinks that we are all young people. Dare to love and hate, quite right. The big deal is to change the target when you fall out of love. Looking at the two staring at the cell phone, days two and roommates, Gu Wenqing sighed. Ask what is love in the world. At this time, Huang Zicheng also remembered what Li Wen Huan had just said. It's not convenient to go out without a car. Huang Zicheng pondered if he was going to buy a car. Although his family has a car, but usually are his father Huang Zhonghuang on the shift to drive. The car is also not Huang Zicheng turn to use, especially when he thought back to the old Gu's handsome one-handed Bentley Continental GT on the way to the bar. He was even more excited inside. Mad. No wonder I can't compare to Lao Gu. It turns out that the difference between me and Lao Gu is just one car. At this moment Huang Zicheng stared at Gu Wenqing. His heart was enlightened, and he seemed to have found a breakthrough point. It just so happens that Huang Zhonghuang's money in the bank card has not been used much, and he also took the driver's license in the summer vacation. So why not just buy a car to drive? Huang Zicheng then opened the app to look at the car. Gu Wenqing opened the skill, Favor Scouting. The favorability of the two girls who had crossed paths with him, Guan Bao, was displayed. Wang Min, current favorability to the host, 91%. Su Mo, current favorability to the host, 99%. Before to Gu Wenqing's favorability is 85%. After these days of mutual understanding, the feelings are extremely warm. Directly broke through to 91%. Both of them have feelings for Gu Wenqing until death. The rain and the dew are evenly distributed. Gu Wenqing also transferred 1 million to Wang Min, telling her to use it first. 1 million wasn't much for Gu Wenqing, but for other college students it was a huge amount of money. $1 million was even less for Wang Min and Su Mo. Gu Wenqing knew this very well, so he was more restrained in giving them money. Use it first, and give it back if it's not enough. Wait a few days, and then let them get a driver's license to buy a car. A school in Magic City. Wang Min's cell phone was sitting on the table charging. Suddenly the phone vibrated and the screen lit up. The roommate sitting next to her took a curious look. It was a message. Your account 0328 has earned 1 renminbi. 000 000 with a balance of 1 renminbi. 022 019 59. Alipay income. Magic City Bank. So many zeros? The roommate thought he had blurred his eyes, rubbed his eyes and continued to look twice. Yes, it was 7 digits. A whole $1 million. Her whole body was dumbfounded. What did she see? Someone transferred $1 million to Wang Min? After the roommate was confused, the whole person was shocked. She said to herself, a whole $1 million. What 1 million? The other 2 roommates saw her shocked expression and went up to take a look. Boom! Their eyes stared round and their heads seemed to be bombarded by loud thunder. Shocked and speechless. Is it really $1 million? One of the short-haired girls thought to herself, did the bank transfer the wrong money? Or did Wang Min do something shady? $1 million was a huge amount of money for them, and they were breathing heavily. At this time, Wang Min, who had just finished washing her hair, came in with her hair wet. When she saw her 3 roommates, she asked curiously, what's wrong with you guys? All of you are standing like logs. Why are you so dumb? One of the girls who was on good terms with Wang Min said, Min, you're rich. The other 2 roommates looked at Wang Min with envy. If only they had $1 million. I'm rich? Wang Min didn't know what they were talking about. And when she picked up her cell phone and saw the bank card information, she realized it. Then he saw the unread message on the Vmail note, husband. Hubby Gu Wenqing transferred $1 million to him. She typed a reply. Hubby, how did you give me so much money, duck? Shocked. Wang Min didn't know how much money Gu Wenqing had. Gu Wenqing only revealed to her that he wanted to buy a house, but she didn't pay much attention to it. When she received Gu Wenqing's $1 million, she realized that Gu Wenqing wasn't teasing her. He seemed really rich. $1 million is not a small amount for a husband. A freshman, right? At this moment, she had a feeling of being valued in her heart. Gu Wenqing, for your pocket money, buy whatever you want. Hubby is not bad. Parisian family to buy a few more. Or not enough s. Wang Min, good day. I'll buy a whole box full. Wait for your husband. Shy. The roommates have all seen this on the internet. The news of the bank's mistake to transfer the wrong account. I heard that it is to be returned. There's no way it's money from Wang Min's family. It should be a bank error. They know that Wang Min is a native of Mordor, and her family is well off. Although her parents don't want her to divorce, but grandma was so good to Wang Min that she often gave her a lot of pocket money. Otherwise, Wang Min wouldn't have the money to go to TX to spend. But this ridiculous $1 million, no matter if her grandmother has so much money or not, she won't give it to Wang Min. At this moment, a girl who was close to Wang Min asked curiously, Min, the bank made a mistake with this money, right? The other 2 girls also pricked up their ears, waiting for Wang Min's answer. Wang Min didn't hide it. She said softly, it's not a bank mistake. It's my boyfriend's pocket money for me. As she said that, there was some small sweetness in her heart. What? What did they hear? Wang Min's pocket money from her boyfriend. The 3 of them were full of disbelief. A college student who falls in love with a girl and transfers $1 million to her for pocket money. This is outrageous. The short-haired girl lightly grunted, do not say, with the use of such outrageous lies? Another girl next to her said, that's right, not honest at all. Wang Min laughed, I'm telling the truth. It's up to you to believe it or not. After saying that, she stopped paying attention to those 2 girls, turned on the hair dryer, and buzzed her hair. The 2 girls skimmed their mouths and walked away with a cold snort. Unlike the boys, the girls' dormitory generally had its own clique. The 2 girls who left gossiped softly. A girl said, it seems to be lying to us. She did not just break up. Is it really so fast to find a new love? The short-haired girl said disdainfully, I don't believe in giving Wang Min $1 million in pocket money for a relationship. But what if she's been adopted? Another girl covered her mouth, her eyes full of shock. Wang Min was adopted? It doesn't seem unreasonable. Then $1 million is the adoption fee. That should be it. Afternoon. Gu Wenqing drove the Bentley Continental GT and navigated to a villa area. Yijing Yuan beautiful villa. The average price of villas here was close to 20 WA square foot. And inside were detached villas. Yijing Yuan Beauty Villa has 81 detached villas. 81 villas are different. 81 styles. 81 appearance patents, each with its own style, each different. The size of the villas in Yijing Yuan is more than 700 square feet, which means that a random villa is worth more than $140 million. Each villa comes with its own basement, well-decorated gardens, swimming pools, and the people who live here are either rich or noble. Lin Yingying, all clothes are worth a lot of money. Just a car is a few million. Bentley Continental GT. Living in Jingyuan, this kind of ultra-luxury villa area, he is not surprised. And he was not envious. Gu Wenqing himself has a not bad real estate group. Want to develop what kind of villa cannot? With land and money. It's only right that others should envy him. As the Bentley was originally Lin Yingying's, it was automatically recognized as the owner's car at the entrance. And Gu Wenqing arrived at the navigation site unhindered. Gu Wenqing looked at the ancient color in front of him. Has a distinctive and unique style of the villa. Thinking that in a few days he also want to have a villa can be unnecessary. But it must be there. Moreover, there is no need to buy one at all. Just go directly to the project developed by Huafeng Group and choose a set of the best. The time is now 14:52. Gu Wenqing arrived a few minutes early. He contacted Lin Yingying. Soon Lin Yingying ran out cheerfully. She still had a head of red hair, a slimming black dress, her breasts and hips protruding, making her small waist even more fiery, and the whole dress seemed to be worn by her as if she had an S-shaped fiery body. The lower body is a pair of high-heeled shoes. Look at that sexy unique shape. Let the legs pull a good long, wrapped with the lower body of the black dress length, straight thigh root under a little bit, white tender long legs exposed in the air, high-heeled shoes, so that Lin Yingying, this is not bad body, look up more and more taller and taller, especially those legs, so long and round. Lin Yingying pulled open the car door and sat in the passenger side. She sat in the car a little happy. This dress she but picked a long time to pick out. If she cannot attract the attention of Gu Wenqing, that she will cry dead. Lin Yingying said to go to the gate first. The two girlfriends will be there soon. Parking the car at the entrance, the two chatted about interesting things. Gu Wenqing teased Lin Yingying, covering her mouth and giggling. Her big, beautiful eyes were filled with Gu Wenqing. Boom, 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 boom. Two deafening sounds of sports car engines rumbled from far to near the blasted street. Soon, a blue Ferrari 488 and a silver Aston Martin, two sports cars, pulled up next to each other. The one driving the Ferrari 488 was called Yen Yun. The other Aston Martin's name is Zheng Jihong. Madden, see this under this comment. Ha ha ha. Both families were very wealthy. Lin Yingying opened her mouth to introduce them. Zheng Jihong smiled kindly at Gu Wenqing as a greeting. Gu Wenqing also nodded to him, as a preliminary acquaintance. As for Yen Yun, who was driving the Ferrari, he had an air of superiority, and with the windows up, he didn't even give Gu Wenqing a glance. The girlfriend next to him frowned, said this is not good. After all, Gu Wenqing is Lin Yingying's friend. For Lin Yingying's sake, you can't ignore Gu Wenqing like this. Yen Yun sat face po_2038 right arrow curving left O. Yen Yun hummed disdainfully. Is he worthy? In Yen Yun's eyes, even driving Lin Yingying's Bentley Continental GT was not in the same category as them at a glance. For this kind of man who relied on his face to eat soft food, Yen Yun didn't care to pay attention. Yen Yun decided that Gu Wenqing was relying on his face to eat Lin Yingying's soft rice. The co-pilot's girlfriend said, but he looks like a white boy. Gu Wenqing's full face on the news had only flashed by, and she wasn't sure if it was. Plus, the heat of the white-clothed teenager had dropped and dusted off in many people's hearts. Yen Yun revealed a touch of mockery. Who cares who he is? Anyway, he's just a soft eater. He must be rushing to Lin Yingying's family is rich, wanting to climb up to the rich. Upon hearing this, the girlfriend stopped talking. The target this time was Huaxi Street. Not long after, the three luxury cars drove to the underground garage of Huaxi Street. Lin Yingying's girlfriends were all rich second generation, and their boyfriends were all door-to-door rich young men. They also shopped in the high luxury sales area. Louis Vuitton, Chanel, Dior, Versace and so on. A line of people into the Chanel. There will be a shopkeeper enthusiastically up to introduce a variety of clothes. In the luxury brand work for a long time. Has long been practiced a pair of eyes of gold? Gu Wenqing, this line of people looked to be some of the thousands of gold or rich young. A clerk took Lin Yingying towards the senior ready-to-wear women's clothing area. She introduced for Lin Yingying up. From long skirts, dresses, or short skirts t-shirts are introduced. Lin Yingying watched blearily as Gu Wenqing made his selection. A woman is a woman who pleases herself, and she didn't buy it because she wanted to wear it for him. So which one does he like? You really want me to choose? Lin Yingying was like a chicken pecking at rice, nodding her head obediently. Then we won't buy it here. Gu Wenqing took Lin Yingying and ran to other stores. Not long after, Valentino, Paris House, Victoria's Secret. Seeing Gu Wenqing's preferences, Lin Yingying comprehended. So he likes this kind? If I had known, I would have worn Balenciaga today. The two broke away from the group and bought some of Gu Wenqing's favorite tunes. And then they met up with Lin Yingying's girlfriends. When Zheng Jihong and Yen Yun saw Gu Wenqing carrying a large bag, especially the brand logo on it, let Zheng Jihong and Yen Yun are surprised. Martyr's Egg, Parisian House, Men are good at this, but they don't have the courage to tell their girlfriends what to do. They really want them to wear Parisian house and step on Valentino. The two of them stared enviously at Gu Wenqing. In their hearts, they were envious of Gu Wenqing to the extreme. Lin Yingying was already very beautiful, and if she wore a sexy outfit, she would simply mesmerize the crowd. Zheng Jihong gently gave Gu Wenqing a punch, smiled and whispered, "Brother, you can be really good." So fast to Lin Yingying chased into the hands of also trained so obedient, but really bull. Gu Wenqing smiled without explaining. As long as Lin Yingying didn't reveal their true relationship, he couldn't tear Lin Yingying down. Instead, Yan Yun became even more disgusted with Gu Wenqing. The word hate was almost written on his face. Gu Wenqing didn't care. He wasn't a RMB. He didn't need to be liked by everyone. The group shopped for a while. Lin Yingying bought Gu Wenqing a lot of luxury clothes, spending more than $500,000. Gu Wenqing was ready to pay for it himself. Lin Yingying pulled out her membership card and asked the receptionist to deduct the balance of the card. Gu Wenqing is not a twisted person. Courtesy, but also gifts back on the good. This scene in the eyes, let Zheng Jihong and Yan Yun envy and jealousy to the extreme. Damn it! The two of them accompany their girlfriends shopping as a human-shaped ATM. Girlfriends buy what they just pay. On the other hand, Lin Yingying, who is a girl, bought Gu Wenqing more than $500,000 worth of clothes instead. In contrast, the damage is too big. Especially, when Lin Yingying buys clothes for herself, she has to ask Gu Wenqing what style she likes to wear. She buys whatever Gu Wenqing likes. The obedient Lin Yingying especially gives men a sense of satisfaction and pride. It made the two rich young men jealous of Gu Wenqing. Unlike Yan Yun's condescension, Zheng Jihong, on the contrary, talked with Gu Wenqing, and through chatting, he learned that Zheng Jihong's family did a decoration company. Gu Wenqing smiled and said that they could work together in the future, and Zheng Jihong nodded his head in agreement. Yan Yun heard, put a laugh. Others Zheng Jihong home is to receive a large project. Your home to engage in a renovation. Brush a little whitewash and so on. Looking for others Zheng Jihong dry? Funny? Winking. Lin Yingying frowned. Some apologetic look at Gu Wenqing. Girlfriends, this boyfriend is also too rude. The best friend was also embarrassed at the side. Gu Wenqing also frowned, but this time just happened to pass by the Vacheron Constantin store. Gu Wenqing had noticed that Lin Yingying didn't have a wristwatch. Gu Wenqing didn't like to owe favors, so he simply bought a wristwatch for her. Plus, after Gu Wenqing took a shower at noon today, he forgot to bring his watch, so by the way, he bought another one for himself. He then took Lin Yingying and pushed the door into the Vacheron Constantin store. Behind him, Zheng Jihong also followed him in with his girlfriend. Yan Yun saw that everyone had entered. As he walked, he scoffed and said, "Che, what kind of big-tail wolf are you pretending to be? Trying to get Lin Yingying to buy him a luxury watch again? I'm really fed up." His girlfriend pinched him from the side and told him to shut up. Instead, Yan Yun got louder. "What are you pinching me for? I didn't say anything wrong." He was supposed to be eating women's soft food based on his good looks. His behavior is disgusting. His voice was so loud that it made all the gazes in Jiang Shidantan's store look at Gu Wenqing and his group, especially after seeing the leader Gu Wenqing. Several people in the store were stunned. "Gu Xiao! Gu Xiao! Gu Xiao!" Several people's voices rang out in the store, their words filled with respect for Gu Wenqing. Sales Yun Jing, who had served Gu Wenqing, was all surprise in her tone. Lu Yangwei's tone was full of respect. As for Jin Yi and Niu Tianqi, they were both in awe and fear of Gu Xiao. Lu Yangwei, Jin Yi and Niu Tianqi had come to Vacheron Constantin to buy a watch. Jin Yi and Niu Tianqi were going to buy a luxury Vacheron Constantin watch to apologize to Gu Xiao. With funds from their family, they came to Huaxi Street with their big brother, Lu Yangwei, and came here to pick out a watch. Lu Yangwei and Niu Tianqi had both seen Gu Wenqing's $10 million Vacheron Constantin watch. Thought Gu liked the Vacheron Constantin brand. The three of them came to Vacheron Constantin to choose a suitable watch for Gu Xiao, to apologize and to slightly salvage their relationship with Gu Xiao. Gu Wenqing said indifferently, "Little Yangwei, it's you again." Hearing Gu Wenqing call out to him, Lu Yangwei hurriedly ran to him and respectfully said, "Gu Xiao, you've come to choose a watch too?" And then Lu Yangwei swept a glance at Lin Yingying, the daughter of Lin Hongtian, the former chairman of Huafeng Group. Before Lu Yangwei had the honor of seeing Lin Yingying from afar, a glance let him be amazed. But he knew that his reputation stinks. Do not dare to approach Lin Hongtian's daughter. She is Lin Hongtian's scales. The relationship between Gu Xiao and Lin Yingying seemed uncomplicated. Bertie stood behind Gu Wenqing. Lin Yingying seemed to have a marvelous attitude towards Gu Wenqing. Even Lin Hongtian's daughter can be taken down, so it's really worthy of being Gu Xiao. Gu Xiao, little Yangwei? Hearing Gu Wenqing and young master Lu address each other, everyone was shocked. Lin Yingying's two girlfriends were even more dumbfounded, their eyes looking at Gu Wenqing. Is he some kind of big shot? especially Yen Yun, who looked down on Gu Wenqing. His expression was already horrified. He didn't hear it wrong. Lu Dishao even called the little white boy Gu Shao. Yen Yun still knew something about the infamous Lu Yangwei. Lu Yangwei was definitely a ruthless and vindictive bastard like a vicious wolf, and at this moment, in front of the soft-eating Gu Wenqing, this vicious wolf had turned into a tail-wagging pug. He was as well-behaved as he could be. Yen Yun's heart sank to the bottom. Gu Wenqing's clothing was not even a luxury brand, and he couldn't see any names. How could he be called Gu Shao? And the car he was driving was also Lin Yingying's car. Then why did he make Lu Yangwei respect him so much and call him Gu Shao? Yen Yun's face was grim. He was wrong. Lu Yangwei and Yen Yun knew each other. Their relationship was between nodding acquaintances. Behind Lu Yangwei, Niu Tianxi and Jin Yi swept over Yen Yun with fierce eyes. Damn it! This guy dared to sneer at Gu Shao just now. I'm going to start with this blind Yen Yun first, hoping to ease Gu's relationship with him. You'd better introduce us to the watch, Gu Wenqing said to sales Yun Jing. Gu Wenqing pointed to Lin Yingying behind him and said to salesman Yun Jing, pick a watch for her first. The price doesn't matter, as long as she likes it. Hearing this, Yun Jing said respectfully, okay, Gu Shao. Yun Jing's mind kept going back to those domineering words. Price doesn't matter, as long as she likes it. In her heart, she worshipped Gu Shao to the extreme. He was simply too handsome. Many of the women present also looked enviously at Lin Yingying, and all the sales in the Vacheron Constantine store were envious of Yun Jing, and Yun Jing was happy in her heart. It seemed that Gu Shao still remembered herself. The sales clerk Yun Jing took Lin Yingying to choose a moment, and finally Lin Yingying chose a watch with more than $600,000. $600,000 was a very clever figure, not much different from the price of the clothes she had bought for Gu Wenqing. Lin Yingying took the jewelry off her hand and put on the Vacheron Constantine watch. Her heart filled with joy as she viewed it. It's very pretty, I like it. Lin Yingying's heart was happy, not because of the price of the watch, but because the person who sent the watch was Gu Wenqing. And then Gu Wenqing also casually chose a $6 million watch. When Gu Wenqing successfully swiped his card, Yun Jing respectfully bent her knees and slightly lowered her body to hold the bank card in both hands and handed it to Gu Wenqing. Yen Yun was dumbfounded as he watched Gu Wenqing retrieve his bank card, his eyes wide open. Brush. The brush was successful. Over $7 million for 2 watches? Yen Yun was greatly shocked in his heart. The price of the 2 watches was more expensive than the Ferrari 488 he drove. Damn, it's too outrageous. Although Yen Yun's family was rich, it would be a waste for him to buy a watch with $7 million. If his family had given him $7 million, he would have gotten a better sports car instead of buying these 2 tiny watches. This is the gap. Yen Yun and Gu Wenqing are not even on the same level. Gu Wenqing's money is under his own control and he can spend it however he wants. Although Yen Yun's family had more than $1 billion in assets, he wanted to use the money to see if his family was willing to give it to him. Lu Yangwei and other people and Lin Yingying's 2 girlfriends also froze looking at Gu Wenqing's Vacheron Constantine. The heart is very complex. Lu Yangwei and Niu Tianqi were lucky to know that Gu Shao was not poor in money. Last time, Gu Shao brought a watch worth $10 million. And this time, the 2 watches were only more than $7 million. This small amount of money for Gu Shao simply cannot be on the stage. On the contrary, 2 of Lin Yingying's girlfriends are envious of her. Her boyfriend is really generous. They thought for a moment that Lin Yingying's family was originally super rich, and they heard that after selling their shares, the family had tens of billions of dollars in real funds. Since ancient times, rich families are usually the same family. Think Gu Wenqing's family and Lin's family is not that bad, or even better. Although their family conditions are not bad, but compared to Lin Yingying, it's like a world of difference. Anyway, they and their boyfriends can't buy a $6 million watch in style. Not to mention $6 million, they may not even buy a $600,000 watch. The saying that poor people play with cars and rich people play with watches is embodied to the fullest. At this instant, Yen Yun was embarrassed. On the way driving here, he was still mocking that Gu Wenqing was relying on his face to eat soft food, thinking that he was driving a large multi-million-dollar Ferrari 488. He looked down on Gu Wenqing, who was driving Lin Yingying's Bentley car. He even openly mocked Gu Wenqing as a soft drinker who only cheats women's money. I can't imagine that Gu Wenqing is the kind of person that a young man like Lu Yangwei has to be in awe of. A couple of Vacheron Constantine watches are worth more than his Ferrari 488. He even mocked Gu Wenqing as a poor man. He also fooled around with his own Ferrari in front of his girlfriend. And that little white boy could only rub up against Lin Yingying's car. As a result, other people casually wear a watch. It is worth more than $6 million. This is where to wear a watch. Simply wear a Ferrari on the wrist. He is simply a clown. Shame on you. Yen Yun's face turned green into pig liver color. The whole person embarrassed to the extreme. For a jumping clown like Yen Yun, Gu Wenqing paid no attention. He led Lin Yingying and his group out of the Vacheron Constantin store. Yan Yun had only just stepped out of the store when Lu Yangwei wrapped his arms around his neck and cursed. "What the hell kind of shit did you just say? Be respectful to Gu Xiao, otherwise you'll end up miserable," Lu Yangwei said as he walked down the hallway, followed by the two of them, Niu Tianji and Jin Yi. At this moment, Yan Yun, who had his head stuck, had lost all his arrogance, leaving only a face full of panic. Lu Yangwei, this asshole even went so far as to offend Yan Yun in order to please Gu Wenqing. At this time, Yan Yun which still do not understand Gu Wenqing is not at all he can mess with the existence, but unfortunately it is already too late. Niu Tianqi and Jin Yi followed behind him, cursing and swearing. "Gu Xiao is something you can insult? I'm going to break my mouth for you." Lu Yangwei and the three of them took Yan Yun to the hallway for a friendly exchange. When Gu Wenqing saw the scene, the corner of his mouth revealed a touch of ridicule. Evil people have their own evil people to grind. Gu Wenqing could let the outspoken Yan Yun go, but Lu Yangwei, Niu Tianji, and Jin Yi, who wanted to curry favor with Gu Xiao, would never let Yan Yun have a good time. What's wrong with him? Yang Wei this person can still deal with. The three girls, and Zhang Jihong did not care. Zhang Jihong has long been unable to get used to the arrogant Yan Yun. See, Yan Yun can be bullied. His heart even some small pleasure. Yan Yun's girlfriend, at this time has also long been disappointed in Yan Yun. The two would have been dating not a few months. Fortunately did not give him through. Yan Yun this person is really arrogant and arrogant. The most important thing is, Yan Yun also speak without thinking. Know that the three of them are led by Lin Yingying, but also openly ridicule Lin Yingying's side of the people. What a lack of discernment. She thought to herself why her vision was so poor. Comparing it to Gu Wenqing, Yan Yun was simply going to be reduced to slag points. Must score. Gu Xiao, why don't you add a V-mail? Zhang Jihong didn't want to give up the opportunity to get to know Gu Wenqing. In his heart, he was glad that he hadn't been as dog-eyed as Yan Yun, and that he had just chatted with Gu Xiao quite favorably. Maybe the cooperation Gu said just now is really possible to realize. Seeing Zhang Jihong's sincere eyes, Gu Wenqing agreed. At that moment, they also happened to walk out of the mall. Gu Wenqing lifted his wrist, looked at the time, and said, "Yingying, I still have to go to the company for a meeting in the afternoon, so I'll make another appointment when I'm free." Lin Yingying subconsciously nodded her little head. In her heart, she jumped and cheered. What did he just call people? Yingying, such an intimate name. Hey, Lin Yingying, greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Gu Wenqing looked at the dumbfounded and giggling Lin Yingying in confusion. She wouldn't have gotten a heat stroke. He reached out and ruffled Lin Yingruan's hair. His hand lingered in front of her white forehead for a while before touching his own forehead. The temperature is normal. Lin Yingruan's expression remained unchanged, but her cheeks turned blushing red. Lin Yingying, asterisk greater than over equal to less than over equal to asterisk. Two girlfriends who are also girls which still don't know Lin Yingying's change. She is in love brain. Finished. Yingying this look. I'm afraid that not far from the complete fall into the unexpectedly, countless men cannot love the rich girl. Now will be a man into this obsessed look. I'm afraid those people wouldn't believe it if I told them. After all, if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that Lin Yingying would be so infatuated with a guy. They subconsciously looked at Gu Wenqing. He had a fair complexion, a touch of coldness in his three-dimensional features, and a touch of gentleness in his aura. The aura emanating from him was so complex, at times gentle and elegant, at times licentious. The two girls couldn't help but think of a saying in their hearts, strangers are like jade. The stranger is like jade. The gentleman is matchless in the world. Even though Lin Yingying was reluctant to leave, Gu Wenqing still left. He first went to the Debonair Western restaurant on Huaxi Street, putting all the things that Lin Yingying had bought for him at Debonair, and then interviewed a female manager, with a more humble attitude, a lot of experience in catering work, and no lion's share of the annual salary. Gu Wenqing was quite satisfied. Gu Wenqing with personality guarantee, he is definitely not by the female manager of the Headlights Dizzy Eyes, is really quite recognized her ability. First give her 3 months to let her try to manage the restaurant, the ability to prove, and then come back to talk about salary and wages. Although Gu Wenqing's money is like the wind blowing, but also not to all people are generous, although he likes to give generously to others. The actual fact is that the actuality is actually a lot more than the actual actuality. For example, the little anchor Yuanan is quite good. The car is a Bentley Continental GT. The car has been returned to Lin Yingying. Now that he was the chairman of the Huafeng Group, as long as Gu Wenqing made a call, there would be a driver to pick him up. Gu Wenqing was fine. He took a direct cab. Inspection is to not move. He said the meeting was at 5 o'clock, but Gu Wenqing wanted to get there early, so he could examine things he normally wouldn't see. Otherwise, the group car driver. The whole Huafeng group know that the new chairman came. All the good side of the show, the bad side of how to inspect? After all, when the chairman of the Huafeng group, an inspection is still necessary. Thinking about this, Gu Wenqing was also very emotional. After getting the system, from a poor student all the way up, now his value has exceeded 100 billion. Who would have thought that Gu Wenqing, who was still a freshman at the beginning of the university, would now be the chairman of the Magic City Huafeng group, the 18-year-old chairman of the group. Ordinary people can boil their blood just thinking about it. And the 18-year-old Gu Wenqing was such an existence. The assets under his name now spanned catering, entertainment, and real estate assets had also skyrocketed to 100 billion. Today's worth is more than Gu Wenqing ever dreamed of. It's not just the money, it's the company he keeps. At that moment, the car came. Gu Wenqing got into the car and said to the driver, Huafeng Group, Huafeng Group, sitting on the side of the Huangpu River. Huafeng Headquarters Center overall energy savings 65% of the standard. The comprehensive application of dozens of green technology measures. Comprehensive application of dozens of green technology measures. Good transportation system. Maximize the use of public transportation for employees to commute to work. The office building of Huafeng Group has an elegant appearance, just like a piano standing on the bank of Pujiang River, with extraordinary grandeur. In less than half an hour, Gu Wenqing arrived in front of Huafeng Group. At 4:30 p.m. Gu Wenqing entered the front door of Huafeng Group. Before Gu Wenqing could even get to the main building, she could see a Mercedes-Benz parked next to the main gate of the Huafeng Group's main building. Gu Wenqing frowned slightly. Huafeng Group had its own underground parking garage. For the sake of pedestrian safety, the company's internal ground was expressly forbidden to park. It seems that this inspection was somewhat fruitful. How many days has it taken for Huafeng Group to change ownership? Lin Hongtian just left, and some people just got their wings? Gu Wenqing strides forward. I heard a woman say arrogantly, the guards at the entrance don't dare to stop my car. Are you sure you want to stop and not let us go in? The security guard said somewhat apologetically, I'm sorry. Outsiders are not allowed to enter as long as I don't receive instructions from my superiors. Superior orders? Do you know who he is? Xiang Mei pointed at the man beside her. And then, angling her condescending neck, she said, he is the son of your group's vice president, Du Shangshang. Hearing this, the security guard was a bit at a loss for words. It was the first time he had encountered such a situation. People who were not from the company, who did not have the company's magnetic card, were not allowed to go inside the company building at all. Normally, other than company insiders, he would receive instructions from his superiors when other people came, then they're let in. In fact, it's a very simple thing. As long as they give a call to the vice president Du Shengshang, they can go in unimpeded. As a result, Xiang Mei was stopped by the security guards and was very upset and criticized the security guards. The vice president Du Shengshang is usually very official, relying on Lin Hongtian's hand under the old man, has been disdainful of them. Du Shang Muda bad, like to take out subordinates out of anger. The security guard is really not the courage to call and ask the vice president Du Shang. The official big level of pressure dead people. Not to mention the vice president Du Shang level then is much higher. Easy to say a word can decide his little security guard stay or go. Hearing that the man is the son of the vice president Du Shang, the security guard eventually compromised. Seeing the security guard let go, Xiang Mei also aggressive, you have no eyesight. Do security is really bad? I say a word you can let you lose your job. Do not believe we will see. Xiang Mei was very angry. His boyfriend's father is the vice president of the group. He's the most powerful man in the group. But he let a small security guard stop them from going in. It felt like she had lost face in front of her friends. There were 4 of them in the group. And apart from Xiang Mei's boyfriend, the other 2 girls were Xiang Mei's friends. Xiang Mei is a fresh graduate and is planning to use her boyfriend's relationship to enter Huafeng Group through the back door. Xiang Mei boasted in front of her friends that she could guarantee their success in entering Huafeng Group. As a result, they couldn't even enter the company building. It's all your fault. You should have told your dad in advance. Xiang Mei scolded her boyfriend again. The boyfriend was smiling coyly. He had managed to get the goddess to his hand, so he had to provide for her. A group of 4 people walked into the Huafeng building. Xiang Mei also did not forget to turn around and threaten, wait for me, I'll let you roll up and leave right away. When the security guard heard this, his heart was filled with helplessness and grief. At this moment, a pair of strong hands patted his shoulder. The security guard looked up and shouted with both surprise and awe, Gu. Good day, Chairman Gu. Gu Wenqing said, no need to be discouraged. You did the right thing. And then, Gu Wenqing said word for word, don't worry, no one dares to fire you. Gu Wenqing said so. Hearing this, the security guard was almost moved to tears. The same are all big shots in the company. Vice President Du likes to bully his subordinates, while Chairman Gu is so kind. Just this is the difference. Afterwards, Gu Wenqing walked into the Huafeng building with great strides. All of Huafeng's employees had been systematically implanted with information about Gu Wenqing's acquisition of Huafeng Group. At this moment, as soon as they went in on the first floor of the company, there were a few receptionist girls at the front desk, who immediately got up and respectfully shouted at Gu Wenqing. Good day, Mr. Gu. Good day, Chairman Gu. Good day, Mr. Gu. Witnessing the absurdity at the door, Gu Wenqing was in a bad mood, nodding slightly before picking the most eye-catching receptionist and saying, "Take me to the conference room." "Okay, Mr. Gu." The female receptionist who was picked was slightly happy in her heart, wearing professional attire. Her buttocks twirled as she led the way in front and pressed the elevator. Gu Wenqing had a cold look on his face, frowning slightly. A few other receptionists, after witnessing General Manager Gu get on the elevator, they eased out the breath they were holding in their hearts. Chairman Gu's aura was just too strong. That cold face made them not dare to breathe too loudly. Chairman Gu was still really young, and so handsome. Such a cold, realistic bully president. Mamma mia, I'm really envious of Xiaola who leads the way, so I can stay with Mr. Gu for a while longer. Not only is Mr. Gu handsome, he's also young and rich. He's simply the dream lover in their hearts. Unfortunately, they knew better and could only think about it in their hearts. Xiaola led General Manager Gu all the way to the conference hall. From time to time, she twisted her body, but they were all ignored by Gu Wenqing, who was simply looking at her and letting her lead the way. When Mr. Gu went to the conference room, the receptionist on the first floor had to notify all the people in the company who needed to go to the meeting. Otherwise, it would be a dereliction of duty on their part to make the chairman of the hallowed company wait for the others for a long time. At this time, most of the executives had also been informed that Chairman Gu had arrived at the company. Soon, the company's planning department, engineering department, technical department, construction and economic department, and so on, all the management staff were there. Several vice presidents and general managers of the administration have been sitting quietly in the conference hall, waiting for the new owner's arrival. In fact, it's not really a new owner. Before Gu Wenqing is the director of the company, owns 10% of the shares of Huafeng Group, just often see the dragon head and tail, often do not come to the company, also do not participate in the company's business management. Nowadays, an original small shareholders, but wholly owned the acquisition of Huafeng Group. Light now think of. Their hearts are full of respect for Mr. Gu, simply bullish to the extreme. A real estate group worth over $90 billion, acquiring it just by saying so. It was self-evident how much energy was behind Mr. Gu. At this moment, everyone in the conference room was in awe and apprehensive. They are about to face a brand new chairman. As the saying goes, a new official takes on 3 fires, and I don't know if this first fire will ignite on themselves. For Gu Wenqing's acquisition of Huafeng Group, most of the executives were still relatively fortunate. At least the acquisition of the group's Gu was an old acquaintance, before the group's shareholders. Otherwise, if an outsider had acquired Huafeng Group, I'm afraid their management would have been purged. In a group of executives quietly waiting, in the huge conference room, there is no noise, not to mention the fact that no one is talking to each other. They all want to leave a good impression in front of the new boss. Maybe they'll be appreciated by the boss and soar to the top. The receptionist Xiaola first brought Mr. Gu to the chairman's office. As soon as Gu Wenqing stepped out of the elevator, the former chairman's assistant, Li Jiawei, had been waiting at the elevator entrance for a long time. She hurriedly used a clear voice. "Mr. Gu, good afternoon." Li Jiawei was wearing a gray white-collar uniform, gray thin jacket with a white shirt, a gray wraparound skirt. The warped place warped, hip shape to set off the skirt is very rounded, black silk stockings and black high heels under her feet. Her legs were even and shapely. Li Jiawei's long hair tied into a pill head, simple makeup, peach blossom eyes, slightly red thin lips, a white collar work outfit, coupled with the black framed glasses she wore. There was a familiar sense of vestigial vision, kind of like in a certain action movie, the feeling of a teacher, or a female boss. Gu Wenqing looked twice more at this Li Jiawei. In the information given by the system, age 26, graduate of a prestigious overseas school, excellent working ability, and the rest of her information. Unmarried. What the hell is no boyfriend? Gu Wenqing nodded and walked into the chairman's office. The first thing I saw was that the office was big, about 400 square feet. It is decorated in a unique style, luxurious but not vulgar, classical and open, elegant but not loose noble, pen and ink difficult to describe the opulence. The floor-to-ceiling windows on the upper floors can easily overlook the not-too-distant Pooh River. Sitting in the boss's chair, the chairman's assistant, Li Jiawei, made tea and gently placed it on the table. With peach blossom eyes, she sized up the new chairman for a few moments. He's so young and handsome. The data shows that he is only 18 years old. 18 years old. $30 billion to shoot the king of the land. 18 years old. Wholly owned acquisition of Huafeng Group. Before she met him, the legend of Mr. Gu had been circulating in the group. She had been looking forward to the meeting with Mr. Gu. At this moment, General Manager Gu was sitting right in front of her, and his aura was really too strong. Oppression of some of her breathlessness, the slightest breath bulging headlights, with the breath one up and one down shaking. Gu Wenqing looked at the tea in front of him. He did not understand tea, and did not like to drink tea. Only 18 years old, the best years of Gu Wenqing, much less would be willing to understand the tea ceremony. Not liking it was not liking it. Gu Wenqing frowned slightly. In the future, I'll only put sparkling water in my office. At the sound of the voice, Assistant Li moved. With sexy legs, she went to prepare sparkling water for Mr. Gu. In her heart, she thought to herself that she really deserved to be the young chairman of the board of directors. Unique, very domineering. Gu Wenqing, who owns the system, lives recklessly. As long as he likes it, he doesn't care what others think. Gu Wenqing got up and stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows on the upper floors, with a wide view of the landscape and a panoramic view of the mountains, especially with the Huangpu River close at hand. Wide and luxurious 400 square feet of oversized office. A glimpse of the Huangpu River near at hand. Standing beside the beautiful female assistant. It's not too much to say that he's a winner in life. Gu Wenqing looked at the time. It was time to go to the meeting. Huafeng Group headquarters. Huafeng's conference room was huge, but it was packed with people at the moment. The company's planning department, engineering department, technical department, construction and economic department, and so on. All the management personnel are present. At this moment, no matter how high the position is in Huafeng Group, how many years of working experience, all of them are sitting quietly in the conference room waiting for the new chairman's inspection. Seeing Gu Wenqing step into the conference room, all of them greeted each other. For a moment, Gu Dong, or Mr. Gu's voice, an endless stream of voices. Gu Wenqing smiled and nodded without saying anything, striding forward towards the foremost chairman's position. Gu Wenqing just sat there. His eyes looked around the week. There is who did not come. For example, the vice president do lifetime, or maybe other managers. And then, Gu Wenqing opened his mouth. The first sentences, first roll call, did not arrive, fired, late penalty of 3 months bonus. Sniffing, there was a clamor. The crowd was shocked in their hearts. This atmosphere is not right. Dismissal at the drop of a hat. This is too harsh. The conference room instantly quieted down again, and questions appeared on everyone's faces. Assistant Lee hesitated for a long time before speaking. The sales director is still supervising the sales department, because the sales department is too busy. He really can't come. He has called in advance to ask for leave. Gu Wenqing stared at her and said indifferently, except for the leave of absence. Roll call. Li Jiawei didn't understand why Donggu was so strict, but she just had to do her job. Picking up the list, she began to call the roll. Excluding the sales director who had called in for a vacation, there were ultimately 4 people who hadn't shown up. Gu Wenqing looked at her watch, paused for a moment and said, the time I notified was 5 o'clock sharp. Right, it's now 5:10. Even for something as simple as a meeting, there is no execution. So how high can the execution be for the more complicated work on the group? The crowd was silent, because Mr. Gu was right. One by one, they looked at each other in dismay, feeling how the young general manager Gu had such a strong aura. It's not like a young man's style at all. The first thing you do is fire. He'll deduct bonuses if he says so. He's so decisive. Afterwards, they were glad that they were not late, not to mention absent. Gu Wenqing did not say anything. His eyes swept over the complex faces of the crowd. It is false to say that he is not angry. Downstairs, that bullying scene, Ben let him heart very uncomfortable. Advance notice of the meeting. There are also people absent. This kind of employee without executive power. Do not want it. Moreover, if he is not a little stronger, how to subdue a bunch of old foxes? The old foxes have been in the workplace for many years. In front of a set, behind a set of things cannot do less. If Gu Wenqing doesn't come out strong, they still think that young Mr. Gu is a soft persimmon with a lot of money and stupidity. Seeing that Mr. Gu was unkind, all the people stopped talking. In particular, there were a few people whose faces changed slightly. At first, some people did have a fluke, thinking that since Mr. Gu was only 18 years old, he should also be relatively easy to fool. Plus before, when Gu Wenqing was a shareholder, he didn't participate in the management of the group at all, so this kind of person should be quite easy to talk to. But it never occurred to me that he would come up with a surprise, which really caught many people off guard. Some smart people are not surprised. Since ancient times, the new official has 3 fires. As long as they do their own work, the group change the boss also has little to do with them. Gu Wenqing was silent for a while, before speaking out. Now start the meeting. The main purpose of this meeting is to Huafeng shareholders to fill the vacant position. Our ability to speak. In my case, if you have the ability, you'll be on top. Is for 30 billion auction Shuzhou district along the river land, the development of the specific plan to implement. Hearing Mr. Gu's words, everyone's heart suddenly got excited. The original Huafeng shareholders in the group's position are not low. Almost all of the departments of a hand, now empty position, cannot be on the top of the people are generated among them. There's also the land king in Mr. Gu's hands. The plot is located in Shuzhou district, covering the southern extension of the Huangpu River in Shuzhou district. The location and volume of this parcel of land is also unrepeatable. The land is located in the center of the city, where land resources are scarce, and is one of the only remaining areas in the center of the city, especially along the river, where large-scale, high starting point, piecemeal planning and development is possible. It can be directly constructed into commercial offices, restaurants and hotels, culture and sports, commercial residences, social leasing residences, plaza land and other types of businesses, covering a total area of more than 320,000 square meters, with a total development volume of about 1.8 million square meters. For Huafeng Group, this piece of land is a high-quality parcel of land that is needed by several chances, and if developed properly, it will make Huafeng Group's statement to be on a higher level, coupled with the river. As long as Mr. Gu is willing to spend money, he can take the high-end route and make this piece of land along the river become Huafeng Group's trump card industry. Thinking of this, everyone present was full of hope for the future of Huafeng Group. As long as Huafeng Group got better, and with it, their incomes would grow as well. Creak. The door of the conference room was pushed open. Du Sheng, the group's vice president, stood in front of the door. Gu Wenqing frowned and looked at his watch. His tone was serious. Mr. Du is really a busy man. He's more than an hour late. The gazes of the people in the conference room were also fixed on Du Sheng at the door. No one was surprised. When the former director Lin Hongtian was in charge, Du Sheng, relying on his status as the company's senior employee, was often late for meetings, and they had all seen it before. Although they were not surprised, they were cursing Du Sheng for being a fool. He's a vice president now, but he still doesn't know the rules. How dare he be late on the first day of the new boss's inspection? He didn't give Chairman Gu any face at all. It seems that this Du Sheng before really get away with inertia, and now do not know how to correct. At the entrance, Du Sheng, who was being watched by everyone, still didn't change his color. He explained, Mr. Gu, I'm really sorry, just now I was busy working, arranging work for the newcomers and explaining some of their company rules and regulations. No need to explain, Gu Wenqing said coldly, and then looked around the week. A hint of sternness appeared on his face. What does HR do for a living? A group vice president needs you to condescend to arrange jobs for newcomers and introduce group affairs? Then why don't we just directly remove the HR department and give all the tasks of interviewing newcomers to you, Mr. Du? Hearing Chairman Gu's words, HR Human Resources Director scared cold sweat came out. He deeply knows that Gu Dong, this kind of strong person, may really do so. After all, just now the means but the thunder and lightning did not come to the meeting on the dismissal, late on the penalty bonus, kill and decisive Human Resources Director scared cold sweat out. He hurriedly got up to explain, Mr. Gu, our group recently stopped recruiting fresh graduates. Interns we have in June-July in advance to recruit a good. Recent group of zone land development is also completed. The group is not at all short of people. Gu Wenqing let out a cold laugh. Oh, then you should explain to me where our vice president Du said newcomers came from again? In fact, he already had an answer in the bottom of his heart. It's just the few people he met downstairs, through Du Sheng's relationship, through the back door. Standing in the doorway of Du Sheng, at this time has been red in the face, embarrassed to death, the heart cursed. Gu Wenqing, this young, aggressive group of backdoor Cypriot is a very normal thing. Gu Wenqing, why must be such a big article? Sniffing, HR Human Resources Director, stared at the door of the Du lifetime. At this time, the Human Resources Director is also in a difficult situation. Chairman Gu, Vice President Du are not it can mess with, but between the two, he certainly did not hesitate to stand in line. Gu Wenqing, he is not a fool. Chairman Gu is the person who holds the power of life and death. The usual scenery of the Vice President Du, in front of the chairman of Gu, is nothing. A moment later, the Human Resources Director said directly, it's the people brought by Vice President Du. He didn't go through our Human Resources Department and directly arranged jobs for them. And then he continued with a difficult face, as you know, Mr. Gu, An official is a big man. And there's nothing I can do about this kind of thing. Gu Wenqing nodded without saying anything and looked towards the vice president Du Shengsheng at the doorway. Du Shengsheng knew that he had to be soft in front of so many people, or else he would definitely not have a good time if he swept Chairman Gu's face. Du Shengsheng's face showed an awkward smile. Chairman Gu, I'm really sorry. The family boy's girlfriend is looking for a job, so I thought to arrange in my own group, or have a care. No need to say more. Gu Wenqing didn't want to listen to Du Shengsheng's long-windedness. Gu Wenqing interrupted his words. Coldly said, everyone has some relatives in their family. Arranging friends and relatives into the group can be. Gu Wenqing is not a person who does not give mercy. If you want to recommend someone from the inside, you can do it. Gu Wenqing support. But also to recommend the internal through HR interviews only. At least the internal recommendation of people must have the ability. Can do a good job. I can do a good job. If you don't pass the HR interview, and if the person you recommend is a loser who can't do anything, you're getting paid for nothing. Remember, my money doesn't pay for crap. Hearing, Du Shengsheng at this time has broken out in a cold sweat. The group is a clear provision. The group internal referrals also need to pass HR Human Resources Department interviews. Not waiting for Du Shengsheng to speak, Gu Wenqing said again, the Mercedes-Benz at the front door of the group is also that group of people parked, right? Also aggressively raised your Du vice president's prestige. Pressured the security guards to bow down. You really are a good big official prestige. Du Shengsheng wiped a head full of sweat. Gu, Mr. Gu, listen to my explanation. Explain? There's nothing to explain. I've notified you in advance of this meeting, right? I emphasized again and again that you're not allowed to be late or absent. Did you take my words for granted? If you can do it, then do it. If you can't, then get lost. What Huafeng Group doesn't lack is talent. Du Shengli's head was covered in cold sweat, and his face was reddened by Gu Wenqing's words. He was so embarrassed that he couldn't wait to find a hole in the ground. As the head of Huafeng, he's always been the one to scold others. He had never imagined that he, the vice president of the group, would one day be rebuked by someone else in front of everyone's eyes. It wasn't that he was afraid of Gu Wenqing, but he couldn't refute what Gu Wenqing said. He could only be a clown and let Gu Wenqing lecture him at will. He knew that the new chairman of the board, Gu Wenqing, was making an example of him to establish his authority. He knew that he could not stay in Huafeng Group any longer. Du Shengsheng gritted his teeth, turned around and walked out of the conference hall. Gu Wenqing didn't care. Faintly said, this is the best. Turn around the personnel department, don't forget to let him hand in his resignation report. Gu Wenqing then asked, there are still 3 who didn't come. Which departments? Assistant Li Jiawei said, the head of the property department, the administrative director, and the planning director. None of them have taken a vacation either. Gu Wenqing said indifferently, open all of them and re-promote them from within. And then, Gu Wenqing swept his gaze around. Huafeng Group is a big family. The last thing it lacks is talent. Everyone please behave yourselves. Gu Wenqing continued to ask, do you all have any objections? The chairman's words had reached this point. How could they dare to have any opinions? Even General Manager Zhang Jingyin didn't dare to express her opinion. And the management underneath didn't dare to say anything. However, although the crowd was indeed shocked by Chairman Gu's thunderous approach, a company vice president said open on the open. However, everyone's heart is also cool. Usually as a blessed bastard, Du Sheng finally rolled out. This tumor in the company do not know how many bullying things. The company does not know how many bullying things this tumor has done in the company. The former chairman, Lin Hongtian, turned a blind eye to him for old time's sake. And the new director, Mr. Gu, does not do anything softly, said dismissal on dismissal. It's true. One day at a time. One day at a time. Afterwards, Gu Wenqing swept a glance at the group's general manager Zhang Jingyin. According to the system's information, in the Huafeng Group ability is still very good. Gu Wenqing said to Zhang Jingyin, the group at once empty so many positions out of the capable people on the throne. These decisions all rely on Mr. Zhang. Zhang Jingyin hurriedly said that it was what she should do. Gu Wenqing was only involved in the group's development of the company's strategy, letting go of other things and letting Zhang Jingyin do it. After all, these past few years, Huafeng was well organized under her management. At the end of the meeting, Gu Wenqing probably looked at everyone's salary on the information, and it was still a bit worse compared to those national-type real estate companies. I don't want to let the horse run, but I don't want to give the horse grass. Gu Wenqing hand shot. Let Zhang Jingyin to do a performance growth table of each department, as long as a certain degree of standard salary directly up 10%. The task of each department, but also realistic and achievable goals. As long as the effort, everyone can be completed. It means that as long as you don't get lazy, most of the employees in the group will get a 10% increase in their salary on top of the original. Wow. The executives in the conference room were in an uproar. All the executives in the room are very excited. This is not a pie in the sky. A real salary increase. As soon as Mr. Gu took office, he pulled everyone's benefits full. Although Mr. Gu was rather strong and overbearing, it was only when the other party made a mistake. This is not. Turn around and announced benefits for everyone. Conscientious boss. General Manager Gu is really cowhide. The employees present, their favorability towards General Manager Gu bristled and skyrocketed. What's the point of working hard? It's all about the money. As long as their wages went up, they were happy in their hearts, meaning that they had one more share of money to distribute each month. How can they not be excited? With Gu Wenqing's meeting adjourned, the group executives all walked out of the conference room in a happy mood. 3 good news. 1. Du Sheng, the vice president of the company, has been fired. 2. The vacant positions in the company will be filled by them. 3. With a little bit of hard work, the salary can go up by 10%. It's only the first day of Chairman Gu's tenure, and he's made big changes to the Huafeng Group. At this moment, everyone was filled with respect for Chairman Gu. Mr. Gu handles people with a thunderous and decisive manner, but he was very generous with his employees' salaries. Anyway, after the first time together, everyone stopped belittling Chairman Gu because of his young age. The end of the meeting. The group's initial strategy has taken shape. The group tumors that should be cleaned up have also been cleaned up. The chairman's assistant, Li Jiawei, made a call to the group's driver, informing the driver that he was at the group's entrance, picking up and dropping off Chairman Gu. A group of people, voluminous to send off the chairman, just walked to the downstairs. I heard a man standing next to the Mercedes, loudly questioned, Nini their work. You just said that the implementation? Du Sheng patiently said to his son, Yellow. At the sound, the man was even more angry. Dad, you are a company vice president, but even the right to arrange a few people do not have? Who has that much power to stir up all the things you've arranged for? Gu Wenqing heart to a vice president's son is also quite helpless. Mad. In front of his girlfriend Xiang may goat like a dog, but in front of his own old man temper is quite big. Gu Wenqing sneered. Back, hearing the sudden voice behind him, the 4 young men, along with former group vice president Du Sheng all looked behind them not far away. A group of company executives. The man looked at Gu Wenqing's young age. He questioned loudly, Just you? Do you know that my father is? Gu Wenqing directly interrupted the man's words. He said blandly, I know your dad is a vice president. Then what? And just to let you know, starting today, your dad is no longer the vice president of the group. Upon hearing this, the man frowned angrily at Gu Wenqing. What the hell are you talking about? Looks like you don't want to work at Huafeng anymore, right? My dad is a dignified vice president. Who has that much power to fire him? I think you are really young and ignorant. Hearing the man's words, all the executives present, all of them showed odd faces. It seems, Vice President Du's son really can't see things clearly. Feeling the ridicule of a group of people, especially some of the executives. Many of them were mole crickets that he had once bullied and looked down upon. Those mole crickets that he used to be able to toy with his hands were now mocking him. Du Sheng face red, do not want to let everyone see his downtrodden. He hurriedly want to get on the car. Seeing that the position in hand is gone, Xiang Mei is anxious. Xiang Mei stabbed her boyfriend with her hand, and the man understood. Dad, Xiao Mei their jobs. Snap. A crisp slapping sound. Dewey clenches his teeth in anger. Your old man's vice president position is lost to you? You still have the face to mention their jobs? Boom. Hearing Du Yi's words, the man and Xiang Mei and the girls seemed to be struck by loud thunder. Their faces were filled with disbelief. What? What did they hear just now? Lin Sheng, the noble vice president of the Honorable Huafeng Group, was fired? That's impossible. Who could have such great power? The only person who can fire a vice president is the chairman of the group. Xiang Mei quickly thought of the security guard. It must be you. Did you report to the boss? Did you add more fuel to the fire and tell a lot of lies? Sniffing, the man beside Xiang Mei sighed, his eyes red with anger. As a gnawing old man, he relied on his father Du's lifetime of unimpressive income. Now that his dad, the vice president of the group, has lost his job, it means that the family is cut off from their financial source. How can he, who is used to living a life of luxury, not have a seizure? Moreover, the little things that happened at the door before were not enough to make Vice President Du Lifeng get laid off. Then, it must be the little security guard who made up the charges and snitched, leading to his father's dismissal. Otherwise, his father was doing a good job. How did he get fired just like that? And they had just messed with the security guard. Thinking of this, he rushed towards the security guard, ready to question him about what was going on. Xiang Mei, who had lost her position in Huafeng Group, also surrounded the security guard in anger. The security guard was at a loss for words. A cold smile appeared on Gu Wenqing's face. How dare he be arrogant? Gu Wenqing waved his hand and said in a cold voice, blast them all out. Yes, Chairman. A few security guards not far away answered. Chairman? Boom. The three simple words that fell on Xiang Mei's ears were like thunder in the sky. The man's eyes rolled round in horror. The chairman of Huafeng is so young? It looks like he's not even 20 years old. At less than 20 years old. He's the chairman of Huafeng Group? And the one who fired his father is undoubtedly the young chairman in front of him. Ridiculous. Just now, he threatened to ask Gu Wenqing if he still wanted to work at Huafeng, and mocked him for being young and ignorant. It's ridiculous. If he threatened the chairman of the group, he should be the one who was young and ignorant. Moreover, even if there is a slight chance that his father's position will be changed, after he has made such a mess, it will be finalized. Finished. All finished. The more he thought about it, the more the man collapsed, and his legs went limp, paralyzed on the ground. And Xiang Mei and their three girls, also full of shock. Dong. Chairman of the board? Really? The young man in front of them looked younger than all of them. How could he be the chairman of a huge real estate group? The three of them were dumbfounded when they saw the good-looking Gu Wenqing in front of them. No matter how much they tried to avoid reality, they already had the answer in their hearts. That teenager was standing steadily in the C-suite, with countless Huafeng executives clustered behind him, plus the silent Du Shang. They knew that the young man in front of them was the chairman of Huafeng Group. In an instant, their faces turned pale. Without the chairman's order, even if the vice president Du Shang was sacked, they wouldn't dare to come forward to help. A thin camel is bigger than a horse. Now that Mr. Gu has given the order, the security guards directly drove a man and three women out of the door of the building. The crowd saw the former vice president Du Shang extremely woeful escape. Many people were inexplicably happy in their hearts, especially those employees who had been bullied by Du Shang. They could not wait to set off firecrackers to celebrate. Mr. Gu really is the eye of fire. To the group on the first day to Du Shang, this tumor swept out of the door. Many employees in the heart constantly shouted, Gu Dong, cowhide, Gu Dong, cowhide, Gu Dong, good job. After cleaning up the group's vice president Du Shang, Gu Wenqing's prestige and hearts reached an unprecedented peak within the group. Huafeng Group's special car had already parked at the group's main entrance in advance. With smiles on their faces, the executives flanked Chairman Gu to the front of the car. Without waiting for the white-gloved driver to open the door, one of the executives had already jumped ahead and opened the door. The other executive was also an ass-kisser, and when he saw Chairman Gu getting into the car, he hurriedly put his hand under the roof of the car to prevent Chairman Gu's head from touching the roof. The chairman of Huafeng Group's special car was a Rolls-Royce. The executives looked at the Rolls-Royce that was riding away, and the breath they were holding in their hearts was finally released. The aura is too strong. Simply horrible. Before the meeting, the executives, some people are inevitably in the heart of the chairman of the 18 some contempt. After all, the age is there. Not enough experience should be very good to fool. Which had thought? The young chairman came up to hit everyone by surprise. What's even more exaggerated is that, directly make an example of the group's vice president Du Shang to get out of office. After that moment, no one dared to underestimate Chairman Gu anymore. Even the vice president of the group could be fired just like that. If he could fire the vice president of the group, wouldn't they be even more humble? Although the new chairman of the board of directors is indeed decisive, but the staff should have the benefits or very generous. We are all human beings. We all know that this is a slap in the face and then give a candy. But they love to eat this kind of set. After all, the wages have increased. The actual money in hand is also more. I wish Mr. Gu would do more of this kind of routine. Thinking about it, today, everyone in the group is convinced by Gu Wenqing, chairman's assistant Li Jiawei, her peach blossom eyes filled with curiosity. Curiosity about the 18-year-old Chairman Gu. At this time, it was 8 o'clock at night. The sun is sinking. There was still some residual heat in the fall, and Wang Min, who had gotten out of class, first took a shower and changed into a pretty outfit. She was wearing a light gray t-shirt, the collarbone of the word collarbone hollow design, slightly revealing a bit of collarbone. The lower body is a plain and ordinary t-shirt. The lower body is a plain and ordinary t-shirt. The lower body is a plain and ordinary t-shirt. The lower body was a pair of plain jeans, hips rounded and shaped. The short-haired girl in the dormitory saw the Wang Min who deliberately changed for a long time. Her heart showed disdain. Wang Min is most likely to go to meet her gold master. Wang Min is also quite famous in the school, known as the classical goddess by many boys in the school. Wang Min has a slim figure, big eyes, willow leaf eyebrows, skin like snow, long black hair in front of her body, just missing a Chinese dress. With such looks, wearing a Chinese dress, she would definitely charm many boys. Unfortunately, no one in the school had ever seen a classical beauty wearing retro-style clothing. making the school's crowd of old colorful critics regret more than just that. Wang Min, who only wore lipstick and a plain face, was still youthful and beautiful. It made the short-haired girls in the dormitory envious for a long time. I guess she must have gone to meet the gold master. The short-haired girl whispered to the girl next to her, but she does have the capital to look this good and make more money while she's young, so she won't have to worry for the rest of her life. On hearing this, another girl said, if this matter is known to the boys at school, I'm afraid they'll go crazy. And that ex-boyfriend of Wang Min's, he would definitely be furious. A mysterious smile appeared on the short-haired girl's face. Glancing at the gorgeous Wang Min, she said in a lower tone, how long will it be before a lot of people know about this? The short-haired girl anonymously posted many posts on the school's intranet to discredit Wang Min for being adopted. For the short-haired girl, it wasn't called smearing. What she posted was real. Wang Min's $1 million had already been deposited. Besides being adopted, the short-haired girl couldn't think of any other way for Wang Min to earn $1 million a day. There shouldn't be any other way besides being adopted, right? What do you mean by that? I don't get it. The other sister had a confused look on her face. The other? Although she envied Wang Min for having $1 million and suspected that Wang Min was being adopted by a gold master, she never thought of making this secret public. After all, Wang Min hadn't offended her, and she was too lazy to meddle. The short-haired girl smiled mysteriously. You'll know before long. Let the bullets in the forum fly for a while. Wang Min looked in front of the mirror for a while, thinking that this look was conservative enough to wear. Hubby said last time she wore too exposed. Looking at the mirror, their own cherry mouth, coated with a little lipstick. Suddenly I remembered that my husband likes her verbal rewards. Lipstick. Some inconvenience. So she took out a tissue and wiped her lips clean of lipstick. This is much more convenient when giving her husband a reward. And then, took out her cell phone and sent a message to Gu Wenqing, learning that he would be arriving at his school soon. Wang Min then went straight downstairs and out of the school, waiting playfully at the school entrance. At this moment, Wang Min stood on the curb in front of the school, concentrating on chatting with her husband on her cell phone. But even so, the classical beauty's fame still attracted many males' gazes. With eyes hotly placed on Wang Min, I heard that classical goddess Wang Min just broke up with her boyfriend. Many people's hearts jumped up and down, thinking whether they could have a kiss. Some of the boys had just gathered their courage and wanted to move forward to accost the goddess. Squeak dash. Right at this moment, a convertible Audi stopped in front of Wang Min. With that, the window of the convertible Audi lowered, and inside the car was a man wearing sunglasses with a bit of sizzle in his eyes. MS. Wang, would you like to have dinner with us? Open convertible Audi boys. And Wang Min is the same school. Has long been coveted Wang Min posture for a long time, but the previous has always had a good time. Negative Wang Min has always had a boyfriend before. He simply cannot find an excuse to approach Wang Min. Now the boyfriend derailed. The goddess Wang Min cheated on the man dumped. In the school made a lot of noise. Almost everyone in the school knows about it. Now that Wang Min is single again, it's the perfect time to take advantage of her sadness and take advantage of the situation. The man in the convertible Audi had a confident look on his face as he thought that Wang Min would definitely not reject him. After all, Wang Min's ex-boyfriend was a loser, and Wang Min had fallen in love with her ex-boyfriend. But he was the man in the convertible Audi, who was taller than her ex-boyfriend. He's a convertible Audi driver, a few notches higher than Wang Min's ex-boyfriend, and as long as a girl has eyesight, she knows she'll choose herself. Wang Min was waiting for Gu Wenqing like a stone. She kept her eyes on the road and said without looking back, "Sorry, I already have a boyfriend." Kaboom! The sound of heartbreak resounded in the hearts of countless boys. Goddess. Again. She's single again? It's only been a few days, and you've already found someone? This is fucking outrageous. After learning the news of classical goddess Wang Min's breakup, many boys in the school, who thought they were not bad, rubbed their fists and prepared for a big fight, dreaming of taking the goddess down. As a result, the big guys have not yet struck. The bad news came. Wang Min had a boyfriend again. This Nima. Also too quickly. The big guys were furious with their teeth. Which asshole took advantage of the situation and took the goddess down? I'm afraid this person is going to become the public enemy of the boys. What? That can't be right. Didn't you just break up? The Audi convertible man was so shocked that his sunglasses fell off. This Wang Min wouldn't have found another poor boy, right? Why does she always like to fall in love with poor boys? The Audi convertible man skimmed his lips, took a look at Wang Min's miscellaneous brand bags. He said, "There are boyfriends can also dump. As long as you promise me, I'll buy you the new LV bag." Wang Min slightly wrinkled her small eyebrows. Why is this person so difficult to deal with? All rejected and still stalking. Wang Min stepped on her long legs and stayed far away from the Audi man. What if the husband sees it and misunderstands it? Seeing Wang Min pulling away from himself, the Audi convertible owner froze slightly. Seeming to be a bit confused as to why a girl as beautiful as Wang Min wouldn't utilize her strengths in favor of looking for some poor boy as a boyfriend, he simply got out of the car, walked to Wang Min's not far away and said, "You're so pretty. You shouldn't have wasted your youth. They can't even pay for you to go to debonair Western restaurant. What's the point of having this kind of relationship?" His eyes were glued to Wang Min, who had her back to herself, her jeans-wrapped body, the perfect proportion of her buttocks, which made his eyes reveal greed. The other side, on the way to Wang Min's school, the driver with white gloves, seeing Chairman Gu squinting his eyes and faking sleep, drove the Rolls-Royce more carefully and steadily. In the back of the Rolls-Royce, Gu Wenqing was looking at the system. Gu Wenqing had just thrown a fit at the Huafeng Group and unlocked a new title for the system. Ding! The host has unlocked the new title, Mighty Wind. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, Basketball Master. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Secondary Development of Height. Basketball Master greatly improves the host's basketball technical ability, enhances the host's bouncing, confrontation, etc., so that the host has the qualities of an NBA professional basketball player. Body Secondary Development can improve the host's height has been stereotyped. Guide the host height secondary development. According to the passage of time, the host will slowly increase in height 3 to 5 centimeters. The items rewarded by the system will be delivered to the host in a reasonable manner, and the host can use them with confidence. Once the system's beep finished, Gu Wenqing was a bit confused. The rewards this time around are just this: 2 bonus skills, Basketball Master and Secondary Height Development. What? Does the system still want him to play NBA? Although, Basketball Master is not a skill that can be used in general, but it's better to have a lot of skills than not to have any. Something is better than nothing. As for the second reward, Secondary Development of Height, this reward is quite good. Gu Wenqing's net height is just over 1 meter 8, and growing another 3 to 5 centimeters is quite good. The system is still as reliable as ever. The system is still so reliable. Height Secondary Development has a note to increase height by 3 to 5 centimeters. Otherwise, it will be over if it keeps growing like a bamboo. The school gate. Wang Min sat on the bag, poorly waiting for Gu Wenqing to pick her up. The man in the Audi convertible stood far away, guessing that Wang Min must have gone to meet her new boyfriend. He would like to see if Wang Min's new boyfriend is the same kind of poor boy as her predecessor. Many males around, also intentionally or unintentionally look. They would like to see Audi convertible male, in the end, can successfully tease the goddess. At this time, the road and a group of cars in a luxury car attracted everyone's attention. In front of the car, that towering flying goddess, signs that the luxury car is worth a lot of money, is a Rolls-Royce. There are people who like cars. More recognize this car as Rolls-Royce's Phantom model, but also fucking long wheelbase version. The bare car price quote is more than 900 W. Due down on the road is at least tens of millions. Rolls-Royce's most distinctive feature lies in its extensive use of manual labor, which will inevitably lead to high production costs, which is also one of the reasons why Rolls-Royce prices are amazing. It takes 15 hours to make a steering wheel, 31 hours to assemble a body and 6 days to install an engine. Because of this, it can only move 6 inches per minute on the assembly line. It takes 2.5 months to make a 4-door car, and each car is tested over 5,000 miles. So the average customer ordering a Rolls-Royce has to wait patiently for more than 6 months. Rolls-Royce Motor Cars produces only a few thousand cars a year, not even a fraction of what the world's big car companies produce. However, from another perspective, it is more expensive than rare. The reason why Rolls-Royce sedan becomes a symbol of status and identity is because of the small production and handmade. When people see the unique and domineering appearance of Rolls-Royce, the body seems to still carry an extraordinary temperament. At this moment, many people were envious and couldn't help but exclaim, "That's a Rolls-Royce. That's a Rolls-Royce Phantom. If only I could have one. I'm not as greedy as upstairs. It would be nice if I could go up and have a ride. It's really cool. It stands out from the crowd. Only the big guys can ride in this kind of car. I really want to drive a Rolls-Royce Phantom and experience it. Come on, with your demeanor. If you drive a Rolls-Royce, people will only think you're a driver." Just when everyone was envious, squeak, the sound of tires slightly rubbing against the ground rang out. The Rolls-Royce Phantom that they were so envious of stopped right in front of their eyes. The boys who drove the Audi were also attracted by the domineering Rolls-Royce, which was simply pulled off to the extreme. Compared with the Rolls-Royce Phantom in front of them, the Audi A5 convertible that they have always been proud of is simply weak. Rolls-Royce Phantom directly can buy dozens of 20 Audi A5 top match. He couldn't help but fantasize that if he could own a Rolls-Royce Phantom one day, wouldn't it be absolutely possible to take down the girls in the school if they wanted to pick them up? Thinking of this, his eyes were filled with envy towards the Rolls-Royce owner. The one who sits in this car is a real big shot. On the side of the road, Wang Min also took a look at the Rolls-Royce Phantom. She usually doesn't pay attention to cars and doesn't know much about it. She felt how this car is so long and ugly, like a moving coffin. Wang Min thought to herself, although the car is not pretty, but such a big car must be very expensive. After looking at it for a couple of moments, she shifted her gaze and stared at her cell phone chat, hoping that Gu Wenqing would come earlier. Under the attention of the crowd, the driver with white gloves on his hands got out of the car and, gently opening the door of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, he said in a respectful tone to Wang Min on the side of the road, "Ms. Wang, Mr. Gu is waiting for you in the car." Upon hearing this, Wang Min first took out her cell phone and asked if Gu Wenqing was in the car, and received an affirmative answer. Wang Min was overjoyed. Finally she could see her husband. She happily jumped up and got into the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Rumble. Witnessing the school's goddess getting into the Rolls-Royce Phantom, everyone present seemed to be struck by thunder. They were dumbstruck. All of them were shocked and forgot to speak. Looking at the goddess riding in a multi-million-dollar luxury car, they all felt bad in their hearts. At that moment, a song came from a nearby store. If only I were young and not inferior. Click. Everyone's already fragile hearts were shattered into powder. As the song blew into the wind, there was a silence for half a second. One boy sighed as he said, "Alas, the goddess ran away with someone else just like that." Another student said with emotion, "Sister Wang Min is really good looking. It's a pity that she has a boyfriend again." Who says it's not true? Wang Min followed that scum for so long with all her heart, but all she got in return was cheating on her husband. Wang Min should have broken her heart, so she only chooses bread nowadays. Open out EA5 boys. The heart of the superiority also vanished. This fucking how to compare? Other people driving a Rolls-Royce Phantom, and he just drove a small Audi. Simply not a grade. Compared to the two is simply a difference of mud. He is the mud on the ground, while Gu Wenqing is the cloud in the sky. No wonder from beginning to end, Goddess Wang Min didn't even look at herself. This is the gap. Seeing Goddess Wang Min get on the Rolls-Royce Phantom and leave, the scene was in chaos again. Damn. A date at night? Ghosts know what to do. It's over. My goddess is impure. Another girl who fell for money. Alas. Today's society. Rich Rolls-Royce. No money, labor, death, exhaustion. Wrong, brother. The big shot on the Rolls-Royce tonight will also have to labor to death and die of exhaustion. At this moment, as long as the thought of the goddess spending the night with the male, all the boys present had a complex mood to the extreme. On the Rolls-Royce Phantom, the driver in front drove the car without looking away. Wang Min relied on Gu Wenqing's arms. Gu Wenqing couldn't help but move his hand downward. He looked at Wang Min, who was wearing jeans, in a voice that could only be heard by two people. "Why aren't you wearing my favorite today?" "Wore it." Wang Min cocked her mouth, the silk in her pants. The Rolls-Royce Phantom drove at high speed. Now that the nightlife was approaching, there were more cars on the road. The Rolls-Royce is traveling quite smoothly, because all the cars on the road are avoiding the Rolls-Royce Phantom. After all, if you accidentally scratch the car, you can't afford to pay. The car drove into Huaxi Street. The driver who got Gu Wenqing's order also drove away. Gu Wenqing and Wang Min got out of the car. The two hadn't eaten yet. Gu Wenqing asked Wang Min what she wanted to eat. Wang Min leaned on Gu Wenqing's body. Her body was soft from the teasing in the car just now. She said, "I haven't thought about it yet. What do you want to eat?" Gu Wenqing's mouth popped up. Verbal reward. Hearing these words, Wang Min first froze for a moment, seeing Gu Wenqing's line of sight, where she didn't know the meaning, and playfully blinked her eyes. What else is there to eat? It didn't take any thinking to know which was the lesser of the two. Liang Long. Gu Wenqing sat in front of the computer in a refreshed state. Just at this time, the cell phone Gu Wenqing had placed on the table suddenly vibrated. Gu Wenqing took a look at the caller ID, and it was a call from Huang Zicheng. He then pressed the answer button. "Good old Gu. You've been up all night again? I'm going to turn you in one day. And didn't you read the news in the group? It's the welcome party for the new students. Our economics is also going to put on a program. And we finally agreed that you, Gu Wenqing, are very talented. So you'll perform on stage on behalf of our economics." As soon as he picked up the phone, he heard Huang Zicheng on the other end of the line say many things. "Old Gu, you have to prepare well for this. Rehearse tomorrow, and don't mess up the performance the day after tomorrow." Among other things, the voices of Zhou Tao and Zhang Xiaohong also came over the phone. Hearing their words, Gu Wenqing slapped his head. It seems that there is really such a thing. Before, the class president, because of the new student evening party, did look for him, but was refused by him for not having the time. It had never occurred to him that after half a day of not reading the group news, the task of performing on behalf of economics still fell to him. Gu Wenqing bristled and said, "Forget about rehearsal. I don't have time tomorrow. You guys talk to the class president directly. Gu Wenqing can perform, but I won't waste time rehearsing." "Will she still let me perform?" "Just kidding. You want me to rehearse for a small school performance? He's a billionaire who's worth hundreds of billions of dollars. How would he be in the mood to waste his time on something like this? He'd rather spend his rehearsal time playing games. Besides, the parallel space song rewarded by the system had already been memorized in his mind, so he could perform it without making any mistakes. So why rehearse it? Alright then, I'll talk to the class president. But I think with Lao Gu's talent, performing on stage is a sure thing. You'd better think about what to perform. If you perform well, the three of us will have more face when we walk around the school, and it will be much easier to pick up girls. Huang Zicheng's tone revealed the slightest hint of winning. Lao Gu, boys have to protect themselves outside. And remember to be safe. Bring Tao. On the phone, Zhou Tao and Zhang Xiaohan's flirtatious remarks were heard again. Gu Wenqing laughed. Sisters, screw you're full of men. After saying this, Gu Wenqing hung up the phone. Who called? Seeing her husband hang up the phone, Wang Min's big eyes were filled with curiosity. Gu Wenqing said, college roommate. Wang Min crosses her lips and says, oh, I really envy your boys' friendship. Unlike us girls. Hey, what kind of friendship do we boys have? It's purely a father-son relationship. The three of them have always treated me as their father. Hearing Gu Wenqing's words, Wang Min blushed with shame and spoke out loud. You are my BB alone. Hearing the voice, Gu Wenqing was dumbfounded. I'm the father of a man now? Wang Min is driving directly, the wheels of the car running over his Gu's face. After playing the game, Gu Wenqing felt a little hungry. He touched the softness and opened his mouth to ask, Min, what do you want to eat? Wang Min pondered for a while and said softly, I want to eat Debonair Western Restaurant. Debonair Western Restaurant is famous in Huaxi Street. Many of the Magic City's netizens will be famous door-to-door card. Wang Min also brushed on the Douyin. Has always wanted to taste the Debonair Western Restaurant is not good to eat. Hearing Wang Min's words, a smile appeared on Gu Wenqing's face. Then I'll make a phone call and ask Debonair Western Restaurant to send food up to us. Wang Min cocked her mouth with a pitiful expression. Hubby, Debonair Western Restaurant doesn't deliver takeout. As far as she knew, Debonair Western Restaurant's business was booming, and the customers in the store were lining up for a long time. So wouldn't Debonair Western Restaurant do takeout again to exhaust its employees alive? Gu Wenqing's finger scraped on her little nose. Who said that? Douyin scouting store netizens are saying, but also said something about Debonair Western Restaurant is too busy in the store, which will still have delivery. Gu Wenqing had a smile on his face. In the past, maybe Derbang Western Restaurant didn't have a takeaway service, but as long as we, Min, want to eat, then there will definitely be one today. Wang Min's heart was happy to hear this, regardless of whether Debonair delivers takeout or not. Having this heart of her husband moved her, Gu Wenqing made a direct call to Dupin's front desk landline. In his mind inexplicably recalled the newly hired manager. What's her name? Let's just call her Big Manager. The big manager's bulging thing is indeed a match for you, Anan. Gu Wenqing was reminded of a saying. When a woman lowers her head and doesn't see her toes, she's already the most beautiful woman on earth. Subconsciously stared at the beauty beside him. And you ain't in contrast. It seems that he still need to continue to develop awe. Between Gu Wenqing's thoughts, the phone went through. Hello, this is Debonair Western Restaurant. May I ask what you need? The female receptionist's crisp voice came through. Oh, send me a takeaway to Tianqing Hotel. 5 to 520. I'm sorry sir, we don't have this service of delivery at Debonair Western Restaurant. Wang Min, who was sitting beside Gu Wenqing, gave her husband a look through the air. It seemed to be saying, see, the internet was right. Debonair Western Restaurant doesn't deliver. Gu Wenqing smiled and continued. I'm Gu Wenqing. Ah, it's Mr. Gu. After a startled cry, the receptionist was shocked and silent on the phone for half a second. OMG. It's even General Manager Gu who made the call. And then, the female receptionist said in a soft voice, the takeout privileges of Debonair Western Restaurant. Only Mr. Gu can have them. What dishes would you like to order? Mr. Gu Wenqing said that there were two of them. So just let the kitchen see to the arrangements. The female receptionist at Debonair Western Restaurant hung up the phone, thinking that it was fortunate that her tone was courteous and polite just now, and that there were no mistakes. Mr. Gu wants the meal. There is no delay. The female receptionist said directly with the intercom. Mr. Gu wants a takeaway for two people to eat. The dishes kitchen casually arranged, sent to the Tianqing Hotel. The kitchen received the instruction, heard that it was Mr. Gu's meal, instantly raised 200% of the spirit of doing things. At this time, the new manager heard the word takeout from afar. She stepped forward with a choppy stride and said, Xiao Ye, we don't deliver takeout at Dupin. This takeout is for Gu Wenqing. Mr. Gu. At the sound of the voice, the female manager said without hesitation, oh, that's fine. Let the back kitchen seize the time to get Mr. Gu's meal out first. Inside the Tianqing Hotel, Wang Min's good-looking eyes were wide open. Debonair Western restaurant had made an exception for delivery. Moreover, the employee across the street called her husband Mr. Gu. Wang Min asked curiously, "Hubby, are you a shareholder of Dupont?" Gu Wenqing replied lightly, "Let go of the pattern. Could it be that you're the owner of Debonair Western restaurant?" When Wang Min saw the nodding Gu Wenqing, her entire body was a little confused. Is hubby so powerful? Doesn't that mean I don't have to wait in line if I want to eat at Debonair Western restaurant in the future? If Gu Wenqing knew that she was thinking this way, she would have given her a brain crash. The pattern is so small. I just know how to eat. Gu Wenqing's dishes were quickly delivered to the hotel by the Dupont Backroom's expedited delivery. Outside the door, Debonair's waiter, pushing a small food cart into the room, brought a dozen dishes and 2 bottles of red wine to the table. Mr. Gu, these dishes were specially prepared by the back kitchen according to your previous tastes. Alright, hard work. Gu Wenqing casually tipped the waiter $1,000. Gu Wenqing didn't have any cash, so she took the $1,000 from Wang Min's bag. Thank you, Mr. Gu. You're welcome, Mr. Gu. This is what I should do. The waiter bowed to Gu Wenqing to show his gratitude, and walked out backwards, gently bringing the door with him. After leaving the door, the waiter was still a little excited. It was the first time he received such a large tip. "Oh, hubby, it's so delicious," Wang Min said with puffed cheeks, her cheeks bulging like a small hamster. "Then you should eat more." Gu Wenqing had just finished when a vibrating sound came from his cell phone. Gu Wenqing opened his phone to see that it was the class president adding his V-mail. Gu Wenqing passed the friend. "Class president, I heard Huang Zicheng say that you don't have time for rehearsal tomorrow?" Questioning. Gu Wenqing, "I don't have time tomorrow. Class president, I've already submitted your name to the publicity department of the student union. If you don't rehearse, what if you mess up?" Seeing this, Gu Wenqing frowned. "Martyr, I didn't say I was going to participate, so you're just going to make it your own way, and then make me have to rehearse. How dare you? Gu Wenqing directly disliked me. If you're afraid of screwing up, change the person. I didn't say I wanted to participate, did I? I don't think I said I was going to participate, right?" Gu Wenqing put his cell phone down and concentrated on eating. To say that the position of class president, originally everyone elected Gu Wenqing, after all, experienced the incident of bravery. The students in the class are more familiar with Gu Wenqing. The selection of class president. Most people voted for Gu Wenqing. Gu Wenqing alone received 95% of the votes in the class, and the class president position was his. As a result, Gu Wenqing himself refused. The reason why Gu Wenqing refused was because he himself was often late for class and absent from class, and also stayed out late at night, completely unable to lead by example. This class president was not suitable for him at all. Furthermore, being the class president also had a lot of things to do. Gu Wenqing wouldn't be as free, so Gu Wenqing directly refused, which led to the birth of the current female class president. For the female class president, private decision to let himself perform the program. Gu Wenqing already have some grievances, but the result is also hard to ask him to go to the rehearsal. It is impossible for him to agree. But then again, it seems that ever since he was rewarded by the system with 10 Chinese-style songs, there are still 9 songs in his brain. Dust it. The main Gu Wenqing himself is not bad money. There is no need to release an album to earn that hard-earned money from the mouths of Huafeng's internal employees. After a day or two of fermentation, it has horrified many real estate-related companies in Magic City. The mysterious person who bought Huafeng Group at full cost has surfaced. It is the original Huafeng Group's shareholder, Mr. Gu Wenqing, who has wholly acquired Huafeng Group. According to rumors, Mr. Gu's actual age is less than 20 years old. At this moment, countless Magic City real estate workers directly feel crazy. A young man under the age of 20 acquired Huafeng Group. At less than 20 years old, he had become the chairman of Huafeng Group. Moreover, many people were no strangers to Gu Wenqing. The clan land along the river was taken by Gu Wenqing at a cost of $30 billion. Not long after that, Mr. Gu took the entire Huafeng Group into his arms. It's simply a luxury that's unrivaled. For a while, Gu Wenqing this 3 big words in the Magic City real estate circle out of the name. Gu Wenqing Gu is the real big brother. More than 90 billion Huafeng Group plus 30 billion along the riverland. Less than a month time. Spending huge sums of money, hundreds of billions of dollars to enter Mr. Gu behind the network, and liquidity can be imagined how huge. Some curious real estate bigwigs wanted to check Gu Wenqing's background, but they couldn't find out anything. This moment further convinced the bigwigs that Mr. Gu's means were heavenly. Maybe he's the descendant of one of the big shots in Kyoto. Anyway, it's an existence they can't afford to mess with. In fact, They thought too much. All of Gu Wenqing's information has been protected by the system, so that everyone has no way to probe. Both the Jin and Niu families got the news first. Jin Yi and Niu Tianji were greatly shocked. Was this Gu Xiao's segment? At this moment, they feared Gu Wenqing to the extreme in their hearts. If the segmented rank, Gu Wenqing was undoubtedly the strongest king, while Jin Yi and Niu Tianzi were silver scum at best. There was no comparison to Gu Xiao. Magic City, Ji Jing Yuan Villa, Lin family. Surprisingly, it's Gu Wenqing. Lin Hongtian frowned and muttered to himself. In his impression, Gu Wenqing was not bad looking. He didn't know if he was capable or not, but he wasn't very attentive to the group's affairs in the past. Lin Hongtian had thought that Gu Wenqing was a young man who liked to be dashing. I did not expect that just such a young man, but actually from his hands to the Huafeng group to buy. Lin Hongtian had to admit that he had looked away. And, Lin Hongtian knew more information than anyone else. On the first day of Gu Wenqing's inspection of the group, he dismissed the group's vice president, Du Sheng, and several other executives who were usually arrogant and insubordinate were dismissed as well. The young man did things without delay. Ruthless enough, Lin Hongtian himself cannot do Gu Wenqing so decisive. He is a more nostalgic person. As long as the people under the hands is not touching the bottom line of the group, he will not pursue the responsibility to the end. Gu Wenjiang had cleaned up the vice president Du Xingxing's people without mercy, and Lin Hongtian admired Gu Wenjiang a little bit in his heart. This young man had done what he had wanted to do before but had never done. Thinking of this, Lin Hongtian sighed alone. It seems like I really should retire for good. Yo! At this moment, the door of the villa opened. Lin Yingying, who had gone crazy with her girlfriends all day, walked into the house. When Lin Yingying saw Lin Hongtian smoking alone in the living room, she inquired, "Dad, you're still awake?" Lin Hongtian saw the doorway of the pavilion of the daughter. Thought of Gu Wenqing. That boy seems to be less than 20 years old. A crazy idea in the mind surging. And the world of the world, 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 and the world of the world. Lin Hongtian said tentatively, "Yingying ah, do you know about Dad's group?" Lin Yingying replied in disbelief, "I know ah, didn't you sell it?" "Well, do you know how big the mysterious person who acquired the Huafeng group is?" Lin Hongtian looked at his daughter's doubt written all over her small face. He continued, "The guy who spent a huge amount of money to acquire the Huafeng group is very young and is in his freshman year of college just like you are. Yingying, you can understand this kind of heavenly pride." Lin Yingying were still do not understand her father's gourd is selling what medicine. It is just now some regret to sell Huafeng that. Want to put the chairman of the acquisition of Huafeng group, the chairman of the board of directors of the Huafeng group. She wanted to take the chairman of Huafeng group as her son-in-law. In this way, Huafeng group is also considered to be coupled with the Lin family. Thinking of this, Lin Yingying skimmed her lips and said unhappily, "Dad, you said before that you wouldn't allow me to fall in love with other guys, but now you're pushing me towards other men. Aren't you afraid of pushing your daughter into the fire pit?" Upon hearing this, Lin Hongtian touched his nose in embarrassment, and after coughing twice, he said in a serious tone, "I'm just letting you and him get to know each other, in case you see eye to eye. Besides, if you don't like him, just ignore him. It's still necessary to get in touch with more outstanding peers. The white-clothed young man you mentioned earlier, Dad does appreciate him quite a bit, but once you compare him to a young man who can run $100 billion group at such a young age, the white-clothed young man can't help but fall behind. No, I'm not going to listen to you." Lin Yingying covered her ears and ran back to her room in a puff of smoke, no longer giving Lin Hongtian the chance to nag her. Lin Hongtian looked at his fleeing daughter and sighed softly. Yingying is still too young. She didn't even know how terrifying the energy behind the young man who was in charge of the $100 billion group was. It's no exaggeration to say that in terms of Gu Wenqing's two big splurges, the number of families in the Magic City that can have the financial resources to splurge like this can be counted on one hand. It's not too much to say that Gu Wenqing is a true magnate. There are countless women who want to climb up Gu Wenqing's ladder, but Yingying still can't see this kind of pride. Lin Hongtian thought to himself, "That's just it. Let nature take its course." Gu Wenqing, who was well known in the Magic City real estate industry, was now sleeping with his wife in his arms. The night slowly faded away. The sun slowly climbed into the sky. A new day. Gu Wenqing woke up in a special way. A new day. Handing over shallow words. After a long time, Gu Wenqing woke up refreshed. I thought to myself, the unique way is quite useful. There is no waking up at all. It seems that I have to try more in the future. Gu Wenqing first made a call to the front desk of the hotel and ordered some meals. After the two had breakfast, they prepared to go look at the house. Walking out of Huaxi Street, they reached the garage. Gu Wenqing slapped his head, mad, forgetting that he didn't drive. The Ferrari Rafa was still parked in the school eating dust. Gu Wenqing wanted to call his assistant, Li Jiawei, to call for a special car, but in the end, He thought better of it. Let Li Jiawei send a car driver. From Huafeng Group to Huaxi Street can be a distance. Have this free time, might as well take a car. And taxi speed is also faster. Gu Wenqing took out his cell phone and called an online taxi on the app. Wang Min held his hand, and the two of them waited by the side of the road. Magic City University. Every year, Magic City University has a welcome party. In order not to make any mistakes in tomorrow's performance, the student union's publicity department will rehearse in advance. Cut out the substandard programs. Only leave some wonderful and interesting programs. Wang Hongliang, the head of the student union's propaganda department, was looking at the list of programs with a few of the propaganda department's officers. The program reported by economics is a single person singing. Strangely, there is no song title. Minister Wang Hongliang did not even lift his eyes, said directly, "Oh, what the hell is what demons and monsters dare to come cut, let economics re-report a program." On hearing this, a female officer next to him said sadly, "This is the program of economics Gu Wenqing. It's a pity." The female officer had long admired Gu Wenqing, especially the school online military training video. That song, Lu Shumun, good to listen to a lot. Unfortunately, the recording is not clear. The sound quality is poor, but the lyrics and the song, it is indeed beautiful unlike anything else. Alas, it's really a pity for my Gu male god. Minister Wang Hongliang's eyes narrowed. It's that kid. There's a way to heaven and you don't go, but there's no door to hell and you barge in. Ever since Qin Mernan sent fruit to that scum Gu Wenqing, Wang Hongliang was having sleepless nights. Whenever he thought of Qin Mernan riding in a Ferrari with Gu Wenqing, he couldn't help but feel jealous in his heart. Marred. It's so hard for me to have a goddess of youth, but Gu Wenqing, with his money, can have the youth of many goddesses. In the light of the Devil's University, it is known that Gu Wenqing is entangled with Wang Yanyan, Chen Yunxue, Qin Maonan. All three are first-class goddesses, and they all go to Gu's body. Thinking about this, Wang Hongliang hated Gu Wenqing's kid with a passion. If I could make that Gu Wenqing kid make a fool of himself in front of the whole school. As soon as this thought came out, Wang Hongliang's eyes lit up. Gu Wenqing's solo has no song title and no soundtrack. That's exactly what he wants. Wang Hongliang clapped his hands together and said with a kind face, "Since you want Gu Wenqing to perform on stage so much, Xiao Yun, then Gu Wenqing can perform without rehearsal. Gu Wenqing doesn't need to rehearse, so he can directly advance to the next level. Just come and perform tomorrow." Female officer Xiao Yun replied joyfully, "Okay day. Thank you Minister. Minister, you are super nice." A smile appeared on Wang Hongliang's face. Gu Wenqing wanted to play with originality like the freshman military training again? If Gu Wenqing plays well it's okay, if he doesn't play well, he'll be a laughingstock in front of the whole school. Anyway, Wang Hongliang was not optimistic about Gu Wenqing, and felt in his heart that Gu Wenqing would most likely become a clown. Thinking of this, Wang Hongliang had a smug smile on his face. He had finally shaded Gu Jiahuang. At this moment, Wang Hongliang's heart was cool. Gu Wenqing and Wang Min were sitting in an online car. Wang Min was so tired yesterday that she fell asleep on Gu Wenqing's shoulder. For Wang Min's convenience, Gu Wenqing was going to buy a suite around her school, so that it would be convenient for Wang Min to go home from class. Huafeng Real Estate's house was far away from Wang Min's school, so why not just go straight to the other properties and pick a suite? Anyway, it's not that bad. Tianyue 1. Tianyue 1 is located not far from Wang Min's school, and it's a well-reputed project in the neighborhood. It's located in a busy area with mature commercial facilities, and the neighborhood has a high green ratio, making the environment and air in the neighborhood very good. Tianyue No. 1 is also a local real estate development in Magic City. The project is magnificent. The entire plot of land is divided into two plates. High-rise buildings and houses a plate. The other plate is a high-grade villa area. The internet car sped along and soon arrived at Tianyue 1. Boing! Wang Min, who had been woken up by Gu Wenqing, had hazy eyes. She looked around at her familiar surroundings in confusion. Isn't this next to our school? Gu Wenqing smiled and said, yes. Isn't buying a house for convenience? Wang Min was touched and hugged Gu Wenqing and said, hubby, you are so good to me. Gu Wenqing said, just so dry a sentence out a line. The evening verbal reward. Wang Min glanced at Gu Wenqing shyly and didn't refuse. Anyway, she has tried all the tricks. As long as Gu Wenqing likes it, she will not refuse. Wang Min saw the sales department. The magnificent atmosphere of the Tianyue No. 1, for big words. A thought no, absolutely not cheap. I remembered that when Tianyue 1 first opened, the sales staff also went to their school to send out flyers. Of course, their target is not the students. The school teachers and professors are the target of sales. After all, many of the teachers at Wang Min's school are local evictees, and the sales staff certainly won't forget the meat and potatoes of these evictees. The flyers scattered on the school floor. Wang Min also picked up and read. The prices on the flyers made countless people stop. Tianyue high-rise buildings from 100,000 per square foot. Tianyue houses from 150,000 per square foot. Tianyue's single-family villas. The smallest square feet is more than 400 square feet. The lowest starting price is from 96 million. The expensive price above the flyer makes Wang Min still have palpitations. The Tianyue no. One location is not the top. Are sold so expensive? Now the Magic City's housing prices have risen so fierce? Wang Min is a local of Magic City, although occasionally heard people around the discussion of housing prices, but has not been too concerned about it, until she saw the flyer of Tianyue no. 1. She was clear about how expensive the house price in Magic City is. Hubby, why don't we wait for the prices to drop before we buy? Wang Min said with a small frown. Although she knew that Gu Wenqing was rich, she always felt that it was uneconomical to spend over $10 million on a house. Without buying a house, the two of them could do a lot with more than $10 million. It's hard to say if the house prices are going down or not, but we're all here to go in and take a look. Gu Wenqing pulled Wang Min and headed inside the sales department. On the way, Gu Wenqing noticed some luxury cars parked in the ground-level parking lot. Bentley, Maybach, Lamborghini, and so on. The ordinary Porsche models don't even make it to the top here. The sales office of Tianyue 1. Entering the lobby of the sales office of Tianyue no. 1. There are not a lot of people looking at the house. There are 3 or 4 salesgirls looking blearily at the door, waiting for customers to see the new house. When Gu Wenqing and Wang Min entered Tianyue no. 1. A few of the salesgirls, their eyes lit up. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, especially when they saw Gu Wenqing's clothes, his arms swinging as he walked, and the Vacheron Constantin watch on his wrist. The real estate sales ladies already knew that the young couple in front of them was definitely a quality customer. The real estate sales ladies had long practiced a pair of fiery eyes. Gu Wenqing had an extraordinary temperament. He is a luxury brand. A single Versace men's t-shirt on tens of thousands of dollars, as well as the Vacheron Constantin watch on his hands, although it is not clear to see the specific model, but from the unique appearance, at least is also $1 million. Although Gu Wenqing and the two of them came down from the cab, none of the real estate salesmen dared to underestimate them. Just a small wristwatch was worth $1 million. Who dared to say that this young man didn't have money? Then look at the girl beside him. A dress ordinary, backpack is also ordinary goods, but the girl's appearance is outstanding. Just the girl's colorful face alone is not comparable to that of an ordinary girl. Ha! The rich second generation and his beautiful girlfriend. After seeing Gu Wenqing come in, the first saleswoman to trot over to receive him was a high-quality customer, and said softly, "Sir, may I ask what type of house you're looking at?" "Villa," Gu Wenqing replied. At the sound of his voice, the saleswoman was overjoyed. The villa at Tianyue no. 1 was at least $96 million. If this order was sold, she would get a lot of commission. The saleswoman had no doubt about Gu Wenqing's strength. As she approached, she recognized the price of the Vacheron Constantin watch at first glance. The young Gu Wenqing was wearing a $6 million watch. A rich young man who wears a watch that costs more than $6 million can be imagined to be someone who is not short of money. The saleswoman inexplicably envied Gu Wenqing's Wang Min. Afterward, the saleswoman continued to ask, "Sir, what type of villa are you looking at? What types of households are available here? Townhouses, detached villas." The saleswoman introduced many more house types, orientations and so on. Hearing that Gu Wenqing wanted to buy a villa, Wang Min, who was next to her, was terrified. The cheapest villa in Tianyue no. 1 costs $96 million, close to $100 million. Spending more than $10 million to buy a small high-rise Wang Min felt expensive. Not to mention spending nearly $100 million to buy a villa. She thought to herself that maybe her husband was simply taking a look. Although she knew that Gu Wenqing was rich, spending $100 million on a villa, Wang Min thought it was too unbelievable for a freshman student. It was a pity that she didn't recognize luxury watches, not to mention the fact that the watches Gu Wenqing wore on his hands were several million. The current single-family houses for sale are 1060 square feet, 860 square feet, 660 square feet, and 560 square feet. If the price is calculated at 200,000 ping, the total price of the 1060 ping villa will cost over $210 million. 2 small goals, and the smallest size is 560 ping. The detached villa with the smallest area was 560 square feet, and the total price was also the price of a small target. The high total price of Tianyue no. 1 villa makes countless people stop. 400 square foot villa is not much sold out, but 1060 square foot from the opening to now, more than 2 years only sold out 2 sets. Gu Wenqing directly chose the largest type of single-family house, 1060 square feet. And only a little more than 200 million. Gu Wenqing said. It's better to talk about it than to actually see it. The saleswoman took out an information sheet and respectfully said, Sir, the villa at Tianyuan 1 requires a capital inspection. Do you think it's convenient for you? Although it seemed that Gu Wenqing's status should not be bad, but the process should still go. Generally, looking at this kind of villa requires a capital inspection. The buyer has to provide bank deposit documents, and the requirement must reach the amount stipulated by the developer of Tianyuan 1. And at the same time of the capital inspection, it is also necessary to see whether the buyer meets the conditions for purchasing the villa. Things come in small packages. Owners who buy single-family villas, of course, want people of noble status to live in the same villa area with them, rather than cats and dogs that bring down the owner's status and the quality of the villa. Capital inspection? Gu Wenqing was also a first-time buyer, but according to Huafeng Group's rules, all high-end villa areas did require a capital inspection before they could be viewed. Gu Wenqing certainly wouldn't refuse. Gu Wenqing glanced at the form, purchaser's identity, company, annual salary, etc. Especially the company column. Gu Wenqing on the title can be a lot. And finally filled out a most bluff, Huafeng Group chairman. Forms filled out. The bank card deposit slip is much simpler. Gu Wenqing directly opened the cell phone. The balance of the Magic City bank card information turned out. Handed to the saleswoman. Look, my goodness, the digital balance on the bank card. Directly to the female sales, shocked. She covered her small mouth with both hands in surprise. Gulp. Couldn't help but gulp. So many digits. It was too late to count them and she was dazzled directly. After waiting for a while, she calmed down and finally counted clearly. The whole 11 digits. Meaning it was more than $10 billion. This teenager in front of her was also too terrifying. To know that 2 years, she still received a lot of people who looked at the villa. And the most bank card funds at the time of capital inspection was $1 billion for the customer. The balance of $1 billion. Then she was amazed. I did not expect to encounter a more exaggerated one today. Directly more than 10 billion. At this point, she didn't even look at the form. The card balance of more than 10 billion. God's hero. Still used time to waste to confirm the identity information that would be too ridiculous. She casually put the form on the table. Tone incomparably respectful said, Sir, the next capital verification process you do not need. I directly take you to see the house. The saleswoman said. Directly took away a series of villa keys. Ready to take each one to take Gu Wenqing to see. At this moment, the saleswoman's heart was thrilled. The customer has $10 billion in deposits. If nothing happens to this order today, the chances of closing the deal are very high. Sir, our limousine is ready. You can leave at any time if you want to see the property. Gu Wenqing said blandly. Then let's go. Wang Min hugged Gu Wenqing obediently. Still thinking about the chairman of Huafeng Group, that her husband filled in. Seems to be a real estate company as well? Wang Min's head was a little short. Could it be that her husband's family was also in real estate? Then why spend a lot of money to buy a villa in Tianyuan 1? At this moment, her tiny head was full of big questions. The three of them sat together in the courtesy car. The driver skillfully drove the car and drove into the huge area within the villa area. Just after the two of them left, the lobby of the sales department was talking. The saleswomen in the sales department whispered. Without even verifying their identity information, they went directly to view the property? I'm so envious. It must be a rich kid with an overflowing card balance. Directly skipping the verification of information. Look at the situation. Millet, this is met Big Brother. The Vacheron Constantin watch on his hand is $1 million. His identity must be extraordinary. In the sales department, many customers who were looking at the property were also envious of Gu Wenqing, a real rich man. The moment they came, they were running for a villa area worth more than $200 million and more than 1,000 square feet. And they are still considering what type of high-rise to buy because of the price. What's more, the guy looking at the villa is still so young, and the female companion beside him is also beautiful and enviable. This is the real peak life. Villa area, at this time bustling or a few sales with customers to see the house, but are running to the B area to go. And area A are all 1,060 square feet villas. Only Gu Wenqing and his party, Tianyuan 1 only has 10 1,060 square foot villas. 2 have been sold. And there are 8 more on sale. The upper license area is 1,060 square feet, and the actual usable area is 1,200 square feet. The saleswoman continued her introduction as she walked, and all the villas in Area A are well decorated and ready to move in. If the owners are not satisfied with the style, they can redecorate themselves. The villa area is surrounded by greenery. Even the air is exceptionally fresh. Area A covers an area of 48 acres, with only 10 villas, each with its own private garden, and a greening rate of up to 60%. Led by the saleswoman Me, the two walked to Villa 1. Tianyua no. One's 10 villas. We are using different styles. Each villa's appearance is carefully designed. All have their own unique style. Each villa's decoration style is also unique, each with its own unique style. Walking into the villa, Gu Wenqing has been quietly listening to the introduction of sales Millet, while Wang Min has been shocked at this time. A 1060 square meter villa, super large entry garden, swimming pool, gym, home theater space, coupled with the overall youthful style of the villa. The whole villa looks very energetic and fashionable. The black plus white collocation is not only very classic, but also layered, creating a comfortable, atmospheric atmosphere. Not only Wang Min was shocked, even the salesman who introduced the villa, Mi, was also attracted by the villa's decoration style. This wasn't Mi's first time coming to this villa, but every time she came, she still couldn't help but be shocked by the villa. Unlike the two of them, Gu Wenqing was thinking, I didn't pay attention outside. I didn't think 1,200 square feet was that big, but when I actually entered, it did look quite atmospheric. Gu Wenqing was calm anyway. There was money in the bag. What kind of villa could not afford? Gu Wenqing faintly asked, what is the price of this villa? At the sound of the voice, Sales Millet's heart was startled. Asking the price so soon? She hurriedly replied, a one villa because it is the king of villas. The price is relatively more expensive than other villas. According to the current market price, it is $300,000 per square meter. The total price is 318 million. Hearing this, Wang Min felt that her soul was about to float out. She didn't hear it wrong. $318 million. Gu Wenqing's face was bland and unchanged. This building it is then. Ah, mister. Gu won't look at a few other villas? Gu Wenqing waved his hand and said indifferently. Since one is the king of the building, what's there to see in the other supporting cast? Hearing Gu Wenqing's words, Sales Millet's entirety was dumbfounded. In less than 10 minutes, she decided to buy it? Although she knew that Gu Wenqing was super rich, and she was psychologically prepared to close the deal. But for someone like Gu Wenqing to order a villa so quickly, she'd never heard of it in all her years in the industry. This was a whole 318 million villa deal. How did it feel like in this young man's eyes? It was like going to the vegetable market and buying a cabbage so casually. Is this the world of the rich? On the way back to the sales department in the courtesy car, Wang Min whispered in his ear with a pained expression. Didn't you say you were only coming in to take a look? How come you're going to buy a villa with over $300 million at once? Gu Wenqing pinched her red face. Buy it if it's suitable. You can live in it anyway. If you want to buy it, just buy a small house. How empty it is to buy such a big villa, and the price of $318 million is too much. Wang Min hadn't seen Gu Wenqing's bank card balance and didn't know how much money Gu Wenqing had, but in her deep-rooted thinking, it wasn't worth it at all to spend $318 million on a villa. Then do you like it? Like it. Gu Wenqing patted Wang Min's little head, then no, the price doesn't matter. As long as you like it. Pat my head again. I'll bite you oh. Gu Wenqing leaned close to her ear and said with an evil smile, then I'll wait. Wang Min pouted and glared at Gu Wenqing. Seriously chatting, why is he driving again? Last night, according to the systems, probing favorable feelings, Wang Min and Sumo's favorability both came to 99%, just missing the last 1% to max. 90% to 100% favoritism is to be faithful till death do us part. It meant that their love for Gu Wenqing would not change until they died. Gu Wenqing suddenly felt a sense of responsibility, because in addition to his parents, he had two more people who would be with him until death do us part. Thinking of this, Gu Wenqing thought it was time to show his parents the cards, revealing a little bit of his worth, so that they could retire early and enjoy the happiness. I'm not going to be able to do that. National Day home and too old showdown. When the three of them re-entered the VIP resting place, Sales Millet quickly served another cold drink, once again confirming that Gu Wenqing was going to purchase the king of the first floor of the villa in the A area. She said excitedly, just a moment, Mr. Gu, I'll go get the purchase contract. Good. The whole 318 million villa building king. Her commission alone would be in the millions. It was the first time she had made so much money since she had been selling properties for so long. Her face was filled with an excited smile. The other sales look at the Millet gleeful look. Know that this single must have been sold. They curiously inquired which villa Mi was selling. Area A, a villa king. Wow. The salesmen were in an uproar. When they heard Mi's answer, their eyes widened with shock. Mimi had actually sold the most expensive house in Tianyuan. 1. The Villa King in Area A was 300,000 ping, totaling $318 million. This Villa King has been open since now. There are many rich people who have gone to see it in bits and pieces, and many of them like it, but they can't afford to spend $318 million to buy it. There are two customers. backed up to buy the other villas in the A area. After all, other villas, the same size, then the Villa King can save an additional 100 million. Just compared to Villa King, the location, feng shui, and external independent garden of the other villas is much worse, and the client looks very young, less than 20 years old. How could he buy the king of villas in Block 1 of Area A? My goodness, this is too outrageous. Since the opening, many company executives have looked at the Villa King one after another, but eventually left because of the price. Unexpectedly, those big bosses could not afford to buy the Villa King, but was actually bought by a teenager. Gazing at Gu Wenxing in the VIP area, they sighed in their hearts, a real rich and handsome man. It's hard not to let a woman's heart be moved. Regardless of the shock and envy of the other sales, Mi was busy preparing the purchase contract. At this time only came not long. Sitting Tianyuan one general manager. Xia Rongsong glanced at the table on the table. Chairman of Huafeng Group, Gu Wenxing. He was slightly surprised. What did he see? That Gu, who shocked the entire Magic City real estate circle, had come to his Tianyuan one to buy a house? Mad. This is an existence that the owner of Tianyuan one wants to befriend. Listen to the amazing things the 18-year-old Mr. Gu has done, spending $30 billion to buy the Land King, fully acquired Huafeng Group. Xia Rongsong were still sitting down. After inquiring to where Gu Wenxing was, he hurriedly walked over to say hello. At this time, Gu Wenxing and Millet is about to sign the contract. General Manager Xia Rongsong rushed over. I do not know Huafeng Group's Gudong arrived. Much slowness. Please Gudong do not blame. The reason why Xia Rongsong lowered his posture so much was because the old president of Tianyue Group had mentioned in front of him that he wanted to make friends with Gu Wenxing of Huafeng Group. You are? Oh, I am the general manager of Tianyue. My name is Xia Rongsong. You can call me Xia. After Xia Rongsong finished speaking, he learned from Xiaomi that Mr. Gu had bought the king of the building in Area A. He directly waved his hand and directly arranged for the finance to discount the total price of the villa by 70%. Gu Wenxing didn't make a sound. It's better to offer something for nothing than to steal it. Xia Rongsong also knew that he was a bit reckless. He continued, our boss has admired Mr. Gu for a long time, so let's make a friend with Mr. Gu. Making friends is fine, but for less than $100 million, I, Gu Wenxing, am not bad at this. Don't worry Mr. Gu, it's just a simple friendship. Our boss doesn't mean anything else. Okay, thank your boss for me. His words were very clear. Only less than $100 million. Don't want me to owe Gu a favor or something. With that being said, Gu Wenxing agreed. Until he finished paying, Gu Wenxing had already walked out of the sales department. The shock on the faces of all the salesgirls still hasn't dissipated. Xia Rongsong, the general manager of the group, who usually had his eyes on the top, was able to put his stance so low. As far as they know, the one who can make the general manager pander so much, besides the boss of the group, only Gu Wenxing has this kind of treatment. So what exactly is that teenager's status? With just one identity, he was able to get Mr. Xia to give him a 30% discount and waive the $95 million purchase price? General Manager's office. Xia Rongsong was on the phone with his boss, indicating that Mr. Gu from Huafeng Group had come to Tianyuan one to buy a house. Among other things, well done. Listening to his boss hang up the phone, Xia Rongsong, who was praised by his boss, had a smile on his face. The boss wanted to make friends with Mr. Gu of the Huafeng Group. It was just because he was looking at Mr. Gu's background and wealth. There was no doubt about that. As for the deeper things in it, it's not something he can consider as a wage earner. The two of them went out of Tianyuan one. At this time, Wang Min's face was still flushed. The house purchase just now was signed in her name. It meant that her husband had spent more than $200 million to buy a villa for her. Gu Wenxing's sudden delivery of the house made Wang Min's entire body dizzy. Gu Wenxing didn't think it mattered. Wang Min's entire person was his. And the house indirectly still didn't belong to Gu Wenxing. Moreover, now Wang Min's favorability towards him had reached max. The system also unlocked a new title with it. Gu Wenxing couldn't wait to check it out. Ding! The host has unlocked the new title, Deadly Heart. 5 billion reward money has been released. 10 parallel world songs. 60% of the shares of Cloud Dream Interactive Entertainment. The items rewarded by the system will be delivered to the host in a reasonable manner. The host can use them with confidence. Gu Wenxing checked out Cloud Dream Hootsuite, which disappointed him a bit. It was just a small entertainment company that incubated anchors and netstars, mainly operating at Do Shark Live and Tiger Live. It also has a few more famous anchors. The total market value of Yunmeng Mutual Entertainment is only $800 million. Gu Wenxing's 60% shares were only worth 480 million. In contrast, the 5 billion renminbi rewarded by the system is not as real. At this time, the shareholder information of Cloud Dream Hootsuite was also implanted in Gu Wenqing's mind. Gu Wenqing directly called the chairman's secretary, Li Jiawei. He asked her to arrange for someone to negotiate with the shareholders of Magic City's Cloud Dream Hootsuite and acquire all the shares in their hands. After giving the order, Gu Wenqing directly hung up the phone. Inside the Huafeng group, Li Jiawei was a bit confused. The boss ordered this as if she shouldn't be in charge of but she didn't dare to refuse, and went to talk to the shareholders of Yunmeng Mutual Entertainment in a flurry of activity. With a market capitalization of only $800 million, Gu Wenqing will undoubtedly acquire the company. It's not like he's short of that kind of money. Secondly, Gu Wenqing believed that as long as he unlocked some new titles, got some parallel worlds, songs, movies and TV works, the future development of Cloud Dream's Hootsuite wouldn't be bad. Taking a small Netflix incubation company and turning it into a top entertainment company, Gu Wenqing felt a sense of nurturing when he thought about it, since it was destined to be a company that would take off. Of course it couldn't make money for others for nothing. The villa was just bought. Many things are not ready. Today is not able to live. Gu Wenqing first took a taxi back to school, then drove a Ferrari Lafayette, with Wang Min in the passenger seat. First, he and Wang Min strolled around Huaxi Street. After the two of them walked out, Wang Min had already changed her outfit. A gray dress, Parisian house in Valentino. After dinner, it was already slightly dark. Sitting on a chair in the square, people came and went, taking advantage of the darkness, putting her arm around Wang Min. There are so many people on the street. Gu Wenqing is not relenting. Under the faint moonlight, wearing a gray dress, her body was concave and convex. Especially the impactful hips were perfectly rounded under the dress. Parisian parcels wrapped in white long legs. Speed attack shoes make the already sexy legs look more and more slender and perfect. Although the moon color is fascinating, it is not as good as a strand of hair next to a well-dressed woman. He prided himself on being a man who could only work hard and do things in a seamless way. Early morning, driving the Ferrari, he first sent Wang Min back to school, and then according to the address given by the system, navigated towards Magic City Game Studio. Domestic today's big game makers, Penguin, Net1, and Mi Clam Tour, which rose to prominence by the original God. In 2022, China's handheld game publishers, the country's top three, also Penguin, Netflix, Mi Clam Tour. Time has changed. With the fast pace of life, cell phone games are also considered mainstream. Today, the handheld game's ability to absorb money is beyond doubt. More of the game factory, but also the end of the game transplanted into the handheld game. Visible game market, handheld game is the trend. Gu Wenqing also checked the information. 2021 a whole year. Penguin Handicraft Ace King of Glory global mobile total income of $2.8 billion US dollars, equivalent to about 17.9 billion yuan. And Mi Clam Tour's Original God, the global mobile side of the total revenue of $1.8 billion US dollars, equivalent to about 11.8 billion yuan. It should be noted that the $1.8 billion here is only the statistics of the Original God mobile revenue. The Original God as a full platform game, PC side and host side of the income has not been calculated. If this part of the income is also calculated, the Original God's actual income should be added to another 30 to 50%. In 2021, hand game revenue rankings, Penguin's Honor of Kings topped the throne by earning 17 renminbi, 9 billion. The second-ranked Mi Clam Tour ranked second with Protogod. Net1's Fantasy Westward Journey and Yin and Yang Master are not ranked high, but their ability to absorb money is unquestionable. Although Gu Wenqing was now worth a lot of money, the deposits in his bank card alone had exceeded more than 20 billion. More than 20 billion seems to be a lot, but the development of the riverside land and need to invest a lot of money. Although the Huafeng group with the land to the bank loaned a lot of money, but not before the start of construction. The Huafeng group's books only expenditure. There is no profit. Moreover, the entire Huafeng group is Gu Wenqing one person. He is ready to invest in the first 100 small target construction along the river Zondi. Not enough to use and then to the Magic City bank loan. In short, must be Shuzhou district. Along the river Zondi construction into a landmark building. Mainly, high-end, atmospheric luxury route. And these are to use money, and also need a lot of money. Therefore, the Magic City Game Studio, as long as the game is done well, can largely bring Gu Wenqing a lot of income. In the construction of Huafeng Group along the river can also play a crucial role in helping. Of course, the premise is established in the game studio. The production of the game is playable, can make money. However, the general system produced, Gu Wenqing felt that none of them would let themselves down. Magic City, a certain office building, inside a narrow room of less than 80 square meters. Sino-Ocean Game Studio. Sino-Ocean Game Studio is just a small workshop with only 20 people. There are only 20 people in the studio, 16 of whom are responsible for game development, and the other 4 are responsible for game publicity. In the first 6 months, everyone lived in a room of less than 80 square meters, but there was no dissatisfaction. Rather, emotions were high. They dreamed that the game they developed would be loved by countless players as soon as it was released, and that fame and money would come along with the game's explosion. With the passage of time, less than half a year's time, the staff of the Oceania Game Studio, from the beginning of the founding of the 40-odd people, into today's 20 people, there are 20 colleagues who struggle together, because they do not see hope, low wages, poor environment, and other factors, leaving, jumping ship, and even change careers. This is nothing. What demoralized the Oceania Game Studio even more was that the owner of the game studio sold the studio at a low price not long ago because he could not see any hope. The 20 remaining employees still remember the roar of their former boss when he left. Rubbish. A bunch of fools. I've invested millions of dollars, but in the end, I've got nothing to show for it. The game is about to be developed successfully, and the publicity department is asking me to pay $10 million for the game's publicity? Do I look like a fool? After losing money once, you want me to lose money a second time? Especially you stupid game planner, letting you imitate the creation of a hot game. But you have to be bent on creating a trashy gun game. I tried to play it once, and I landed in a box. What kind of gaming experience can I have? Garbage is garbage. The game is garbage. And your development team is also a fighter among the garbage. At this time, the only 20 people left in Oceanic Studio were listless, looking at the game that has been online for half a month. Even the number of people online is less than 1,000. Everyone is lost in thought. Maybe it's just like what the former boss said. They are all losers. The game they're developing is the worst of the worst. More importantly, Oceania Studios' books were empty, and the new boss had forgotten about them and was slow to inject funds. If this continues, we're not far from breaking up. Gu Wenqing drove to the office building. Taking the elevator, he arrived in front of the door where the Oceanic Game Studio was located. The studio space was pitifully small. The environment is poor and the lighting is dim. It's just a small workshop. The rewards given by the system shouldn't be so trashy. Gu Wenqing thought to himself. It should be because the game they're developing has a lot of potential. Gu Wenqing knew a lot about the system's nature, so he couldn't possibly give him a cumbersome reward. Cough. A light cough from Gu Wenqing in front of the door instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the studio. The system rewarded the game studio, and of course, it had implanted Gu Wenqing's information on the employees. Seeing that it was their longed-for new boss, the crowd exited to greet him. For a while, there was an endless stream of Mr. Gu voices. Gu Wenqing smiled and nodded. As everyone's morale was low as far as the naked eye could see, Gu Wenqing definitely wouldn't splash everyone with cold water again. Meeting first, 80 square feet less than the studio. There is no meeting room. The meeting is everyone sitting in their own workplace, while Gu Wenqing stood in the aisle, giving their meeting. The 20 employees working on the game, looking at the young new boss, all knew that he was less than 20 years old. That's way too young. And looking at his thick hair, they knew that Gu Wenqing was definitely not in their line of work. Game production. A day to knock code. Stay up all night thinking about ideas and brain fee. There cannot exist a head of thick hair. Looking at the young new boss, everyone's already downcast aura was now even more subdued. Especially, this one is as amateurish as the previous boss. John Hong, the game's master planner, was desperate. He was already thinking about his way out. Let me see the handheld game you've developed first. Facing the questioning gazes of 20 people, Gu Wenqing said blandly, Jedi Survival? Gu Wenqing looked up the gameplay of Jedi Survival. In the gameplay of Jedi Survival you could see 100 players parachuting en masse from an airplane and swarming over an island, looting around for weapons, vehicles and equipment. At the start of the game you can figure out how to scurry all the way to the beach to minimize the likelihood that you'll be surrounded by a swarm of enemies. But as time goes on, the available area in the game continues to shrink, and players are forced to battle it out in a chaotic showdown. Just seeing this unique innovation of this Jedi Survival made Gu Wenqing's eyes light up. The hottest of the popular gunfighting games on the market right now is Penguin's Crossfire handheld game, but none of them are innovative, transplanting the old ways of endgame. The Jedi Survival, this kind of battle royale type of game, in the world has never appeared. As long as the quality of the game wasn't bad, it would definitely be a hit. Gu Wenqing then checked the recent data of Jedi Survival. There were less than 1,000 registered users. There were a few sporadic positive reviews in the game's comments section. Gu Wenqing then tried out the game again. Fortunately, the game planner, John Hong, had designed many human machines in the game, or else with less than 1,000 registered users, the game would take a long time to match. The picture quality was good, creative, and extremely playable. After playing a few times, Gu Wenqing played a little too much. Martyr. Designing the human machine in such a bullish way, he didn't even get a handful of chickens. All the people in the Oceania game studio saw Mr. Gu's slightly changed expression. Everyone's heart thumped and fell to the bottom. Mr. Gu's expression was the same as the last boss who was in his 50s when he tried playing Jedi Survival. It's over. It's over. This time Oceania Game Studio may no longer exist. And the game they worked so hard for a year to come up with may be aborted. Stop serving off the shelves. At this moment, everyone's heart is endless heartache. They were all losers. Just as everyone was thinking about where to pack up and go, Gu Wenqing slammed the table and said, Jedi Survival is so much fun. I'm sure it will be a fire. Wow. Hearing Mr. Gu's words, they were filled with disbelief. What had they heard? General Manager Gu said the game was fun. At this moment, their hearts were overwhelmed with excitement. For the only 20 employees left, Jedi Survival was like their child. How could they not be elated when someone complimented their game? What's more, the one who praised it was their boss. Could it be that they don't have to disband, much less have to lose their jobs? Gu Wenqing's face became serious at this moment. I've roughly understood the studio's situation, and to my relief, the game you guys made is really quite good. The game has quality. The content of the game is innovative. The only thing that's lacking is poor funding. Now in this era where traffic is king, the fragrance of wine is also afraid of the deep alley. Without exposure, without traffic, it's hard for even the most interesting games to have a chance to get up. And with Oceania Game Studio, all that's missing is this glimpse of opportunity. Hearing Mr. Gu's words, everyone was shocked in their hearts. And Mr. Gu had the same idea as them. They were absolutely confident in the Jedi Survival that they had developed. And as a result, when they were about to succeed, their ex-boss refused to invest any more money in publicity. No matter how much the game mastermind Jiang Heng begged, the former boss was unmoved, insisting that he wouldn't invest another penny, and selling the company online at a low price. Everyone at Ocean Express believes that as long as Jedi Survival has publicity funds, even if it doesn't earn big money, it's no problem at all to make back the money that the boss invested in the early stages of the game. From today onwards, the studio is officially renamed Huafeng Game Studio. I will invest 100 million in the early stages as publicity funds for Jedi Survivor. If 100 million doesn't work, then 1 billion. I believe that with the quality of Jedi Survivor, it will absolutely burst into flames. Gu Wenqing's bland voice caused all the employees of Sino-Ocean to stare blankly, their hearts full of horror. They hadn't heard wrong, had they? General Manager Gu threatened to invest $100 million to publicize survival of the Jedi? You have to know that the R&D funding for Jedi Survivor didn't even exceed $10 million. And Mr. Gu directly wanted to enable 100 million for the tour's publicity. This is too crazy. Mr. Gu is too damn handsome. At this instant, everyone present was impressed by Mr. Gu's boldness. This is what is called pattern. The former boss didn't even want to spend $10 million on publicity. But Mr. Gu wanted to spend $100 million on Jedi Survivor. It shows that Mr. Gu is incredibly optimistic about Jedi Survival. This makes the development of Jedi Survival all the staff. The heart is excited. Jedi Survival finally met the wise eyes to recognize the pearl of the people. The original crowd that had already despaired, after getting Mr. Gu's affirmation, then wildly smashed another 100 million. Suddenly, hope rose again for the future of Jedi Survival. Feeling the crowd's renewed fighting spirit, Gu Wenqing continued loudly. Let the big anchors of all platforms take the time to broadcast Jedi Survival. As long as they are willing to broadcast, money is not a problem. The major software malls, game platform advertising fees do not stop. No matter how much money, must let the Jedi Survival poster in the most conspicuous position. Let people see the 4 big words Jedi Survival as soon as they click in. I want half a month to make Jedi Survival explode all over the internet. After hearing General Manager Gu's words, all the employees present were filled with great pride, and they were full of expectations for Jedi Survival. $100 million smashed down. With the quality of Jedi Survival, how can it not be hot? Just when everyone's passion was high, fantasizing about the game catching fire. Knock knock knock. A knock sounded outside the door. An uninvited guest was standing at the door with a face full of disdain. The crowd's eyes were caused by the former boss of TSE. Some of the employees thought to themselves, the game studio doesn't belong to him anymore. What is he doing here? Some of the employees were even looking at the former boss with an unkind look on their faces. He was the one who taunted Oceanic Game Studio as being garbage, and that the Jedi Survival game they made was the garbage of garbage, degrading them to nothing. I don't know why. As soon as the former boss saw the Oceania studio that had regained its momentum, his heart was incomparably furious. Mud, when I was the boss, Everyone was like an eggplant in the frost. When I was the boss, they were all like eggplants in the frost, but now that I'm the boss, they're all full of energy. Mr. Gu, nice to meet you, the former boss said politely. Then, he changed his tone and said, with all due respect, Oceania's current game design program is really not up to par. Their team lost me more than $10 million as a whole, and now thanks to Mr. Gu's acquisition, I've been able to get a little bit of my blood back. Thank you, Mr. Gu. Thank you for your generosity, letting my humble self out of the misery at last. But acquiring this waste of a company like Sino-Ocean, it's better to take the money and blow it out of the water. At least you can still hear a sound. The former boss had an expression of a man who had been there before, pretending to comfort Gu Wenqing. You're still too young, Mr. Gu, with no social experience. You dare to take over any mess. Mockery. Naked mockery. The former boss's words were full of gloating, disparaging Sino-Ocean without leaving any room for error, and mocking Gu Wenqing in the process. Everyone at Sino-Ocean Studios looked at the former boss with angry faces. Mr. Gu had only just said that he would invest $100 million for the promotion of Jedi survival. If the bald man's ridicule caused him to withdraw his investment, who would they cry to? The game master planner just wanted to go up and argue. He heard Mr. Gu speak first. Gu Wenqing was no pushover in the face of his former boss's ridicule. Gu Wenqing said flatly, "Oh, look at you. You're so worried you've gone bald. I think you've spent a lot of energy on this game project, right? Thank you, old brother, for wasting so much precious hair. And in the end, you also give away the game studio that you have finished developing. It's simply a philanthropist, shrimp pig heart." The former boss sniffed and was already on fire. Being bald was already a sad thing for him, and for Gu Wenqing to even mention this was simply rubbing salt in his wounds. He held back the anger in his heart and said loudly, "Oh, a game with less than 1,000 registrations. Mr. Gu really has the guts to take it over. Got your head caught in the door." A smile appeared on Gu Wenqing's face as he blandly said, "In my opinion, Jedi Survival is a cross-century masterpiece, no weaker than Penguin's Honor of Kings, or Me Clam Tour's original God. You're too old to have good taste. Go home and drink tea and raise flowers." First, the game studio is the system rewarded. In fact, the game Jedi Survival is the real reward. The system reward must be fine. Second, as a young man who often plays games, Absolute Survival is very much in line with his tastes. The more he plays, the more he gets on. Combining the above reasons, even if Absolute Survival couldn't be a big hit, it definitely couldn't be worthy of only the current results. It was just short of an opportunity to take off. And he, Gu Wenqing, was the opportunity for Absolute Survival to take off? Ha ha, you want me to laugh my ass off, and compare it to Honor of Kings and Proto-Gods? This is the funniest thing I've ever heard in my life. Then, let's wait and see. Gu Wenqing gave his expulsion order. There was nothing to say to such stubborn people. And then, looking at the ground, Gu Wenqing shouted, "Hey, wait, your false braces fell off." Gu Wenqing walked away, leaving behind the 20 people from the remaining Huafeng Studio games staring at each other wide-eyed. At this moment, they were inwardly overwhelmed. $100 million for publicity. This was something they hadn't even dared to think about before. And now Mr. Gu was really prepared to smash $100 million to open the way for Jedi Survival. In this instant, in everyone's hearts, there was an incomparable recognition of General Manager Gu. Mr. Gu is truly everyone's bull. We must not fail, Mr. Gu. We must make Survival of the Jedi reach the same heights as Penguin's Honor of Kings and Me Clam Game's original God. Actually, they're overthinking it. Mr. Gu had just bragged in front of his former boss before pulling Jedi Survival to the same height as them. It's not that Gu Wenqing doesn't think Jedi Survival is good, but it's just too hard to achieve the same level as Penguin and Me Clam Tour. The sky, the land, the people and the people are indispensable. Otherwise, there are so many creative hand games in the world. Why is the first and second still Honor of Kings and Original God? Soon, Huafeng Group's finance came. Both parties were wide-eyed. What? Chairman Gu bought a game company and allocated $100 million to operate it? What? Mr. Gu is the chairman of Huafeng Group. Crap. Chairman Gu is actually a $100 billion real estate tycoon. A little bit of time passes. At 7:30 in the evening, the Magic City University class of 2022 welcome party kicked off in the gymnasium. The step hall of the gymnasium was filled to capacity. There were 2,000 to 3,000 freshmen from the class of 2022 alone, plus many older students who had come to join in the fun, as well as many foreign students who had been invited, making the entire hall overcrowded. Zhou Tao, Huang Zichang and Zhang Xiaohong were sitting in the economics crowd, and next to them were 4 girls from the business school. Last night, Huang Zichang told the goddess that the school was holding a welcome party, and Li Wenhuan, who liked to be lively, immediately said that she wanted to come and watch as well. And then, she talked about it in the dormitory. And the other 3 girls in the dormitory all said they wanted to come as well. Emolu was the first to indicate that she was also going. Once the fair-skinned Daishi heard that Emolu was going, she ghostly wanted to go as well. Tsuchocho and Daishi had the best relationship. If Daishi went, she would definitely follow Daishi too. In the end, the 4 of them came together. At this moment, the arrival of the 4 beautiful girls instantly made the eyes of the boys in economics glisten, especially since each of the 4 girls had their own unique style. Their looks weren't bad, making many of the boys' hearts itch. Looking at the 4 girls sitting with Huang Zicheng and the others, they must have been invited over by Huang Zicheng to watch the show. One of the bold boys, taking advantage of a few girls going to the restroom in pairs, he walked over and quietly tapped Huang Zicheng's shoulder, whispering, "Huang Zi, does that girl with brown hair and nice eyes when she smiles have a boyfriend? Introduce her to your buddy if you don't have one." Just now, Emolu asked several times where Gu Wenqing was. Huang Zicheng's head got big from asking. He didn't even think about it, directly returned in a bad mood. "No, if you want to chase, you go and ask for the contact information yourself." The boy's eyes lit up when he heard this. Zhou Tao said from the side, "Huang Zi, that's Li Wenhuan." "What?" Huang Zicheng fixed his eyes to see. Is back Li Wenhuan really was accosted by the boys. Huang Zicheng straight rushed forward. "Brother, you are not good this is to dig my corner this is my girlfriend. You didn't say it earlier." Li Wenhuan arrogantly gave orders. "Huang Zicheng, I want to drink milk tea." After saying that, she simply ignored the boys who accosted her, and directly brought her roommate back to her position. Instantly, Huang Zicheng had a smug look on his face. He comfortingly patted the boy's shoulder. "Brother, don't mind. My girlfriend has always been this kind of cool character. Don't take it to heart." Looking at the boy's constipated face, Huang Zicheng's heart was so happy. The beautiful thought. This is the feeling of people in front of the saint. Really fucking too good. Afterwards, he was so happy in his heart. He ran all the way to buy milk tea for Li Wenhuan to go. As soon as the 4 girls sat down, Li Wenhuan said, "I heard that Gu Wenqing is quite talented. Before the Magic City University military training he created the Lushu Moon in the university city is quite hot. Even our school has many people discussing him." When she heard the word Gu Wenqing, Luke came to her senses and said, He, I even went to the posting bar to see it before. Gu Wenqing holding a guitar is really handsome." Tsuchocho hit, "Come on. That video or picture quality is rotten into what kind of? Can't even see Gu Wenqing's looks." Aside of Dai she also nodded in agreement. They have watched the video. Emolu died duck mouth hard. "Anyway, I think it's very handsome. And the song is also good." At this time, Huang Zicheng, who had bought milk tea, came and distributed the milk tea to the 4 girls. At this time, Zhang Xiaohong and Zhou Tao also came up. Zhou Tao's eyes just kept staring at Emolu. And Zhang Xiaohong had been politely rejected by Su Chocho before without too much involvement. And the 2 of them weren't too embarrassed. Zhang Xiaohong directly said, "Crap, Huang Zi, you're a big fan of color. We went out for a breath of air. You bought milk tea and forgot about us here." Huang Zicheng bristled and said, "A big man drinks milk tea. If you want to drink it, buy it yourself." When the time came to 8 o'clock in the evening, the party officially began. Beautiful music rang out, and the originally noisy stadium instantly quieted down. The lights in the hall turned dark, the curtains slowly moved away, and 2 hosts dressed up, one male and one female, walked out from the backstage. The female host was Wen Qian of the student union. The male host was Wang Hongliang, the head of the student union's publicity department. After the 2 spoke their opening remarks, they reported the first group of programs. 2 girls with exquisite makeup, dressed beautifully, singing a cheerful song, warmed up the scene. Under the lights, the girls looked glamorous, and a burst of applause and shouts of LSP erupted. After the song, one program after another, singing, hot dance, skits, etc. Gu Wenqing also took the accompanying songs exported by the system and handed them over to the student council members in the background. The class president promptly reminded Gu Wenqing that the program hadn't been cut, or else Gu Wenqing might still be with Wang Min. At this moment, while the others on stage were performing, the head of the publicity department, Wang Hongliang, walked backstage and whispered something to the publicity department member beside him. Soon, the publicity department officer deleted Gu Wenqing's soundtrack from the computer, then also hid all the guitars backstage. Wang Hongliang had a winning smile on his face when he saw it, and said that when he retired from his senior year next semester, he would definitely recommend you as the head of the propaganda department. Gu Wenqing, you just wait to make a fool of yourself. A cold smile surfaced on Wang Hongliang's face. Gu Wenqing's family was very rich, and it was rumored that it was in existence that even the vice president of the student council, Niu Tianqi, didn't dare to mess with. Wang Hongliang definitely didn't dare to confront Gu Wenqing face to face, and could only make small moves behind his back. He then glanced at the song Gu Wenqing had reported. Nocturne. The name of the song was unheard of, and at first glance, it was Gu Wenqing's original. Wang Hongliang bristled at the name. It didn't sound good. Next up was Gu Wenqing's solo, and in front of Gu Wenqing was a girl playing the piano. This was Wang Hongliang's deliberate arrangement. During the program rehearsal, the girl's piano performance had amazed the audience. It could have been the grand finale of the welcome party, but Wang Hongliang deliberately placed the piano performance in front of Gu Wenqing's program in order to make a fool out of her. With the stunning piano performance in front of him, if Gu Wenqing's program didn't stand out, the contrast would be obvious. And Qin Maonan was also on stage. Gu Wenqing will be humiliated in front of the white moonlight. The scene must be very exciting. After all, Gu Wenqing didn't study lyrics and music composition, and writing a song called Lushu Moon by chance would already be a blessing in disguise. Wang Hongliang does not believe that Gu Wenqing can still write a high-quality song like Lushu Moon. What's more, the song's soundtrack was directly deleted by him. Through the freshman military training, Wang Hongliang also knew that Gu Wenqing played the guitar very well, so he hid all the guitars in the background. It was to disgust Gu Wenqing. On the stage, the girl's piece of piano finished. As the beautiful music slowly faded away, instantly, earth-shattering applause came from the stage. Everyone felt that the girl had played very well, and all of them applauded when they were inside. Sounds great. I declare this the best program of the party so far. My ears are getting pregnant. Off stage, many people spoke out to praise the performing piano girl. Seeing this scene, Wang Hongliang had a smug smile on his face. At this moment, the atmosphere of the scene had been drawn out, and everyone was full of anticipation for the next program to appear. Once Gu Wenqing's performance was too different from the piano girl's, it would surely cause many people to mock. Thinking of this, the smile on Wang Hongliang's face grew wider and wider, as if he could already see that Gu Wenqing was making a fool of herself in front of all eyes. After the piano playing was over, the hostess Wen Xian also went up to the stage to announce the curtain. Please enjoy the song Nocturne brought by Economics, Gu Wenqing's classmate below. Wen Xian smiled at Gu Wenqing and made a cheering gesture. Gu Wenqing nodded, then walked onto the stage. The stage heard that it was Gu Wenqing's program, and the name of the song, Nocturne, sounded so unfamiliar. Could it be another original song? Economics District. Mo Lu was a bit excited. After coming for so long, she was finally going to meet Gu Wenqing. Dai Shi and Su Qiuqiu also had a look of anticipation on their faces. Hearing the delighted cheers of many girls beside him, Li Wenhuan instead felt that it was a bit of a big deal. Isn't it just an original song? What's all the fuss about? What's all the fuss about? You haven't seen the world at all. Wang Yanyan in the crowd heard the announcement and had an expectant look on her face. Most of the girls in the crowd were quite excited about Gu Wenqing. The song Lushu Moon during the freshmen's military training had amazed them for a long time. Many of the girls still have the video of Gu Wenqing's guitar playing on their cell phones, and listen to it whenever they're not doing anything. At this point, Gu Wenqing hadn't even gone on stage yet. The crowd below was already bustling with excitement. Some girls whispered, "Another original song? I'm looking forward to it." Gu Wenqing hadn't even arrived yet, and his name alone could cause a sensation among the girls. This made Zhou Tao envious. Another original song? Old Gu is really rich in billion. Huang Zicheng said, "Actually, I can compose, just don't have the time." Once Huang Zicheng's words came out, he really attracted the attention of Li Wenhuan and the others. Li Wenhuan thought to himself, how come he hadn't heard of Huang Zicheng composing songs in his 3 years of high school? Maybe he's ignored Huang Zicheng too much. Zhou Tao and Zhang Xiaohong were silent. They were already used to Huang Zicheng's mouth full of bragging. A beam of light struck down, moving slowly with Gu Wenqing's steps. Gu Wenqing under the lights made many girls swoon. Standing on the stage, Gu Wenqing frowned. Why had the intro not sounded yet? After waiting for a while, the atmosphere that many of the students on stage had just had was gradually dropping. In the crowd, sitting not far from Chen's school flower, Chu Buchuan was happy in his heart. Is this a temporary situation of the performance? Anyway, can see Gu Wenqing bad luck? Chu Bo Trace is happy. At this time the host Wang Hongliang took the microphone and said at the right time, "I'm sorry Gu, there's some problems with your accompaniment. The backstage is working hard to debug it." "Oh, it's okay if you don't need an accompaniment. Do you have a guitar?" As expected, it was not what he expected. Wang Hongliang's face didn't move, but in his heart, he was smiling. He was so happy to be able to disgust Gu Wenqing. Seeing Wang Hongliang shaking his head, he said he didn't have a guitar. Gu Wenqing didn't understand that. Just now, there are students who have used the backstage guitar to play and sing, but he has no more. In fact, he could also go backstage to import the soundtrack once more. But there was no need. Maybe the backstage would do something else again. It just so happened that the piano that the girl used in the last scene hadn't been moved off the stage yet. Gu Wenqing stepped in front of the stage's piano, sat down with a calm demeanor, and tried the piano scales first. As long as she sang the system's songs, Gu Wenqing was invincible. Performing the songs rewarded by the system, the instruments that he normally wouldn't use would become handy. Gu Wenqing spoke the name of the song into the microphone. This song is called Nocturne. According to the system's hints, the song Nocturne was very powerful in the parallel world. It was rumored in parallel space, once the intro sounds, go up to the stage to receive the award. It was the song Nocturne that was being talked about. When the intro of Nocturne comes together, it sets the level of the song. It's commonly known as the prelude kill. A beam of light hit Gu Wenqing as his long fingers pressed the piano keys. Clang 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 clang. The prelude came together. A beautiful and exquisite melody played out from the piano, drilling into the ears of everyone in the gymnasium. With the sound of the piano, the stadium that was originally a bit noisy quieted down. At this time, many girls made a silent gesture and whispered to the people next to them, "Shoo, listen with your heart." With an appealing prelude, in an instant, everyone couldn't help but close their mouths and listen with their ears. This intro was simply divine. Before even entering the main song, it made people fall deep into the song. Even Wang Hongliang's expression was instantly frozen. Surprisingly, he can also play the piano, removed the accompaniment and hid the guitar in the background. I had thought that it would affect Gu Wenqing's state of mind a bit, messing with his mindset. Where could I have thought that this kid would still play the piano? Piano playing is still as professional as guitar. The sound of Gu Wenqing's piano even made Wang Hongliang think that Gu Wenqing's skills were better than the skills of the girls in the previous game. Performing the songs of the system, Gu Wenqing played the piano without a single flaw. Listen well. The intro kills. Good classical music intro. Many girls' eyes were full of little stars. Once the intro sounded, everyone was incredibly excited for Nocturne. After a section of the prelude, Gu Wenqing opens his mouth and sings the special lyrics. A swarm of bloodthirsty ants are attracted to carrion. I look at the lonely landscape with no expression. Losing you. Love and hate begin to separate. What's the point of losing you, when the dove no longer symbolizes peace? I was finally reminded. It's the vultures that feed in the square. I use beautiful rhymes to describe the plundered. Describes a love that's been plundered for all it's worth. Rap lyrics with a classical twist swept across the stadium with Gu Wenqing's voice. The nocturnal song opens with piano sounds and a simple rhythm, leading people into a heartbreaking scene, but the mood expressed is very beautiful. The song describes how the protagonist still chooses to play Chopin's Nocturne in remembrance of his lost lover. Commemorate the love that carries a painful meaning. Really let people feel a touch of bleak atmosphere. With the system reward buff, Gu Wenqing sang Nocturne to the fullest, and the low rap voice made people feel heartbroken. Especially the emotional girls. They brought themselves into the song with a wave of lost love. Bad. Wanting to cry. Under the lights, Gu Wenqing's features were angular. When he played the piano, his determined temperament. Many girls were mesmerized by him. At this moment, Gu Wenqing discovered Wang Yanyan sitting in the front row. Today, Wang Yanyan changed the norm and didn't have black silk. Wearing a short skirt revealing rounded long legs. Those legs are really long. The corner of Gu Wenqing's mouth revealed a smile, slightly tilting his head sideways as he played the piano while looking at his schoolmate on the stage. If it were any other girl, being looked at like this by Gu Wenqing, definitely, they would have been too shy to meet Gu Wenqing's eyes. As for Wang Yanyan, looking at her schoolmate gazing at her, she spread a smile towards her schoolmate, spacing out her mouth shape. Gu Wenqing took a look at the mouth shape. The silent mouth opening of the schoolmate said, "Wait for you at night." Wait for me? Medbatsi. She's really good at flirting. Gu Wenqing glared fiercely at his schoolmate's long legs. Gu Wenqing continued to sing, playing Chopin's Nocturne for you, in honor of my dead love. The same sound as the night wind. Heartbreak sounds great. My hands are soft on the keyboard. The thoughts I give are careful. The place where you're buried is called the underworld. Playing Chopin's Nocturne for you, in honor of my dead love. And I'll be anonymous for you, playing in the moonlight.